Chapter 1. The Orphan. My body feels so uncomfortable. With a muffled groan, Yinling propped himself up on his hands, gazing in bewilderment at the viscous red liquid pooling beneath him. As the acrid stench assaulted his nostrils, his countenance contorted, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. Once he had swiftly quelled his discomfort, he forced himself to regain composure and began to survey his surroundings. It was evident that he was in a forest, but the pressing question remained: how did he end up here? Yinling recalled that he had been on his way to fulfill a task assigned by the company when he had dozed off in the car, only to awaken in this peculiar place. While he was engulfed in confusion, a rustling sound broke the silence, capturing his attention. As he turned to investigate, a figure clad in purple came into view. "You are still alive?" A cool, inquisitive voice resonated, and the piercing gaze of the newcomer seemed to penetrate Yinling's very soul, probing into the depths of his hidden secrets. At that moment, Yinling stared blankly at the purple-haired girl before him, her visage unmistakable to any fan of Douluo. The woman before him was none other than Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, though it appeared she had not yet ascended to her position of power. Upon realizing this, Yinling's mind momentarily short-circuited. If this woman was indeed Bibi Dong, it meant he had likely traversed into the world of Douluo. Was this not exceedingly improbable? Moreover, Yinling had no desire to encounter Bibi Dong immediately upon his arrival. After all, she was a formidable character in the original narrative, while he was merely an ordinary traveler. As Yinling's thoughts raced, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow in perplexity. "Have you been frightened into silence by a soul beast, little one?" "Little one?" Yinling was taken aback, glancing down at his arms. Those slender limbs, was that truly him? Had he transformed into a child? With a gasp of astonishment, Yinling sprang to his feet, hastily examining his form. He soon realized that he barely reached Bibi Dong's waist, confirming the undeniable truth. He had indeed become a child. However, his sudden movement elicited Bibi Dong's displeasure. She slowly raised her hand, and an icy aura enveloped the air around them. In Yinling's line of sight, a colossal spider seemed to loom behind Bibi Dong, baring its venomous fangs at him. Yet for this traveler, such sights were not unfamiliar. After all, he had encountered countless scenarios in the modern world. Having witnessed the legendary battles of Guanyu, what was there to fear? Despite his bravado, Yinling could not suppress a shiver. How magnificent! Magnificent? Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, her icy demeanor softening, and her interest in Yinling piqued. She had never encountered a child who could face her martial spirit with such composure. Surviving the jaws of a 10th Ascendier soul beast suggested he might harbor untapped potential. "Little one, what is your name, me?" Yinling looked up at Bibi Dong in confusion. "I am Yinling, you say? Where are your parents?" Due to her caution, Bibi Dong refrained from extending a direct invitation to Yinling. At this moment, Yinling remained oblivious to certain nuances, preoccupied instead with unraveling another enigma: his own origins. Indeed, as a time traveler, even if Bibi Dong were to investigate thoroughly, she would uncover nothing about his past. Nonetheless, possessing a plausible identity would facilitate his future endeavors. After a brief contemplation, he displayed a resolute countenance and proclaimed, "I am an orphan." Ah, the quintessential attribute of a time traveler. Chapter 2. The System. Bibi Dong's expression subtly shifted upon hearing his words, her demeanor softening slightly. Although Yinling sensed he might have misinterpreted her reaction, he swiftly grasped her intent. "In that case, would you be willing to join the Spirit Hall?" How direct! Yet, what purpose would a talentless individual, devoid of any extraordinary abilities, serve within the Spirit Hall? Would he merely be a mascot? It would be far more advantageous to ally with Tang San, cultivating connections that might lead to the acquisition of rare herbs. Despite this reasoning, Yinling hesitated. Having traversed worlds once, he was reluctant to adopt a passive stance, yet he felt he lacked the leverage to pursue an active role. Could he possibly be granted a miraculous ability at this moment? Ding! The host's vital signs are stable. The super divine selection system has been activated. To transcend the divine, please select from the forthcoming options. Upon selection, the system shall proceed. Option 1. Accept Bibi Dong's invitation and join the Spirit Hall. Reward: divine level martial soul. Option 2. Decline Bibi Dong's invitation and seek alternative paths. Reward: one opportunity for time-space traversal. A peculiar voice echoed in Yinling's mind as he regarded the second option with a perplexed expression. The option itself posed no issue, nor did the reward, yet their conjunction raised significant concerns. Why would rejecting Bibi Dong's invitation grant him a chance for time-space traversal? Such thoughts were too daunting to entertain. However, joining the Spirit Hall bore no detriments. Rather, it presented numerous advantages. While currying favor with Tang, San might yield rare herbs. Why not first secure a position of influence within the Spirit Hall and subsequently seize the coveted dual cauldron from Douluo? Having become a time traveler, what meaning was there in retracing the footsteps of the original protagonist? Within the Spirit Hall, strength equated to status, and with a divine-level martial soul, he was confident of attaining significant power. Thus, he resolved to upend this world, aspiring to become the transcendent being the system spoke of. Tang San? He barely knew him. The Spirit Hall? Is it truly the legendary place that all soul masters yearn to join? Am I truly eligible for membership? Yanling feigned exuberance as he gazed at Bibi Dong. Her amusement at his demeanor was unmistakable, and she chuckled lightly, patting his hand. Of course, ding. The host has selected option 1, receiving the reward. Divine level martial soul, 5 elements armor. As the host has acquired a divine level martial soul, their soul power automatically reaches its innate maximum. Concurrently, Yanling felt an extraordinary energy coursing through his body. This power was astonishingly potent, fierce yet imbued with a sanctity that illuminated all like the sun. He sensed that, at this moment, his physical prowess could easily overpower dozens of adversaries from his former life. Truly, it was a remarkable force. Yanling sighed inwardly, his curiosity piqued regarding his martial soul, the 5 elements armor. Could it be akin to the armor of the armor warriors, or was it merely an ordinary armor capable of harnessing the powers of the 5 elements? Surely, it could not be the Emperor armor, could it? At that moment, Bibi Dong's hand resting on Yanling's head trembled slightly. She gazed at him, who wore a blissful, foolish smile. In that fleeting instant, she sensed a familiar aura emanating from Yanling's presence only divine beings possess. If her instincts were correct, it implied that this child before her might have inherited the legacy of some deity. If that were indeed the case, it would explain how Yanling survived the encounter with a 10th Sandier soul beast and remained unaffected by her martial soul. Chapter 3. The Pope. I seem to have stumbled upon a treasure. Bibi Dong chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Yanling looked up at her, a fragrant aroma dispelling the scent of blood. Little one, let us go. By the way, starting tomorrow, I shall be the new Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Yanling feigned surprise. You are the Pope of the Spirit Hall? His mouth gaped in exaggerated astonishment, his handsome face displaying a hint of disbelief. Wahaha! Bibi Dong was amused by his expression, bursting into a fit of delicate laughter. Of course. I am indeed quite powerful. Following obediently behind Bibi Dong, Yanling exhibited boundless excitement along their journey. Your Holiness, I have long heard that the Spirit Hall is the ultimate destination for all spirit masters. You need not call me Your Holiness, you may refer to me as Sister. Bibi Dong halted and turned to correct Yanling. And it is not merely the Spirit Hall, it is our Spirit Hall. Bending down, her fair and delicate face nearly brushed against Yanling's forehead, a refreshing aura enveloping him. Yanling felt his face flush from this sudden intimacy, having never experienced such warmth in his previous life, save for fictional portrayals. Seemingly satisfied with Yanling's reaction, Bibi Dong resumed her stride. Yanling collected himself, chastising himself for losing composure before her. After all, he was a time traveler. Regaining his demeanor, he hastened to walk alongside Bibi Dong. Sister, is our Spirit Hall truly formidable? Indeed, the Spirit Hall has existed for thousands of years, always revered by those who possess a martial soul and those who aspire to have one, Bibi Dong replied, glancing back. This child bore the grace of a deity and could very well become a pivotal piece in her grand strategy. A necessary foundation of knowledge was essential. So powerful. Yanling mused symbolically. Then, do you have any opponents? He sought to ascertain the current state of the Spirit Hall, wary of any potential adversaries lurking in the shadows, reminiscent of the original plot. Should Bibi Dong encounter hostile forces upon her return, it could spell trouble. His concern was not for Bibi Dong, but rather for himself, a mere 6-year-old child. Becoming fodder in such conflicts would be a costly misfortune. Upon hearing his query, Bibi Dong cast a meaningful glance in his direction. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. Rest assured, little one. With me around, your safety is guaranteed. Yanling felt a sense of relief wash over him. Bibi Dong began to regard this newly acquainted child with a newfound respect. This child might possess more depth than he initially appeared. At last, the two arrived at the Spirit Hall. Standing before the grand entrance of the Spirit Hall, Yanling felt a sense of bewilderment. No matter how vividly depicted in novels or animations, only by standing here in person could one truly grasp the magnitude of its splendor. Before the Spirit Hall stood a colossal stone gate. In fact, Yanling had spotted this great gate from a considerable distance. Now, Up close, he marveled at the intricate carvings of mysterious runes and patterns that shimmered with radiant light upon the gate. Flanking the gate were two enormous lions, their expressions fierce and lifelike. One could almost believe that they might spring to life at any moment with a mere blink. Bibi Dong was quite pleased with Yanling's astonished demeanor as they entered the hall. Following closely behind Bibi Dong, Yanling beheld a spacious plaza, dominated by a massive statue. This imposing figure, towering at 10 meters, depicted a soul master wielding a long sword, instilling a profound sense of pressure that on either side of the plaza stood rows of stone pillars, intricately carved with various old beasts and soul rings. Everything here showcased the formidable strength of the Spirit Hall. Your Holiness, Your Holiness, Chapter 4, Bibi Dong. The pedestrians traversing the plaza greeted Bibi Dong with familiarity, their curiosity piqued by the child trailing behind her. Despite her status as the Pope, Bibi Dong acknowledged them with a nod. Beyond the plaza stood a grand palace. Your Holiness. Two guards at the palace entrance bowed as they spoke. Inform all those prepared to awaken their spirits that they need not wait until the appointed time the day after tomorrow, but instead gather in the plaza with the elders in 15 minutes, Bibi Dong instructed as she entered the palace, her voice low yet imbued with authority. Yanling silently marveled. Indeed, women can be quite mercurial. Just moments ago, she appeared so graceful and enchanting. Now she exuded the aura of a queen. Even merely trailing behind her, he felt the weight of her commanding presence. 15 minutes later, the plaza was bustling with people. Most of them had come in recent days to awaken their spirits. As the largest spirit master faction in the realm, opportunities to awaken one's spirit were rare. Hey, did you hear that the Pope brought back a child today? I heard. They even advanced the awakening day just for him. Oh, that explains it. Just a couple of days ago, we were told to wait a week, and now it's happening today. I wonder who that child is to garner such attention from the Pope. Amidst the crowd, whispers of speculation arose. Several elders stood at the center of the plaza, awaiting the Pope's arrival. What a grand display. One elder, Elder Z, shook her sleeve in discontent. The other elders bore expressions of varying sentiments. Look, she's coming. Someone in the crowd whispered excitedly. Bibi Dong had now donned a deep black papal robe, adorned with gleaming golden trims. Her steps were steady, her demeanor elegant. With a faint smile gracing her lips, she appeared confident and composed. The crowd was somewhat astonished by Bibi Dong's aura. Following closely behind her was a young boy. As the two advanced, the onlookers finally discerned the boy's appearance. Wow, he's so handsome. My goodness, he's extraordinarily good-looking. No wonder the Eastern Pope would awaken her martial soul for him in advance. Don't be ridiculous, the Eastern Pope could never be that kind of person. Your thoughts are rather sordid. Unfazed by the murmurs of the crowd, Bibi Dong did not cast a glance in their direction. As they passed a few elders, one spoke up. Your Holiness, altering the regulations of our hall without permission leaves us elders seeking an explanation. The voice belonged to an elder clad in purple, who wore a disdainful expression and spoke provocatively. Since Bibi Dong ascended to the position of Pope, certain individuals had harbored grievances in secret, with this particular elder leading the discontent. Today, he had seized the opportunity to voice his dissatisfaction in front of everyone. Bibi Dong was well aware of the elder's intentions. She halted her steps and bowed respectfully to the assembled elders. Esteemed elders, the sudden notice was issued at my discretion. I hope for your understanding. The purple-clad elder became immediately displeased, responding sharply. Bibi Dong, does the Spirit Hall remain under your sole authority? Behind her, Yanling was so frightened that he dared not even breathe. His current power was still in its infancy. Although formidable, it paled in comparison to the might of these powerful beings. Even a fraction of their strength could easily obliterate him several times over. How astonishing it was that despite her seemingly overwhelming presence, there were still those who dared to defy her. Whether I alone hold authority will be made clear to all the elders today, Bibi Dong retorted, then turned a glance at Yanling. All the elders and every gaze in the square converged upon him. In an instant, he found himself at the center of attention. Good grief. She just threw me under the bus. What do you mean by this, Bibi Dong? Chapter 5, Runes. Some of the other elders could no longer tolerate the situation and stepped forward to speak. Is it truly just for this little brat? The purple-clad elder seemed particularly incensed by Bibi Dong's absurd rationale. Yanling recognized this elder, whose martial soul was that of a six-winged angel, an exceedingly formidable entity. Among all the elders present, even the weakest possessed at least level 90 soul power, a force far beyond Yanling's capacity to provoke. Faced with the elder's scrutiny, Yanling offered an apologetic smile and shrugged, indicating that he had little to do with the matter. There was no choice even for a transmigrator. There were times to be humble. The purple-clad elder, observing Yen Ling's demeanor, became even more enraged and glared at Bibi Dong. Ah, Elder Douluo, why rush? It would be prudent to hear the Pope's reasoning first. An elder in a white robe stepped forward to mediate. Esteemed elders as the Pope, I, Bibi Dong, possess my own discernment. With that, she continued her stride towards the center of the square. I shall see what tricks she is up to from a distance. The youths coming to awaken their martial souls remained oblivious to the contents of the conversation between the elders. The two parties engaged in negotiations. A sight to behold. The resplendent black robe of the Pope accentuated the slender form of Bibi Dong, making her appear even more delicate. The heavy darkness of the attire contrasted strikingly with her youthful, tender visage. Yet, there was an absence of dissonance in this juxtaposition. Each step she took emanated confidence and strength, as if every movement was destined to unfold precisely as it did, with neither excess nor deficiency detracting from the aesthetic. The youths arriving to awaken their martial souls were all profoundly moved by this commanding presence. Following closely behind was the somewhat awkward Yueling. The onlookers instinctively parted to grant passage to Bibi Dong and Yueling. What a sight! No wonder this girl ascended to the papacy clad in this attire. She is the very embodiment of a regal Queen Zhenhuan. Yueling felt a bit uneasy being the center of attention, yet trailing behind this queen provided a modicum of comfort. Bibi Dong turned slightly, allowing Yueling to join the throngs of people, while she herself proceeded to take her rightful place at the Pope's seat. One by one, they would approach the magical stone monument to test their awakened martial spirits. At this moment, Yen Ling finally discerned the complete visage of the monument standing in the center of the square. The grandeur of the scene was overwhelming, revealing not only the exceptional attire of the youths gathered here to awaken their martial spirits, but also the impressive stature of the monument itself. Towering at a height of 3 meters, the stone was imbued with an ancient, deep black hue. Its surface was inscribed with enigmatic runes that shimmered with a profound brilliance under the sun, as if they had originated from a bygone era. In the center of the monument, a palm-shaped indentation was carved, designed for the awakeners to place their hands. This was far superior to the depiction in the original text, showcasing the formidable prowess of the spirit hall. Before the monument, an elderly man with sword-like brows and starry eyes began to announce, young ones who have traveled from afar. I am Zhong Liang, an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Spirit Hall. You may call me Shadowblade. Today, it is my privilege to witness the early activation of the magical stone monument. Those whose names I call may step forward to test and awaken their martial spirits. A stir rippled through the crowd. Li Yunfei, a robust youth among the throng, beamed with excitement, evidently surprised to find himself at the forefront. Striding confidently to the monument, he surveyed the gathered onlookers, inhaled deeply, and placed his palm upon the stone. Closing his eyes, he began to attune himself to the fluctuations of his spiritual energy. The runes upon the monument began to rotate slowly, and a visible black energy enveloped Li Yunfei's arm, extending to his shoulder. The prowess of the magical stone monument was truly remarkable, capable of channeling energy to his arm. How impressive indeed. Yen Ling couldn't help but marvel at the Spirit Hall's initial capabilities. With such a promising hand, how could they possibly squander it? Chapter 6. Elder Shadowblade casting a glance around. Yen Ling noted that the youths in the square were intently observing the events unfolding on stage. At this moment, a faint yellow radiance began to emanate from Li Yunfei's body, flowing along his arm towards the monument. The runes on the stone accelerated their rotation, and Li Yunfei, with his eyes tightly shut, appeared to be concentrating on controlling the flow of that energy. After a few minutes, he finally spoke, "Awaken, thunderous wild lion." As his voice resonated, a brilliant yellow light illuminated the surrounding platform, giving rise to a grand lion's head above him, resplendent in yellow and exuding an air of majesty. Once again, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. The first to awaken such a powerful attack-type martial spirit. How astonishing. I recognize Li Yunfei. He hails from a distinguished martial spirit family, his ancestors renowned for their prowess. Awakening a thunderous wild lion is certainly within his capabilities. Content with his martial spirit. Li Yunfei attempted to command the thunderous wild lion to move. He turned to express his gratitude to Elder Shadowblade, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Elder. Congratulations to you. Go forth, the Elder replied. Shadowblade did not take it too seriously. Over the course of a year, he had assisted countless individuals in awakening their powers. Although this level of martial soul was remarkable, it was not uncommon. Next, Lin Wanner, a young girl, stepped forward, her striking crimson gown drawing attention. Lin Wanner stood quietly before the magic stone tablet, taking a moment to steady her emotions before placing her hand in the palm-shaped groove at its center. Initially, the tablet showed no reaction, prompting murmurs among the spectators. Some began to speculate whether this girl possessed no martial soul at all. Logically, those who could arrive at the Divine Hall for awakening were unlikely to have particularly weak martial souls, given their innate potential. However, Yanling did not share this belief. He understood that unusual circumstances often concealed hidden truths, as was often depicted in novels. Yet, who was this Lin Wanner? He had never heard of such a character in the original story. As Yanling had anticipated, the girl remained utterly composed, seemingly impervious to the distractions around her. She gradually closed her eyes, beginning to sense her inner strength. Slowly, a surge of power emanated from her, expanding until it erupted, enveloping her entire being. Simultaneously, Lin Wanner's form began to radiate a soft red glow. As the light intensified, it became increasingly brilliant, causing the audience to hold their breath in anxious anticipation. This radiance surpassed even that of Li Yunfei's earlier display. Finally, with a resounding burst, a magnificent phoenix, entirely engulfed in fiery red, soared behind Lin Wanner, trailing a long tail. Its piercing cry echoed throughout the square. Bibi Dong, seated in the position of the Pope, opened her eyes slightly, intrigued. A phoenix martial soul was indeed a rare occurrence. Even several elders displayed looks of admiration, nodding in approval. The young men in the audience were astonished, their eyes wide as they gazed at the vibrant spectacle. Lin Wanner felt the immense power of the phoenix behind her and leaped for joy, her face radiating happiness. As if sensing her delight, the phoenix circled her a few times before vanishing into her being. "Thank you, Elder Shadowblade." After expressing her gratitude, she joyfully descended from the platform. Next, Yanling. Bibi Dong's lips curled into a slight smile. Would this treasure she had found bring her any surprises? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yanling ascended the stage. "Greetings, Yanling." Shadowblade greeted him with an unexpected smile. "I have met Elder Shadowblade." Yanling politely responded, exchanging pleasantries. Chapter 7. The Power of the Deity. Chapter 8. Twin Martial Souls. Chapter 9. Fox Friends and Dog Companions. As for Lin Wanner, her affection for Yanling stemmed chiefly from his remarkable prowess as a dual martial soul wielder. Perhaps in the future, he could ascend to become the supreme ruler. In the past, the Dou Emperor Tang San was merely in the nascent stages of possessing dual martial souls. Yet, within Yanling, there were indications of a much more advanced martial spirit. Such an extraordinary martial soul, bestowed upon anyone, would undoubtedly propel them to great heights. The emergence of such an individual could not fail to move those present. Upon hearing Li Yunfei speak, his subordinate could not help but glance at Yanling, muttering under his breath, "I've heard his name is Yanling. I wonder where this little brat comes from," now even catching the eye of Bibi Dong. Li Yunfei was no pushover. He had cultivated a considerable number of underlings, nearly a few hundred young rascals. Observing Yanling garnering all the attention today, he contemplated having his followers teach him a lesson. Li Yunfei represented a typical figure among the offspring of affluent families. These so-called second-generation elites often harbored a strong sense of superiority. It was perplexing how they sought to reclaim their standing by belittling others, believing that bullying would elevate their own status, a mindset they could readily comprehend. In the grand tapestry of fate, some matters are beyond their control. The so-called second-generation offspring frequently overestimate their own significance, emboldened by their familial backgrounds to engage in misdeeds, bullying both men and women alike. After hearing his subordinate mention Yanling's name, Li Yunfei ground his teeth in frustration. "This guy's martial soul awakening surpasses mine. This cannot stand. There should be no one as formidable as him on the entire Douluo continent." Indeed, for Li Yunfei, such an extraordinary individual ought not to exist on the Douluo continent, especially not in the same gathering as himself. Had Yanling appeared at another event, he could have ignored him entirely. However, now that their paths had crossed, he would be compelled to scrutinize him closely. Yet, as Li Yunfei finished his remarks, his subordinates were left in a state of astonishment. How could he harbor such thoughts? Yanling had awakened his martial spirit, and yet here was Li Yunfei, consumed by jealousy, contemplating a scheme to corner him. What was going on in his mind? Did he truly believe that others would be without any sense of indignation? Moreover, one must consider that he is under the protection of the formidable Pope Bibi Dong. Do you truly believe you can contend with him? If you seek your own demise, Do not drag us into your folly. At this moment, the subordinates of Li Yunfei opened their mouths wide, their words dripping with disdain. I implore you, young master, please refrain from stirring up trouble. Do you not see that this individual has Bibi Dong safeguarding him? If you choose to confront him directly, we may not emerge unscathed. The subordinates of Li Yunfei were, to put it politely, individuals who valued their lives above all else. To put it less charitably, they were merely his fair-weather friends. Chapter 10. On the same front, their deference towards him stemmed solely from his wealth. It was all about the money. They often indulged in revelry alongside these fellows, treating it as a trifling matter. The reason was simple. Such companions are often termed fair-weather friends, who revel in merriment over feasting and drinking. However, when it comes to more serious matters, their loyalty quickly dissipates. Thus, upon hearing that Li Yunfei dared to entertain thoughts of antagonizing Yanling, his subordinates were genuinely struck with fear. Alas, Li Yunfei hailed from a family of considerable influence, while they themselves lacked any semblance of power. This stark contrast between families of might and those of insignificance was glaring. One individual boasted a formidable background, while the other was utterly inconsequential. Is it not rather amusing to present such matters before others, allowing them to witness the absurdity? This is akin to a fragile egg colliding with a stone, susceptible to shattering into countless pieces in an instant, utterly incapable of withstanding the impact. Why concern oneself with trivialities? Regardless, I, Li Yunfei, shall not change my name nor alter my lineage. There exists no one bold enough to confront me head-on. Yet, this particular individual has caught my attention, and I feel compelled to teach him a lesson. At this moment, however, Li Yunfei remains indifferent, scarcely acknowledging the presence of this Bibi Dong, despite her status as a figure akin to a pope in the Douluo continent. Nevertheless, Li Yunfei believes that if the power of the Li family were to be assessed in a direct confrontation, thus, the matter with Bibi Dong is entirely beyond discussion, the reason being exceedingly simple. Who is to say that these circumstances are not firmly grasped in one's own hands? If even these facts cannot be presented clearly to others, then what can be said? There is no need to meticulously analyze such eccentric behaviors, presenting them as if they were coherent. Indeed, the Li family holds a certain status within the vast expanse of Douluo continent. However, they have not yet reached a level of absolute dominance. If Li Yunfei harbors aspirations, he should be capable of achieving a notable position, yet he is currently overestimating his own capabilities. To provoke even the Grand Pope is a reckless endeavor, for such insolence could swiftly lead to his demise. With his head severed in an instant, a person who is both self-serving and untrustworthy, yearning to ascend to greatness? It is utterly preposterous, as he could be toppled in the blink of an eye. One must tread carefully, for this individual is not easily trifled with. Have you not noticed how Bibi Dong is particularly attentive to him? Meanwhile, his subordinates are already experiencing a profound sense of despair. Does Li Yunfei truly wish to court danger by antagonizing Bibi Dong? Then you should go. Here, I possess but one life, and I am an only child at home. If I were to lose my life here, it would be an insurmountable burden for anyone. Thus, when confronted with such a dire predicament, my subordinates have unanimously chosen to distance themselves from Li Yunfei. The implication of their words is abundantly clear. They will no longer engage with you, Li Yunfei. Some individuals insist on courting disaster. Let them manage their own affairs, for he has no interest in the rest. In truth, what Li Yunfei's subordinates fail to comprehend is why he repeatedly chooses to court death. Today, the outcome is glaringly evident, laid bare before them. Chapter 11. Is this a joke? What further manifestations could these circumstances possibly take? If only we could formally extricate all that is interchangeable within this situation. Perhaps, in the next moment, they might even lose their lives in the face of such formidable circumstances. To formally acknowledge these conditions and dismiss them as inconsequential would be far more prudent. Upon hearing these words, Li Yunfei's countenance soured immediately, his visage marred by ire. With palpable anger, he pointed at the subordinates behind him and began to vociferously berate them, exclaiming, "From where do you wretched lackeys hail? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Truly, it is I who have given you face, is it not?" Li Yunfei was genuinely incensed, having underestimated the audacity of his subordinates. The more he regarded them with significance, the more they responded with disparaging remarks, the outcome starkly evident. What did he expect? Surely, he did not wish to be left here to face his fate alone. The whims of destiny are beyond one's control. To wish for the enemy's might to grow stronger is nothing short of absurd. Li Yunfei's brazen demeanor elicited nothing but derision from his subordinates, who, though seething with unexpressed anger, dared not voice their discontent. Despite the existence of stronger foes in this world, certain situations warrant careful navigation. When confronted with difficulties, it is often wiser to relinquish pent-up grievances. Yet, such counsel is mere folly to someone like Li Yunfei. They would rather suppress their fury than allow it to surface. To put it plainly, they preferred to endure rather than submit. Very well, young master, if this is the game you wish to play, then play it at your own peril. I shall say no more. With no recourse, the subordinates exchanged knowing glances, one of them offering a sardonic smile. Having attempted to counsel their master to temper his fervor and avoid courting disaster, they were taken aback by his audacity to insult them. Though they were but mere subordinates, they too possessed a sense of dignity. If he treated them in such a manner, it was evident he had taken his station far too seriously. At that moment, Li Yunfei's subordinates began to reconsider their allegiance, contemplating a severance of ties with him. After all, associating with such a volatile individual could very well jeopardize their lives at any moment. In order to evade the repercussions of these entanglements, it is prudent to extinguish them as best as possible. Among the myriad strategies, the 36th retreat proves to be the most advantageous. In truth, this group of subordinates has not been in Li Yunfei's company for an extended period. Their association spans merely a year and a half at most. Yet, they are united primarily by their shared interest in the wealth that Li Yunfei appears to possess. It is only when they glimpse a fortune of 25 to 80,000 that they choose to draw near. Otherwise, why would they associate with such a peculiar individual? He is prone to fits of anger and shows little regard for his underlings, treating them as if they were inconsequential. What nonsense is it to expect loyalty from such a person? Meanwhile, although the audience below is rife with speculation regarding Li Yunfei and his cohorts plotting against Yinling, Bibi Dong on stage remains oblivious to the unfolding drama. Chapter 12. Instruction. Chapter 13. A Perspective Shattered. Chapter 14. The Illegitimate Child. The age disparity among them is too great to suggest any familial ties. Bibi Dong, as a pope, has no relatives from the moment of her birth. She was destined for the mantle of succession, rendering any notion of distant blood relations even more implausible. What, then, is the nature of this relationship? The audience below expressed a wave of bewilderment, unsure of how to articulate their thoughts. Their predicament could not be conveyed through words. They could only silently observe the performance, allowing their questions to flourish without resolution. The world of Douluo continent is indeed quite extraordinary, where certain familial ties can lead one to perceive a striking resemblance between two individuals. In truth, these two may share no blood relation whatsoever. For within the realm of Douluo continent, there exists an advanced soul technique capable of altering one's appearance to mirror another closely. Thus, the line between reality and illusion blurs, rendering it difficult to discern what is genuine and what is not, leaving many questions unanswered. Such sentiments, which overflow yet remain inexpressible, are experiences unattainable to others. Consequently, the world of Douluo continent stands in stark contrast to our reality. The so-called ethereal essence unfolds here in a manner both profound and detached. It becomes apparent that, while clarity may be felt, the truth remains exceedingly evident, leading to a situation where expression becomes a futile endeavor amidst the impossibilities faced by onlookers. Ordinary individuals are certainly unable to act, however, for the audience on stage. They initially sought to validate their own abilities at this conference, to ascertain whether they were indeed formidable. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appears that the situation may not be as it seems, particularly given the significance that the Pope attributes to Yinling. Consequently, it seems quite challenging for them to attain a prestigious position within the higher echelons. Indeed, neither their own offspring nor themselves have harbored aspirations that would attract the attention of the Pope. How then shall you formally transition through the cycles of existence in this world? It appears utterly impossible. One cannot help but wonder what it is about Yinjing that captivates Bibi Dong. From whence has this young man emerged? At this moment, someone in the audience could no longer contain themselves and began addressing the Pope on stage. The tone of condescension is already quite evident in the gossip. It appears that he has made these circumstances abundantly clear, given the lack of understanding surrounding this established fact. Let us observe how this transformation does not alter the original intent, and what manner of cyclical transition it may entail. If it can indeed be rendered comprehensible, it must resemble a tale that is not merely spoken in good faith. When one person speaks, inevitably two will follow. Such is the nature of our world. Where once a matter is brought to light, it gathers momentum. Many individuals will gradually begin to discuss these matters, particularly after all has been revealed and the truth laid bare for all to see. Following the utterance of the first speaker, the second individual grew increasingly audacious in his discourse. At that moment, he gestured animatedly, conveying sentiments that were utterly incomprehensible to those around him. It appeared as though he possessed a remarkable talent for fabrication, even more so than the initial speaker. Indeed, I had never heard of this fellow before. Yet he suddenly emerged from obscurity, truly leaving me in awe, as if he might be the illegitimate offspring of Bibi Dong. Upon the conclusion of his remarks, the assembly erupted in hushed laughter, for he was aware that the Pope was, after all, a woman of utmost propriety. Were it to be suggested that she engaged in clandestine meetings with any man, one might speculate that the child Yanling could indeed be her illegitimate son. Just consider it. Why has Yanling suddenly garnered the Pope's favor? Surely, there exists an unspeakable narrative behind this. Perhaps he is indeed her secret lover. A notion that is boldly expressed here. As these words escaped his lips, the onlookers adopted a demeanor of spectatorship. Is it terrifying? Quite so. The Pope is a personage of unparalleled authority within the Douluo continent. Yet, unexpectedly, rumors have surfaced of her having a lover, or perhaps this individual is her illegitimate child. Regardless of the outcome, such a catastrophic upheaval of moral sensibilities has officially transpired before their very eyes. It is utterly appalling, prompting all who hear this tale to react with disdain. Some perceive it as mere entertainment, while others choose to defend the Pope's honor. Indeed, one individual stepped forward, fervently rebuking the second speaker's claims. You must not speak such nonsense. Bibi Dong is our Pope of the Douluo continent. If you dare spread such slander, I shall break your legs. Undoubtedly, the Pope wields considerable authority throughout the Douluo continent. How could anyone dare to trample upon her dignity with such audacity? Without the Pope, there exists no guarantee of safety in this world. The Pope oversees humanity's faith and beliefs, should even those foundations crumble. Such figures as the Pope seem destined to eventually fade from existence in this world. The ability to express clarity and truth is something that ordinary individuals cannot provide. Much like a towering and noble figure, have you ever encountered any dark history associated with him? No. For those grand and majestic individuals emanate positivity from the very beginning, gradually evolving into principles that others cannot articulate. Consider this. The facts that remain unspoken in such a situation are indeed profound. In the eyes of others, how could such matters be reduced to mere simplicity? The Pope embodies the faith and beliefs of the entire Douluo continent. If even this essence cannot be formally detached, what remains? In this world, there exists nothing that can be formally articulated, and the consequences are evidently clear. The Pope cannot simply tumble from a lofty position without repercussions. Even if he were to be shattered beyond recognition, he would still not meet a favorable fate. Thus, while the gathered assembly may appear as mere spectators, they harbor no desire for the Pope to vanish from this world. For what they face is the faith of the entire world and the collective beliefs of the Douluo continent. Should this faith and belief collapse, their existence would be rendered void. The foundation of a nation relies heavily on the faith of its common people. If the very knowledge and doctrines initially accepted were to be obliterated, the populace would undoubtedly rise in rebellion. This is a tactic employed by the elite to maintain control over the lower strata of society. Chapter 16. Shadow Blade, the second individual, upon hearing his own words, perceived the disdain from those around him. He felt as though he had indeed erred. Given the outcome, there was little left to express. Unable to alter the original intent, he contemplated retracting his statement, perhaps conceding that he was mistaken. Indeed, the Pope is a figure of unparalleled sanctity, and her close association with Yanling signifies that he is destined to inherit her position. How could such a sentiment be uttered? After much reflection, the second speaker recognized his misstep. It is best to confine such remarks to private discourse. How could he dare voice them publicly? Embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head, acknowledging the evident outcome. Clearly, he had misspoken and should amend his words. In this world, the Pope stands as an emblem of sanctity, impervious to the alteration of anyone's intentions, effortlessly navigating through the complexities. Since the results lie within grasp, let us observe how many can truly walk the righteous path. The atmosphere had descended into chaos, primarily due to Bibidong's maternal demeanor towards Yanling, which evoked considerable chatter among the onlookers. Yet, at this juncture, Shadowblade found himself increasingly restless, for he was the host of this assembly. Many participants had yet to undergo their trials, and unexpectedly, the gathering had not concluded. The crowd had begun to engage in disarrayed discussions about trivial matters, leaving Shadow Blade perplexed. What on earth was happening here? A group of unruly individuals was causing mayhem, spouting nonsensical remarks, as if the entire Douluo continent were devoid of authority. The Shadow Blade, after all, is the Shadow Blade, possessing the strength of a venerable elder. He keenly attuned his senses to the tumult below, his brow furrowing in agitation. In a hurried rush, he sprinted towards the source of the idle chatter, delivering a resounding slap to the offender. A cacophony of sounds erupted as the individual was sent sprawling nearly 3 meters away, crashing heavily onto the cement surface of the lime platform, the sickening crack of bones echoing as his palm shattered upon impact. I advise you both to speak with more respect. This soul-awakening experiment has revealed the extraordinary talent of Yin Ling, Shadow Blade admonished, his expression severe. Clearly, he was incensed by the ongoing debate below, for the Pope is a figure of unparalleled sanctity, regardless of whether he treats others well or ill. It is beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk like you to comment. What does it matter if he is good or bad? Without him, who in this world would stand as the bastion of faith against all adversities? Yet, here you are, gluttonous in your derision, reveling in misfortune. Shadow Blade could no longer remain passive. Though he was not a follower of the Pope, he possessed a sacred power on par with his. That is to maintain the safety of the entire Douluo continent. Since this established security does not speak of any peculiar circumstances, let us observe how to adeptly resolve these matters. The countenance of Shadow Blade was markedly grim, for he was the pivotal figure of this assembly, and many trials remained uncompleted by others. Chapter 17. A Warning Through Punishment. Little did he anticipate that such trivial circumstances would elude his grasp. It was indeed repugnant to find even the trifling matter of trifling disputes presented before him. He was clearly unwilling to be entangled with this group of individuals. Yet they continued to chatter incessantly. Indeed, it is rather unsettling that if one among you is not made an example of today, the situation would be deemed unacceptable. This explains why the Shadow Blade initially delivered a resounding slap to that individual, sending him flying several meters away, an action designed to convey a clear message. Human beings, by nature, often prefer to embrace rumors over verifiable truths when confronted with the unfamiliar. Consider, for instance, a beggar who survives solely through almsgiving. Yet, there are those who persistently believe he is extraordinarily wealthy, perhaps a concealed heir to fortune, choosing to beg out of sheer laziness. Such perceptions complicate the expression of reality, as fate seems to dictate an inevitable course, yet destiny remains obstinately unyielding. They fervently cling to baseless rumors, adamantly refusing to accept the harshness of reality. The truth, they believe, is too brutal, too unvarnished. They would rather dwell in the comfort of their fantasies than confront the starkness of existence. This behavior exemplifies the tendency to revel in chaos, adopting an attitude of indifference. What does it matter to them if one lives or dies? They feel justified in their belief that a mere word from them could drive someone to despair. That is indeed your just deserts. They do not seem to experience any particular joy or sorrow. From this perspective, the qualities and baseness of our compatriots are glaringly evident. Yes, indeed, Lord Shadowblade. We have erred. We shall no longer speak thoughtlessly. We apologize, sincerely. We acknowledge our mistakes. Very well. At this moment, witnessing the first individual struck down, unable to rise, their body riddled with shattering fractures, the others who were prone to idle chatter quickly silenced themselves, for they understood that the Shadow Blade was not one to be trifled with. He belonged to a caliber akin to that of a Grand Elder, and should he unleash his wrath, his power would rival even that of the Pope. Imagine, you are but an ant while your adversary is a colossal elephant. With a mere flick of its tail, it could obliterate you. In the face of such an insurmountable disparity, how could you ever hope to contend with him? These individuals were astute enough to comprehend the underlying complexities. Since they could not overpower him, their only option was to kneel and plead for mercy, even if it meant lying down. As long as they could preserve their lives, everything else could be negotiated. Observing the crowd casting pleading glances in his direction, Shadow Blade chose not to utter a word. The Pope's actions were undoubtedly calculated. Despite his usual reticence and cold demeanor, should he decide to employ his methods, even he might not prove a worthy adversary. Indeed, your opponents may wish to see you vanquished, yet you must ultimately grasp that these overt realities cannot always be articulated. Chapter 18. A scandal of great magnitude cannot be claimed by others. The inability to express such circumstances is a testament to the absurdity of human behavior. Shadowblade had no desire to engage further with this gossipy entourage. His mission was accomplished, and now he sought to elucidate the facts more clearly. Simultaneously, a sense of unease began to stir within him. Who exactly was this Yinling? He had never heard of this child before, and considering their tender age, the contrast with the Pope was stark. If there were any connection between them, it was indeed tenuous at best. The Shadowblade found it hard to fathom the rumors circulating among the gossipers. Could it truly be that this individual was the illegitimate offspring of the Pope? If so, it would indeed be an unparalleled scandal across the entire Douluo continent. A scandal of monumental proportions. The highest-ranking Pope, now tarnished by the revelation of a child born out of wedlock. If this news were to spread, would Bibi Dong still have a place among the elite of the Douluo continent? What precisely is the background of this Yinling? Why had he never heard of this figure before, seemingly emerging out of thin air? Remarkably, he had even caught the attention of the Pope, Bibi Dong, who took him as her disciple. Was it truly as others had claimed? At this moment, Shadowblade couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Although he held the esteemed position of an elder, he was still human, possessing thoughts and meanings that others might not comprehend. He understood the unspoken complexities of their world. It was simply that he occupied a position where certain truths remained unsaid. Both Shadowblade and the Pope were on the same level, existing as entities whose words could not be uttered. However, the mere fact that these two types of individuals coexisted within the same realm necessitated the preservation of their dignity. Among the great, there was always a mutual assistance. One would help the other, ultimately leading to a harmonious coalescence. Conversely, those of a lower echelon were often embroiled in a cycle of harm and betrayal, driven by a simple truth: the aid exchanged among the lofty could yield profound outcomes, while the clashes among the lower ranks were often incomprehensible and difficult to articulate. But why dwell on such matters? At this moment, Shadowblade found himself disinterested in the chaotic affairs surrounding him, choosing to let them unfold as they may. He could not make sense of the situation after much contemplation. He resolved to move on, dismissing the facts as evident and devoid of further significance. Whatever was to be said next could wait. As he sought to grasp the essence of the circumstances at hand, let us observe how the seemingly advantageous facts can be dismantled. Shadowblade is disinclined to concern himself with the trivial thoughts occupying the mind of that pontiff, for they exist on entirely different planes. If one were to indulge excessively in such matters, it would only reveal the scarcity of meaningful affairs and the abundance of trivialities in this realm. He, who ought to be exalted, should not be ensnared by circumstances that render him immobile. The undeniable truth lies before us, since it cannot be altered. It is perhaps wiser to embrace it. Meanwhile, the assembly continues unabated, yet Li Yunfei and his entourage remain anything but subdued. Their minds, clouded with confusion, lead them to summon all their subordinates, preparing to launch a predatory assault on Yinling, marking a significant escalation in this conflict. It is truly astounding how Li Yunfei, who bears no grudge against Yinling, now intends to inflict devastating repercussions merely due to a perceived loss of prestige. How can a scion of wealth harbor such pettiness towards an ordinary individual? His narrow-mindedness is remarkably disconcerting, leaving one to question the workings of his mind. Come quickly, my two underlings. We must seize an opportunity to properly chastise that arrogant individual from the assembly. Li Yunfei commands, rallying his followers. He begins to prance about, his words exuding an air of superiority, as if he were a paragon of intellect. Yet, he remains oblivious to a crucial reality. After the revelation of his schemes, how could Bibi Dong possibly allow him to escape unscathed? The situation is abundantly clear. To Bibi Dong, Yinling holds greater significance than a biological son. If he truly intends to engage in a confrontation, would Bibi Dong show him mercy? Even though the Li family boasts considerable influence, it is implausible that they would recklessly cast aside their lives in this manner. Boss, Yinling possesses a twin martial soul. We may not stand a chance against him. One of the subordinates interjects, his earlier silence now broken. Observing Li Yunfei's determination to confront Yinling, the others resolve to fight to the bitter end. With their leader charging forward, what hesitation remains? However, among the subordinates are those of astute disposition, regardless of the circumstances. Yinling's status as a twin martial soul signifies that he is not to be trifled with. Should they provoke him, he might unleash his full power in retaliation. How could they possibly engage in a contest of brute strength with him? Such an endeavor would undoubtedly evoke amusement. Indeed, Your Holiness. Even Bibi Dong has taken him as her disciple. What more can be said about this matter? Another subordinate has also stepped forward. expressing that even if Bibi Dong does not assist Yin Ling, the latter's own prowess is already formidable. With two such exalted individuals, how dare one engage in trivial pursuits? Let us not be foolish. Yin Ling possesses a twin martial soul, and the previous protagonist, known as Tang San, has ascended to the status of a Dou emperor. Subsequently, he transformed into a celestial being, soaring into the cosmos and achieving divine status. What if this Yin Ling were to transform into such a formidable character? How could they possibly establish themselves in the world in the future? Perhaps in the next moment, even their lives could be at stake. Thus, in the face of such circumstances, most individuals would choose to retreat. Indeed, life is invaluable. How could you two worthless scoundrels utter such words? Are you attempting to elevate others while diminishing your own aspirations? Li Yunfei was infuriated, to the point of nearly spitting blood. He regretted having brought these two individuals into his fold. This was simply outrageous. Could it truly be that he was so feeble? The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. How absurd. It is often said that indulging in wine and meat can win hearts, yet now. Li Yunfei perceived it to be quite the contrary. Listen, boss, we clearly have the means to survive, so why must we court death? Chapter 20. Ever-present one of the younger brothers bore a grim expression, as if he had consumed a vile concoction. Indeed, his elder brother had begun by hurling unflattering remarks at him, which left him feeling quite humiliated. Just imagine, before everyone, those individuals were mocking him mercilessly. Even the most good-natured person would eventually be provoked. After all, we are all human, not mere beasts. How could one endure such treatment from Li Yunfei? Hence, in light of this situation, the younger brother boldly began to confront Li Yunfei, hoping he could comprehend the difficulty of their position. To sacrifice one's life here was simply beyond what he could endure. Life is of paramount importance. Without it, what is there to discuss? Yes, we clearly cannot win. Why must we engage in a head-on confrontation? Besides, we hold no deep-seated grudge. Why do we need to punish him? At this moment, another younger brother stepped forward to dissuade Li Yunfei, urging him to remain calm. After all, Bai Dong and Yin Ling were not to be trifled with. One possessed twin martial souls, while the other was a supreme pontiff. If these two were truly captured, they could easily face death in mere moments. Yin Ling owed him nothing, nor was he entitled to treat him in such a manner. One should strive for magnanimity and avoid such chaotic behavior. The truth of the saying, those who act recklessly will ultimately face retribution, has always held true, remaining ever present. Why concern oneself with so much? My stance is simple. I do not wish for such an extraordinary individual to exist on the Douluo continent. Yet Li Yunfei remained obstinate. Even as his two younger brothers articulated their points with clarity, how could they provoke individuals of such extraordinary caliber? It is sufficient that your life remains unscathed. Must you still engage in such frivolities with them? Such a situation appears almost comical, akin to witnessing a farce, as one risks descending into utter embarrassment. It seems that one has lost all sense of direction, for life is a singular journey. Li Yunfei, indeed, is a second-generation scion, privileged with ample resources. Yet, he squanders them, akin to roasting sweet potatoes, crispy on the outside, tender within, while only fixating on the faults of others, utterly oblivious to his own shortcomings. Indeed, with his mindset, he should have effortlessly risen through the ranks, leveraging his family's stature. Yet, unexpectedly, he finds himself plummeting into an abyss from which there is no return. A spectacle that elicits both laughter and disbelief. Reflecting on it, Li Yunfei is quite fortunate. He possesses a formidable family background. However, he fails to harness this advantage to illuminate his own path. Instead, he chooses to complicate matters for exceptionally capable individuals, harboring no genuine enmity towards Yin Ling. Why must he clash so vehemently with him? Logically, a second-generation heir ought to capitalize on all available resources and connections to magnify any circumstance. As long as one can generate wealth and wield influence, any venture should be navigable with clarity. Yet, Li Yunfei diverges from this path, choosing to oppose Yin Ling instead. It appears he would rather endure humiliation than confront reality, and thus, the outcome is as it is. Chapter 21. Resignation. Very well, boss, if that is your stance. We shall willingly follow your lead and trample over all obstacles. The two subordinates, resigned to the situation, observed Li Yunfei's unwavering determination and found themselves at a loss for words. Their elder brother had devolved into this dismal state. What could they possibly articulate? They dared not provoke Li Yunfei, for he hails from a prominent lineage. Should they incite his ire, they might very well find their own lives in jeopardy. Thus, in a bid to safeguard their existence and establish their footing in the Douluo continent, they would rather offend Yanling than cross Li Yunfei. For it is through his protection that they aspire to ascend. The tragedy of the insignificant is starkly illustrated here. A mere word from the powerful can easily suppress them. Most of Li Yunfei's subordinates do not hail from affluent backgrounds. They have come to this academy on the Douluo continent, often struggling to afford tuition. The disparity between top students and underperformers has bred a sense of injustice. Nevertheless, as long as they can thrive alongside Li Yunfei, they are willing to engage in misdeeds if necessary. The circumstances of their family were inherently challenging, and the support from their parents was far from sufficient, compelling them to accept their fate. The eldest brother, however, established clear terms. Should any threat to their lives arise, they would undoubtedly choose to retreat. Although he consented to Li Yunfei's demands, he still laid down the law in advance. If their lives were endangered, they would swiftly withdraw. Life is precious, singular in its existence. Without it, there is little to discuss. Rest assured, you too, we will merely act. There is no need to bear any responsibility, it's as simple as that. Li Yunfei nodded emphatically, indicating his agreement with this arrangement. Indeed, he wished for his subordinates to assist without jeopardizing their lives. Each subordinate's life is valuable. They are all children born of their parents. Li Yunfei also assured them of his commitment to safeguarding their lives, stating that everything would proceed smoothly thereafter. Follow me, let us get to work, he declared, turning his back on the gathering and rushing towards Yanling. At that moment, nearly a dozen subordinates trailed closely behind him. This motley crew comprised individuals of all sorts, some good, some bad, including a fair share of rogues. Most were resigned, for they relied on Li Yunfei to elevate their fortunes. Although bullying was not their usual practice, they were willing to join Li Yunfei in pursuit of amusement, despite many possessing a sense of conscience that weighed heavily upon them. Yet, under the circumstances, they could only dismiss the moral dilemma. They were dependent on that scoundrel Li Yunfei. Such was their fate. In Yanling's vicinity, he was not far from Bibi Dong's gaze. Although he had completed his trial, the assembly was still ongoing, and many others would soon undergo their trials. Thus, he found himself seated beside Bibi Dong, observing the unfolding events. Unbeknownst to him, however, danger was stealthily approaching. Li Yunfei and his mischievous companions were indeed harboring malicious intentions. From a distance, they produced a slingshot, clutching stones in hand, ready to strike Yanling on the head. These rascals feigned innocence amidst the crowd, having meticulously planned their lethal strike. As events unfolded, Li Yunfei prepared for his grand performance. He drew back the slingshot, firmly grasping it in his hand. In an instant, one of his underlings swiftly pulled back the slingshot and released a stone with a swift motion. This action was executed with an apparent lack of force, for the underling did not wish to bear the brunt of any ensuing consequences. Although their leader claimed to have their best interests at heart, one could not help but question the sincerity of such words. Moreover, it was evident that Yanling was not to be trifled with. With dual martial souls at his disposal, should he be provoked, the repercussions could be dire. Thus, in consideration of his own safety, the underling resorted to cunning tactics, striving to maintain control over the situation. The slingshot, a weapon of relatively minor power, was hardly a threat to the inhabitants of the Douluo continent. It was akin to comparing an ant to an elephant. When struck, the impact would be negligible and inconsequential. This entire episode resembled a mere prank, a frivolous endeavor born of mischief. It became evident that Li Yunfei was a petty individual, harboring malevolent thoughts and lacking clarity in his reasoning. He was intent on teaching Yanling a lesson, yet desired to inflict no substantial harm. Such individuals evoke a sense of profound disgust. While they may engage in minor acts of destruction, they would recoil from assuming any significant responsibility for their actions. A privileged youth, rather than seeking to enhance his authority, repeatedly articulated his grievances, revealing a character steeped in contradiction. Would not such a display lead others to perceive him as a rather insignificant presence? As a second-generation offspring, his behavior is indeed quite disappointing. Instead, he incessantly hurls insults at ordinary individuals, leaving one to ponder the thoughts swirling within his mind. A cacophony ensued as stones were catapulted from the hands of Li Yunfei's subordinates. Remarkably, one struck Yanling squarely on the forehead. Of course, as a dual-born warrior, Yanling is enveloped by a formidable energy shield, which offers substantial protective measures. This elucidates why certain chosen ones are destined for such a remarkable fate from the very moment of their birth. This powerful protective mechanism paves a relatively secure yet arduous path for the chosen ones. The emergence of a chosen individual inevitably incites jealousy among others. Should they lose their life, such a chosen being would scarcely be able to exist in this world. Their survival is contingent upon the presence of a robust protective mechanism. With such a formidable safeguard in place, Yanling remained largely unscathed. Chapter 23, no longer in existence. As the small stone neared him, at a distance of nearly 50 centimeters, it was propelled away with great force, shattering into countless fragments. Such a protective mechanism is exceptionally rare in the Douluo continent. For someone like Bibi Dong, who was designated as the successor to the Pope from a young age, this was entirely commonplace. However, for ordinary individuals, this phenomenon was nearly unheard of. They had never encountered such an occurrence and were oblivious to the implications it might hold. This stark contrast illustrates the disparity between the protagonist and mere extras. The protagonist is always enveloped in an aura of destiny, capable of transforming peril into safety, while the extras remain ordinary folk, their reactions vividly portraying their astonishment. The shattered stones erupted near Yanling, dispersing a cloud of mist that enveloped the area like ethereal powder. "What on earth is this stone doing flying at my head?" Yanling exclaimed, startled. Although he was aware of the protective mechanism bestowed upon him as the chosen one, the suddenness of the event left him momentarily awestruck, yet he maintained his composure. Meanwhile, an invisible flower seemed to bloom around him, as more wisps of mist erupted into view. Were an ordinary person to witness this, they might well consider it a supernatural event. However, for Yanling, it merely startled him without any tangible consequence. In truth, it seemed inconsequential. The stone had already disintegrated into dust, vanishing like sand. Thus, despite the initial shock, Yanling reasoned it was likely just a common pebble dislodged from the mountainside, especially given the setting of the martial competition surrounded by towering peaks. Soon, it is likely that the small stones and rocks may be dislodged. In truth, Yanling is overthinking. Within the aura of the Douluo continent, there exists no external force. Despite the towering mountains and peaks that surround him, these elevations cannot simply collapse due to the slightest disturbance. Otherwise, an ordinary person would surely be crushed into a pulp. Thus, the Douluo continent has developed a corresponding mechanism of resilience. No matter how fierce the winds or any natural calamities may be, they exert no impact on humanity. Consequently, even in this perilous otherworld, ordinary individuals remain unscathed. However, when compared to the protective mechanisms afforded to the protagonist, this seems somewhat lacking. What's wrong? What happened? Did a stone hit your head? Does it hurt? The scattered dust from the stones envelopes the surroundings like smoke. The ordinary people hardly pay it any heed. Yet at this moment, Bibi Dong notices an unusual expression on Yanling's face. After all, he is her disciple, and it is unacceptable for him to come to harm. Thus, she gazes at him with concern, only to realize that the danger has entirely dissipated and no longer exists. A question arises in Bibi Dong's mind. How could such small stones pose any threat? Although it is conceivable that stones and rocks might fall, it is implausible that they could endanger a life so casually. Moreover, should such debris truly fall around them, it would inevitably affect those nearby. It cannot simply fall in isolated fragments. Just like a landslide, when it occurs, large chunks tumble down. Yet now, there is merely a small stone. What could be the explanation for this? In response to Bibi Dong's unease, Yanling feels that it is of little consequence. After all, it is just a small stone, and he is enveloped in a protective mechanism, so it poses no significant threat. Yanling is not one to be overly sentimental. Although he has traversed into this world with a formidable protagonist's mechanism, he believes himself to be merely human and should remain humble. Even the illustrious Pope Bibi Dong has taken him as her foremost disciple. What then remains to be unsatisfied? It is indeed quite sufficient as it stands. One must learn to find contentment in the present. Otherwise, if one were to encounter a dire fate, it could lead to an irreversible abyss, resulting in a shattering downfall. As a person who has traversed dimensions, Yanling is acutely aware that most individuals cannot abide the success of others. Their motivations are rather simplistic. They deride your poverty and resent your wealth, always fearful of being surpassed. Perhaps it is merely the echoes of discontent drifting from afar. Concerning Bibidon's attentiveness, Yanling paid it little heed. Instead, he casually remarked and dismissed the matter entirely. All present were observing. One cannot afford to appear overly sentimental. Although Bibi Dong is his mentor, maintaining a modicum of decorum is essential, and the outcome has become glaringly evident. Should jealousy arise among those present, it could indeed provoke a calamity. Unbeknownst to Yanling, his entrance had already captured the attention of Li Yunfei and his cohorts, who were plotting revenge against him. As the initial attack, a stone projectile, was launched, it appeared to inflict no substantial damage upon Yanling. The miscreants present were left in a state of shock. Indeed, their astonishment was palpable. In their eyes, the stone detonated near Yanling as if it were a firecracker, ultimately bursting into pieces. Goodness! That stone seemed to have no effect on the young man whatsoever. At this moment, Li Yunfei's subordinates were already in a state of disarray, for they had indeed felt the overwhelming power of Yanling. Without even lifting a finger, Yanling was able to obliterate all threats in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Such a scenario before them was truly astonishing. Although Li Yunfei's martial soul was of moderate value, Yanling possessed the rare dual martial soul. Everyone present was acutely aware of their own limitations and knew they stood no chance against him. Li Yunfei's martial soul could only be deemed superior among ordinary individuals, whereas Yanling's was akin to that of a supreme ruler. In the past, Tang San had arrived in this world as an underdog, yet he ascended step by step to the pinnacle of power. Chapter 25, The Art of Strategy. Though Tang San no longer existed in this realm, having ascended to a celestial level in the cosmos, the first attack he witnessed yielded little effect, causing Li Yunfei to grit his teeth in frustration. At that moment, he harbored no resentment towards anyone but himself for having such inept subordinates. They dared not exert the full force of their abilities, leaving him to wonder how they managed to survive in this world at all. It was indeed disheartening to consider that while he had nurtured a group of subordinates, they frequently engaged in underhanded antics. Such behavior was profoundly distasteful, and one could only ponder the absurdity of their thoughts. If they were incapable of acknowledging these stark realities, how could they hope to thrive in this world? The situation made it abundantly clear that the ebb and flow of life would ultimately reveal their repugnant nature. While there are advantages to nurturing subordinates, it is imperative that they remain loyal. If they cannot even achieve that, their existence in this world is bound to lead to dire consequences. With a tone of exasperation and disappointment, Li Yunfei addressed his subordinates. You lads were far too timid in your earlier efforts. Hurry up and muster your strength to strike that fellow squarely on the forehead. Li Yunfei was infuriated, feeling as though he had been taken for a fool. It was laughable that despite investing so much in them, they had yielded such dismal results. In truth, Li Yunfei had shown considerable leniency towards his subordinates, fully aware of his privileged background and abundant resources. Consequently, he had no worries regarding their sustenance and well-being. Thus, when he partakes in meat, his subordinates shall surely savor the broth, ensuring that they do not suffer a loss. This encapsulates the reason why Li Yunfei's followers are eager to remain by his side. Throughout history, it has been rare to witness a leader who incessantly berates his subordinates. Such a situation is truly utterly ridiculous. The art of winning hearts and mastering minds, these so-called sophisticated strategies of power, can be readily perceived and comprehended among the scions of distinguished families like Li Yunfei. The concepts of camaraderie, connections, and interpersonal relationships are vividly and thoroughly manifested here. If one cannot grasp even this fundamental reality, it would undoubtedly leave others perplexed. In such a world, survival seems rather absurd, from ancient times to the present. Surrounding every formidable leader are invariably a group of remarkably capable individuals. It is through their support that one can ascend to the status of a leader. Presently, Li Yunfei finds himself in a similar predicament. He requires the assistance of his subordinates to facilitate his rise and to progressively embark upon the right path. Otherwise, like a solitary commander without an army, he is unlikely to achieve anything of significance. Li Yunfei feels a profound frustration towards his underlings, akin to a mentor disheartened by the lack of progress in his students. However, he refrains from expressing his discontent too openly, knowing that frequently reprimanding his subordinates would jeopardize his position as their leader. Chapter 26. A most awkward situation. Observing the helplessness of his subordinates, Li Yunfei found little to say. He continued to encourage them to swiftly grasp the situation at hand, lest they find themselves in an exceedingly embarrassing predicament. At that moment, however, one of his subordinates began to voice his concerns. It was evident to him that while Yanling had not exhibited any strong resistance, Bibi Dong was indeed harboring suspicions. It seemed that Bibi Dong had noticed their presence, prompting the subordinate to suggest, with a tremor in his voice, whether they should relocate to a different place. The implications were clear. Although Yin remained oblivious to the specifics of the situation, Bibi Dong, a top-tier archbishop, possessed an acute sense of the dangers lurking nearby. The archbishop's esteemed position stemmed not only from his formidable abilities, but also from his exceptional perceptiveness, allowing him to navigate perilous situations effectively. Should he become aware that their location posed a significant threat to him, the consequences could be dire. Thus, Bibi Dong is capable of extricating himself from any predicament at any moment, a notion that is both transparent and readily comprehensible. After all, there are countless individuals who depend upon him, while equally many wish for his demise. Given that he occupies such a lofty position, it is imperative that he brings matters to a formal conclusion. Otherwise, even if he were to plunge into an abyss of despair, it would be exceedingly difficult to ascend again. The position of the Pope is coveted by many, yet those aspirants lack the formidable strength required to attain it. Now that Bibi Dong occupies this esteemed role, he must navigate each day with palpable trepidation. Despite his formidable capabilities, he still requires a cadre of loyal supporters. His bodyguards and personal protectors must all be individuals he can trust, ensuring that his safety is not jeopardized by any threats to his life. The discontent of his subordinate has greatly vexed Li Yunfei, yet he stubbornly clings to the hope that his junior will comply with his directives. Why ponder over such matters? The reality is laid bare before us. One could merely take aim and strike at that fellow's forehead with a slingshot. Li Yunfei is on the verge of tears. Having invested substantial resources each year to cultivate a cadre of followers, only to discover that they have devolved into mere sycophants, reveling in indulgence and frivolity. This stark reality is undeniably evident. To put it bluntly, they are nothing more than fair-weather friends. They boast and brag over banquets, yet when it comes to genuine confrontation, they reveal themselves to be utterly inept, much like Li Yunfei's current plight. He laments having nurtured a band of ineffectual individuals, uncertain of how to rectify this situation. The notion of extricating oneself entirely from this predicament seems utterly ludicrous. Li Yunfei finds himself at a loss for words in the face of these individuals. Yet he has no choice but to forge ahead, for the die has already been cast. To reconsider now would be an insurmountable challenge. Therefore, he resolves to cast aside all distractions and charge forward with unwavering determination, prepared to fight to the bitter end. Chapter 27, The Abyss. Chapter 28, Unfairness. I sense that there may be someone deliberately sowing discord amidst this gathering. Your dual martial souls must have drawn the attention of nefarious individuals. Bibi Dong articulates his inner thoughts, deeply concerned for Yinling. Indeed, his disciple possesses dual martial souls, a feat reminiscent of Tang San's glory days. An individual of such exceptional talent is bound to incite jealousy, and Yinling currently finds himself in just such a position. Human intentions are inscrutable, rendering it impossible to discern the presence of any malevolent actors among the crowd. What shall we do, master? Let us contemplate how this matter should be resolved. Should I consider withdrawing first? Yinling was taken aback, acutely aware that his earlier performance had been excessively conspicuous. Should it indeed provoke a significant uproar, it would undoubtedly precipitate a series of irreversible consequences. At this juncture, he perceived that being the first to stand out could lead to unforeseen repercussions that he might find difficult to accept. As a time traveler, Yinling ought to have ascended effortlessly with the aid of his extraordinary abilities. Yet, he ultimately overlooked a fundamental truth, the nature of humanity. Most individuals are unable to tolerate the success of others. They deride the impoverished and resent the affluent. This sentiment was palpably evident in the present setting. Though the written examination had not yet reached its zenith, the emergence of such absurdity was profoundly disconcerting. Consequently, Yinling felt compelled to withdraw, uncertain of which nefarious individual might be concealed among the crowd. Thus, in order to rectify the situation, he deemed it prudent to adopt a strategy of retreat, viewing it as the most judicious course of action. Very well, you should withdraw first. I have my own plans, he stated. Bibi Dong nodded solemnly, expressing her agreement with Yinling's predicament, acknowledging that self-preservation necessitated her withdrawal. As the written examination had not yet concluded, Yinling could only step back for the time being, unable to allow Bibi Dong to offer protection. It was quite straightforward. Bibi Dong assumed a role akin to that of a host in this gathering. If she were to withdraw, it would inevitably incite chaos within the event. Even her deep affection for her disciple could not justify compromising the integrity of the gathering. Such actions would undoubtedly render the situation exceedingly unjust for those present. Thus, it is imperative that he remains here to stabilize the circumstances. Otherwise, it is likely that chaos will ensue. Seizing the opportunity amidst the throngs of people, Yanling hurriedly blended into the crowd in a frantic attempt to escape. Boss, that fellow seems to be backing down and preparing to flee. What should we do about this? One of Li Yunfei's subordinates promptly noticed Yanling's signs of retreat and rushed to inform Li Yunfei. Attempting to escape? I believe that lad is truly delusional and has lost his senses. Just wait. I shall take care of him momentarily, Li Yunfei remarked, his brow furrowing with delight at the prospect of Yanling's potential flight. It can only be said that the earlier peril had rendered him incapable of self-preservation, forcing him to embark on a path of escape. However, this was not entirely accurate. Yanling's desire to flee did not stem from fear of this band of miscreants. Rather, he sought to avoid unnecessary complications. Bibi Dong was currently the host of the assembly. Without his presence to maintain order, chaos would undoubtedly ensue, fueled by envy directed at him. Yanling, therefore, made the decision to withdraw, not wishing to burden his mentor with additional troubles. Unbeknownst to him, this very retreat had filled Li Yunfei and his cohorts with unwarranted pride, a classic case of the petty rejoicing in their triumphs. In truth, Yanling was not afraid. He merely wished to evade further conflict. The throng was vast, and an inadvertent injury to an innocent would be exceedingly distasteful. Yet, in the eyes of Li Yunfei and his ilk, this circumstance was perceived as a sign of Yanling's weakness. Consequently, they hastened to pursue him, eager to impart a lesson. Despite Li Yunfei's fervent desire to chase after him, his subordinates cautioned against such impulsiveness, reminding him that even Bibi Dong was shielding Yanling. His retreat was merely a strategic withdrawal, signaling that the matter had been settled. After all, 2 slingshot attempts had failed to inflict harm. Was it truly worth provoking a potentially fatal dispute? Li Yunfei's companions furrowed their brows, clearly disillusioned with their leader. It was surprising that one so foolish had become their guide. They ought to have engaged in thoughtful dialogue and shared insights, yet instead, they found themselves following a reckless hothead, a situation that was utterly incomprehensible. Most of these followers hailed from modest backgrounds, where even the tuition for their education posed a significant challenge. Thus, their manner had always been cautious, striving to avoid trouble. Yet, under Li Yunfei's influence, they had become embroiled in a series of irreversible absurdities. Why are you so flustered? I merely suggested you pursue him for a moment. Besides, Bibi Dong has not departed, and the Pope must maintain order at this assembly. Li Yunfei fumed, incredulous that he had expressed himself so clearly, yet still faced such nonsensical behavior. The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Encountering such a hindrance, Li Yunfei felt an overwhelming urge to strike them down mercilessly. Yet, he restrained his temper and donned the facade of a benevolent elder brother. Li Yunfei was imbued with confidence, for Bibi Dong was the host of this grand assembly. It was imperative not to distance themselves from this place too readily. Otherwise, Yanling would become their prey, easily extinguished in its infancy. However, despite Li Yunfei's assertions, his subordinates remained unmoved, seemingly having lost faith in their elder brother. Observing their inaction, Li Yunfei seized the nearest subordinate by the arm, forcefully exclaiming, "Charge! We must hasten to pursue that scoundrel. We shall teach him a proper lesson." With Yanling alone, if they did not seize the moment to confront him and continued to squander time, they would truly miss an opportunity that would not return. Li Yunfei's resolute demeanor instilled considerable pressure among his subordinates. Yet, they had no choice but to march forward, albeit with a sense of trepidation in their hearts. Chapter 30. Charge forward. If there were truly instances of life being squandered, they would effortlessly turn their backs and depart, leaving no room for reconsideration. At this moment, Yanling had distanced himself from the crowd and found refuge in a secluded alley beside the academy. He intended to return to his own little corner of the world. But unexpectedly, just a few steps into this place, he was startled by the sudden sound of footsteps behind him. Yanling promptly turned around and, to his dismay, discovered a large group of individuals trailing him. Damn it! I finally understand why today has felt so off. It turns out someone has been covertly sabotaging me. Anger surged within Yanling as he realized the source of his misfortune. The incident that had occurred during the assembly, when a stone had fallen, now illuminated the fact that there were indeed individuals orchestrating trouble. A wave of indignation rose in Yanling's mind. Indeed, if these scoundrels wished to employ such tactics, he ought to treat this group with due consideration. Being the target of envy is, in fact, a matter of considerable prestige. Yanling occupies a lofty position, while those who harbor jealousy towards him are, in truth, unable to reach his heights, hence their envy. Reflecting once more on Bibidong's words, Yinling finds it utterly amusing. It appears that truly exceptional individuals in this world inevitably endure a series of irreversible setbacks. Indeed, despite having done nothing wrong, they are repeatedly subjected to baseless accusations and entrapments. Even the most exalted individuals may squander their potential due to their tempers. Suffering and torment will inevitably lead to the downfall of those who are destined for greatness, resulting in a lamentable and exasperating fate. Boss, that fellow has halted his steps. Let us see how to confront him. Offer a strategy, for we shall charge forth immediately. As they observed Yinling come to a stop, Li Yunfei's subordinates also quickly ceased their movements, their anxious chatter directed towards him, reiterating their concerns. In truth, this group of underlings felt a twinge of fear upon witnessing Yinling's pause. After all, a twin martial soul is not easily vanquished by mere trifles. Years ago, Tang Sen was deemed a mere waste, yet upon awakening his twin martial souls, he soared to prominence in a fit of rage. Who would dare to challenge such a formidable figure? Well, since he has chosen to stop, let us proceed to teach him a lesson, Li Yunfei exclaimed with delight. Unconcerned about any potential retaliation from Yinling, his courage swelled, compelling him to consider ending this fellow's existence. It appeared that he had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation or the realities at play. Li Yunfei, brimming with excitement akin to a child, urged his subordinates to advance without delay. If we don't act swiftly, this opportunity will slip through our fingers, and we cannot afford to let such a critical moment pass us by. We must seize the chance to reprimand Yinling, lest we appear foolish. Hold on, boss. I must caution you once more. That fellow possesses a twin martial soul. Can we truly contend with him? At this juncture, one of Li Yunfei's subordinates continued to implore him, warning of the dangers. Yinling was not a mere commoner to be trifled with. They should not resort to such dubious tactics against him. Chapter 31. The Pope's Boundaries. Damn it. I've repeated this countless times. I've told you. Let me bear the responsibility. You need not concern yourself. Just charge ahead. Li Yunfei was nearly driven to the brink of rage, his frustration boiling over. It would be one thing to hear this once, or even twice, but why must this incessant reiteration persist? Does Li Yunfei truly fear this so-called worthless individual, Yinling? Li Yunfei's audacity to confront Yinling head-on stemmed from the latter's formidable background. Furthermore, he had never even heard of Yinling's name. Yet, why did the Pope regard him with such significance? Perhaps there were unspeakable truths hidden within this reality. But what could that truth possibly be? Li Yunfei remained unaware. Yet if he could impart some education upon Yinling, it would certainly serve to illustrate the satisfaction of bringing the face of the Pope down to the ground. To put it plainly, Li Yunfei epitomizes the archetype of a bully who preys on the weak while shying away from those stronger. He seems intent on challenging the Pope's boundaries. Otherwise, why would he persistently oppose Yinling's mission? A person of ordinary disposition would have long turned away without a second thought, sparing Yinling any undue hardship. However, after listening to his subordinate's account, he found himself repeatedly embroiled in a relentless struggle. This merely indicates that this individual harbors grievances not solely against Yinling. With no alternatives at hand, Li Yunfei's subordinate observes the situation has reached this point. There was little left to be said. With a swift and determined stride, they advanced towards Yinling, swiftly encircling him. Hey, kid, today you overshadowed our boss, and we shall take it upon ourselves to teach you a lesson, bellowed a Scarface thug, pointing an accusatory finger at Yinling. Clearly, this minion displayed unwavering loyalty to Li Yunfei. Unfazed and composed, Yinling regarded the situation with indifference. He understood that affluent young scions often surrounded themselves with sycophants. In truth, this group possessed little real capability. However, engaging them in a direct confrontation could prove quite troublesome. Their audacity stemmed from the substantial influence backing them. With a dismissive smile, Yinling contemplated that it was better to avoid unnecessary conflict. I harbor no grievances against you, nor do I owe you any offense. What is the meaning of this confrontation? He cast a cold glance at Li Yunfei, recognizing him as the apparent leader among the throng. It remained to be seen whether this individual would step forward to negotiate. If a reasonable dialogue could be established, all would be well. If not, then force might become the only recourse. There is no animosity here. I merely wish to understand why you feel compelled to act so arrogantly. You have commandeered the spotlight at this gathering, leaving me with little dignity. Li Yunfei sneered at Yinling, confidence radiating from him. He perceived Yinling as merely a trivial adversary, unworthy of negotiation. A truly capable individual would have posed a challenge worthy of his efforts, potentially provoking a fierce response. Yet, to Li Yunfei's surprise, Yanling remained calm and composed. In the latter's eyes, the ability to engage in a level-headed conversation signified weakness. The notion that one could untangle the complexities of their situation through mere dialogue was utterly distasteful. Negotiation required a semblance of parity and strength. Otherwise, meaningful discourse was futile. Li Yunfei was indeed a scoundrel. Yanling had no intention of escalating matters, but merely sought a conversation. Yet, Li Yunfei mistakenly interpreted Yanling's demeanor as fear, rendering the situation rather amusing. After witnessing this exchange, Yanling concluded that the matter required no intricate resolution. Was he truly expected to grovel to restore his pride? In this vicinity, it is utterly inconceivable that such despicable behavior could transpire. Resolutely, he clenched his fist and pointed menacingly at Li Yunfei, who was not far away. Very well, if you wish to educate me, I am more than willing to engage at any moment. Pray tell, what do you intend to do? Will it be through literary means or martial prowess? Upon hearing these words, Li Yunfei was immediately taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yanling would genuinely accept the challenge. He had initially thought that, at the very least, he would humiliate him thoroughly. However, to his astonishment, Yanling chose to take action as soon as the negotiations commenced. If we were to speak in this manner, the situation would indeed become quite troublesome. However, that is not the case. Li Yunfei's initial excessive behavior has made Yanling realize that there is no hope for negotiation. He certainly cannot stoop so low as to kneel before Li Yunfei, can he? Boss, look at this fellow's fiery temper. It seems we must resort to some unorthodox tactics in our dealings with him. As a fiercely loyal subordinate of Li Yunfei, the scar-faced man now observes Yanling's audacity in addressing their leader with such arrogance. He quickly adopts a fawning demeanor, sensing that this matter is far from over. Li Yunfei promptly nodded, and the scar-faced man, as if receiving a command, cast a gaze imbued with fear towards Yanling. He could not restrain his tongue, exclaiming, "Aren't you Yanling? What is so remarkable about that? Why must you act so arrogantly? Do you not realize that such a haughty individual has no place in this entire continent?" The scar-faced man, in his misguided reasoning, insists that it is they who are being bullied, now turning the blame onto Yanling. This is a quintessential example of a villain utterly devoid of merit, yet eager to cast the first stone. Earlier in the meeting, Yanling's prominence stemmed from his formidable martial prowess. Yet, who would have thought that such trivial matters would draw the attention of Li Yunfei and his ilk? Whom can we blame for this? Why should my demeanor concern you? What gives you the right to disturb me here? Yanling found the situation perplexing and exceedingly vexing. After all, he had no real connection to these individuals. Why must they contrive such embarrassment? In Yanling's eyes, Li Yunfei and his gang were nothing more than antiquated refuse, unworthy of consideration. They ought not to have been taken seriously, yet they audaciously press their advantage. Enough of your prattle. Stand there and do not move. And let us engage in a proper scuffle. Chapter 33, Betrayal from Within. Li Yunfei remained unimpressed, unwilling to waste further words on Yanling. He understood that reasoning with him would be a futile endeavor. Thus, to eliminate the need for such nonsensical discourse, it was better to cut to the chase. If one is capable, they should act. If not, they ought to leave. The facts were laid bare. There was no need for idle chatter. To put it plainly, Li Yunfei was determined to confront Yanling head-on, and now it was a matter of whose resolve was stronger. What gives you the right? Are you endowed with extraordinary powers, or are you a deity? Why should I remain motionless at your command? Yanling was on the brink of laughter in his exasperation. You expect me to simply stand still? Am I a mere wooden puppet? How absurd it would be if others were to witness such a sight. Whether it be death or punishment, bring it forth. There is no need for further hesitation. Upon witnessing the evident signs of trepidation from Yanling, Li Yunfei appeared positively elated. As if he had stumbled upon a great fortune, he boldly articulated his demands. A truce could be reached, but Yanling must promptly kneel and bow before him. Upon receiving this news, Yanling could only manage a resigned smile, acknowledging the futility of further explanations. Very well, he conceded. I shall face you all alone. There was little left to articulate. No further justification was necessary, since this group insisted on engaging in such theatrics. Yanling resolved that there was no longer any reason to fear them. The circumstances had escalated to this point, and there was no sense in dilly-dallying. It was time to see if he could harmonize the chaotic situation at hand. Li Yunfei, both astonished and thrilled, widened his eyes in disbelief. Akin to witnessing an explosive display. Splendid. This fellow is indeed escalating matters. Let us swiftly move to resolve this. Li Yunfei's excitement resembled that of a child who had consumed an excessive amount of honey. The lively and agile scene was merely a performance. He was certainly no ordinary individual. Observing that Yanling dared to launch an attack towards them, Li Yunfei quickly summoned all his subordinates to encircle and assault. It appeared that this time, he wished to achieve victory without bloodshed. Boss, are you truly certain? Do not forget. At that moment, the subordinate who had been advising Li Yunfei spoke up once more. What the hell do you mean? I've already stated that I will take responsibility for any troubles that arise, yet you insist on bringing this up repeatedly. Li Yunfei erupted with fury, all the pin-up rage surging forth. He was taken aback that this subordinate would persistently voice his concerns yet again. It infuriated him, as he had treated them to fine food and drink daily. Who would have thought they would betray him in such a manner? With a sweeping gesture of his hand, Li Yunfei angrily pointed at the speaking subordinate, exclaiming, "You. If you can contribute, then do so. If not, get lost. I will say this one last time. If you continue to bolster your own pride at the expense of my ambitions, do not blame me for my harshness." He was genuinely furious, feeling that he had been covering for them. No matter how one viewed it, this subordinate should not have made matters so embarrassing. Yet here they were, this group of ingrates insisting on dragging up these trivial issues time and again. Chapter 34. Go away. Chapter 35. Stalwart foe. He never anticipated that Li Yunfei would hold such a deep-seated resentment towards him. Did he truly wish to end his life? If that were the case, this matter indeed required thorough discussion. No, you misunderstand. I have no intention of stabbing you. I am merely conveying a fact. If my subordinates are incapable of handling you, then I must personally take the stage. Li Yunfei remained indifferent, believing he had done nothing more than wield the knife in his own hand. His intention for this confrontation was quite straightforward, to intimidate Yanling, making him aware of his own limitations. Only with the cold weapon in his grasp did Li Yunfei feel a profound sense of security. Indeed, holding such a sophisticated means of self-defense instilled a clear understanding of what true safety entails. Come now, spare me the trivialities. I recognize that you rascals are merely the perpetrators of campus violence. As Yanling listened to Li Yunfei's increasingly absurd remarks, he felt a sense of helplessness. Why waste time engaging in idle chatter when we could simply take action? Within this academy, one is bound to encounter unsavory individuals and circumstances, and since we have embarked on this path, why not proceed? Let us formally comprehend this situation, for it is inevitable that we must face these trials sooner or later. The truth lies before us, and we shall see how we can deftly dismantle it. Yanling is prepared to confront the challenge, feeling no need to harbor fear any longer. While a confrontation may cause harm, it seems that, in the grand scheme of things, it is not of great consequence. Li Yunfei's underlings surged forward like a swarm. Yet they did not possess the audacity of their leader, armed with cold weapons, to charge recklessly. Instead, they aimed to masterfully navigate the facts at hand. In essence, they intended to employ their skills to pursue Yanling. The first underling charged ahead, inflicting no substantial damage upon Yanling. The second followed suit, achieving nothing of note. As more and more underlings rushed in, one after another, their efforts yielded no significant impact. This won't do, boss. It seems this fellow has some sort of protective barrier. What shall we do? We cannot break through it. At that moment, the most loyal of them, Scarface, grew anxious as he observed their inability to penetrate Yanling's defenses. Damn it. Now I understand why this guy is so stubborn. He truly possesses formidable abilities. Li Yunfei finally grasped the reason behind Yanling's unwavering confidence in facing them head-on. It became apparent that Yanling's prowess was the source of his composure. And if this continued, resolving the situation would indeed prove challenging. It dawned on Li Yunfei that someone of Yanling's caliber possessed qualities beyond the reach of others. If they could not effectively address this predicament, it seemed their only option would be to retreat. Indeed, Yanling may be an ordinary person, yet he is enveloped by a formidable shield, signifying that he is a chosen one, safeguarded by powerful energies that maintain his position. There are always those stronger than oneself. It appears that this adversary is truly formidable. Chapter 36. A bit cowardly. Li Yunfei let out an involuntary sigh as the commotion outside continued, akin to an impenetrable spell that rendered them unable to separate from this individual. At last, Li Yunfei comprehended the essence of helplessness. What shall we do, boss? We cannot even approach him. How can we possibly dismantle this fellow? The underlings, now at a loss, looked to their elder brother, their faces mirroring his furrowed brow. Before them stood an adversary whose essence eluded their comprehension. If one could not even approach his physical form, how could they hope to entangle the complexities of the situation at hand? Should this power fall into the hands of another, the outcome would undoubtedly be catastrophic. What more could they do but charge forth with unwavering resolve? I wonder how they could possibly exhibit any trepidation at this moment. Li Yunfei, consumed by fury, could do naught but express the tempest of emotions within him. The outcome was already manifest, the answer laid bare before them, no matter how one might argue. It was imperative not to forsake one's life in this precarious moment. There was no turning back, no room for retreat. They must advance, for hesitation could spell doom. With your words, I find solace. Hand me the blade, he declared. The scarred face of his companion, upon receiving Li Yunfei's command, wasted no time in seizing the weapon. The cold steel in his grasp surged towards Yinling as he sought to master the unfolding circumstances. Today, he aspired to shine brilliantly amidst the chaos. In the near future, Li Yunfei would undoubtedly be taken aback. This scar-faced man truly exemplified the essence of eagerness. However, as he charged towards Yinling with his cold weapon in hand, he had yet to fully harness its potential when he was abruptly repelled by a fierce shockwave. In an instant, the blade executed a complete 360-degree spin, inadvertently plunging into his own abdomen. A soft thud echoed as the scar-faced man fell victim to his own recklessness, leaving him writhing on the ground in agony, blood gushing from his wound. It was evident that he was gravely injured, a sight that left all present, except for Yinling, utterly astonished. One could not help but question the intelligence of this group. Their collective assault proved ineffectual, and their resolve was lackluster. What were they thinking? Yinling cast a disdainful glance at Li Yunfei and his cohorts, bemused by their audacity. Was it truly so daunting to witness one of their own injured, blood staining the ground crimson? Such cowardice was indeed pathetic. Li Yunfei's expression darkened, for the scar-faced man was a loyal subordinate. Witnessing his loyal follower in such dire straits was a blow to his pride. He hurried to the side of the fallen man. Assessing his injuries and discovering they were not as severe as feared, it appeared that only the outer layer of skin had been pierced, and the bloodshed was merely superficial. Chapter 37. The Price of Life. With a swift motion, Li Yunfei gestured for his other subordinates to assist in carrying the scar-faced man away for treatment. Reflecting on the disdainful look and scornful words from Yinling, a smile of disbelief crossed his face as he remarked, "We only have one life. How did you, of all people, manage to attach yourself to someone like Bibi Dong? Is she your mother?" If his previous anger had stemmed merely from a matter of pride, this outrage was fueled by the injury inflicted upon his subordinate. In that moment, Li Yunfei disregarded all else, even hurling insults at the Pope Bibi Dong. His urgency was palpable. After all, a life was at stake, and the scar-faced man lay gravely injured while so many had conspired against Yinling without consequence. Even if Li Yunfei were akin to a mere wooden figure, he would inevitably feel urgency. How audacious! The most sacred pope of the entire Douluo continent cannot be subjected to such indignity. Yinling shot a glare, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Yunfei. Indeed, Bibi Dong is the paramount pope of the Douluo continent. It is a rare privilege for ordinary individuals to establish any connection with her, yet unexpectedly, Li Yunfei dares to utter such foul insults against her. Yinling believed that as a disciple, he ought to uphold his master's dignity. Moreover, it was utterly absurd to hear a debauched scion like Li Yunfei dare to speak of Bibi Dong in such a manner. Yinling thought to himself, "What sort of wretch are you, Li Yunfei, to audaciously claim that your master surpasses Bibi Dong? Truly, you must be seeking your own demise." Just moments ago, Yinling had merely opted for defense and refrained from launching an assault, for he was keenly aware that he did not wish to tarnish his master's reputation. Nor did he desire to embroil himself in a fatal predicament. Why the urgency? Is Bibi Dong truly your mother? Or else how could you be so incensed? Seeing that he could not prevail against Yinling, Li Yunfei resorted to verbal posturing. Indeed, how does Bibi Dong pertain to you, Yinling, that you should be so agitated? Could it be that she is genuinely your mother? Otherwise, what compels such fervent defense? Thus, Li Yunfei has become a quintessential rogue, unable to win in combat yet striving for verbal advantage. However, Yinling paid him no heed, perceiving instead that he was insulting the sanctity of Bibi Dong. "You did not come here seeking me out, but rather to confront me, did you? It seems your ire should not be directed at me, but rather at the Pope, Bibi Dong." In this moment, Yinling finally grasped the situation at hand. If we were to put it this way, it seems that Li Yunfei's intentions are not directed at Yinling, but rather at his esteemed master, Bibi Dong. Otherwise, How could a disciple like him end up in such a predicament? What? Does Li Yunfei feel compelled to engage in a hunt? To speak plainly, it is evident that Li Yunfei harbors grievances against the Pope. Otherwise, how could he have embarked on such a path? Indeed, you speak with a measure of truth. For my ire is not solely directed at you, but that Pope, in my eyes, is nothing more than a worthless figure. At last, Li Yunfei has spoken candidly. He harbors no true enmity towards Yan Ling, rather. His disdain is aimed at Bibi Dong. Chapter 38. Natural Disasters and Man-Made Calamities. In truth, this matter is rather complex. Li Yunfei's family bears no real connection to the Pope. Yet, this individual is obstinate, questioning why the Pope would choose to take the inconspicuous Yan Ling as his disciple. Why does the Pope overlook the scions of prominent families? In this moment, Li Yunfei's heart is merely tinged with jealousy. This fellow, having been spoiled since childhood, developed an inexplicable sense of superiority over time, believing that others ought to regard him with high esteem. However, upon entering society, he soon realized that despite the Li family's wealth and influence, it did not guarantee that everyone would bow and scrape before him. Nor did it render him a deity or a fortune bestower deserving of such deference. Thus, he frequently encounters obstacles. Truly, this impudent youth's words provoke an intense ire. So much so that Yan Ling feels as though he might unleash his fury through his very eyes. Indeed, the Pope is a being of unparalleled sanctity, and yet, he has now become the subject of ridicule in the discourse of Li Yunfei and his companions. If we were to follow this line of reasoning, does it imply that fairness and justice are mere illusions in this world? Much like the ethereal entities of folklore, one may choose not to believe in such concepts. Yet one cannot dismiss the respect owed to Li Yunfei. It is perplexing how, despite disbelief, one continues to utter a cacophony of disparaging remarks about the Pope time and again. Such individuals are utterly incapable of surviving in this world. Since you have chosen to court destruction, I find no further explanations necessary. Come, face your fate. In an instant, Yanling unleashed a torrent of fiery wrath from his mouth. He was truly agitated. It was beyond his control. The Pope, a figure of unparalleled sanctity, had been reduced to mere filth by the words of Li Yunfei. If this is the case, what semblance of fairness can exist in this world? Fate, which was once considered divinely ordained, is now being twisted into calamity and disaster by Li Yunfei's disruptive actions. Such a terrifying spectacle unfolded before him, leaving everything vividly etched in his memory. Fueled by anger, Yanling transformed from a mere mortal into a being of fire. A scent reminiscent of gasoline enveloped him, or perhaps it was the boiling of his own blood, reaching a searing 100 degrees Celsius. At that moment, Yanling's eyes turned pure white, obscured by the intensifying flames, rendering him blind to the chaos surrounding him. The world was filthy, and he deemed it unworthy of his gaze. Li Yunfei and his companions were utterly petrified. Initially, they believed Yanling merely possessed defensive skills. Yet, they were taken aback to witness him morph into a figure akin to a cannonball, seemingly on the brink of explosion. As his fury intensified, an elliptical barrier of energy formed around Yanling, radiating waves of strange light. Each wave that reached them felt as though it were shattering their very insides. What on earth is happening? Is he mad? Why do I feel an overwhelming shockwave barring my path? It was then that Li Yunfei finally felt the grip of fear. Indeed, he had never encountered such a display. Who possesses a technique that manifests in such a manner? A sense of terror unfurled within his mind. Chapter 39. Unspeakable Consequences. Li Yunfei, after all, was a sheltered flower, having never faced such horrors throughout his life. This scene was nothing short of horrifying. Yes, the power of an atomic bomb is formidable, but now, suddenly, there stood Yanling. Was this man intent on becoming a human bomb, seeking to obliterate everyone in the vicinity into mere fragments? In an instant, an overwhelming sense of nausea surged within Li Yunfei's stomach, churning violently. As he recalled his midday indulgence of French escargot, he felt an immediate urge to vomit. To put it bluntly, Li Yunfei exhibited a rather pretentious admiration for foreign cultures. He was inexplicably convinced that foreign delicacies were far superior to anything available domestically. He often indulged in wine and steak, which, in reality, were utterly commonplace within the country and hardly merited mention. "Oh, boss, it seems this fellow is in a hurry." At that moment, a subordinate who had earlier been admonishing Li Yunfei to avoid unnecessary conflicts stepped forward, having finally realized that his initial perspective was indeed correct. Li Yunfei, however, was straying further down a misguided path. Upon speaking, the subordinate intended to gauge Li Yunfei's reaction. To his surprise, he was greeted with a look of sheer astonishment on Li Yunfei's face. I told you from the beginning, we cannot contend with him. He possesses a twin martial soul, while you only have a higher tier of an ordinary martial soul. The disparity is immense. Why persist in antagonizing him? The subordinate, having rediscovered his original reasoning, began to express his grievances once more. Initially, he had urged Li Yunfei to refrain from fighting, but now Yanling had assumed the role of a human bomb. Should such a volatile situation erupt, the consequences would be unimaginable. Are you still intent on bolstering his power while undermining my resolve? Is this the extent of the repercussions that frighten you? Hurry and merge your strengths, and channel all your power to me. Li Yunfei, jolted back to reality by his subordinate's words, quickly retracted his gaze of terror. Indeed, his prior attitude had been utterly lacking in resolve. Yanling was merely in a state of desperation. Such a condition was hardly worth fearing, prompting Li Yunfei to swiftly redirect his focus. He prepared to clarify the entire situation once more. In the realm of Douluo continent, if an individual's power is not substantial, thus, he can harness external forces to launch an assault. Currently, Li Yunfei intends to employ this strategy. His subordinates are numerous, and the strength of one alone cannot possibly contend against four. At this juncture, the only viable option is to amalgamate the collective power of his subordinates, allowing all of it to be unleashed with deft precision, striking outward with maximum impact. However, merging the strengths of multiple individuals is far from a simple task. The challenges faced will inevitably demand a harrowing price, and should any aspect falter, you may plunge into an abyss from which there is no return. Li Yunfei's intention to pursue this course of action has startled his few subordinates. Indeed, they have never encountered such a situation. If he were to risk his life here, that would be unacceptable. Every individual holds their life dear. Cherishing existence is a personal principle. Chapter 40. Be cautious. Yet, now that life hangs in the balance, who would concern themselves with trivial matters? Boss, what do you mean by this? We have merely completed our trials and possess only ordinary martial spirits. If you ask us to relinquish our powers to you, what if we fail? At this moment, the subordinates felt utterly bewildered. They had merely followed their elder brother to make a living. Now, they are being asked to lend all their strength to him. If they succeed, everything would revert to its rightful owner, and they would gain no benefits. Conversely, should they fail, disbanding their martial spirit energy would result in the loss of all their cultivation within this academy. Therefore, it is not the fear of the improbable that troubles them, but the dread of the inevitable. The subordinates are highly reluctant about this matter. Enough of the nonsense. This is no longer a question of whether we can win or lose, but rather one of face. My Li family is not a minor player in the entire Douluo continent. How could we allow Yanling to scatter our forces? Li Yunfei remained unfazed, believing that the situation had escalated to such a point that he could not back down. Surely, he could not allow himself to be defeated even in matters of pride? If that were the case, there would be no need for him to exist in this peculiar world at all. Li Yunfei currently desires nothing but to fight for his life, intent on confronting Yanling with equal stakes. His motive is straightforward, not for any other reason than to strike at the repugnant arrogance that swells within Yanling's chest. After all, this fellow had brazenly usurped his limelight. He deserves it. Li Yunfei's selfishness led his subordinates to perceive him as a leader who only considers his own interests, never contemplating the well-being of others. The power of a martial spirit is a singular gift. While it may seem simple to lend it out and reclaim it, should it be shattered in the process, it becomes irrevocably lost. Everyone present is not foolish. Hence, there is no need to engage in such trivial discussions. Under these circumstances, one of the subordinates thought it unnecessary to continue following such a leader. You should take care of yourself. I shall take my leave. Observing Li Yunfei's obstinate stance, he concluded that perhaps it was best to sever ties with him altogether. The situation had become glaringly apparent, and there was no point in complicating matters further. At that moment, another subordinate stepped forward, stating, I believe life is incredibly precious. I have worked hard to come here for my studies. I cannot risk my life in the end. I, too, must depart. As these two subordinates spoke, they linked arms and strode out of Li Yunfei's sight. Indeed, the outcome was unmistakably clear, and even the leader seemed indifferent to their feelings. They would never squander their lives for this so-called false big brother. As more and more underlings gathered, eventually only one remained, which was the initial situation. He tried to persuade Li Yunfei's timid little brother, who felt rather fortunate at that moment. At least he had not rushed forward to deliver inhumane blows to Yanling like those other few. However, As he observed the increasing number of people leaving, he realized he was the sole one left. This little brother sensed that if he did not depart soon, it might lead to the unthinkable. Surely, Li Yunfei would not intend to strip him of his martial spirit. That would be utterly unacceptable. Chapter 41. Acknowledging defeat. Since they have all departed, what purpose do I serve by remaining here? I too must leave, after all. I am the only child in my family. Upon uttering these words, the little brother hastily fled, for if he lingered any longer, he might fall victim to Li Yunfei, who would surely crush him mercilessly. Thus, employing the age-old wisdom that discretion is the better part of valor, he quickly assimilated the facts and circumstances. Otherwise, losing his life would be nothing short of farcical. You lot, I provided for you, allowing you to indulge without consequence, and yet you treat me in such a manner? As all the underlings departed, Li Yunfei's once commanding presence diminished to that of a mere prisoner. Indeed, he had been a figure of unparalleled glory. Yet now he found himself devoid of followers and companions. The occurrence of such an event before him was indeed a source of immense embarrassment. Li Yunfei, having been pampered and spoiled, was accustomed to having everything handed to him at home. Thus, it triggered a significant chain reaction, the consequences of which were already glaringly apparent. There is little left to say. The original intentions remain unaltered, and further discussion seems futile. Li Yunfei has faced a resounding defeat, utterly vanquished, akin to a grand pumpkin. He has been transformed into pumpkin soup, pumpkin cakes, and pumpkin balls. His subordinates are rather lackluster as well, each exhibiting a certain timorousness regarding their own survival. It is truly a source of amusement. Observing Li Yunfei's abandonment by those close to him, Yanling could not help but laugh. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Not only was Li Yunfei unable to overcome him, but he even sought to harness the strength of his subordinates in a desperate bid for fusion against him. Thankfully, these subordinates displayed a measure of rationality. Had they truly engaged in a fight to the death, the outcome would have been dire. With his current prowess, he could swiftly devour this group of individuals. Yanling, having transformed from a human bomb into an ordinary person, observed as one by one those beside Li Yunfei departed. He felt there was no longer any need to harbor such anger. His fury, once blazing like a cannonball, had subsided. Damn it, today I concede. Your name is Yanling, right? Just wait, I assure you, there will be repercussions. After uttering these words, Li Yunfei turned and walked away. Indeed, he had surrendered. Had yielded, had acknowledged his defeat. There was simply no alternative. It was evident that he could not prevail, and despite the multitude of subordinates at his disposal, none had inflicted any significant damage upon Yanling. In fact, one of his underlings, sporting a scarred face, had been slain in retaliation, which, if it were to spread, would render Li Yunfei's reputation in the academy utterly tarnished. The illustrious scion of the Li family had now become a mere captive among commoners. A truly ironic turn of events. Very well, I shall await your next move with great anticipation. I am eager to see how you intend to dismantle me. Yanling chuckled, realizing at last that Li Yunfei was merely a stubborn duck, all bluster without the substance of true strength. Even his own subordinates showed him a lack of respect. Such a person truly seems to exist in a rather amusing manner within this world. Indeed, Li Yunfei spares no expense when it comes to friendships, frequently indulging in extravagant feasts and libations for his so-called friends and companions, recklessly pouring forth his resources. However, now that such circumstances have arisen, those individuals gradually distance themselves from him. Chapter 42. Quite impressive. Chapter 43. Exceptionally rare. Chapter 44. One must not remain low-key. Murong Yunxue smiled as she addressed Yanling. One cannot speak in such a manner. Remember, during the trials of the Dou Emperor Tang San, he too possessed twin martial souls, and yet he ascended to such heights, did he not? Indeed, in the past, Tang San was merely a wielder of twin martial souls, and he achieved such a lofty position in the blink of an eye. Now, with the emergence of Yanling, the future undoubtedly appears resplendent. Such behavior is utterly incomprehensible, leading Murong Yunxue to believe that Yanling should not remain so low-key. Rather, he ought to adopt a more ostentatious approach. His abilities are evident, and being so youthful, if he were to be humble, it would be utterly unreasonable. Haha, you truly flatter me. I cannot compare to the Dou Emperor Tang San. He is an emperor, while I am but a mere insignificant character. Yanling chuckled, surprised at Murong Yunxue's remarkable conversational skills. He thought to himself that he had barely begun his journey, How could he possibly be compared to Tang San, who has already soared beyond the cosmos, becoming a figure of immense stature while he remains a mere ant in the grand scheme of things? It is simply absurd. Murong Yinshue's praise caused Yanling to feel a sense of elation. Indeed, most individuals in this world relish kind words. Harsh truths, once uttered, can leave one in a dismal mood. The stark reality laid before them is hardly something that others can compare to. How can you say such a thing? He undoubtedly possesses his own methods of transformation, and you too should have your own path to advancement. Just wait and see. You will surely surpass Tang San in the future, Murong Yunxue insisted as she seized the opportunity to lavish further praise upon Yanling, who was choosing to remain low-key. Indeed, how could someone so formidable easily give up? Ultimately, one should strive to ascend even higher, she continued, intensifying her flattery. She hoped that by the time Yanling reaches her age, with such formidable cultivation, he would thoroughly integrate his abilities and must never remain humble. To put it plainly, if such formidable power were bestowed upon Murong Yunxue, this fellow is undoubtedly the sort to become flustered at the slightest provocation, soaring like an owl in flight. His character is such that when he is arrogant, few can truly contend with him. It is amusing how those with a modicum of ability tend to flaunt it, only to realize the absurdity of the situation when confronted with the truth. Very well, I shall take your words as a good omen. Should I reach great heights in the future, I will indeed express my gratitude to you. Yanling here feels somewhat speechless, as he did not anticipate this. Murong Yunxue, with each word, seems to invigorate herself further. If he insists on speaking this way, so be it. Yanling felt that there was no need to engage in further debate with him. It was best to leave things as they were. Indeed, since the person before him was so intent on undermining him, it seemed futile to resist. One should keep these truths in mind and regard them as a source of amusement. Consider this: a person frequently speaks kindly of you, while you continuously speak ill of them. Over time, even the most affable individual is bound to develop a series of undesirable attitudes. Such is human nature. One may relish kind words but cannot tolerate harsh criticism. Chapter 45, not worth mentioning. Since we are roommates, let us not stand on ceremony. Here, I have brought some Mingyo yogurt. Would you care for a taste? Observing Yanling accept her compliments, Murong Yunxue swiftly reached into her bag, intending to present him with 2 bottles of yogurt, hoping to share the taste of her homeland. Murong Yunxue, much like the ethereal clouds above, delights in consuming pure and wholesome things. It is evident that she has wholeheartedly embraced the established truth, yearning to steadfastly accompany Yanling in pursuing noble endeavors. The outcome is glaringly apparent. Should fortune favor them, Yanling would undoubtedly bring her along. The prominent figure has yet to fully blossom, thus Murong Yunxue seizes this opportunity, preparing to launch a vigorous pursuit. Thank you, but I am not particularly interested in such beverages. Yanling politely declined Murong Yunshue's goodwill. Indeed, he harbored no inclination towards carbonated drinks, and as for yogurt, it would undoubtedly wreak havoc within his stomach. Consequently, disregarding Murong Yunshue's potential disappointment, he resolutely opted not to partake. Very well, since we share a dormitory, it is only fitting that we look out for one another. Murong Yunshue's expression betrayed her discontent, for she felt that her kind offer had been met not only with refusal, but also with a sense of rejection. In this regard, it indeed seems rather dismissive of his dignity. However, Yanling's capabilities are undeniably formidable, and one cannot afford to provoke him unnecessarily. Murong Yunxue is also a person of great discernment, swiftly opting for compromise with remarkable efficiency. Compromise is imperative. After all, her twin martial soul cannot match his prowess. Should a battle of wits and courage ensue, she might very well risk her own life in the process. Throughout the vast expanse of Douluo continent, it is inherently a world governed by the law of the jungle. Yet, within this realm, there persist certain underhanded tactics employed to bully the weak. It is evident that the strength and background of an individual dictate their influence. Those who ascend to the pinnacle of power will possess undeniable authority. At present, Yanling stands as the true formidable figure, while the others are mere anomalies, hardly worthy of mention. Murong Yunxue has firmly recognized that Yanling's future is boundless. If one were to claim that success could be effortlessly achieved, then he, too, would find such a notion agreeable. This exemplifies the archetype of a sycophant, intent on ensnaring Yanling within their grasp, desiring to control his future for their own benefit. After suffering a significant defeat at the hands of Yanling, Li Yunfei hurriedly returned home, blood streaming from his mouth, his cheeks swollen, and his face marred with bruises, resembling a panda with dark circles around his eyes. It seemed as if he had received a summons, as he dashed home to report the incident. However, upon searching, he found that his elder brother was absent, leaving only his second brother at home, busy organizing a few trivial tools. This situation caused him considerable distress, as his relationship with his second brother was far from amicable. In the realm of social dynamics, it was unthinkable for Li Yunfei to bully others at school, let alone for anyone to dare bully him. He was typically surrounded by a group of fair-weather friends who could command attention at will, leading to nothing but tragedy. The very thought of them was enough to incite his ire. They were entirely self-serving, consuming his resources while disregarding him entirely, vanishing the moment he turned his back. The mention of his entourage only exacerbated his frustration, to the point where he felt he might vomit blood. Indeed, he lamented the substantial sums he spent each month on meals and drinks for these so-called friends, only to receive their indifference in return. When he truly needed assistance, they proved utterly ineffective, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaofei became alarmed, realizing the perilous situation his younger brother found himself in. Despite the Li family's considerable strength and influence, it was unfathomable that those around them could exhibit such treachery. Such behavior was utterly outrageous, akin to a pack of ingrates. Nevertheless, rest assured, your second brother will seek vengeance on your behalf. Li Xiaofei was extremely infuriated. Initially, he had no intention of assisting Li Yunfei any further. After all, Li Yunfei often exploited his reputation to engage in unscrupulous activities, which Li Xiaofei held in utter disdain. Li Xiaofei was a person of remarkable politeness, and his academic performance was commendable. Fundamentally, he and Li Yunfei were not of the same ilk. Yet, to his astonishment, Li Yunfei had now found himself in a position of utter humiliation, as if someone were riding on his back and treating him with utter disrespect. Nevertheless, one cannot simply disregard such matters, particularly as the second elder brother. Given the circumstances, Li Xiaofei believes that he should avenge the grievances of this so-called foolish third brother. Thank you, second brother. I truly appreciate it. If you manage to teach that fellow a lesson, I shall certainly treat you to a grand feast, exclaimed Li Yunfei, brimming with joy, resembling a jubilant monkey leaping about. Indeed, how could he not be elated? He had initially intended to seek assistance from his elder brother, Li Dafei, to resolve the issue. To his surprise, it was his second brother, Li Xiaofei, who stepped forward. This was delightful. As compared to the irritable temperament of elder brother Li Dafei, the second brother's demeanor had always been remarkably gentle. Yet, he was taken aback that Li Xiaofei was so agitated simply because he had spoken out against the bullying. This revelation underscored that while his second brother often appeared indifferent, when matters arose, he truly embodied the spirit of brotherhood. Li Xiaofei nodded emphatically, indicating that he would take the lead in addressing the situation. However, at that moment, a thought seemed to strike him. Wait a moment, what was the martial soul of the person who bullied you? A dual martial soul? I cannot possibly contend with that. Suddenly, an expression of dread washed over Li Xiaofei's face. A dual martial soul. In the past, such a formidable martial soul was possessed solely by Tang San. And now, the individual tormenting Li Yunfei also bore a dual martial soul. In that case, relying solely on Li Xiaofei may not suffice to contend with him. Thus, Li Xiaofei gazed at Li Yunfei with a look of incredulity, pondering how Li Yunfei had managed to provoke someone with a twin martial spirit. After all, the twin martial spirit is not the sort of entity that delights in bullying others indiscriminately. Alas, dear brother, the twin martial spirit is merely at a rudimentary level, not of the caliber of Tang San. He is yet to rise. If you swiftly extinguish him in his cradle, won't that suffice? On the other hand, Li Yunfei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his elder brother, Li Xiaofei, would waver upon hearing about the twin martial spirit. If that were the case, could it be that his elder brother would not lend him support? This won't do. The arrow has already been loosed, and there is no turning back. Therefore, Li Yunfei hastily reassured Li Xiaofei, asserting that there was no need for fear. What of the twin martial spirit? It is merely in its infancy and is nothing extraordinary. Yanling has not yet awakened. If they act swiftly to suppress him, ensuring he can never rise again, all would be well. Li Xiaofei felt quite distressed. Indeed, the outcome was glaringly evident. Even though Yanling had not yet fully awakened and remained in the initial phase, he was certainly not someone that an ordinary person could easily extinguish. For those possessing a twin martial spirit, life itself is akin to having 9 lives. Much like a cat said to have 9 souls. Despite Li Xiaofei's apparent gentleness, he understood far more than Li Yunfei. Should this individual truly take flight, in an instant, no one would be able to restrain him. Li Xiaofei possessed a keen self-awareness. He understood his own strengths and weaknesses. Unlike Li Yunfei, who was reckless and often allowed his temper to dictate his actions, creating chaos that repulsed others, Li Xiaofei approached the situation with caution. The stubbornness of Li Yunfei only added to Li Xiaofei's exasperation as he lamented with a pained expression, stating that most individuals with a twin martial spirit are deemed the chosen ones, a fact known throughout the Douluo continent. This task you assign me places me in a most difficult position. Indeed, if a protagonist encounters trouble within the Douluo continent, it certainly cannot be stifled in its infancy. Perhaps there exists formidable support behind the scenes. However, for others, it would be nearly impossible to swiftly and effortlessly bring such matters to fruition. Li Xiaofei now feels a sense of trepidation. He is acutely aware of his own limitations. He understands that any misstep could lead to incomprehensible repercussions. The situation is on the verge of a turnaround, and it could collapse at any moment. Should he fail to stand firm, it would indeed be a Herculean challenge. Regardless, you promised me earlier, if you go back on your word, I shall inform our father. Li Yunfei, in a fit of stubbornness, did not anticipate that this daily turmoil would become so overwhelming. He feels utterly exasperated, especially since Li Xiaofei had previously acquiesced to his request. A reversal now would be particularly irksome. Thus, Li Yunfei resorts to invoking their father's name to exert pressure on Li Xiaofei. After all, they share the same father. And as the younger son, he is likely to enjoy their father's indulgence, while Li Xiaofei, the second son, is clearly neglected. Chapter 49. Just an ordinary person, he is well aware of his favored status at home. Thus he intends to leverage this situation to his advantage. Pressuring Li Xiaofei is justified in his mind, given that he failed to heed his advice and did not fulfill his promise. Very well, you mischievous lad. Are you so fond of tattling? Fine, I shall assist you, but should any danger arise, I will promptly withdraw. Li Xiaofei, feeling utterly despondent, had not anticipated that his younger brother would embody the very essence of a rogue. In mere moments, he found himself ensnared in an uncomfortable predicament. It is truly disheartening. Since he initially wished to refrain from involvement, he now feels compelled to assist. However, Li Xiaofei is no fool. He knows that Yinling possesses dual martial spirits. And should a conflict erupt, he cannot risk his life for Li Yunfei, despite their fraternal bond. If one cannot even govern their own life, what right do they have to concern themselves with the so-called status of a younger brother? Thus, Li Xiaofei promptly established a set of preliminary rules. Should he truly find himself at the brink of losing his life, he would simply choose to turn away. Rest assured that Yinling is still merely at a rudimentary level, and eliminating him would effectively eradicate any future threats. Li Yunfei does not take this matter seriously. He holds Yinling in utter contempt, believing that an individual lacking a formidable family background dares to occupy the exalted position of the sovereign and issue commands to him. If we are to speak in such terms, then he must indeed be the epitome of a worthless individual. Li Yunfei has subjected Yinling to a series of insults, not for any other reason than to vent the pent-up frustration that has been festering within him. Otherwise, should he rise again, the consequences could be infinitely dire. The following day, as Yinling and Murong Yunqiwei entered the academy, they were intercepted by the elderly security guard. You are the dual soul wielder from yesterday's assembly? I did not expect someone so young to possess such remarkable talent, he remarked, his face radiating warmth as he gazed at Yinling, increasingly filled with affection. In Yinling's eyes, he perceived a profound uncertainty regarding the future. In truth, security guards of such caliber possess formidable abilities. Their duties extend far beyond mere gatekeeping. They safeguard the entire academy, and should any adversaries dare to invade, they would undoubtedly neutralize the threat in an instant. Thus, this particular guard is indeed a remarkable expert. His prowess hidden beneath an unassuming exterior that might lead the untrained eye to dismiss him as an ordinary person. This is why the guard's demeanor towards Yinling is so sincere. He seems to believe that Yinling's future is bright, perhaps even envisioning him as a successor. Such is the perspective of a master observing another who has yet to fully blossom, a gaze that is both gentle and unpretentious, evoking a sense of impending greatness. Oh, dear sir, I am merely an ordinary individual, Yinling replied, his face beaming with delight from the compliment, yet maintaining a facade of composure. Indeed, even if his future holds the promise of becoming a master, he remains, for now, an ordinary person. As such, there is no need to engage in any so-called lofty endeavors. Maintaining a low profile has always been Yanling's principle. After all, what does it matter if the mountain crumbles before him? As long as he draws breath, he should conduct himself with humility to avoid inciting resentment in others. As long as his life is secure, everything else is but transient. In simpler terms, Yanling believes that as long as this group does not threaten his existence, all will be well. But one cannot speak in such a manner. How can you remain so humble? However, the security guard, rather unaccustomed to the situation, lavished a myriad of praises upon Yanling. It seemed he had been relentlessly pursuing this individual, akin to how Murong Yunxue extolled Yanling within the confines of the dormitory. He appeared to believe that this young man possessed boundless potential, perhaps even a future on which they could rely. Thus, he sought to plant a seed of caution, ensuring Yanling would remember him. Make haste to your classroom. Yanling, the class is about to commence. Today marks the first day, and the teacher will undoubtedly take attendance. Murong Yunxue, observing the guard's incessant chatter, swiftly conveyed the reality to Yanling. Indeed, there was no time to squander here. The class was imminent, and any further delay might result in their absence from the lecture hall. Without hesitation, Murong Yunxue grasped Yanling's arm, urging him forward. All right, good sir. I shan't linger here to chat with you any longer. Please, do keep a vigilant watch. Upon hearing these words, Yanling promptly turned away, only then realizing that today was the inaugural day of classes. The entire academy was likely to host an opening ceremony for the new students, an event of great significance and a unique opportunity for introductions. In an effort to make a favorable impression on his mentor, Yanling was keen to convey these details clearly. Let us depart swiftly. There will be ample time for conversation later. The security guard nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the truth in Yanling's words. There is little left to say. Observing Yanling's departing footsteps, the security guard felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. With a tone rich in implication, he remarked, Twin martial souls, if only an ordinary person could attain such a realm. Such a swift rise to prominence is truly remarkable. This young man holds a promising future filled with boundless potential. As the security guard spoke, his eyes were imbued with profound insight. Indeed, he himself was once a mere subordinate, and now he stands as a vital member safeguarding the academy, a testament to his formidable capabilities. Such impressive feats are not easily overlooked. Throughout the academy, there are numerous security guards akin to this one, suggesting that individuals like Yanling may one day bear the hopes of the entire institution, especially given the rarity of dual martial souls. If nurtured properly, they could swiftly ascend to the ranks of esteemed talents. Upon arriving at the classroom, Yanling had yet to take his seat when he noticed a familiar figure, Li Yunfei. The moment their eyes met, Li Yunfei erupted in anger, pointing at Yanling and exclaiming, I can't believe we ended up in the same class. What are you doing here? Sitting with me? His face reddened with fury, revealing the profound psychological impact Yanling had inflicted upon him. It was not merely a matter of pride for Li Yunfei. He had suffered a significant blow to his self-esteem. Once a privileged scion, he now found himself in a position of disgrace. Such a sight would evoke a sense of desolation in anyone who laid eyes upon it, and the entire academy buzzed with the tale. Just yesterday, Yanling had decisively subdued Li Yunfei and his band of underlings, who had foolishly attempted to gang up on him, only to be single-handedly defeated. It was utterly pathetic. Li Yunfei arrived early in class, only to be met with this shocking news, which left him feeling quite humiliated. Indeed, despite his many admirable traits, including a certain charm, it was evident that wealth had played a significant role in his life choices. Otherwise, how could he have strayed down such a treacherous path? Yet, following yesterday's debacle, his reputation had plummeted to an abysmal low, reducing him to a mere shell of his former self, a pitiable state that was utterly incomprehensible. I strongly advise you not to cause any more trouble. You've already received a lesson yesterday, and if you dare to embarrass me again today, I shall not hesitate to teach you another, he warned. Yanling, recognizing Li Yunfei, felt no obligation to show him any courtesy. The stark reality was already evident. In this shared classroom, it was only a matter of time before the true nature of their circumstances would reveal itself, especially upon hearing Li Yunfei dare to insult him. Yanling realized the situation was becoming increasingly untenable. Given how humiliating this whole affair has become, let us see how we can turn the tide, he thought. Yanling's harsh words startled Li Yunfei, who found himself at a loss for words. There was no denying the truth. He simply could not contend with Yanling reluctantly. He chose to swallow his pride for the moment. Fine, I shall not stoop to your level, as you are undeniably formidable. However, do not think you can simply leave after school, he muttered, aware of his limitations. Recognizing his inability to confront Yanling alone, he decided to enlist the help of his older brother, Li Xiaofei, who had promised to assist him in teaching Yanling a lesson after school. Ensuring that Yanling would come to understand his own limitations. You want to stay? Then so be it. I fear no one. Yanling found the situation amusing. What audacity Li Yunfei had to speak to him in such a manner, as if he were an easy target. The reality was clear, and further discussion seemed unnecessary. With a casual stretch, Yanling began to piece together the unfolding drama, aware of the unspoken truths that lay before him. Indeed, the facts were apparent. It remained to be seen who would dare to alter the course of events. For Yanling, the multitude of enemies is not what he fears. Rather, it is the treachery they may employ in secret. However, the audacity of Li Yunfei to confront him head-on presents a rather manageable situation. Chapter 52. Utterly amusing, the facts laid before them were abundantly clear. A direct confrontation was inevitable. How do you two know each other? What connection do you share? At this moment, Morong Yunxue approached, having observed the unfolding drama from the sidelines. Witnessing Yanling's mounting anger, he deemed it necessary to intervene, lest the situation spiral out of control. Indeed, both individuals possessed a fierce temperament, each vying to outdo the other. In such a dire circumstance, Morong Yunxue felt that it should not be a matter of friction among classmates, even though he was not the class monitor. Maintaining order within the class is a responsibility that falls upon every student. Therefore, he reluctantly stepped forth to break the impasse. No, it was at the martial spirit testing conference yesterday. After it concluded, this spoiled brat fixated on me, intent on making me uncomfortable, but to my surprise, I bested him. Yanling recounted the events of the previous day with clarity, articulating the incident with conviction. Indeed, he bore no blame for what transpired. Yet the turmoil seemed to thrust him into the spotlight, leaving him in a position that was almost indefensible. It was truly distasteful, and thus, Yanling, feeling justified, remained unperturbed. Upon hearing that Yanling had actually taught Li Yunfei a lesson, Morong Yunxue was taken aback with delight. He had not anticipated that the arrogant scion of wealth would be put in his place by Yanling. It seemed that every strong character has their match. And this time, Li Yunfei had truly met his match. Morong Yunxue was elated. Seeing Li Yunfei receive a deserved reprimand was nothing short of gratifying. Well done. It is only fitting that this ruffian gets what he deserves, he exclaimed, practically dancing with joy. After all, he had suffered at Li Yunfei's hands on numerous occasions. Little did he expect that Yanling would avenge him, and it felt wonderful. Indeed, splendid. Morong Yunxue, mind your words. I harbor no grievances against you, so do not align yourself with Yanling to put me in a predicament. If you have any doubts, let us settle it with a duel. Li Yunfei was utterly infuriated. He had thought that dealing with Yanling was challenging enough, yet unexpectedly, another adversary, Morong Yunxue, had emerged. Previously, he and Morong Yunxue had never seen eye to eye, but now, to his astonishment, these two foes had united against him. The more he contemplated the situation, the more incensed he became. There was no way around it. He was left with no choice, as the reality before him was undeniable. It was clear that others would comprehend his stance, for Li Yunfei's demeanor was exceedingly resolute. He pointed an accusatory finger at Morong Yunxue, hurling vehement insults, his meaning unmistakable. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to lay bare these so-called truths, even if it meant demanding her life in return. Li Yunfei boldly declared his intention for a one-on-one confrontation. However, Morong Yunxue found the notion utterly absurd. She recognized that she was in an entirely different league from Li Yunfei. How could she possibly traverse this treacherous and winding path? They were not even on the same road, yet due to some trivial anomaly, she found herself ensnared in this predicament. It is simply incomparable to others. Chapter 53. Mad Dog. You are utterly unworthy. Just a single individual, Yanling, has subdued you completely. Do you truly believe you can contend with me? Morong Yunxue holds Li Yunfei in utter disdain. While the Li family's influence is substantial, the Morong family's power is by no means insignificant. To put it plainly, the Li family thrives in commerce, whereas the Morong family excels in governance. The two families are on entirely different paths, and ideally, they could coexist peacefully in their respective pursuits. However, the current situation starkly contradicts this notion. In previous encounters, Li Yunfei, relying on his entourage within the academy, has frequently humiliated Morong Yunxue. Had it not been for her magnanimity, choosing not to stoop to his level, he would have long been disgraced. Yet now, without any effort on her part, she learns from Yanling that he failed to avenge himself yesterday. How delightful! The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And Morong Yunshue's relationship with Yanling has never been lacking. This development has further solidified their bond, placing them on the same arena to confront Li Yunfei. Damn it. Just wait, both of you. After school today, I will have my second brother teach you a severe lesson. Li Yunfei has truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. He never anticipated that Morong Yunxue would not even provide him with a reason to retaliate, which is indeed quite amusing. Helplessly, he must maintain his pride in front of numerous classmates, resorting to empty threats once more. In reality, these threats are mere bluster, as they are taken lightly by others, leaving him to face the consequences of his own actions. I see that this fellow has truly lost his mind today. Why engage with him? It would only squander our time. Yanling finds the situation amusing. Li Yunfei seems to be thinking in circles today. He wishes to dismiss him, yet he persists in uttering nonsensical threats, proving himself to be utterly pathetic. Thus, Yanling has lost interest in Li Yunfei, perceiving him as nothing more than trash. Day after day, he fixates on trivial matters, lacking the breadth of spirit expected of a person of stature, while attempting to concoct absurdities. It is truly laughable. Currently, Yanling intends to sever any connection with Li Yunfei. If he can withdraw, he shall. Otherwise, if he cannot extricate himself, he risks an unfavorable outcome. At this moment, Yanling's approach is to avoid trouble whenever possible. After all, Li Yunfei is akin to a mad dog. One should not stoop to the level of a rabid dog. Otherwise, one risks being bitten and succumbing to rabies, potentially infecting others and facing a tragic fate. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. I can discern that this individual is nothing but refuse. Morong Yunxue nodded heavily, expressing her agreement with Yanling's words. Why engage with such a despicable person? If he wishes to perish, let him do so. Why must he entwine himself with us? There are countless individuals in this world. Must one hang themselves on a single tree? Just as one might choose to abandon life. Chapter 54. The Hunt. He could consume some pesticides and end his life that way. Yet here he is, squandering time. It is truly maddening. Following Yanling's remarks, Morong Yunshue's gaze towards Li Yunfei had lost the initial respect it once held. Indeed, a scion of the illustrious Li family has now been reduced to a mere prisoner. Upon witnessing this, others perceive him as nothing more than a thug. What significance does his existence hold in this world? Is he not merely wasting time? The Li family is vast and prosperous. How could they produce such a fool? I truly wonder what goes on in his mind. He cannot even comprehend a modicum of the situation, yet he aspires to soar to great heights. What utter rubbish. You two need not be so obstinate. I shan't take your words to heart. Just wait until after school. Li Yunfei was nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy. Yes, he was on the verge of a heart attack. Morong Yunxue and Yanling engaged in a back and forth, discussing this and that, leaving him feeling utterly miserable. Li Yunfei thought of himself as a human being, not a beast. How could they so casually insult him with their words? Did they truly believe him to be a soulless automaton? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, sensing the absurdity of the situation. Li Yunfei erupted in a torrent of curses, nearly ready to charge at them. However, reason prevailed, halting his advance, for he knew he could not contend with this group. Just one Yanling would be enough to best him. Faced with life and death, Li Yunfei chose to live. At that moment, Yanling found Li Yunfei's words rather amusing. He turned to Morong Yunxue and inquired, "Does his statement imply that someone will assist him in hunting us after school?" Yanling's concerns were not unfounded, particularly as Li Yunfei had mentioned after school several times. It appears that after school, there might be an attempt to hunt down this group of individuals. If that is indeed the case, it would be quite challenging for him to properly comprehend the situation at hand. One must consider that the Li family undeniably holds a certain degree of influence within the academy. However, Yanling currently stands alone, with only Bibi Dong as his protector, and cannot afford to take these matters lightly. Morong Yunxue professes to be safeguarding Yanling, yet in times of dire crisis, one cannot be certain that she would not abandon him. Thus, Yanling's stance is to maintain stability and avoid trouble as much as possible. Why concern oneself with so many uncertainties? The reality is evident. Surviving one day at a time is all that matters. Could the Li family's power truly launch an all-out assault against us? Yet, Morong Yunxue dismisses the situation entirely, believing that no matter what Li Yunfei claims, It is essential to observe his actions. Words alone are meaningless unless substantiated by deeds. If he cannot even conduct himself in a proper manner, then what merit is there in his so-called bravado? From the outset, Morong Yunxue has never regarded Li Yunfei with any respect, thinking that all members of prominent families are equally matched. If one possesses strength, so too must the other. It simply becomes a matter of who is more formidable. With the government's backing, Morong Yunxue feels confident. In contrast, Li Yunfei is merely a businessman with wealth, leading to an inevitable clash between two individuals of vastly differing strengths. It is no surprise that Morong Yunxue sees Li Yunfei as inconsequential given the significant disparity between them. How can refuse to acknowledge the extraordinary when faced with mere trash? Despite Morong Yunshue's dismissive rhetoric, Yinling's expression remains taut, as he is capable of understanding sorrow, happiness, and grief. Should Li Yunfei genuinely seek to undermine him, it would likely be beyond his control. Nonetheless, the power of the Li family may not surpass that of the Morong clan. He merely needs to see whether this individual can truly mobilize his resources. Morong Yunxue promptly patted Yinling's shoulder, urging him not to take it to heart. The reality is clear, whether they wish to harm or kill him. He is willing to stand beside Yinling. Death is merely a part of life, and there is nothing to fear. Furthermore, Morong Yunxue believes that protecting someone should not be an arduous task. If he cannot even safeguard Yinling, then the Morong family has no right to exist in the Douluo continent. It would be utterly disgraceful. Surely, my station is not significant enough to attract the attention of the Li family. Who am I, after all? Yinling waved his hand repeatedly, feeling that despite his ongoing rivalry with Li Yunfei, it was unlikely that the esteemed Li family would launch a concerted assault against him. After all, he regarded himself merely as a minor character in the grand scheme of things. The Li family, with their immense wealth and power, would hardly expend such effort to pursue an ordinary individual like him. There was no profound enmity involved, only the trivial conflicts that often arise among classmates. Moreover, it was Li Yunfei who had instigated the bullying, and Yinling's prior actions had merely been a means of self-preservation, since he could no longer protect himself. There seemed to be no need to concoct any peculiar strategies. Morong Yunxue was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Yinling's level-headedness. Indeed, there was no significant grudge at play, and if that were the case, Morong Yunxue believed that Yinling was partially correct. Indeed, the situation did not warrant such embarrassment. This fellow was truly excessively modest. She patted Yinling's shoulder, feeling that he was rather timid. After all, he was a distinguished possessor of dual martial souls, now fully awakened. It was absurd that he feared Li Yunfei, a rather foolish scion of a wealthy family, who was nothing remarkable. Associating with someone like him was an affront to one's own existence. Morong Yunxue thought herself fortunate that Li Yunfei had not engaged in any inappropriate behavior towards her. Otherwise, given her current temper, she would have ensured he faced the consequences. No one dared to defecate on her neck. Such individuals had yet to be born. Enough, enough. No need to elaborate. The outcome is already evident, and further discussion is unnecessary, Yinling replied, waving his hand in impatience. The situation had reached its conclusion, and there was nothing more to say. Since they had to offend Li Yunfei, they would simply have to assess the circumstances and deal with it formally. Yinling felt a headache coming on. Indeed, at his core, Li Yunfei was a nuisance. Chapter 56, Exceptional Talent. Chapter 57, A Person of Value. Chapter 58, The System's Blessing. Reflecting on the past, Tang San, regardless of his current standing, made Shrek feel an immense pride from within. Once, this young man was merely an unremarkable figure. Yet, within a few short years, he soared to great heights, causing Shrek to smile fondly at the mere thought of Tang San. That once inept individual had transformed into a remarkably distinguished character through his training. Now, Yinling, upon his emergence, was also a dual martial soul. With a bit of refinement, he could potentially surpass even Tang San. No, you three are my students. I cannot simply forget you, Shrek said, his expression calm yet serious as he regarded Yinling and the others. He spoke in a measured tone, treating the matter with the gravity it deserved. As they were all classmates, there was no need to make the situation unnecessarily awkward or resort to chaotic behavior. Shrek was a responsible teacher, and his role as an educator instilled in him the understanding that he should not easily succumb to anger. Thus, despite Yinling's ungracious words, he suppressed his frustrations. Otherwise, it could lead to an undesirable outcome. It is indeed a precarious situation, as one might find oneself shattered beyond recognition. To put it more plainly, Shrek does not wish for his students to be deemed incompetent. If assistance can be rendered, then it should be offered. This ought to enlighten many. Shrek is relatively invested in the welfare of his students, unlike those who merely complete their lectures and promptly depart. Very well, teacher. Since you have stated it thus, what do you consider to be a fair course of action? Yinling chuckled, reflecting on the animosity and internal fury shared among the three of them. Their grievances could hardly be articulated in words. After all, one cannot simply allow matters to escalate to the point of tragedy, can they? A confrontation is inevitable. Merely relying on Li Yunfei's demeanor will not suffice. After enduring such profound humiliation yesterday, would he truly let it slide? Yinling mused that if Li Yunfei were magnanimous, the sun would surely rise in the west. In the entire academy, who is unaware that Li Yunfei is a quintessential scion, leveraging his familial status to create trouble? Countless earnest students have suffered at his hands. And fortune favored Yinling yesterday, allowing him to deliver a much-needed lesson. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely been bullied relentlessly. Thus, Yinling's discontent with Li Yunfei manifests here. It is indeed absurd for one to flaunt ancestral privileges over him. Although he may appear impoverished, he possesses the strength to forge his own path. In this world, Yinling is an orphan, bereft of parents. Yet, endowed with the protagonist's aura, he has garnered the attention of Bai Dong from the outset. With the support of a system, his future is destined to be smooth sailing. While the road may not be devoid of challenges, it is conceivable that his achievements could surpass even those of Tang San. Chapter 59. Intriguing tensions. Let us step outside to discuss this. Our current setting is inappropriate for such matters. Shrek's expression darkened further, taken aback by the lack of response to his words, only to be met with Yinling's defiance. Well then, since you insist on handling matters in such an ungracious manner. Shrek believed that as a teacher, he should impart a proper lesson to his students once he stepped outside, making them aware of the proverbial saying regarding the number of eyes on the king Ma. Although he considered himself a good teacher, it did not imply that he was devoid of temper. Stepping outside was no big deal. Those who hesitated to do so were the truly cowardly ones. Before Yinling could respond, Li Yunfei unexpectedly stood up. Like a rocket, he shot up from his seat and dashed towards the door. As he walked, he hurled taunts, declaring that those who feared to venture outside were indeed weaklings, which thoroughly enraged Yinling. With an amused smile, Yinling replied, "Well, since you've put it that way, what is the big deal? In this academy, we will undoubtedly cross paths again in the future. Let us see who can provoke whom after school today." Li Yunfei had just mentioned a significant crisis awaiting them after school, which Yinling found rather amusing. Since the situation had to be escalated to such embarrassing heights, he felt there was nothing of great consequence. In front of the teacher, they dared to speak such so-called unpleasant words to him. Yinling believed that this crisis was indeed a blessing rather than a curse. If it were a curse, there would be no evading it. Since evasion was not an option, he might as well confront it head-on. With that thought, he stood up and made his way towards the door, determined to face whatever consequences lay ahead. If a confrontation could occur in the corridor outside the academy, he was willing to shoulder the repercussions. After all, what was the worst that could happen? He could always forego his studies. On the other hand, seeing both of them exit, Morong Yunxue felt compelled to join them. Remaining behind would surely invite scrutiny from Shrek. Reluctantly, he stood up and followed suit. As he walked, he muttered under his breath, primarily cursing Li Yunfei. Their relationship had been marred by deep-seated animosity. Just the day before, Yinling had beaten Li Yunfei, forcing Morong Yunxue to unite with Yinling against him. Otherwise, he would have been disinclined to involve himself in such matters. Unlike Li Yunfei, who was the favored son of his family, Morong Yunxue was merely a nondescript member among many grandchildren. The Morong family did not place much significance on his well-being, as long as he drew breath. They would not pursue vengeance against those who bullied him. Now, what exactly is going on with the three of you? Why has the first day of classes descended into such disgrace? In the corridor, Shrek's expression was grave as he wielded a ruler, addressing the three young men before him. His tone was a mix of agitation and sorrow, tinged with reproach. It was indeed perplexing that on the inaugural day of the semester, such a scene unfolded. As a teacher of considerable authority within the academy, Shrek was expected to maintain a high standard of decorum. Yet here he was, confronted openly in class. What would the other students think of him? Would they still hold him in respect? Chapter 60. Unyielding. With this thought, Shrek clenched his teeth, striving to uphold the dignity of his position without letting his frustration surface. It's nothing but yesterday's written examination, merely a case of misunderstandings. Faced with the inquiries, Yin felt there was nothing to conceal, and thus spoke the truth candidly. Indeed, had it not been for yesterday's written examination, they would not have crossed paths today, nor would this Li Yunfei's jealousy have arisen. It was evident that this individual perceived Yin capabilities as superior to his own, wishing to undermine him, fearful that one day he might ascend to a position even higher than Tang Sen's. This series of unfortunate events stemmed purely from his envy. He was merely reaping what he had sown, and Yin believed there was no fault on his part. This is a school, a classroom, a sanctuary for education. How could they allow such brawls to transpire? After listening to Yin's account, Shrek's countenance grew increasingly grim as he pointed at the trio before him. He raised his ruler high, seemingly poised to strike one of them. However, it was more a display of intimidation. Despite its elevation, it ultimately did not descend. Li Yunfei, terrified, braced for the impending blow, as the ruler was but mere centimeters away. He genuinely feared Shrek. A mere flick of the wrist could leave him grievously injured. Thus, Li Yunfei, in a moment of desperation, confessed without hesitation. There's no denying it. Teacher, jealousy is a human flaw that leads to such disgraceful behavior. As he spoke, his body trembled uncontrollably. Indeed, the fear was palpable. He was genuinely terrified that Shrek might bring the ruler crashing down. Who in the academy was unaware that Shrek's ruler was no ordinary implement? It was akin to a cleaver capable of severing the very fabric of the Douluo continent. With a single swing, it could obliterate anything in its path, leaving nothing but fragments. Such a formidable weapon, should it strike a person, would surely lead to their swift demise. I care not for the reasons behind your actions, but I implore you to focus on your studies in my class. The knowledge I impart will undoubtedly surpass that of your other instructors. Ultimately, Shrek did not bring the ruler down. He possessed a sense of restraint. He understood that should the ruler truly strike a person, it could swiftly extinguish their life. Chapter 61. A heartfelt plea for understanding. He was no butcher reincarnated. Nor were the individuals before him mere piglets. It was neither a festival nor a season for slaughter. Thus, Shrek merely raised the ring to intimidate them momentarily before earnestly urging the three before him to diligently pursue their studies. He hoped that, upon leaving the academy, they would contribute positively to the entire Douluo continent, rather than endangering its safety. After all, Shrek was a teacher. Observing his students was akin to watching over his own children, and he wished for their secure and gradual growth. Rather than hoping they would engage in a series of chaotic behaviors upon graduation, which would certainly reflect poorly on them, Shrek exemplified the benevolence and compassion of a teacher who genuinely cared for his students, much like a devoted parent. This was why he garnered the affection of the majority of students within the academy. He was inherently a person of deep loyalty and affection. Yin had discerned Shrek's good intentions through his words. He felt a sense of obligation not to disappoint the teacher before him. Although the enmity among the three was considerable, it had nothing to do with their teacher. Shrek was merely offering kind advice for them to focus on their studies. And Yin believed it was even more inappropriate to respond with harsh words. Consequently, Yin began to speak in a more conciliatory tone. We have always respected you, teacher. Aren't you Shrek, a well-known figure in the academy? As he spoke, he cast an apologetic glance toward Shrek. Initially, he had thought the teacher would surely punish them. But to his surprise, Shrek had been persistently and sincerely advising them. With such a commendable teacher encouraging them to become contributors to the Douluo continent in the future, it was even more inappropriate to oppose him. Yes, we are aware of your name, teacher, Morong Yunshua chimed in, nodding emphatically, while Li Yunfei also silently nodded in agreement. Despite being a bully and a rogue, he could see that Shrek was indeed a good teacher. It is rare in life to encounter a benefactor, and even rarer to find such an excellent teacher within a school. Then do you understand the value I possess as your teacher? Why is it that you show me no respect at all? Shrek sighed deeply, pondering that although these three students spoke harshly, his efforts to guide them should not lead them astray. Observing their emotions settle somewhat, he felt a quiet sense of relief. Indeed, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. If students possess the desire to improve, even if they are troubled, he believed it was best to lend them a hand. However, upon hearing this, Li Yunfei unexpectedly chuckled and candidly replied, "Didn't you just say so, teacher? Jealousy is an inherent aspect of human nature. I undoubtedly find myself fearing that he perceives himself as superior, which has compelled me down this path. Otherwise, how could I feel so humiliated?" Li Yunfei openly expressed his innermost thoughts. He harbored jealousy towards Yinling. Why did Yinling possess such a formidable martial spirit at the first written examination? What right did he have to be merely an ordinary martial spirit at a higher level? Why must such an inequitable circumstance befall him? Yinling was a destitute individual, devoid of any resources. So how could someone like Bai Bai Dong take an interest in him? What was truly happening? The more Li Yunfei pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. This is precisely the essence of jealousy, a sentiment that can evoke a sense of vengefulness. Li Yunfei was a quintessential scion of wealth, accustomed to arrogance and dominance. Yet he never anticipated being overshadowed at the conference. His jealousy towards Yinling was understandable. However, he had never contemplated that the world operates on fairness. Li Yunfei enjoyed a prosperous family background, while Yinling possessed nothing. Yet, Yinling was capable of achieving a remarkably elevated level in the martial spirit trials. What Li Yunfei possessed, Yinling lacked, and conversely, what Yinling possessed, Li Yunfei did not. This already represented a form of equity. Yet, Li Yunfei perceived himself as having suffered a severe affront to his pride, indicating that he was merely seeking trouble. I comprehend the general situation now. You wish to witness your own efforts culminate in a particularly elevated realm? That is entirely feasible. Shailik nodded gravely, finally understanding why Li Yunfei was so agitated. He recognized that this young man was an arrogant rich heir, spoiled at home. He assumed that the outside world would indulge him. Yet he was still a student of his own, leaving Shailik in a predicament. Shailik could not show favoritism. He could not merely side with Yinling and assert that Li Yunfei deserved his current predicament due to his own inadequacies. Thus, Shailik, possessing a keen sense of balance, laid bare the truth. Indeed, while Li Yunfei's abilities were not particularly formidable at the competition, he could gradually improve through diligent effort. Yinling, on the other hand, had a natural gift that could not be altered. Each individual possesses a unique constitution, differing bloodlines, and, correspondingly, distinct martial spirits. Was this concept so difficult to grasp? Upon hearing Shailik's words, Li Yunfei lowered his head in contemplation. Indeed, Yinling had attributes he lacked, and he possessed qualities Yinling did not. Why did he constantly perceive a sense of injustice? After enduring a lengthy and earnest lecture, Li Yunfei felt a stinging discomfort on his face. The deficiencies of innate effort may be compensated for through subsequent diligence, yet the lack of effort thereafter can only be deemed deserved. Thus, Shrek conveyed his message with utmost clarity, urging Li Yunfei to refrain from harboring feelings of injustice. Yinling, after all, possessed innate advantages, much like Li Yunfei, who was born into a wealthy family. Such circumstances are simply a matter of fate. After a considerable pause, Li Yunfei remained silent, processing the myriad of thoughts provoked by Shrek's earlier discourse. It seems that among the three of us, we are bound by an unspoken rivalry. I find both of them irksome, and they, in turn, regard me with disdain. I wonder how we shall navigate this situation. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Li Yunfei finally articulated his inner thoughts once more. Indeed, the outcome has become remarkably evident. The conflict from yesterday has already transpired. The situation has escalated to a point of irreversibility. Were it not for the intervention of our teacher, Shrek, today, matters could have taken a far graver turn. Li Yunfei believed that this matter was far from over. However, since it had already escalated to such an embarrassing situation, Chapter 62, providing a way out. Such a hasty conclusion is simply unacceptable. After all, we must find a way for mutual understanding. Therefore, how shall you mediate this situation? I wish to avoid any further embarrassment, as you are all my students. Shrek nodded heavily, observing that Li Yunfei no longer exhibited the same anger as before. He felt that this matter could indeed be resolved amicably. At the same time, Shrek felt a sense of satisfaction, for if a student could be properly guided, it would be possible to temper their unruly temperament. Thus, this matter has been rendered quite fluid, no longer resembling a discarded remnant cast into the abyss. In truth, Shrek harbors the intention of saving lives, which is akin to constructing a towering pagoda of merit. Indeed, he cannot simply stand by as his students stray onto misguided paths. He is an educator, a bona fide teacher dedicated to nurturing minds. His aspiration is for the pillars of his academy to one day undertake a series of endeavors that will benefit the entire continent, rather than allowing trivial matters to create chaos and disorder. Observing today how Li Yunfei has managed to temper his own temper, he feels confident that this situation can also be resolved. Well, since the teacher has spoken thus, is there any need for us to continue our dispute? Let us each take a step back and allow the grievances in our hearts to dissipate. What do you say? Is that agreeable? Yinling gazed at Li Yunfei, whose cheeks were puffed up in indignation, now resembling a dried raisin. He believed this matter could be settled, and thus he took decisive action. He presented an olive branch. As the teacher had already intervened to mediate their differences, let us extend a measure of respect towards our teacher. Additionally, if one were to disregard this courtesy, the ruler in Shrek's hand could effortlessly reduce a person to mere fragments in an instant. Such a grave situation must not be allowed to manifest. It is imperative that we maintain control over these circumstances. Hence, the reason the three of them are able to navigate today's delicate negotiations so seamlessly is due to the formidable reputation and abilities of their teacher, which have enabled this remarkable turn of events. Otherwise, such discussions would be futile. Should a less competent teacher have been present, the trio might have even resorted to brawling in front of him. Now, you two should offer an apology. That seems reasonable, does it not? Yesterday, I was left with a bruised visage, and although I may have instigated the situation, it hardly justifies the humiliation I endured. As the matter reached an impasse, the teacher's intervention prompted Yinling to extend an olive branch, leading Li Yunfei to temper his anger. However, the incident from yesterday cannot simply be brushed aside. Li Yunfei desires an apology from Yinling, addressed to all present, and then let the matter rest. Murong Yinxue, how do you propose we resolve this issue? Yinling silently concurs with Li Yunfei's sentiments, yet he seeks to consult Murong Yinxue's perspective, for she has remained silent since Shrek initiated the mediation. His countenance was as grim as that of a rotten winter melon. Thus, when this reality unfolded before him, Yinling began to comprehend the situation. It seemed this young man was indeed not to be trifled with. The resentment he harbored towards Li Yunfei had not diminished in the slightest, and despite Shrek's attempts at mediation, they proved utterly futile. At this moment, Yinling was in urgent need of understanding the stance of Murong Yinxue. What was her perspective? If she were to agree to mediation, it would be a different matter altogether. However, if Yinling were to pursue mediation on his own and Murong Yinxue were to disagree, the implications would be quite severe. In the future, their friendship is bound to be severed. It is akin to meeting a friend yesterday and cutting ties today. Yinling is not that kind of person. He believes it should not be made so embarrassing. Given the circumstances, I think it is you who should apologize to us, rather than the other way around. You must understand this situation. As for the competition, Murong Yinxue feels that Li Yunfei truly excels at twisting words to his advantage. On our side, we have not uttered a word, and while it would suffice for him to apologize, he now seems to be in a position to demand apologies from us instead. This matter is indeed quite intriguing. Could it be that one truly believes themselves to be so easily trifled with? Let us not forget that the animosity between the two was not merely a trivial affair. Murong Yinxue's intention was exceedingly clear. She sought an apology. If Li Yunfei were to apologize, it would first require him to address his own misdeeds, rather than expecting her to concede. Moreover, Murong Yinxue perceived that this fellow, Li Yunfei, was not the sort who could elucidate the truth with mere words of contrition. According to her conjecture, if her assumptions were accurate, it was likely that Li Yunfei was temporarily enduring humiliation. Subsequently, he would unleash further assaults on their characters, given the pent-up frustration within her. How could such a situation be clarified with mere phrases? It was utterly impossible. Why assert such a claim? If both you and I have erred, then we are equally at fault. In contrast, Li Yunfei remained unfazed, believing that since the situation had unfolded as it had, there was little more to be said. There is little of significance to articulate. This series of circumstances defies explanation. Furthermore, it is inappropriate to present these fractured truths with utmost certainty. He believes that. At this juncture, it is not solely one individual's fault. Rather, it is a collective entanglement of many. Since the mistake belongs to all, it is only fitting that everyone bears their share of the responsibility. Shrek, upon witnessing this scene, could hardly suppress his laughter. He was taken aback by the audacity of this young man to concoct such absurd tricks. Now, you two should cease this bickering. Yinling has already stated that if the matter can be resolved, then let it be resolved. Why must it be dragged out in such an embarrassing manner? What exactly is going on? Shrek once again embraced his role as a peacemaker. After all, he was a teacher, not an obstinate individual. Given that the situation had escalated to this point, there is no need to engage in such unbecoming disputes or to utter nonsensical chatter. Since he, as a teacher, has failed to integrate these circumstances coherently, what purpose do these chaotic facts serve? Is it merely for amusement? Observing Shrek's expression, One could liken it to the countenance of someone who has consumed 2 pounds of cow dung. Li Yunfei, on the other hand, felt that, regardless of the circumstances, he could not allow his teacher to lose face. Very well, teacher, since you have stated it thus, I see no need to linger on the matter any further. Chapter 63, Letting Bygones Be Bygones. Li Yunfei felt a sense of helplessness. He had never anticipated that Shrek could not only master the art of muddling through, but also make these undeniable truths apparent to others. If this were the case, it truly seemed amusing to onlookers. At this moment, Li Yunfei decided to grant Shrek a favor, accepting the situation as it stood. There is little worth recounting, for nothing can be altered. Perhaps it is best to release it all. Henceforth, despite the immense hatred within, it does not necessitate chaos and disorder. From today onward, let the clouds disperse. We must simply endure and move forward. Do you understand? Shrek finally exhibited a look of joy, casting an approving glance towards Li Yunfei. It appeared that he held great satisfaction with Li Yunfei's demeanor this time. Indeed, a once flamboyant young master, now able to endure humiliation and rise above the situation, is commendable. Very well, since the teacher has spoken thus, we must afford him some grace. It would be unseemly to put him in such an awkward position. Yinling felt indifferent. Given Shrek's stance, he had nothing further to elucidate. Surely, it would not be appropriate to confront Li Yunfei in his presence, even if he could best him in a confrontation. Yet, he buried these thoughts deep within, for the teacher, after all, holds a position of respect within the academy. Yinling, you are indeed a commendable student, Shrek remarked, his expression conveying a profound earnestness. He had not anticipated that among his pupils, Yinling would demonstrate such understanding. In truth, he held little impression of Yinling, only knowing that he was a transfer student and had been taken under Bibi Dong's wing as her disciple. As a teacher, he felt inclined to care for him, yet, for the sake of not invoking old ties with Bibi Dong, he refrained from engaging in trivial matters. However, today, he was taken aback by the remarkable fortitude exhibited by the young Yinling, who had proven to be a source of admiration for Shrek. Indeed, it is quite astonishing that such a youth possesses a heart so magnanimous. This suggests that his future is undoubtedly limitless. Perhaps the next step will see him ascending to the esteemed position of the highest authority, achieving remarkable success with ease. Observing that matters have been nearly resolved by him, Shyleek decided not to further burden his 3 students before him. Thus, he promptly dismissed them, as he himself was required to attend to the roll call of other students in the classroom. The commotion of today was merely a minor episode, having little psychological impact on him, and that was all there was to it. Just wait. After school, the 2 of you will certainly face repercussions. As Shyleek departed, Li Yunfei finally revealed his true colors. Naturally, he would not be content. His eyes burned with fury. Glancing at Yinling and Murong Yunxue, it seemed as though he wished to tear them apart, swallowing the enmity he felt for these 2 individuals. His earlier restraint was merely temporary, stemming from Shyleek's imposing presence. However, the situation had changed. Shyleek was gone, and it remained to be seen who would support him now. Yinling, witnessing this scene, could hardly contain his laughter, knowing that Li Yunfei would not let this go easily. After all, how could a flamboyant young master of such a high status possibly submit to them with such rigorous demeanor? If one were to say it this way, it would indeed evoke a sense of amusement. How could someone who indulges in the finest delicacies daily ever stand on the same battlefield as the common folk? Thus, from the very beginning, Yinling never harbored any illusions that Li Yunfei would extend forgiveness. It was evident that he intended to settle scores later, which explains Li Yunfei's current attitude of seething resentment. Yinling, accustomed to such behavior, was unfazed, while on the other side, Murong Yunxue shared the same sentiment, convinced that this young man would never yield to them. With a disdainful glance, Murong Yunxue remarked, "I can only surmise that this fellow will certainly seek retribution against us." Just now, it was Shrek present, and he dared not express his fury. Now that Shrek is gone, he appears so agitated. What was he doing earlier? Murong Yunxue was on the verge of laughter, astonished by Li Yunfei's demeanor. Their teacher always emphasized that classmates should not put one another in such awkward situations. Yet it seemed to her that Li Yunfei was indeed intent on not letting this matter rest. Very well, since he insists on making things so awkward. Murong Yunxue believes that such matters have become even more difficult to manage. If he wishes to engage in this game, then she shall indulge him. It is not as if she could simply retreat and seek to kneel and apologize to him, is it? Murong Yunxue believed that the esteemed Murong family would never yield to the Li family. Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. waiting was merely a matter of time. And as the school day drew to a close, she was eager to witness who would ultimately prevail. On the other hand, Yinling remained indifferent, feeling that since Li Yunfei insisted on engaging in this battle of wits, so be it. In this esteemed academy, time is abundant. One merely needs to observe what unfolds next. Who possesses the leisure to thoroughly comprehend these so-called subtle schemes and master them? Perhaps in the very next moment. One might even lose their life, yet it would be of little consequence. Yinling, in fact, remains indifferent. He perceives himself as a traveler from another realm, endowed with a so-called golden finger upon his arrival in this world. It is merely a matter of grasping these truths in his own hands. Should he not engage in a series of brilliant and dazzling endeavors within this realm? There is no necessity to exist in this world, for I am merely a character from another realm. Yinling believes that he should possess a certain degree of confidence to amplify these truths, rather than allowing them to be stifled by mere words, unable to flourish into something grand. Such a sentiment is simply within one's capabilities. Yet it evokes a profound sense of disdain. After speaking, Yinling noticed that Murong Yunshue's eyes were filled with anger. Intrigued, he inquired, "Are you truly unafraid?" Li Yunfei is no ordinary person. Chapter 64. Who fears whom? Indeed. A singular question lingered in Yinling's mind. Could it be that the Li family is considerably weaker than the Murong family? From Murong Yunshue's demeanor, it was evident that he held Li Yunfei in contempt, as if he were preparing to crush him like an insignificant insect at any moment. Just how formidable is such a person? Could it be that the Murong family can effortlessly annihilate the Li family? And what if there is fear? Surely one cannot claim that fear leads to demise. Murong Yunshue found the situation rather amusing. The facts were laid bare before her, and no amount of words could adequately convey the chaos that surrounded her. Everything predetermined had unveiled itself, and now it was time to observe how many individuals would manage to comprehend these circumstances fully. Murong Yushue believed that her own strength and backing were sufficient to confront the Li family head-on. She felt no fear, none at all. What she desired most was for Yinling to stand resolutely by her side, to magnify their endeavors and deliver a significant blow to Li Yunfei. In truth, the animosity between Murong Yunshuo and Li Yunfei was not a recent development. It had been brewing for quite some time. Initially, Murong Yunshuo adopted a student-teacher mentality within the academy, opting not to stoop to Li Yunfei's level. At that time, Li Yunfei perceived Murong Yunshuo merely as a poverty-stricken student devoid of any substantial background, which led him to bully and insult her repeatedly. However, after a certain incident, Murong Yunshuo decisively unleashed the full force of her family's influence against Li Yunfei. It was then that he realized that Murong Yunshuo belonged to the esteemed Murong family, albeit not as the eldest. Nevertheless, she possessed the means to be sheltered by her family's power. From that moment on, Murong Yunshuo harbored a profound hatred for Li Yunfei. She believed she had committed no egregious act, merely attending school and engaging in her own pursuits, managing to complete her studies satisfactorily. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself the target of Li Yunfei's relentless insults. The grievances remained unavenged, and the bitterness festered within Murong Yunshuo, fueling her resolve to one day enact retribution upon Li Yunfei. She was determined to reclaim her lost dignity, not for any other reason than to release the pent-up resentment that had taken root within her. At this juncture, Yinling gazed at Murong Yunshuo with incredulity, astonished by her capabilities. He had not anticipated that this seemingly unassuming young woman, despite her glasses and genteel demeanor, could possess such formidable strength. If she were to unleash her full potential, she could surely outmatch many. Meanwhile, Murong Yunshuo regarded Yinling with newfound respect. She was taken aback by his audacity to confront someone like Li Yunfei without any apparent background or strength. His courage, solely rooted in his formidable martial spirit, allowed him to engage in a battle of wits and valor against their adversaries. This truly astonishes onlookers. For Yinling is a quintessential example of someone who possesses nothing yet dares to confront a scion like Li Yunfei head-on. If one were to consider this, it becomes evident that this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. At this moment, Murong Yunshuo feels a profound admiration and envy towards Yinling. She believes that she should envy him even more, for he, a person devoid of any resources, has ascended to such a lofty and magnificent position, suggesting a future that is boundless in potential. Upon hearing Murong Yunshuo's commendation, Yinling could not help but give her a thumbs up. Simultaneously, a thought arose within him. If Morong Yinxue could indeed topple Li Yunfei, it would signify a substantial diminishment of the Li family's standing in the entirety of Douluo continent. Why does the Li family wield such authority within the academy? They exude power akin to a fierce tiger. The reason is straightforward. The three sons of the Li family, Li Dafei, Li Xiaofei, and Li Yunfei, are all genuine brothers. Although they are not in the same class, they possess an acute understanding of how to cultivate relationships and garner support, thereby creating an immensely formidable situation where most classes have individuals who owe their allegiance to the Li family. Subsequently, Yanling remarked, "What are you saying? Your formidable family background should elicit my envy." Indeed, Morong Yunshue's current state is what Yanling admires, a perfect family and an impressive background. Yet, despite this, she can stand toe-to-toe with Li Yunfei. Were she an ordinary person, she would lack the capability to undertake such bold actions. However, Yanling harbors a question. Why did Morong Yunxue not reveal her trump card from the very beginning to confront Li Yunfei? He has already placed you in a precarious position, uttering such unflattering words. Why must you endure this humiliation? Chapter 65. An undeniable truth initially. Yanling believed that Morong Yunxue ought to unveil her true strength. She should decisively articulate the unspeakable truths with clarity. Yet, to his surprise, Morong Yunxue chose to endure, suppressing the anger that brewed within her. Could it be that she is merely playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger? Thus, it can be said that this matter is indeed quite comprehensible. However, at that moment, Morong Yunxue scratched his ear. Feeling rather weary of the sweet nothings he had heard too often, it became rather tiresome, prompting him to decisively declare, "All right, let us refrain from engaging in mutual flattery. Instead, let us focus on how to adeptly navigate these matters." Morong Yunxue regarded Yanling as an individual of considerable trustworthiness, rendering any pretense unnecessary. Indeed, mutual flattery is a triviality typically indulged in by merchants. Between them, there existed no tangible interest to warrant such superficial exchanges. It would be far better to present their most sincere selves. What is destined to occur will inevitably come to pass. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. Destiny, after all, cannot be altered. Yanling sighed in resignation, acknowledging that he could not measure up to Morong Yunxue, despite having Beidong's backing. It hardly placed him in a position to contend in any substantial manner. Thus, Yanling clearly understood the undeniable reality that lay before them. The two entered the classroom simultaneously, only to be met with the disdainful gaze of Li Yunfei. Naturally, they harbored their own aversion towards him, knowing that they would eventually confront one another in a fierce showdown. Who could say who would ultimately prevail in this bitter rivalry? Just wait until after school. "My brother will ensure you two face the consequences," Li Yunfei declared, unabashedly revealing his thoughts. He could no longer suppress the indignation churning within him. After all, he was not someone easily cowed. How could he endure such a significant grievance? Once again, he recounted the plans his brother had to deal with Morong Yunxue and Yanling after school, eager to observe their reactions to this threat. If they displayed any fear, it would indeed be most gratifying. "How many times have you repeated this today? I'm quite tired of hearing it. I understand, so please stop." Yanling could hardly be bothered to cast a glance in his direction. Indeed, why continue to dwell on such trivial matters? The events following school would unfold in their own time. Discussing these issues now seemed utterly absurd. Thus, Yanling's stance was unequivocal. He firmly believed that since Li Yunfei desired a confrontation, he had nothing to fear. The established facts were all too clear, and further indulging in such trivialities was unwarranted. Morong Yunxue, too, had little interest in Li Yunfei, yet he could not resist adding a touch of embellishment. "Precisely. You have been repeating yourself. Could it be that you are feeling guilty? ISN to your second brother Li Xiaofei? What is so remarkable about that?" Morong Yunxue is well aware that Li Yunfei is merely relying on his second brother, Li Xiaofei. It seems that his elder brother, Li Dafei, has not performed satisfactorily throughout the training competition. It is said that upon returning home, he was severely punished by his father, leaving him battered and bruised. He is likely recuperating at home now. At present, the only person Li Yunfei can rely on is Li Xiaofei, a seemingly frail scholar who does not appear particularly formidable. Indeed, Li Xiaofei's reputation within the academy is quite significant, as the three brothers of the Li family exert considerable influence. Others dare not voice their grievances, until a figure named Yanling emerges, daring to confront him head-on. With the steadfast support of Morong Yunxue, 5 major factions have taken shape, and it remains to be seen whether this duo can effectively navigate the intricate game ahead. Li Yunfei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Murong Yunqiue would know the name of his second brother, nor that she was aware of his impending arrival in the same vicinity. This revelation adds an intriguing twist to the situation, for although Li Xiaofei may appear delicate, when provoked, he possesses a temper that few can withstand. It is widely said that when a seemingly gentle person finally erupts, the consequences can be dire, and presently, Li Xiaofei finds himself in a precarious position. Very well. You too may await your fate, for now that you are aware of my brother's name, you shall soon comprehend his formidable nature. Li Yunfei felt a surge of confidence, believing that since Murong Yunqiue has shown little resistance to these truths, they may indeed be in for a surprise. He believes that there is no need to recount the chaotic circumstances any further, since you have all resigned yourselves to fate. It would be futile to utter any more nonsense. What Li Yunfei is most eager to witness now is whether Li Xiaofei can successfully manage Yanling and Murong Yunqiue. If it is indeed possible, then it is uncertain whether he can still bask in the glow of fortune. It is truly infuriating. Who would have thought that a scion like Li Yunfei would possess the audacity to persistently oppose us? Murong Yunqiue is utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend what grievances she might have with Li Yunfei. Why does he repeatedly choose to provoke her? Could it be that she owes him something? Yet, after much contemplation, Murong Yunqiue realizes that she seems to have no quarrel with him. As she ponders this conundrum, her thoughts become increasingly muddled, leaving her unable to grasp the situation. However, the reality stands before her, and she finds herself at a loss as to how to address this predicament. Indeed, when confronted with such a rogue, one cannot simply charge in recklessly. Murong Yunqiue harbors her own considerations, believing that the matter has already unfolded in this manner. There is no necessity to alter anything. If even these trivial matters are beyond management, it is undeniably perplexing. Yet, Yanling's perspective stands in stark contrast. He perceives that Li Yunfei possesses no formidable capabilities. If his actions are merely petty and inconsequential, they ought not to be taken to heart. How could a person plagued by such intense jealousy find joy in this world? The thought alone amuses Yanling greatly. Chapter 66. Floral performances. Why concern oneself with such trivialities? This world is inherently unjust, and given the circumstances, what more can be said? Yanling views the situation with a certain detachment, for he understands that Li Yunfei clearly has no intention of engaging with them. After all, a flamboyant young heir, accustomed to arrogance, is unlikely to practice restraint. Moreover, as the favored third son in his family, he is showered with affection from his parents. The sheer absurdity of this undeniable fact is rather revolting. Nevertheless, Yanling still feels a profound discomfort within. He expresses his thoughts candidly. Why is it that children of ordinary families are deemed less worthy? Are the offspring of wealthy merchants inherently more deserving of life? Yanling contemplates whether ordinary individuals are truly barred from envisioning a destiny of their own making. Indeed, as fellow inhabitants of this world, why must some endure such inequitable fates? Wherein lies the error? It is utterly baffling. Is it truly the case that arrogant second-generation heirs like Li Yunfei possess an innate superiority that has persisted throughout history? Should he be allowed such hubris? Certainly not. This world belongs to the people. Yet, why do the children of the people remain unprotected, while those privileged individuals trample upon their heads, wielding power unjustly? Such a group of individuals truly evokes a sense of amusement. At this moment, Yanling perceives the world as profoundly unjust, whether in the realm of reality or within the Douluo continent, where every sight and sound is replete with intrigue. This sentiment should not be directed towards me, for I, too, hail from a prominent family. Your words are akin to playing a lute to a cow. I would never betray the hegemony of my lineage for a mere trifle. Upon hearing these words, Murong Yunqiue's expression darkened considerably. Indeed, his countenance resembled one who had ingested a considerable amount of refuse. After all, he had attempted to intervene in the conflict. Yet, unexpectedly, Yanling belittled the esteemed family to the point of insignificance. Although Murong Yunqiue felt displeasure, he recognized that these were irrefutable truths, and the outcome lay starkly before them. Such circumstances cannot alter anything. Murong Yunqiue is indeed a scion of a prominent family. Therefore, fundamentally, he perceives Yanling's words as a rejection. I merely sense an inherent unfairness. There is no need for you to be angered, for my sentiments are not directed at you. At this moment, Yanling has already discerned the discomfort etched upon Murong Yunqiue's countenance. He believes that since these shattered truths lay bare before them, there is no necessity to further subject him to humiliation. Indeed, Murong, as a member of a distinguished lineage, finds himself in a position that reflects well upon him by associating with an ordinary individual like Yinling. Given this reality, there is nothing objectionable in sharing such sentiments. Thus, it shall remain as it is. Consequently, Yinling resolves to provide Murong Yunxiue with a graceful exit, as it is preferable for both parties to avoid undue embarrassment. In truth, they harbor no animosity towards one another. Their paths have merely converged out of mutual utility. After all, they shall see how matters unfold post-class. I have not had the pleasure of acquaintance with Li Xiaofei, but I have heard that he possesses a gentle demeanor. However, should Li Dafei appear, the situation would become quite challenging. Murong Yunxiue adeptly shifts the topic, sensing that Yinling has chosen to address him with a tone laced with apology. There is no need for one to feel particularly humiliated. The situation has already unfolded, and there is little left to say. Moreover, their common adversary is Li Yunfei, and no one else, rendering any sense of disgrace unnecessary. Thus, Murong Yunxiue wholeheartedly accepted Yinling's words. What exactly is the background of the three brothers from the Li family? Why do they dare to flaunt their power within the academy, seemingly without any oversight from the principal or faculty? At that moment, Yinling furrowed his brow, clearly displeased, primarily due to the formidable reputation of the Li brothers. He was baffled as to why these three individuals could operate without adherence to any institutional regulations, freely bullying others. What could possibly explain this situation? It left Yinling perplexed. Conversely, Murong Yunxiue appeared to have a firm grasp on the entire situation. She remarked to Yinling, "How could they possibly manage? Are you not aware of the substantial donations the Li family contributes to the academy each year? With such significant capital, how could the principal ever relinquish their influence?" Murong Yunxiue understood these dynamics well, for her own family also contributed generously to the institution, as did the Li family. The rationale was simple. Members of such prominent families required preferential treatment in their pursuit of knowledge within the academy. This mutual benefit is facilitated through financial exchanges, representing a classic case of progressive collaboration and the exchange of interests at higher echelons. Each party offers corresponding advantages to one another, thereby securing equitable capital exchanges. Otherwise, everything would be rendered moot, and no one would dare utter any nonsense about selflessness, which is a rarity in this world. Without vested interests, everything is mere folly. If this is the case, then it appears to be a realm dominated by the affluent. Mark my words, a day will inevitably come when this era will witness transformation. Yinling nodded gravely in acknowledgement of these circumstances, accepting the reality of the situation. There is little more to say. It is only a matter of time before these matters are formally dismantled. Yinling harbors a dream within his heart. He believes that if the previous Tang San, possessing dual martial souls, ascended to a high position, then he too can achieve such meticulousness. Yinling is a cautious individual, yet he possesses a willingness to champion justice. Not for any other reason, but to release the pent-up frustration that weighs heavily upon his chest. Upon hearing Yinling's words, Murong Yunxiue was nearly rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that such a formidable ideal resided within Yinling's heart. If we were to speak in such a manner, then within the heart of this youth, who is of a similar age, lies a grand ambition. In that case, wouldn't it be effortless for one to ascend to greatness? Wouldn't they dismiss these individuals as mere underlings? One can only hope, yet I sincerely wish that when you truly reach the level of Tang San, you will show mercy to our subordinates. The tone of Murong Yunxiue's words now carries a hint of pleading. Indeed, fundamentally, he is merely an inconspicuous figure within a prominent family. Chapter 67. Nominal. Chapter 68. Enough of the nonsense. Although Yinling is merely a novice, he is nonetheless the protagonist. If it comes to a fierce confrontation, Yinling could very well find himself soaring to new heights in an instant. The facts are laid bare. It is inconceivable that he would lack the capacity to navigate such circumstances. This exemplifies the distinction between the protagonist and the extras. Even if the protagonist finds himself in dire straits, his essence remains unchanged. One day, the protagonist shall soar into the skies effortlessly, and this moment is vividly depicted. Yet, the inept Li Yunfei, unable to grasp even this situation, seeks to intimidate Yinling, which is indeed amusing. Upon seeing Li Yunfei, Li Xiaofei harbors no kindness. Instead, he speaks quite bluntly. "I have merely come to ascertain whether you are alive, and to discern the true nature of Yinling." Li Xiaofei's intent is unmistakable. The outcome is already glaringly evident. No matter how he articulates it, he cannot descend into such disarray. Li Xiaofei understands well that his brother is no ordinary adversary. Though Li Yunfei claims Yanling has wronged him, Li Xiaofei is acutely aware that perhaps it is Li Yunfei's own peculiar actions that have provoked Yanling's ire. After both have suffered grievous blows, it is not surprising that chaos has ensued. Hearing his second brother speak to him so rudely, the once jubilant Li Yunfei's expression darkens instantly, transforming into a long, morose visage. What more need be said? Let it all unfold. This fellow has yet to rise, and it would be prudent to quash him in his cradle. Li Yunfei is truly incensed, unable to fathom that his brother would speak so harshly. To question whether he is alive, how absurd for blood brothers. Li Yunfei can no longer contain himself. He is eager to eliminate Yanling swiftly, to suppress this twin martial spirit before it reaches a higher level. In truth, Li Yunfei is consumed by jealousy, fearing that Yanling's ascension may lead to irreparable retribution. It is indeed comical to see someone so woefully inadequate worry about the potential retaliation of others. That youth you mentioned, he is Yanling, is he not? He appears quite earnest, and does not seem to embody malice. How did you manage to offend him? Li Xiaofei's gaze roams through the crowd, ultimately landing on a strikingly handsome young man. It is evident that this refined lad must be Yanling. Upon first glance, Li Xiaofei perceives that this young man does not resemble a villain. His bright eyes radiate vitality, making him appear as a genuinely good-hearted youth. In stark contrast to his third brother, the rotund Li Yunfei, the comparison is akin to a plump pig standing beside a handsome prince. There is simply no contest. At this moment, Li Xiaofei had gained some insight, recognizing that the animosity between Li Yunfei and Yanling was primarily Li Yunfei's fault. Li Xiaofei, being a rather understanding individual, was well aware of his younger brother's shortcomings. Nevertheless, the bond of blood compelled him to act, albeit reluctantly. Although Li Xiaofei did not wish to confront Yanling, he nonetheless intended to teach him a lesson, if only to preserve Li Yunfei's dignity. After all, he did not want his so-called younger brother returning home to complain to their parents, leaving him, the second son, to bear the brunt of their displeasure. In light of this, Li Xiaofei resolved to merely issue a warning to Yanling, deeming it the best course of action. I say, brother, why do you prattle on so? Just do as I instruct without question. Why can't you be like our elder brother? While I am being bullied, you stand there lecturing me. Unbeknownst to him, as Li Xiaofei scrutinized Yanling, Li Yunfei, on the other hand, was becoming increasingly agitated. He leapt about, expressing his frustration vocally. Indeed, the situation had incensed him. His own elder brother was not siding with him, instead praising Yanling's looks and character. Upon hearing this, the third brother felt as if his head might shatter. His own elder brother, a person of significant standing, was now referring to his adversary as a commendable young man. The implication was painfully clear. It was an attempt to render him utterly humiliated, to label him as a rogue. Li Yunfei was not a fool. He discerned the insinuations lurking beneath the surface. Li Xiaofei, feeling exasperated, observed Li Yunfei bouncing around like a monkey, and he couldn't help but find the situation absurdly comical. Assisting him might not guarantee that these matters would be formally resolved. If they were to fall short against Yanling, his own reputation as the second brother would be irreparably tarnished. Yet, should he choose not to aid Li Yunfei, and the latter reported back, it would render him equally disgraceful. In a moment of resignation, Li Xiaofei decided to embrace the chaos. He pointed towards the schoolyard in the distance and declared, "Let those two hurry over to the playground at the academy. I shall attempt to use my martial soul to hold them at bay. When the time comes, you may intervene, but do not deliver a fatal blow, understood?" Li Xiaofei was genuinely exasperated with Li Yunfei. However, if it was to restore his brother's dignity, he would reveal these unspoken truths. After all, it was simply a matter of issuing a warning to Yanling. It was straightforward. There were no unusual individuals at the schoolyard. They could proceed there without worry. Rest assured, second brother. I shall exercise caution and ensure that they do not vanish from this world. Li Yunfei was elated, pleasantly surprised that his casual suggestion had prompted Li Xiaofei to take action. He believed that this matter would undoubtedly allow him to quickly restore his dignity. Indeed, no matter how one might perceive him, even as a delicate scholar, if he truly stood firm, he could indeed make a significant impact. Certainly, this will allow one to have complete control over everything at hand. The matter of face has become uncertain, and now we shall see who can skillfully navigate through this chaotic situation. At this moment in the classroom, Yanling noticed a figure at the door who bore a striking resemblance to Li Yunfei. Without needing to guess, he knew exactly who that individual was. Chapter 69. The Outbreak of Conflict. Chapter 70. Unmatched. Without further ado, it is time to utilize what one possesses and cease wasting time. Yanling took 2 steps back, seemingly dismissing the situation at hand. Since it was thus, there was no need for further discussion. Action was imperative. Those who falter are but fools. Moreover, Yanling felt confident he was certainly not incapable of confronting this Li Xiaofei. If it were a matter of subduing him with just a few words, it would be exceedingly simple. Ah, what a spirited fellow you are. I initially perceived your temperament as rather mild, yet I find you still quite tempestuous. Li Xiaofei was indeed taken aback by Yanling's demeanor. He had not anticipated that this individual would dare to accept the challenge. If that is the case, there is no need to engage in trivial matters any further. The peculiarities that have surfaced are already lodged in one's mind, and there is no necessity to manufacture more of such inconsequential affairs. He initially believed that Yanling would not allow him to suffer undue embarrassment. However, upon reflection, it became evident that the reality was far from that. Under such a grave threat, Li Xiaofei realized that he ought not to succumb to fear. Clenching his fists tightly, he prepared to firmly grasp the undeniable truths that lay before him. Since he was at the forefront of this path, it was imperative to integrate and comprehend the situation fully. Wasting time would be detrimental to both parties involved. Enough of the idle chatter. Do not be like Li Yunfei, who only knows how to engage in empty rhetoric, which is quite distasteful. Yanling, now impatient, understood that all the information at hand was firmly within his grasp. It remained to be seen how many individuals could alter these unfounded realities. What irked Yanling the most was Li Xiaofei's incessant back-and-forth discussions. He perceived this as a waste of time, which was unbeneficial for anyone, especially since both sides were struggling to navigate these uncertainties. Then why not resolve these peculiarities through force? If that is the case, then you shall pay with your life. Li Xiaofei, growing anxious, never anticipated that Yanling would repeatedly hurl himself towards the muzzle of his gun. These truths are evidently laid before us. Let us, as a collective, observe. In matters of martial prowess, Li Xiaofei is undoubtedly no match for Yanling. After all, from the very moment of his birth, this chosen one was destined for an extraordinary fate. Yet, unexpectedly, Li Xiaofei, in the name of brotherhood, intends to subject Yanling to a rather humiliating predicament. However, he remains oblivious to the fact that should it come to a direct confrontation, that would only result in his own detriment, while Yanling would incur no losses whatsoever. The two individuals then engaged in a fierce struggle, creating a substantial vortex at the very center of the playground. Surrounding them was an individual resembling a Taiji diagram, navigating the situation with unexpected turns. Waves of impact painted the entire sky in shades of crimson. Initially, most students, eager to vacate the area after school, were taken aback by the unfolding events. Curiosity piqued, they paused to observe the spectacle. Indeed, the two formidable martial spirits before them were strikingly powerful. One resembled an iron lion, akin to the firmament, representing Li Xiaofei's essence, while the other took the form of a deep blue dragon, embodying Yanling's spirit. These two mighty entities clashed and entwined in the air, ultimately merging into a tapestry of bluish-green across the heavens. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated as the two essences collided with immense force, tearing the sky asunder and revealing the cosmos beyond. Who would have thought, brother, that you, who often struggles to utter a word, could exhibit such prowess? It's astonishing that you can hold your own against Yanling. Li Yunfei marveled in disbelief. Just moments ago, the sky had been bright with daylight. Now, it was enveloped in the darkness of night, adorned with the vibrant patterns of the two essences, reminiscent of a phoenix unfurling its wings, presenting a series of intricate blueprints. The sight was so overwhelming that it left onlookers momentarily speechless, their gazes fixed skyward in astonishment. In Li Yunfei's eyes, his older brother Li Xiaofei, typically a modest and unassuming child in the presence of family, had transformed into a figure of unfathomable strength within the blink of an eye, revealing undeniable truths that left others in awe, unable to utter a single word. Li Xiaofei, now indifferent to Li Yunfei's presence, was solely focused on redeeming his naive younger brother's dignity. He would not have unleashed his full martial prowess against Yanling had it not been for that reason. Moreover, he had not anticipated that Yanling, despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, possessed formidable abilities of his own. Well done, my friend. I must admit, you truly are impressive. No wonder you managed to best my younger brother, as even a multitude could not contend with you alone. You are indeed a remarkable talent, Li Xiaofei thought, regarding Yin Ling with newfound respect. No longer did he dismiss him. Instead, he recognized the extraordinary skill that belied their similar ages, leaving him astounded. Yet, despite his admiration, the intensity of Li Xiaofei's efforts remained unwavering. In the blink of an eye, all of one's strength converges within the palm, as a blue flower of the other shore is drawn across the vast expanse of the sky. There is no need for you to extol my virtues. I shall not show you any mercy. Unleash your full power without delay. Yinling can hardly contain his amusement. He never anticipated that the individual before him, Li Xiaofei, would consider his own prowess to be formidable. Indeed, it is quite amusing. However, we have yet to address any matters of genuine significance. One might wonder if it is possible to manage these affairs at all. It seems that such a notion is entirely unfounded. To exalt one's adversary merely serves to diminish one's own morale, a fact even Yin Ling is aware of. Yet, to my surprise, Li Xiaofei continues to skew every situation in his favor time and again, which is rather comical to behold. Chapter 71. Reflection. Li Xiaofei let out a faint, icy smile, realizing that perhaps the resolution of this matter would ultimately necessitate a contest of life and death. Initially, he intended merely to issue a warning to Yin Ling, but he was taken aback to discover that Yin Ling's prowess surpassed his own. This realization left Li Xiaofei feeling quite embarrassed. It would have been one thing had he not sought to overshadow his younger brother, but to further tarnish his own reputation would indeed be laughable. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly potent, compelling all spectators present to express their astonishment with exclamations of awe. Just imagine, in a place where thunder rumbles on flat ground, the sky above bursts forth with an array of resplendent fireworks. Regardless of who stands before it, the scene is undeniably shocking, even in the brilliance of daylight. Yet, the emergence of such an outrageous situation is truly akin to a terrifying explosion. It is astonishing. I never anticipated that after school today I would witness two dazzling displays of power. It appears that our academy is indeed a hidden treasure trove of talent, truly remarkable and exceptional. Once their written examinations are concluded, we might approach them for an autograph or something similar. However, judging by the intensity of today's spectacle, it seems that it would be incomplete without a fatality. At this moment, the academy was teeming with people, and most of the audience gasped in astonishment. Indeed, they had not anticipated that such an event would unfold before their very eyes. Brilliant waves of light danced before the spectators, dazzling them one moment and plunging them into darkness the next, creating an illusion far more vivid than any three-dimensional effect. Meanwhile, other students were equally astonished, eagerly anticipating the conclusion of the spectacle to witness the true forms of Li Xiaofei and Yin Ling. However, this group of individuals was acutely aware of the reality before them. They understood that the so-called undeniable facts had now been laid bare, and it appeared that this battle would inevitably result in fatalities. Yet, since the teachers remained silent, the students knew better than to indulge in any excessive behavior. The academy was home to teachers, principals, and an array of individuals with varied interests, and the students possessed a keen sense of self-awareness, preferring to distance themselves from the chaos. At this juncture, Teacher Shrek was observing the tumultuous scene from the highest level of the teaching building. He recognized that the animosity between these two students was not something he could easily mediate as their instructor. Given the uncomfortable situation that had arisen, there was no need to exacerbate the disorder. In truth, Shrek felt a sense of satisfaction at witnessing a brawl within the academy, for it indicated that students were making progress, even if quietly and without fanfare. A state of utter silence, devoid of even the faintest sign of life, would be far more troubling than the current commotion. Just then, as Shrek was lost in thought, Bibi Dong quietly approached from behind him. Gazing at the radiant display in the sky, where two formidable martial souls clashed fiercely, he found the spectacle rather disconcerting. Bibi Dong's arrival did not startle Shrek. After all, they were both of comparable rank, one being the head of the department and the other a teacher. In terms of official hierarchy, Bibi Dong was a notch above Shrek. Yet Shrek, as an educator, held a certain moral high ground. Thus, there was no need for pleasantries between them, merely a knowing nod and a smile. However, at that moment, Bibi Dong could not restrain herself and remarked, "Remarkable. I never imagined our academy would harbor such high-level martial souls. It truly brings me a sense of comfort." Bibi Dong felt a profound sense of joy, for among them was one who happened to be her disciple from the previous day. The other, Li Xiaofei, was the second son of the Li family. Both were individuals of considerable repute. Yet, in the fleeting moment of their fierce confrontation, they unleashed a series of intense assaults that left onlookers utterly astonished. It had been a considerable time since such a public display of conflict had transpired within the academy. The occurrence stirred a powerful tremor within Bibi Dong, resonating deeply. Of course, my discernment has never failed me. I believe such matters ought to follow a proper course. At this juncture, Shrek also smiled with satisfaction, feeling reassured that he had indeed not misjudged the character of his students. If Yanling were to be considered Bibi Dong's disciple, it would signify that the future of the academy was assuredly in capable hands. Such delightful prospects made Shrek's lips curl slightly upwards. Indeed, it was a glaring truth that a commendable disciple could navigate through these so-called turmoils, potentially unifying the realm in the future. Once, Tang San was merely an inconspicuous apprentice. Yet he ascended to such exalted heights. Who could have foreseen the emergence of another like Yanling, certainly indicating a firm grasp on the situation? Would their relentless exchanges truly not culminate in tragedy? I sensed that Li Xiaofei showed no inclination to relent, observing the unyielding ferocity of their bout. Bibi Dong's expression grew increasingly troubled, her brow furrowing with concern. When she glanced at Shrek, there was a hint of reproach in her gaze. She wondered why. As an educator, he had not intervened to halt the duel between his students. Was it merely to allow them to hone their skills? Yet, the outcome was all too apparent. One could not simply dismiss the chaotic elements at play. The role of a teacher is to uphold the stability of the academy, rather than stand idly by while students risk life and limb in their disputes. Wouldn't that lead to blame directed at them? Bibi Dong's complaints, however, were hardly taken to heart by Shrek. He believed that as an educator, he could not only command his students' obedience, but also ensure their safety. Rest assured, I possess the necessary discernment. Should they truly intend to stir up trouble, I will certainly take timely measures to mitigate any fallout. Shrek paid little heed to Bibi Dong's words, for he understood that the essence of being a teacher embodies a very tangible reality. Even without direct action, one cannot simply abandon their students to fend for themselves. The situation was already set before him. It was a matter of finding a more effective way to convey the lessons amidst the chaos. Crucially, Shrek possessed the extraordinary abilities of time reversal and temporal manipulation. Should Li Xiaofei and Yanling cause a life-threatening incident, he would undoubtedly be able to navigate the ensuing turmoil and reverse a series of unnecessary events. When circumstances slipped beyond his control, Shrek would activate his powers, returning to a time when no incident had transpired. Nothing more, nothing less. The joys of being a teacher. Not only does one impart knowledge, but one also navigates the intricacies of human relationships adeptly. Upon hearing Shrek's words, Bibi Dong nearly burst into laughter. He had not expected, nor could he have imagined, that Shrek would so skillfully grasp the nuances of social dynamics. Indeed, when faced with irretrievable circumstances, he could swiftly employ his abilities to rewind time, laying all the issues bare before him. Forgetting everything seemed rather straightforward. However, Shrek remained unimpressed. He perceived Bibi Dong's remarks as playful mockery. Consequently, he resolved to express his thoughts candidly. Are you not in a similar position, occupying the role of the Grand Pope while simultaneously outranking me as the director of the academy? How could I possibly not feel envious? Shrek felt that Bibi Dong's current status was far superior to his own. Yet, despite these undeniable facts laid bare before him, he found himself on the same starting line as her in this contest. It was true that one of his disciples was among the competitors below, but that did not imply any favoritism on his part. Shrek believed that when it truly came to matters of life and death, he would maintain impartiality. At that moment, in the midst of the competition, Li Xiaofei could distinctly sense his own limitations. He had not anticipated the formidable power of Yanling's twin martial spirits. Even more astonishing was the revelation that his martial spirit was a blue dragon, while his own was merely an ordinary pattern. To his surprise, this lad was indeed quite impressive. He had thought that exerting 70% of his strength would compel Yanling to withdraw, yet the latter persistently pressed on. Li Xiaofei was left astounded. He had nearly exhausted all his strength, yet he still could not grasp even a fraction of Yanling's prowess. He had hoped to make this fellow suffer a little, leading him to kneel and apologize, but what he received instead was a relentless surge of Yanling's power. Of course, while Yanling was escalating his martial strength, Li Xiaofei could do the same. However, he felt a distinct decline in his own capabilities. This situation resembled two shock waves. The greater force would effectively dissipate the opposing wave. In response to Li Xiaofei's jests, Yanling was nearly brought to laughter. He had assumed his stamina was on the verge of depletion, but contrary to expectations, it was Li Xiaofei who was faltering. If that were the case, this matter was indeed not as easily resolved as he had thought. How could one not persevere? Without persistence, one would surely be forgotten. With witty banter and laughter, Yin Ling spoke, though his words seemed to lack vigor. Indeed, he was nearly at the limit of his strength, having expended every ounce to wield his chaotic energy. Yet, to his astonishment, the results appeared rather peculiar, evoking a sense of disbelief among the onlookers. Yin Ling realized that he was nearing his limit. But little did he expect that Li Xiaofei was on the brink of collapse, his strength waning rapidly. If one were to consider it from this perspective, the matter at hand is indeed not so easily manageable. Observing Li Xiaofei's dwindling stamina, Yin Ling felt it was time to relinquish this issue. There exists no profound animosity between us. Why should we entangle ourselves in such a tumultuous and embarrassing predicament? There is no deep-seated enmity between us, and you need not exert yourself to such an extent in your dealings with me. On that day, it was undeniably your brother who was at fault, and thus it is unreasonable for me to bear the burden alone. Do you understand? After uttering these words, Yin Ling cast a wary glance at Li Xiaofei. He had already retracted 30% of his power and was observing whether Li Xiaofei was doing the same. Should Li Xiaofei choose not to withdraw, Yin Ling would be compelled to unleash his full strength against him. The consequences would undoubtedly be dire, potentially even costing Li Xiaofei his life, which was not an inconceivable outcome. Furthermore, the transgressions of the previous day were clearly not attributable to him. Yin Ling felt justified and saw no reason to entangle himself further with Li Xiaofei. His animosity was directed towards Li Yunfei, and he held no grievances against Li Xiaofei. Therefore, it was all the more unnecessary to indulge in such nonsensical chatter. As Yin Ling's intensity diminished, Li Xiaofei, too, was acutely aware of the situation. He realized that since his opponent had extended him such a significant concession, it implied a desire to spare his life. He felt that there was no need for such humiliation. Li Xiaofei spoke candidly, saying, "All right, let us each go our separate ways. I concede defeat. I did not anticipate that I would be unable to surpass you. Very well, let us turn the page on this matter. I will explain the situation to my family." At this moment, Li Xiaofei's mindset was one of resignation. He believed that since the situation had unfolded in this manner, there was no point in further resistance. There is no need for further discourse. Today, I am certainly no match for Yin Ling. Furthermore, from the rooftop, I noticed the presence of two individuals. It was clear to me that they were aware of my predicament, for I had discovered that Shrek and Bibi Dong were standing there. I was nearly paralyzed with fear, for I knew that Bibi Dong was Yin Ling's mentor. Additionally, Shrek was evidently showing great deference to Yin Ling today, as these two formidable and illustrious figures were extending their respect to him. As a mere apprentice, I should certainly not engage in a reckless confrontation with Yin Ling. Chapter 73. Descending the Steps and Dispersing the Crowd. Chapter 74. Fleeting moments to speak candidly. I did not wish to behold even a fragment of Li Yunfei's expression. Assisting him in his quest for vengeance yielded no advantage for me, and I nearly faced death at the hands of Yin Ling. Observing the wisps of smoke drifting through the sky, it felt as though I was on the verge of my own memorial service. If I do not choose to concede, I might very well lose my life here. Seeing my second brother utterly despondent, Li Yunfei did not resort to any peculiar antics. He believed that since the situation had unfolded in such a manner, there was no need to utter any more nonsensical words. Very well, if you cannot defeat him, then the elder brother must surely be of no use either. It is indeed lamentable that he did not even attend the trial assembly. Li Yunfei's attitude was one of resignation. Indeed, if the second brother was ineffectual, then the elder brother must also be worthless. Thus, this duel would temporarily conclude in failure. It was unexpected that the Li family had produced such ineptitude, and you, my friend, are at the forefront of this disgrace. As Li Yunfei made his way home, he continued to grumble. This grievance weighed heavily upon him. He had not anticipated that the intervention of his second brother would prove utterly futile. From the outset, Li Yunfei had sensed the impending failure. However, he had not envisioned that it would arrive with such swiftness. He had assumed that his second brother would at least manage to withstand a few exchanges, but to his astonishment, after several rounds of power struggles, he was swiftly defeated. Had I taken to the stage myself, I would surely have been vanquished by Yin Ling, my skull pulverized in the process. The rapidity of the defeat left Li Yunfei momentarily speechless. He remained ensnared in the illusion that his second brother could conquer Yin Ling. Yet the reality was far too perplexing and humiliating. Could you refrain from speaking? What can I do? I am simply unable to prevail. Li Xiaofei was on the verge of tears, for he had just sensed that Yin Ling had shown him mercy. Had Yin Ling not been merciful, he would now lie motionless on the ground, a mere corpse. The formidable intimidation of the twin martial souls vividly revealed the undeniable truth within just a few words. What a remarkable technique this was, and how magnanimous of him to spare Li Xiaofei's life. At this moment, Li Xiaofei felt immensely fortunate to have encountered a benevolent soul. Had he faced a nefarious fiend, with such formidable power, his head would have been severed without a second thought, leaving him devoid of any rightful claim to existence. Indeed, it was rather terrifying to contemplate. Had Yin Ling possessed superhuman abilities coupled with a tempestuous temperament, the consequences could have been dire. Thus, the current Li Xiaofei has, in fact, perished nearly hundreds of times, for one has but a single life. This is indeed a reality. Very well, if you cannot defeat him, I shall summon my elder brother. On the other hand, Li Yunfei, in a state of resignation, believes that his second brother has not engaged in any wrongdoing against Yinling. Perhaps his elder brother could surpass Yinling, but he tends to overthink matters. His brother has yet to reach any significant level in the trial of martial souls, having been easily subdued by others as if he were a mere monkey, swiftly defeated. Now, he languishes at home, suffering the sting of his parents' discipline. And how could he possibly assist in avenging him? It matters not. After all, his brother has not even undergone the trials, and now he is at home, nearly incapacitated by punishment. Li Xiaofei could hardly contain his laughter. Indeed, what others might not know about his brother, the two siblings surely do. His elder brother has not experienced even the basic level of martial soul trials. Currently, he is enduring harsh treatment at home. Yet he harbors thoughts of revenge against Yinling. It is only natural that the dual martial souls would utterly devastate him. Yinling, observing the two brothers bickering as they walked, could barely suppress his amusement. It was truly comedic. The Li family's three brothers were now thoroughly divided. Yinling couldn't help but express his inner thoughts. Who would have imagined that two of the Li brothers would find themselves in such a profound rift in their fraternal bond? This peculiar behavior was indeed disconcerting. Just consider, two brothers of a prominent family embroiled in such a serious crisis. If others were to witness this, would they not think that internal strife within a large family had led to such discord? Stop trying to sow discord. The Li family is doing just fine. Save for one troublesome element. Li Yunfei's expression darkened. He anticipated that Yinling would be so adept at kicking someone when they were down. The quarrel between the two brothers was none of his concern, yet here he was, entangled in nonsensical chatter that led nowhere. Indeed, while he had emerged victorious today, it could not be said that he had maneuvered through this perfect victory with any finesse. Though victory belonged to this fellow, it could not be claimed that the audacity also belonged to him. Despite his defeat, Li Yunfei's mindset remained explosive. He resolved that in the next moment, he would best integrate these chaotic matters into his own grasp. Upon hearing Li Yunfei's words, Yinling retorted without hesitation, "I care not for your squabbles. Do not let trivial matters ignite further conflict. The outcome has already been decided. Do not allow petty grievances to escalate into something more embarrassing." Yinling was truly at a loss for words. He had merely jested a little, and yet these two seemed so agitated. If this were the case, did they truly believe he lacked any semblance of temper? It is often said that miscommunication breeds contention. The reality stands as it is, and there is little more to say about such oddities. In any case, Yinling believes he has emerged victorious, and from this vantage point of triumph, he should crush his adversaries beneath his feet. As for anything else, he sees no need to delve into a multitude of chaotic facts. Those circumstances no longer pertain to him. He only perceives the dawn of victory, oblivious to any notion of failure. Enough said. Since the contest has already yielded a clear winner and loser, there is no necessity to engage in further trivial matters. At this moment, Shrek stepped forward, sensing that the three were on the verge of yet another altercation. As a teacher, he felt compelled to intervene, for maintaining order is paramount in his role, and everything else is mere distraction. "Yes, teacher, you are correct. I understand." Li Yunfei's countenance was grim, yet he felt powerless. He could not confront Yinling in front of Shrek, and moreover, he was no match for Yinling, leaving him no choice but to retreat in disgrace. Despite this, the animosity within him simmered unabated. As the tumult began to subside, Bibi Dong descended from the rooftop with remarkable agility, seemingly unharmed by the swift descent. This was indeed a testament to her formidable prowess. "I never anticipated, Yinling, that you would be so extraordinary." possessing a martial soul in the form of a blue dragon. How gratifying for me as your mentor. Bibi Dong expressed her astonishment at Yinling's martial spirit, a true dragon, which left her utterly astounded. In stark contrast, her own martial soul was merely a phoenix. The juxtaposition of a dragon and a phoenix, two entities not destined to be a pair, could potentially yield profound consequences should they become adversaries. Thus, Bibi Dong felt a sense of pride in Yinling, convinced she had not erred in taking him as her disciple. Should he indeed rise to greatness, she would undoubtedly bask in his reflected glory. Nevertheless, Shrek's expression shifted as he pondered Bibi Dong's words, feeling a deep sense of perplexity. He had no significant impression of Yinling, merely aware of his existence. Shrek could not fathom why Bibi Dong had chosen to take Yinling as her pupil. What precisely is the nature of their relationship? At this moment, Bibi Dong finds herself somewhat perplexed. Why is Yinling so formidable? It appears that others possess strong backgrounds and considerable strength, yet this individual seems to possess nothing of the sort. Nevertheless, he is able to demonstrate such remarkable abilities and prominence. If that is the case, Bibi Dong is indeed left pondering why Yinling has suddenly materialized in this world. However, when Bibi Dong mentioned her role as a mentor, Shrek was genuinely filled with a multitude of questions arising from his heart. He cast a look of bewilderment at Bibi Dong and remarked, "As a mentor, very well." Shrek's implication was quite clear. He had not anticipated that Bibi Dong might indeed be inclined to gravitate towards Yinling. If one were to speak in such a manner, the matter indeed becomes rather intriguing. Yinling is undeniably an impressive individual, yet I have never heard of such a person before. It is as if he materialized out of thin air. Nonetheless, this character has managed to ascend to great heights, even gaining the favor of Bibi Dong. Shrek finds this situation increasingly captivating. It is all too similar, all too familiar. Bibi Dong's countenance darkened. He was aware. The implication of Shrek's four-character phrase was a jest at his expense, suggesting that he is merely an opportunist. Indeed, it is astonishing that such a formidable student as Yinling has been preemptively accepted by Bibi Dong. Had he arrived just a moment later, he would undoubtedly have fallen into the clutches of Shrek, becoming one of the illustrious Shrek 7. In truth, Shrek and Bibi Dong do not share the same agenda. They merely traverse a common path, which has inadvertently given rise to a plethora of peculiarities. Otherwise, such extensive connections would not have emerged. Yinling is acutely aware that in the unfolding world, Shrek will lead his team in opposition to Bibi Dong's. The reason they can presently engage in calm discourse is simply that they have yet to uncover a means to exert total dominance over one another. However, in the future, he is determined to meticulously orchestrate matters to his advantage. Yinling harbors a profound understanding of his own capabilities and is thus disinterested in the trivial squabbles that plague this so-called factional strife, which he finds utterly repugnant. As he observes the imminent confrontation between Shrek and Bibi Dong, Yinling hastily intervenes to prevent their clash. He is utterly unwilling to witness these two esteemed teachers embroiled in conflict due to his own minor issues, especially after just resolving matters with Li Xiaofei. In this context, it seems that he has indeed become a pariah within the entire academy. I have finally discerned the reason behind my sudden surge in prowess. Could it be that this teacher has been secretly aiding me? Yinling swiftly redirected the conversation, attributing all the accolades to himself. Without the guidance of a teacher or a mentor, perhaps I would not possess such formidable abilities. After all, Li Xiaofei stands a level above me. Yet, why is it that my rudimentary twin martial souls can suppress his power to the extent that not even a fraction of it can be unleashed? In that case, one might indeed consider this individual quite formidable. However, this is not entirely accurate. Initially, Bibi Dong had intentions of assisting Yinling, yet to prevent Shrek from perceiving any selfish motives, he refrained from employing any spells to offer aid. Shrek, adhering to a principle of fairness, regarded both Li Xiaofei and Yinling as his students. Although Li Xiaofei was no longer under his tutelage, it did not necessitate favoritism toward his current pupil. Thus, Shrek abstained from intervening, leaving the two to exchange glances as Yinling progressively subdued Li Xiaofei. However, upon hearing this discourse, Shrek was nearly paralyzed with trepidation. The audacity of Yinling was astonishing. Not only did he involve Bibi Dong, but he also implicated himself. How could a teacher of such repute allow himself to be associated with a mere minor character? This was utterly unacceptable. Such statements must not be made lightly. After all, the earlier contest between him and Li Xiaofei was conducted fairly. Should it circulate that Bibi Dong was shielding his student, it would cast a shadow on Shrek's integrity as a respected educator in the academy, potentially leading to dire consequences. Shrek's voice quivered with agitation. While it might be permissible to suggest Bibi Dong favored his disciple, the notion that he showed bias toward Yanling at the expense of Li Xiaofei was intolerable. Should this rumor spread, it would strip him of his esteemed title, leaving him with a bleak fate. Shrek's panicked exclamation startled him. He had not anticipated that a mere remark would provoke such a lively response from Yanling, akin to a sudden jolt as if he had consumed a stimulant, which intrigued him greatly. Fortunately, Yanling adeptly redirected the conversation to another topic, wary that Shrek's agitation might lead to an unwelcome confrontation, fearing that such a conflict could jeopardize his very existence. Very well. I shall simply assume that I possess exceptional abilities and let this matter pass without further ado. Yanling ceased his speech, instead regarding Bibi Dong and Shrek with an air of utmost caution. It became evident that these two individuals indeed embodied the essence of mastery. Their mere presence exuded an aura of dominion over the world. The subtle energies that flowed around them, the intricate shifts of fate, were ineffable, encapsulated in but a few words. The truth was vividly displayed in the depths of their gazes, manifesting the power of their very existence with every breath they took. Such formidable prowess could only belong to beings of their extraordinary caliber. Ordinary mortals, despite a lifetime of cultivation, could never hope to attain such heights. Certainly, Bibi Dong and Shrek were products of illustrious lineages, their bloodlines imbued with an inherent strength that facilitated their remarkable ascension. Thus, they advanced in their training with astonishing efficacy, achieving lofty positions at such a tender age, ultimately bearing great responsibilities. Presently, Bibi Dong stood as the Grand Pope, a beacon of hope for the entire Douluo continent, while Shrek served as a mentor within the academy, nurturing students who would become invaluable pillars of society. Their accomplishments were formidable indeed, in the realm of reality. These two would undoubtedly rise to prominence, carving their own paths akin to embodiments of educational excellence. With a firm hand, Bibi Dong patted Yanling's shoulder, exclaiming, "In the realm of the strong, there are always those who surpass. Each generation eclipses the last. Well done, young man. Perhaps, in time, I may even pass my mantle to you." At that moment, tears welled in Bibi Dong's eyes as she gazed at Yanling, nearly overcome with emotion. Indeed, this young man was no ordinary figure. His brief expressions conveyed depths that others could scarcely fathom. Bibi Dong reflected on her own lengthy tenure in her position. Feeling increasingly restless, she pondered the possibility of reaching even greater heights in the future. It is certain that one can deftly navigate these twists and turns, allowing everything to gracefully descend. Indeed, a position as significant as that of the Pope must have a successor. If one were to utter 3 statements, 2 of them would inevitably find themselves at the center of a tempest. It can only be said that this is the lament of the entire Douluo continent. The esteemed position of the Supreme Pontiff is left without a successor, a truly exasperating predicament. Upon hearing this news, Yanling felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Indeed, the role of the Supreme Pontiff is not one to be taken lightly. While an ordinary person may carry the weight of hope, they could easily find themselves shattered in an instant. Only those nurtured from a young age can ascend to such lofty heights, and at present, Yanling is far from that. Thus, he has no desire to shoulder this so-called responsibility. Forget it. I believe your position is too elevated. I simply cannot bear such a grave burden. As he spoke, Yanling waved his hands dismissively, displaying little interest in the papal role. Conversely, he felt that Tang San's position was far more suited to him. Indeed, in this current world, Tang San has soared into the cosmos, occupying the seat of the Grand Ruler. In the future, I am certain I will be capable of achieving greatness, while simultaneously dismantling the chaos around me and synthesizing it into a coherent whole. Yanling harbors his own lofty aspirations and pays little heed to others. The realities of the situation are glaringly evident. The position of the Pope is exalted, far beyond the grasp of those who merely occupy their small corners of the world. In the realm of Douluo continent, the Pope is not a role for the faint-hearted. One must possess the stature of a sage, much like Bibi Dong. To live a life of solitude, akin to her existence, would be an unbearable torment for Yanling. For he is a man of flesh and blood, unlike the seemingly unfeeling Bibi Dong. It is true that Bibi Dong once had a semblance of emotional connection, but her subsequent actions, which defied reason, led to a cataclysmic shattering of her persona, resulting in her current lamentable state. In this world, the Pope is akin to a priest in our reality, wielding absolute authority and sanctity. Their image must remain unimpeachable. Any blemish upon their character could lead to a swift and merciless demise. This illustrates the terrifying nature of this world, where harsh truths unfold before one's eyes. The cruelty is palpable. The law bears little weight in this society. Thus, Yinling has cultivated his own resolve. He has decided that even if he ascends to a high position in the future, it is not imperative to consolidate all matters into his grasp. To live a tranquil life through the cycles of existence is already a considerable blessing. Indeed, one can be excessively modest. What significance does the title of Pope hold? It is merely a position, hardly worthy of mention. Shrek observed with a sense of delight as Yinling rejected the position of Pope. Yes, this lad disregards even the papal title, which signifies his ambition to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tang San as a pillar of strength. Shrek believes in his potential. In this context, Yinling could draw closer to him, for after all, Shrek possesses techniques of devilish training that are renowned throughout the old world. The realities that can be succinctly articulated are vividly demonstrated in his presence. Even the most unremarkable individual, deemed a waste, could transform into a top-tier talent under his guidance. Showcasing such exceptional prowess, many aspire to consolidate these skills within their grasp, seeking to submit themselves at the feet of Shrek. Yet now, upon hearing Yinling's words, Bibi Dong finds herself in refusal. This implies that there is indeed an opportunity for oneself, and that is the very source of Shrek's joy. Furthermore, the position of Pope held by Bibi Dong may not be as significant as it seems. If Yinling himself does not regard it highly, then it is merely a trivial matter. It is not worth allowing others to manipulate him with such inconsequential nonsense. The title of Pope pales in comparison to being one of the 8 monsters or 9 monsters under the Shrek banner. Receiving praise from someone like Bibi Dong and being regarded with esteem by Shrek caused Yinling's expression to sour immediately. Indeed, he was merely an ordinary individual, and being acknowledged by someone of such caliber made him feel somewhat incapable of managing his own life. He believed it would be prudent to maintain a low profile, lest further chaos ensue. It is uncertain whether life itself may soon meet its inevitable end. Enough of this flattery, dear teacher, since the crisis has been averted for now. Let us contemplate the path that lies ahead. Yinling has no desire to endure the sycophantic praises of these 2 old geezers. Indeed, despite their seemingly youthful appearance, their ages stretch into the thousands, while Yinling is merely a fledgling, barely past 20, a graceful youth dancing amidst the cunning of ancient foxes. It is utterly inconceivable for him to maneuver beneath the shadows of such venerable beings. Thus, at this moment, Yinling wishes for nothing more than to seize control of the so-called realities around him, yearning for fate to cease its cruel jesting. He aspires to be the master of his own destiny, rather than a pawn in another's game. If one were to follow the paths dictated by Bibi Dong or Shrek, the outcome would be all too predictable. This can only indicate that his destiny is no longer within his own grasp, but rather manipulated by others. This situation is indeed intolerable for some. Upon hearing Yinling's words, Bibi Dong almost burst into laughter. He had not anticipated that a youth of such formidable prowess could be so easily placed upon a pedestal by mere words. If one were to say it this way, it is prudent to navigate cautiously through life, embracing humility in one's endeavors. For ages, these have been the principles guiding the transformation of the humble into the extraordinary. Remarkably, this initial triumph brings no sense of pride. Rather, it inspires contemplation on the future. Indeed, this reflects the qualities of a devoted disciple. Bibi Dong gazed with deep emotion, her expression subtly conveying what words could not, as she observed Yinling before her. She felt assured that she had not misjudged this young man. Despite his tender age, he exhibited remarkable prowess while skillfully concealing his brilliance. If we are to speak in such a manner, it is indeed quite eye-catching. There are successors, truly there are successors. Bibi Dong was on the verge of tears from excitement. Of course, if we were to speak of genuine tears, Bibi Dong might not shed a tear, for he is a figure of supreme authority, akin to a grand pope. How could he allow himself to weep over mere sentiments? If that were the case, one might argue that his emotional depth is rather shallow. Yet, deep within, Bibi Dong is genuinely moved. It is remarkable that someone as humble yet formidable as Yinling exists in this world. It truly enlightens him, illustrating the poignant irony of life where aspirations often diverge from reality. It is both a cause for celebration and lamentation. You are overly flattering me. I am merely an ordinary individual, Yinling thought, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. He never anticipated that Bibi Dong would be so adept at flattery, surpassing even the likes of Shrek. He, a mere supporting character, found himself elevated to such heights by Bibi Dong's praise. The constant shifts in dialogue left him feeling exceedingly awkward, as he is not a person of extraordinary prowess deserving of such adulation. As Yinling glanced back, he realized that a majority of the students in the schoolyard were fixated upon him. Indeed, it was quite conspicuous, with Bibi Dong and Shrek both observing him with utmost seriousness. Surrounding the square was a sea of other students, and here he stood in the spotlight, a position that only amplified his social anxiety. Yinling was no model gracing a runway. How could he possibly shine so brightly? At that moment, Shrek continued, "If you are an ordinary person, then you are certainly the pinnacle among ordinary individuals. Your ability to remain so unassuming at such a level is indicative of a future pillar of society. Rest assured, I will support you." Shrek, a man who cherishes talent, found himself captivated by Yinling, a truly exceptional individual. However, there was a slight blemish on this admiration. This talent had already been claimed as Bibi Dong's disciple. This realization pained Shrek, for Yinling had originally been without a master. Now, he had rightfully become a disciple of Bibi Dong. Thus, should Shrek choose to mentor him further, he would merely be a secondary teacher rather than a true master. If Yinling were to achieve great heights in the future, it would indeed present a unique dynamic. In the future, when others speak of his master, they will undoubtedly refer to Bibi Dong, while Shrek will merely be regarded as his teacher. Contemplating this, Shrek felt a pang of heartache. However, the desire to nurture talent is a sentiment shared by all. Faced with such a grave reality, Shrek was unwilling to let any opportunity slip away. Thus, he resolved to firmly support Yinling, despite the possibility that he might not acknowledge him as his so-called second master. However, in the annals of history across the continent, his name is destined to be etched indelibly. Shrek, too, shall leave a significant mark within this narrative. Their aspirations are indeed grand. To inscribe one's name in the chronicles of history is no trivial endeavor. Few possess the capability to achieve such a feat, and even if Yinling were to ascend to that esteemed position, it does not guarantee that he could be drawn into the picturesque reality that accompanies it. For the harshness of reality is unforgiving, far too complex to be succinctly articulated in mere words. Upon hearing Shrek's extravagant praises, Bibi Dong was on the verge of tears. Pondering the irony of his situation, did he not himself lack disciples? At this moment, Yinling secretly rejoiced, recognizing that Shrek had lost much of his former prowess. Having taught 7 disciples, he was almost on the brink of starvation himself. This sentiment captures the essence of the matter. Though it may not encompass the entirety of the truth, perhaps one day he might even become the 8th member of Shrek. Yet, at this juncture, Shrek remained unconvinced, believing that with Yinling's qualifications and capabilities, he could undoubtedly become the 8th legendary figure of Shrek. Perhaps, after his guidance, an even more formidable individual would emerge. Alas, the two belonged to entirely different factions. He was aligned with Bibi Dong's Douluo faction, while the other was part of Shrek's domain. Historically, these two factions have never been mortal enemies, yet they are not to be trifled with. Although they have endured a tumultuous past filled with discord, the adverse circumstances that once plagued their relationship have now come to light. It remains to be seen how Yinling will navigate the choices ahead. Should he succeed, it would be commendable. Yet, if he finds himself engulfed in insurmountable challenges, then such notions would be mere folly. At this moment, the generous sentiments expressed by Shrek nearly brought Yinling to laughter. He had not anticipated that the chaotic circumstances would prove so challenging for him to manage alone. Faced with the unfolding events, he found it exceedingly difficult to make a choice. Indeed, the structure within the Douluo faction is hardly feeble. However, when confronted with the myriad complexities before him, he realized that in the presence of these two formidable individuals, he appeared almost inconsequential, easily dismissed. Perhaps it is best for him to resolve to cultivate himself into a titled Douluo, steering clear of the direction Shrek is pursuing. Yinling spoke candidly, as he had no ties to the Shrek faction. Furthermore, from his recollections, he was aware that the Shrek camp would soon face total destruction. This was, of course, due to the fact that the powers on the Douluo side had reached their zenith, resulting in a chaotic array of circumstances that were decidedly unfavorable. Thus, at this moment, Yinling found himself with his own ambitions and creativity. One must strive to retain control over one's possessions and circumstances, If one chooses to follow the path of Douluo, it is imperative to pursue it with unwavering determination, avoiding any diversions. In truth, the Shrek faction is not particularly weak. However, due to the inherent differences in the systems compared to Douluo, as a human, Yinling does not wish to impose excessive demands. The rationale is quite straightforward. Not everyone walks the same path, and there is no necessity to engage in trivial matters. Not all individuals possess the constitution suited for Shrek or the Douluo realm, leading to a series of disordered behaviors. Well then, since your intentions are resolute, I see no reason to further involve myself. The outcome is evidently clear. The situation is already fragmented, and introducing more peculiarities would not bode well for us. Shrek nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sense in these words. Indeed, when selecting a faction, Yinling did not choose his own path. Should he decide to embark on a new journey now, it would equate to betraying his master. Yinling is not such a person, and thus has not resorted to actions that defy human morality and forsake all principles. At this juncture, Bibi Dong was elated, not anticipating Yinling's staunch attitude. If he truly intends to walk alongside her until the end, there is no need for any absurdities. Do you see? Shrek, this is the disciple I have nurtured. In just a few words, he manifests a remarkable sense of perfection. Once the faction is chosen, let us not burden him further. It would be a favor to me. Bibi Dong was practically dancing with joy, eager to assert control over the chaotic actions of Shrek. Indeed, these antics, when presented before him, still failed to satiate his appetite. Today, the embarrassment inflicted upon him by Shrek is unnecessary. There is no need to create further disorder. It is evident that Yinling has resolved to grow stronger along the path of Douluo, which signifies that the position of the Grand Pope will certainly have a worthy successor. Even if Yinling does not desire this position, he will inevitably make choices in the future to pave the way for the entire Douluo continent. Shrek was infuriated, his brow furrowed as if ready to unleash the fury brewing within him. Indeed, he and Bibi Dong have never seen eye to eye, and now she has found an excuse to target him. If one were to speak in such terms, it is no wonder that Shrek is in a state of fury. At this moment, he resembles a person of great violence. Should he find an outlet for the pent-up rage in his chest, he would undoubtedly seize that individual with an iron grip. Bibi Dong, you ought not to be so boastful. My disciples from Shrek are certainly no less formidable than your Douluo. Shrek, in a fit of exasperation, cannot help but feel aggrieved, for his own disciples are remarkably strong, far surpassing those of the Douluo. Yet, to his dismay, they have become the subjects of ridicule. Thus, Shrek's stance is one of defending the dignity of his disciples. He aims to bring these chaotic circumstances under his control. His disciples may be subject to his words, whether they be praise or reprimand, but no one else is permitted to utter a word against them. Observing Shrek's state of distress brings great amusement to Bibi Dong, who finds herself nearly in stitches. She had not anticipated that this seemingly old fellow before her would possess such a fiery temperament. Indeed, their ages are comparable, with one nearing several millennia and the other not far behind. In this vast world, despite their appearances suggesting they are merely in their 20s, they are quintessential old foxes, and Yinling is hardly worth mentioning in their eyes. Chapter 80. The Seven Monsters of Shrek. Ha ha ha. The current situation is that Yinling is your student, yet also my disciple. We shall see whether the power of Douluo or the might of Shrek prevails, or perhaps he will master both. Bibi Dong, in high spirits, gestures animatedly towards Shrek, believing that since Yinling has aligned himself with her, they are now on the same battlefield. There is no need to delve into other chaotic matters if one cannot even grasp the current situation at hand. That is indeed an inextricable truth. Yinling is a quintessential talent marked by a persistent cough. However, the current potential he possesses remains solely in his own hands, which can only imply that if Yinling were to truly embark on a journey in the future, it would be a significant undertaking. One can only rely on one's own reputation. Such an exceptionally stern demeanor is observable by all, nearly provoking a laugh from Bibi Dong. At this moment, Shrek, having heard these words, felt as if his teeth might shatter from the tension. He had never anticipated that a disciple he had painstakingly chosen would now become a mere possession of Bibi Dong. Very well, if even these measures could not instill discipline, then what hope remained? There is no need to amalgamate any further chaotic elements, for the outcome is already abundantly clear. Thus, there is no necessity for additional efforts. Well, if you are to speak in such a manner, I find myself quite content. We shall observe the direction in which Yinling may evolve. As for Shrek, He has decisively cast aside his concerns, no longer preoccupied with the trivialities of Yinling. Indeed, he has reached a point where he can no longer afford to dwell on such matters, for Yinling, in essence, has never aligned with him. There is no need for further action, as Bibi Dong possesses formidable abilities within the realm of Douluo. Should the two stand on the same battlefield, it would serve as a testament to their shared prowess. Such chaotic elements are perceived through the discerning eyes of those capable of articulation. In the past, Tang San, the titled Douluo of the Douluo continent, shared a brief yet significant connection with Bibi Dong. However, the duration of this association was not extensive. Eventually, Shrek chose to reach a compromise, thereby preventing Tang San from being confined by an ineffectual decree. Had Shrek delivered a crushing blow in those early days, Tang San might have been extinguished in his infancy. Thus, the entire history of Douluo continent shall be rewritten, and there shall be no emergence of talents like Yinling. This situation reveals the intricate workings of the world, all of which lie within the grasp of individual destinies. If one possessed truly formidable power, overturning everything would be a trivial matter. Observing the subtle rivalry between the two instructors, Yinling found himself at a loss for words. He pondered why. Despite not being particularly exceptional himself, he was the target of their nonsensical discourse. In a moment of urgency, Yinling decided to mediate, seeking to quell their anger. "Oh, esteemed teachers, you have always been considerate of me, and I feel no need to elaborate further. I am certain I will master all of your techniques to the best of my ability." On the other hand, Shrek, feeling exasperated, intended to turn away, burdened by the demands of his numerous students, thousands of whom required his guidance. He realized he could not solely focus on Yinling at this time. Consequently, Shrek resolved to disperse the chaotic atmosphere. With Bibi Dong having already accepted Yinling as her disciple, he deemed it unnecessary to linger in this tumult. "All right. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Let today's events be merely a passing storm and allow it to fade away." With these words, Shrek departed, casting a fierce glare at Bibi Dong, fully aware that he had witnessed an extraordinary talent now belonging to her. Such a perplexing reality weighed heavily on the heart, provoking feelings of embarrassment and trepidation. Simultaneously, Shrek harbored a fervent desire to encounter an individual even more formidable than Yinling. Otherwise, should Yinling ascend to greatness, the irreversible truths would remain unchallenged. In the future, should he become another Tang San, it could potentially inflict a devastating blow upon the Shrek clan. Therefore, to eliminate any future threats, Shrek must bolster its ranks. It is imperative that the Academy cultivates a significant faction of its own. Otherwise, the chaotic realities may manifest before them. The fragmented circumstances have become unmanageable, and for the sake of long-term stability, Shrek must endure and remain patient. Meanwhile, chaos has erupted within the Li family. Due to Li Dafei's failure to achieve a high level in his martial soul trial, he returned home to face severe repercussions. Conversely, Li Yunfei, having failed in his quest for vengeance, has taken to secluding himself in his room, consumed by gloom and dread of public shame. In contrast, although Li Xiaofei experienced defeat in battle, he emerged with invaluable lessons learned. Thus, it became clear what it means to say that there are always greater talents beyond one's own, and that there are heavens beyond the heavens. Some individuals are indeed not to be trifled with. Consequently, at this moment, Li Xiaofei hurried to his father's study, conveying all the circumstances to him, revealing that there exists a talent in the entire Douluo continent akin to Tang San. Li Feihu is the biological father of the three Li brothers. Yet he is not the eldest son in the family. He has an elder brother, which means that Li Feihu is merely the second son in the household. Unlike the three brothers, Li Feihu has only one elder brother and no younger siblings, but he does have two younger sisters. Therefore, among the sons of the Li family, he ranks as the second son. Nevertheless, despite being the second son, the elder of the Li family does not neglect Li Feihu. On the contrary, he shows him considerable respect and, to a certain extent, grants him the protection of the family. While Li Feihu may have a rather imposing name, he harbors an inexplicable situation that renders him quite enigmatic. He is indeed a quintessential intellectual, much like his elder brother, both of whom are remarkably accomplished returnees with doctoral degrees. However, what is unexpected is that Li Feihu's three sons are anything but ordinary. Chapter 81, Family Matters. Aside from the second son, Li Xiaofei, the eldest and youngest sons epitomize the typical wealthy second generation. Day after day, They are preoccupied solely with earning and spending money, exhibiting no other skills. They either bully others or are on the path to doing so. This greatly troubles Li Feihu and fills him with a profound sense of paternal despair. If he cannot even manage his own sons, how can he hope to thrive in this world? Li Feihu stands in his study, with Li Xiaofei beside him, both wearing furrowed brows. After a prolonged silence, Li Feihu finally articulates his thoughts. I never imagined that even you could not surpass Yinling. Who exactly is that fellow? It seems I have never heard of him before. Li Feihu found the name Yinling quite unfamiliar. All he knew was that in the past, Tang San had emerged as a remarkable figure. Yet he was a typical underachiever at first. Gradually, he honed his skills, but this Yinling, upon debuting, possessed twin martial souls. Moreover, in merely the initial stages, he decisively defeated Li Feihu's second son, Li Xiaofei, who was at an intermediate level, leaving him utterly vanquished. If he truly grows, then in the future, will Yinling's accomplishments not mirror those of Tang San? The emergence of a figure like Tang San in the Douluo continent is already a considerable headache. Yet, to think that a second one is poised to soar as well is quite surprising. Li Feihu is, in fact, someone who cherishes talent. Upon first learning of Yinling's name, he felt a sense of joy. However, he soon discovered that his second son had engaged in a sparring match with Yinling. Although he did not emerge victorious, it nonetheless resulted in a significant enmity. The matter, once divulged, undoubtedly presents a considerable inconvenience. Indeed, the emergence of this seemingly out-of-nowhere individual has left me utterly unprepared, rendering me at a loss for how to proceed. Li Xiaofei bears a furrowed brow. He had hoped to reclaim his standing today, yet upon arrival, he nearly faced dire consequences. The thought of such humiliation spreading is truly daunting. Among the three Li brothers, two are utterly inept, and now the second son has also succumbed to this fate. If outsiders were to discover that the Li family no longer possesses any formidable talents, it would only reinforce the notion that their lineage is on the brink of decline. Confronted with such a harsh reality, Li Xiaofei must grapple with these chaotic circumstances for the sake of the family's legacy. Li Feihu, too, feels the weight of his troubles. His son, typically of a gentle temperament, now finds himself ensnared in familial turmoil, plagued by unanswered questions that lead to great distress. The thought of this situation becoming public is indeed disheartening. Li Feihu lamented, the eldest is now a liability, while the youngest is disappointing. At present, the family's fortunes rest solely upon you. You must not allow these trivial grievances to foster resentment towards Yinling. With no alternative, Li Feihu strives to counsel Li Xiaofei towards magnanimity. Given the current circumstances, it is apparent that Yinling is destined for greatness. Should he ascend to the pinnacle of power, the implications would be profound. Thus, the Li family undoubtedly finds itself in a precarious situation. Therefore, it is prudent to avoid any semblance of confrontation with such a formidable individual. To provoke his ire could lead to dire repercussions. And should he seek vengeance in the future, the Li family may well be ill-equipped to contend with him. In light of these circumstances, Li Feihu's best course of action is to counsel Li Xiaofei, urging him to temper his emotions and refrain from repeating past mistakes, allowing the flames of hatred to smolder within his mind. A smile can serve as a balm, and certain grievances should not be overtly manifest. The adage an eye for an eye holds true, particularly when directed at individuals or issues, rendering the implications clearer. Li Xiaofei momentarily paused, initially believing that, given his father's temperament, he would seek retribution for the bullying of his most cherished son. However, he was taken aback to witness Li Feihu advocating for magnanimity. It became evident that the presence of Yinling was formidable enough to intimidate even his father. Such a grave matter was indeed perplexing. Li Xiaofei acquiesced to his father's wisdom, asserting, I fully comprehend this situation, and I shall endeavor not to oppose him. Who knows, he might provide me with invaluable opportunities in the future. At his core, Li Xiaofei held a profound respect for his father's teachings, which had instilled in him the importance of seeking victory through stability and exercising caution in uncertain matters. Yet, with the current predicament laid bare before him, Li Xiaofei sensed that his father had already conceded. Consequently, he felt there was little more to be said. The gravity of the situation was manifest, and there was no need to exacerbate it with unnecessary complications. The formidable nature of Yinling had sown a seed of inexplicable fear within Li Xiaofei's heart. Indeed, this fear had taken root, and he dreaded the prospect of it flourishing into something beyond comprehension. The chaos of such uncontrollable circumstances was clear to Li Xiaofei. He understood that he would likely never attain the elevated prowess possessed by Yinling. Thus, it seemed wiser to bow his head in humility. You speak wisely, and I wholeheartedly concur with your perspective. Li Feihu nodded thoughtfully, finding a sense of reassurance in his second son. He understood that his second son possessed a gentle disposition, quite unlike his other two sons. Should he employ a stern approach with him, he would certainly receive a frosty reception. For he was the epitome of one who responds better to kindness than to harshness. In contrast, his second son would gracefully withdraw if provoked beyond measure. This exemplifies the character of a true gentleman, capable of both flexibility and firmness. Thus, Li Feihu felt a certain comfort in his relationship with Li Xiaofei. At present, Li Feihu was determined to set aside all other concerns. He realized that if he could integrate and manage the various complexities surrounding him, it might very well lead to his second son inheriting the Li family's legacy. However, he was mindful of his elder brother, who had several sons of his own. The multitude of Li family assets entwined together made division a daunting task. Consequently, Li Feihu focused all his energies on Li Xiaofei, fully aware that his eldest son was a complete failure and his youngest was merely a minor disappointment. As long as these two misfits did not lead Li Xiaofei astray, everything else would fall into place. Faced with his father's compromise, Li Xiaofei had little to say. He could only silently acknowledge that his father had reached a point of resignation, leaving him, as the younger generation, to accept the situation. It is imperative that we refrain from frivolous chatter. The current circumstances are abundantly clear, and persisting in this entanglement may not bode well for anyone involved. One ought to adopt a more open-minded perspective, for there lies a vast expanse of time ahead. It is essential for these individuals to navigate the situation with dexterity, rather than relying on vague explanations that only serve to muddle the issue. Very well then, if there are no pressing matters at hand, I shall return to the academy. As for the third one, let him remain at home for now. Yinling is in the same class as him. Should he choose not to resolve this matter, it will undoubtedly become problematic. Li Xiaofei finds himself at a loss for words in the presence of his father, as Li Feihu has elucidated the situation with great clarity. The results are undeniably aligned with established facts, which cannot be altered. It may be best to relinquish the series of grievances harbored within one's heart and simply let things be, to adopt a mindset of enduring acceptance. Li Xiaofei was acutely aware that Li Yunfei and Yinling were in the same class. Thus, he hoped that Li Yunfei would refrain from attending classes for the next few days. Otherwise, should their animosity reignite, a violent confrontation might ensue, potentially leading to the disavowal of the third son of the Li family from the ancestral lineage. Li Feihu nodded solemnly, expressing his agreement with Li Xiaofei's sentiments. Indeed, I comprehend the situation, let it be as you suggest. As he watched his second son depart, Li Feihu was beset with worry. He had not anticipated that two of his three sons would exhibit such troubling signs. If this continued, upon the eventual passing of the patriarch, would the entirety of the Li family's legacy fall solely into the hands of his eldest son's offspring? The thought pained Li Feihu deeply. It was true. He was not a paragon of virtue himself, harboring ambitions to partition the family's wealth among his three sons. He certainly did not wish for them to face destitution in their later years. With a heavy heart, Li Feihu could only shake his head and sigh. Alas, the Li family has truly produced three ineffectual sons. Xiaofei appears gentle and refined, yet he possesses no substantial capabilities. Is it truly a lamentable fate that the Li lineage is devoid of worthy successors? Li Feihu felt increasingly helpless, recognizing that although Li Xiaofei was genteel in demeanor, his resources and abilities were far from formidable. Entrusting the family's enterprises to him in the future would likely result in a benevolent, yet ineffective stewardship. For now, he could only regard him as a minor concern, nurturing him gradually in hopes of instilling a stronger resolve, fearing that he might remain forever a man of timid disposition. It is indeed amusing to witness the lofty Li Xiaofei descend into the depths of despair, becoming a mere prisoner of fate. Within the intricate web of conflict that characterizes the Li family's extensive lineage, a relentless struggle for survival exists between the younger and elder generations. This turmoil, of course, arises from the inequitable distribution of benefits, leading to a series of lamentable actions. Had financial resources been sufficiently abundant and equitably shared, such absurdities would likely have been avoided. At that moment, having overheard Li Feihu's grievances, the venerable elder Li, leaning on his cane, approached with a leisurely gait. His countenance was grim, and his eyes were filled with an air of melancholy as he regarded Li Feihu, deeming his words utterly preposterous. "You impudent rascal, must you persist in your unfounded rants? I find your younger brother quite commendable. His ability to refrain from engaging in a futile struggle against our adversaries signifies that there is still hope." While expressing his thoughts, the elderly exhibited unwavering confidence in Li Xiaofei. However, it is evident that the elderly currently maintains a balanced perspective, cognizant of the fact that his eldest son has several offspring yet to make their presence known. Despite their absence, the family's enterprises continue to thrive. Conversely, among the 3 sons of his second son, Li Feihu, 2 have proven to be disappointments. Thus, only Li Xiaofei remains, if we do not place our hopes upon him. What remains? Regrettably, it seems that the lineage of the second son shall not endure in this world. The elder Mr. Li is unwilling to witness the extinction of his second son's bloodline, which would inevitably lead to a series of chaotic troubles. In an instant, Li Feihu's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that his father would silently appear before him, and to add insult to injury, he expressed particularly harsh words, implying that he was lacking in benevolence and righteousness towards this second son. With a stern expression, Li Feihu retorted, "Father, you cannot shield your grandson in this manner. He is merely an inexperienced youth. How can you treat him so unjustly?" Li Feihu regarded his father's words with disdain, for he recognized that the elder man was prone to emotional impulses. While he currently viewed Li Xiaofei favorably, he understood that should any significant mistake occur, Li Xiaofei would undoubtedly be stripped of his elevated status, potentially leading to a catastrophic downfall that could even result in expulsion from the Li family. The elder Mr. Li scoffed, disregarding Li Feihu's obstinate arguments. He was well aware that his second son was rather obstinate, yet he believed that his grandson, Li Xiaofei, held great potential. With proper guidance, he could swiftly evolve into a prominent figure. It is said that amidst the vastness of the universe, the sentiments of the people are often obscured, leaving one perplexed about the prevailing circumstances. Chapter 83. The harshness of reality. After a brief cough and a deep sigh directed towards the heavens, the elder Mr. Li began to impart his insights to Li Feihu. "You are aging, and I have already reached the venerable age of 60. It will not be long before you attain my years, and if you do not entrust your 3 sons with responsibility, you shall find yourself without grandsons." The elder Mr. Li's intentions were straightforward. He wished for Li Feihu to invest more faith in Li Xiaofei. Li Dafei and Li Yunfei had already proven to be ineffectual and stagnant. If hope were not bestowed upon Li Yunfei, it would signify that the bloodline of the second son of the Li family would indeed face extinction in this world. No matter the circumstances, the Li family could not relinquish everything to the eldest son alone. The elder Mr. Li now aspired for Li Feihu, the second son, to leave his own mark on their shared lineage. As for this matter, let us set it aside for the moment. I have my own plans, so do not concern yourself with me. Confronted by the vehement onslaught of elderly, Li Feihu found himself at a loss for words. He believed that the situation had already reached a point of no return, rendering any further display of emotion unnecessary, since he could not alter the shattered reality before him. It seemed prudent to relinquish his attachment to the circumstances. Thus, Li Feihu refrained from discussing any matters of fortune or misfortune, choosing instead to cast them aside and disregard their significance, embracing a reckless abandon. He had no desire to endure his father's incessant ramblings and opted to turn away. Recognizing the clarity of the facts, he was unwilling to entangle himself further, regardless of the outcome, as he had no better plans in mind. Elderly observed the rebellious behavior of his second son, Li Feihu, and felt the weight of his advancing years, having long surpassed his prime. Both father and son were traversing the latter stages of their lives, and the stark reality before them offered little warmth or hope. Elderly was engulfed in sorrow, reflecting on the absence of any treasured legacy he had left in the world. Instead, he had devoted all his resources to securing a future for his descendants. Yet the evident truth remained. He was unable to grasp the complexities of human emotions. Meanwhile, Murong Yunxue and Yin Ling returned to their classroom, which was now devoid of students. As school had concluded, they made their way back to the dormitory together. As they walked, Yin Ling was beset by doubts and turned to Murong Yunxue, voicing his concerns. "Why do I feel that Li Yunfei would prefer one of us to perish before he feels satisfied? Just look at his brother, who seems to be begging for mercy, yet Li Yunfei continues to glare at us with such malice. We hardly share any deep-seated enmity, do we?" Indeed, Yin Ling struggled to comprehend Li Yunfei's attitude, which seemed to persistently cling to him like a relentless shadow, rather than extend any semblance of understanding. He had anticipated that a concession on his part would lead to forgiveness, yet instead, he encountered an escalation of hostility. It appeared that there was no profound hatred between them, yet Murong Yunxue could not help but smile at the absurdity of the situation. While others might be oblivious to Li Yunfei's mindset, she was acutely aware, for they both hailed from prominent families. You see, she explained, that fellow has been arrogant since childhood. If you strike him today, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. After Murong Yunxue finished speaking, he couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Indeed, it was ironic. He recognized that he, too, hailed from a prominent family, yet here he was, casting doubt and mockery upon Li Yunfei, another scion of a distinguished lineage. This was akin to throwing one's own dignity to the ground and then picking it up to slap it back onto one's face. Such ludicrous behavior, when witnessed by anyone, would evoke a sense of profound embarrassment, bordering on foolishness. Upon hearing Murong Yunxue's words, Yanling could only shake his head in resignation, realizing that those from esteemed families possess their own unique capabilities and integrity. In just a few utterances, they managed to manifest their composure and resolve for all to see. Was this what was meant by the noble demeanor of a scholar? Yet, Li Yunfei's persistence seemed far from that lofty ideal. For now, Yanling decided to check if there were any classes available at the academy. If there were indeed lessons to be had, it would prevent them from idly wasting their days. After expressing his thoughts, Yanling turned and walked away, convinced that his purpose in attending the academy was to enrich his knowledge, rather than engaging in a battle of wits with someone like Li Yunfei. Moreover, he did not consider himself a top-tier wealthy heir. He lacked money, power, and substantial backing, as well as any formidable resources or connections. Given such limitations, it was wise to disregard the trivialities of the matter. Yanling firmly believed that if he failed to acquire even the most basic knowledge within the academy, it would be a sign that he had no place in this world. Traveling through time did not necessitate becoming a significant figure, but at the very least, he needed to safeguard his own modest territory. Presently, he found himself without any leverage to contend with Li Yunfei, who wielded formidable resources to challenge him. If Yanling wished to advance further, he could only implore his mentor, Bai Dong, to impart even a few techniques to him. In the grand landscape of the Douluo continent, the academy Yanling attended could only be deemed a rudimentary establishment. The more advanced institutions resided in the Sky City. And thus, Yanling harbored his own aspirations. This entails severing ties with the entire academy to pursue further studies in the Sky City, aiming for a higher institution. In this world, there exists an unyielding law of survival of the fittest. Only the strong can ascend to the mountaintop, surveying the remnants below, omnipotent and unrestrained. Chapter 84. Lingering on Chapter 85. An unexpected turn naturally. Yanling is no stranger to such phenomena, as he has himself traversed into this world under rather fortuitous circumstances, capable of accepting the unfavorable situations that unfold before him. Suddenly, outside, a cacophony erupts, with voices crying out in alarm. Oh no, oh no. The golden sacred dragon has collided with our academy's building. It seems it intends to launch a fierce assault upon us. In an instant, Murong Yunxue and Yanling spring to their feet, rushing to the window. What they behold is astonishing, a creature reminiscent of a dragon, resting on the playground of the teaching building. This revelation sends a jolt through him. Yanling possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding such beings. If his conjecture is accurate, this is indeed the golden sacred dragon. However, in the entirety of this world, the golden sacred dragon should not manifest in reality. Yet here it is, undeniably present before his eyes, prompting Yanling to ponder whether this heralds a disturbance in the world. Upon witnessing the golden sacred dragon, Murong Yunxue remains unfazed. Her curiosity piqued about Yanling's expression. A mere glance reveals that his demeanor exhibits not a trace of agitation. Given the circumstances, this occurrence feels rather serendipitous. Could it be that the arrival of the golden sacred dragon is somehow intertwined with the time of rebirth that Yanling has mentioned? If this is the case, then the matter becomes rather difficult to handle and resolve. At this moment, Yanling gazed at the golden sacred dragon outside for quite a while before he leisurely remarked, "The golden sacred dragon has actually emerged from the academy. Does this not make it a veritable live target?" Unlike others who felt fear, Yanling instead perceived that if the golden sacred dragon were to descend upon this world, it is truly akin to an invisible corporeal form, capable of drifting through the air, inviting the students of the academy to unleash their assaults upon it. Should others awaken their abilities, Perhaps this golden sacred dragon could indeed serve as an exceptional catalyst. In this moment, it is entirely reasonable for Yanling to feel a tinge of exhilaration, for none could have anticipated the dismal reality that now lay bare before them. It evokes a sense of attainability that transcends mere words. It is the formidable power on display that can truly serve as a shield. As Murong Yunxue observed Yanling's composure, a flicker of unease stirred within her. While other students fled in panic, terrified and hiding, Yanling's demeanor remained nonchalant, as if he were hearing this news for the first time, impervious to its weight. Noticing the perplexed expression on Murong Yunxue's face, Yanling couldn't help but chuckle softly. He remarked leisurely, "This world is indeed peculiar. Who would have thought that even a golden sacred dragon could effortlessly descend into our realm? Shouldn't it belong to a higher dimension?" Indeed, the golden sacred dragon was originally a creature of grand stature, not meant to manifest in this ordinary world. Yet, why did it now appear before them? Could it be that it bore some connection to him? As Yanling pondered this, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow, though nothing seemed amiss. He found himself facing an undesirable fate. The reality unveiled before him was utterly incomprehensible to others, leaving them bewildered by its nature. In the realm of high martial arts, creatures like the golden sacred dragon were commonplace. Yet, Yanling wondered if perhaps he had traversed dimensions, triggering a cascade of temporal disarray that allowed such beings, destined for a world of great prowess, to manifest in the mundane. If this is the case, could it be that one becomes a sinner? Under such circumstances, Yanling realized that one should not produce so much chaos, for it is ultimately said that saving a life is worth more than the construction of 7 pagodas. Yet, Yanling felt that merely saving a life could not simply erase these burdens. Surely that is impossible. Murong Yunxue chuckled lightly and nonchalantly remarked, "Why bother with all that? It is said that defeating the golden sacred dragon results in equipment drops. I wonder if there are any powerful weapons to be obtained from it." From Yanling's earlier demeanor, which lacked tension, Murong Yunxue discerned that this fellow might not be as formidable as he appeared. However, it seemed plausible that he could manage to control these matters. Thus, within such a challenging predicament, certain situations are not so easily revealed. Regardless, Murong Yunxue thought, since Yanling was not afraid, she had even less reason to be. It is said that the golden sacred dragon possesses exceptionally strong equipment. Perhaps the next moment could elevate his Douluo to another level of transcendence. Oh, so you intend to engage in this upgrade and monster hunting strategy? Very well, I find that quite intriguing. Let us go and take a look. Observing Murong Yunxue's complete lack of anxiety, Yanling felt even less inclined to be concerned. The outcome was already exceedingly apparent, since they could not alter the truth being told. Why not relinquish the resentments you hold and instead strive to magnify all that you rightfully deserve? In the perilous realm of Douluo continent, should one truly possess the capability to obliterate this golden sacred dragon, it would be a remarkable feat in that moment. Equipped with formidable defensive gear, one could traverse the treacherous landscape of society without fear of harm. Yanling found himself intrigued by this prospect, resolutely determined to wield his power to thwart any opposition. For Yanling, who had traversed realms, the world of Douluo represented an elevated reality. As long as he could adeptly articulate this series of experiences, everything would become manifestly apparent. The true fear lies in the inability to harness one's own capabilities, a lament steeped in despair. The ancient adage rings true: a wolf travels 1,000 miles to feast, while a dog wanders the same distance to scavenge. These are timeless principles, and as long as they do not topple the current state of affairs, discussions of them remain moot. That which captivates the eye and inspires awe is invariably comprehensible to others. However, if one cannot even recount these truths, it can only be concluded that within the realm of Douluo, they exist as nothing more than mere shadows of worthlessness. Yanling and Murong Yunxue were not idle. They surged toward the throngs of people gathered nearby. Chapter 86. The Descent of the Sacred Artifact. This world mirrors reality, as many are ever eager to witness the spectacle. In no time, the crowd thickened, encircling the towering structure, with layers upon layers of onlookers filling the space. At the center lay the golden sacred dragon, suggesting that this time, no battle would ensue. When the golden sacred dragon plummeted from the heavens, it was already on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. Yanling glanced ahead and noted the dragon's overwhelming majesty and power. The intricacies manifested between its whiskers could not be succinctly explained in mere words. Its whiskers, eyebrows, and eyes had transformed into a resplendent gold, drifting gracefully across the sky. It appeared that the creatures of this virtual realm possessed a fundamental grandeur necessary for their existence. The golden sacred dragon was no exception. The radiant waves emanating from it formed an expansive net, creating a semi-enclosed barrier that stitched together the entire area, serving as a protective shield around the dragon. This phenomenon occurred because such sacred beings have historically received divine maintenance from the heavens. Their ability to traverse the space between heaven and earth without being hindered by any spiritual energy is attributed to the celestial forces that facilitate their passage. This year has certainly been peculiar, with even a creature as extraordinary as the golden sacred dragon falling within the confines of the academy. Could it be that a rift in time and space has emerged? Observing the fallen dragon, Yinling noticed its vital energy had significantly weakened. Such a being was not merely a formidable entity, it was on the verge of losing its life. Faced with such a dire reality, what further nonsense could be uttered? It seemed absurd. Yinling began to suspect that perhaps his arrival in this realm had severed the very fabric of time and space, resulting in these fractures of power. The thought sent a chill down his spine, as he had not anticipated such a terrifying truth. Just imagine, if the golden sacred dragon were to truly fall from the sky and strike innocent bystanders below, it is certain that there would be considerable repercussions. Yet, judging by today's circumstances, the golden sacred dragon seems to have preserved its energy shield remarkably well. It has not sustained any significant injuries, and the surrounding crowd appears to have remained unaffected. From this observation, Yinling perceives that the situation is, for the time being, rather optimistic. However, there is a lingering concern about the potential for subsequent chaos. This indeed presents a troubling situation, for the golden sacred dragon is an artifact of great significance, not a weapon of malevolence. Yinling is now apprehensive about the potential assault on the mundane world by such sinister forces. Morong Yunxue, equally perplexed, shook her head in resignation, stating, "It is difficult to ascertain. I sense that some unforeseen misalignment has occurred. Otherwise, how could such an unusual incident transpire within the academy? Moreover, its descent transforms it into a living target for the students, which is a remarkable opportunity for trial." From the outset, Yinling spoke of a cleansing for the entire world, and this golden sacred dragon is destined to become a living target. Therefore, Morong Yunxue is convinced that whatever Yinling has promised must indeed be of extraordinary merit. Thus, a succinct dilemma now lies before us. The intention is to dismantle the golden saint dragon entirely and reclaim it for oneself, perhaps even uncovering some potent equipment in the process. Morong Yunxue is rather self-serving, solely focused on his own interests, never considering the welfare of others. This world cannot be succinctly explained with a mere few words. The golden saint dragon was originally a sacred entity. However, its descent has resulted in a cloud of confusion, obscuring the understanding of many. Naturally, as a scion of a prominent family, Morong Yunxue is well versed in the intricacies of deception and political strife, having participated in far too many such machinations. Thus, he has resolved to tend to his own small domain, indifferent to the chaotic affairs surrounding him. The tales of the insignificant differ vastly from the grandeur of the influential, each vividly portrayed in their own right. If one cannot even grasp seemingly inconsequential realities, then fate lies firmly in the hands of others. And such a state of affairs is intolerable. He has resolved to focus solely on perfecting his own small plot of land, dismissing all else as trivial and unworthy of attention. However, it is evident that Yinling's expression is rather grim. Initially, he was somewhat at fault for treating the golden saint dragon as a mere target. Yet, it can no longer be regarded as such, for the situation has evolved. It is now a creature on the brink of demise. It is said that saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. How much more so when it concerns a dragon? In a future world, saving a dragon might transform it into a true dragon emperor. However, the present reality is different. Rescuing this dragon could potentially enhance one's own formidable prowess. The issue is not merely whether it can be treated as a target. Rather, if this golden saint dragon were to inflict harm upon the students, could we bear the responsibility for such consequences? Where's the principle? The urgency to summon the principle arises, as the current situation has descended into chaos. Without teachers or classmates to restore order amidst the turmoil, the students are captivated by the sight of the golden saint dragon. This indeed is a spectacle that draws attention. Yet the reality underscores that the situation is far from simple. It is often said that the presentation of circumstances and facts can elucidate many of the unspoken truths. Yet, Yanling is acutely aware of the nature of his own small domain. His foremost desire at present is to safeguard the lives and well-being of his classmates. Although he holds no official position, the future may yet hold promise. In an instant, Morong Yunxue was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yanling possessed such a remarkable level of insight, effortlessly unveiling the principal's true nature with just a few words. If we were to speak in such terms, it would seem that he is far from an ordinary individual. The principal? Let us not forget that there is currently no principal at the Shrek Academy. The esteemed Dean Flander is absent, and only Vice Dean Zhao Wujie remains. One must summon him to quell the chaos. Chapter 87. Zhao Wujie. Morong Yunxue is unaware of the internal situation within the academy, but he is at least cognizant of who ought to address these disordered actions. The Grand Principal, Flander, is not present, and only the second principal, Zhao Wujie, is in seclusion, cultivating his skills. However, should one seek to summon him, it would undoubtedly displease him, for it is well known that the second principal possesses a rather peculiar temperament. Zhao Wujie had the potential to ascend as the chief principal among the students. Yet the escalating external forces compelled Flander to occupy this position, which has perpetuated their inability to confront these challenges. The long-standing animosity between Zhao Wujie and Flander has amassed considerable energy, manifesting in a manner that others find utterly incomprehensible. Yet, oblivious to the intricacies, Yanling earnestly advises Morong Yunxue, urging him to bring this individual forth. With a tone of stern urgency, he implores, "Why do you hesitate? Hurry and summon Zhao Wujie." Yanling is genuinely astonished by the absurdity of the situation, unable to fathom that such chaotic events are unfolding before him. If we were to put it this way, the matter is indeed not so easily resolved. Yanling, at present, feels nothing but a singular desire to summon Zhao Wujie, and that is the extent of his ambition. As for everything else, he scarcely deems it worthy of his attention. Upon hearing Yanling's words, Morong Yunshue's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Yet, she was taken aback by the audacity of Yanling. He was utterly oblivious to the underlying reasons for this situation, and now he dared to issue commands as if he were in control. The very thought left Morong Yunxue feeling a profound sense of helplessness. "Do you think I do not wish to bring him forth? That lad is currently in seclusion, engrossed in his cultivation, and has expressly forbidden us from disturbing him. What do you propose we do about this? At present, the two highest-ranking individuals here are merely the two of us." Morong Yunxue felt utterly exasperated, as she did not anticipate that in just a few words, Yanling would leave her feeling as vulnerable as a duck roasting on a spit. If this matter is to be taken seriously, it is utterly bewildering to outsiders. Presently, he and Yanling are at the pinnacle of their respective levels, while the others are entirely ineffectual. Hence, this dilemma lies squarely before them, to either save the individual or to annihilate the golden sacred dragon. However, Yanling's stance is one of forgiveness, striving to avoid violence whenever possible. Without further ado, they must hasten to ascertain whether any innocents have been harmed. Observing that Morong Yunxue has not elucidated the situation, he recognizes that there is no need for further delay. He swiftly advances to the front lines, taking command of the chaotic circumstances at hand. With vital intelligence firmly in his grasp, all other concerns become trivial. What troubles Yanling most is the potential for any unusual developments beyond his physical form. As for the surrounding chaos, it is indeed valid to disregard it, ensuring that all safety measures are in place. Currently, this situation resembles a battle. As long as they can land safely, everything else will fall into place. By integrating reason into their actions, all other matters become inconsequential. Morong Yunshue's unease compels Yanling to maintain his composure. One of them must remain steady to articulate the unspoken complexities of their predicament. As for trivial concerns like instant noodles and seasonings, they need not weigh on their minds. The golden sacred dragon, in its current state, is barely clinging to life. Whether or not its equipment is intact is of little significance. The true fear lies in the potential failure to secure the equipment while dismissing the gravity of the situation. Yanling takes a few quick strides to approach the golden sacred dragon and, upon crouching down, discerns that its vital signs are alarmingly faint. It appears to have sustained severe injuries. If this is the case, the golden sacred dragon should have been thriving in another realm. Yet, why has it manifested in this world? This perplexes Yanling immensely. Could it truly be as he has suggested, that his arrival has caused the very fabric of the space-time continuum to rupture? Is this indeed the golden sacred dragon? It appears rather feeble, does it not? Yinling spoke with a tone of deep regret, for the golden holy dragon, after all, was a being of sacred essence. Yet, it now appeared as feeble as a pig on a butcher's block, a quintessential example of one at the mercy of others. Upon hearing Yinling's lament, Murong Yunxue could not help but chuckle. It was impossible not to. The golden holy dragon was far from a divine entity. Should it unleash its wrath, it could upheave the entire Douluo world. One must not underestimate this creature. Even Queen Medusa had failed to subdue it in the past. Now, it had inexplicably descended into their academy, likely due to significant energy fluctuations from above that had caused its fall. Murong Yunxue had no desire to offer Yinling any semblance of kindness. She found his demeanor rather exasperating. He seemed perpetually eager to employ his benevolent heart to influence everything around him, forgetting that the golden holy dragon had once escaped Queen Medusa, managing to achieve a stalemate. The notion that they could now impose a series of obstacles upon it was, frankly, quite amusing. Thus, in this moment, Murong Yunxue wished for nothing more than to counsel Yinling, hoping he might pursue victory with calm and composure. Above all, she urged him to avoid any significant missteps, for even the slightest error could lead to dire consequences. The outcome is undoubtedly dire, and it is indeed quite helpless when one reflects upon it. Yinling's prowess and innate abilities are formidable. However, Murong Yunxue continues to counsel him, urging a cautious approach towards victory. For, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Perhaps, in an instant, a once promising genius could plummet from grace. Yinling slowly rose, speaking with a measured calm. Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. I possess my own capabilities and insights regarding this individual, yet I sense he may prove to be a tough adversary. Murong Yunshue's warning instilled a sense of caution in Yinling, as he recognized that the reality was far from manageable. Chapter 88. Through adversity together. Now that the challenge lay before him, it was prudent to discern the true objective. The outcome, he surmised, would be quite grim. Yet since he bore the skills of this lifetime, it was unnecessary to squander his very essence. Thus, in this moment, Yinling's demeanor was to maintain his composure to the best of his ability. Murong Yunxue finally exhaled deeply, realizing that Yinling was not as reckless as he initially appeared. Since he understood the importance of retreat in the face of difficulty, it offered Murong Yunxue a sense of reassurance. The thought of a genius falling before him was indeed a painful prospect. As their exchange unfolded, it became apparent that both Murong Yunxue and Yinling were in agreement. If this adversary was as formidable as they suspected, it would be wise not to charge headlong into the fray. Observing the surrounding classmates already retreating, Murong Yunxue urged Yinling to hasten their withdrawal as well. While stepping back, she pulled Yinling along, hoping he would safeguard his own interests. The situation had become untenable, and any further delay could draw unwanted attention. Many began to speculate about the nature of Murong Yunxue and Yinling's relationship, and she felt compelled to maintain a semblance of dignity. After all, she was a member of the illustrious Murong family, while Yinling was merely an obscure individual without connections or prowess, relying solely on his mentor, Bibi Dong, for any semblance of recognition. Yinling felt a sense of helplessness but complied with Murong Yunshue's wishes, continuing to execute his plans. As they retreated, he remarked, "Very well, we shall withdraw. But let us see if we can conjure a barrier to ensure the safety of our fellow students for the time being." At present, many instructors within the academy had yet to emerge, and Shrek and Bibi Dong had seemingly vanished. Yinling bore the weight of responsibility for this world, striving to amalgamate the chaotic circumstances he faced. The stark reality presented before him could not allow Yinling to overlook the profound implications of the situation at hand. Murong Yunxue, upon hearing Yinling's words, was nearly overcome with laughter. She had not anticipated that Yinling's benevolence would transcend the imagination of others. If one were to express it this way, it is indeed a matter that cannot be easily comprehended. The realities before us are not so straightforward. They are inherently complex. Murong Yunxue harbors no favorable impression of these classmates, for he distinctly recalls a time during the bitter winter months when he was on the brink of freezing to death, and not a single person stood by to offer assistance. Yet now, Yinling, having received no benevolence from his peers, seeks to elevate the meager resources he possesses. If one were to say so, could it be that Yinling is truly a benevolent individual? That seems improbable. Murong Yunxue believed that once a person's abilities transcend the ordinary, they can hardly navigate through this world with ease. The notion of genius may well be a case of heaven envying exceptional talent. Those who are destined for greatness often thrive due to their unwavering intentions, unable to grasp the situation at hand, which leads to a chaotic state of affairs. Otherwise, allowing others to witness such folly would be nothing short of ludicrous. What a compassionate soul you are, still pondering over your classmates. No wonder Bai Dong holds you in high regard. Morong Yunxue scoffed, revealing all the unspoken truths. Indeed, she felt a tinge of anger towards Yinling. Moreover, her temperament was rather content. She believed that the lives of her classmates bore no weight upon her shoulders. She had come here to study, not to endure grievances. Given the outcome, there seemed little need to untangle the ensuing mess. What needs to be said has already been laid bare, leaving little room for further action. If Yinling insists on being the savior, then he may as well embrace the role of a monk or hermit, and she need not involve herself any further. The world operates in such a manner. Everyone can survive independently, and there is no need to end up in an embarrassing predicament. The bonds among classmates are not akin to that of blood relations. What significance does it hold? Thus, Yinling's actions, as perceived by Morong Yunxue, were utterly repulsive. Could this be what is termed as a saintly disposition? Morong Yunxue turned her gaze to the golden holy dragon beside her, contemplating how the saint and the holy dragon seemed to form a divine union. In the face of Morong Yunxue's biting sarcasm, Yinling remained unfazed, even offering a cold smirk as he replied, "I am not concerned for my classmates. Rather, I see innocent bystanders all around. Hurting them serves no one's interest, especially considering we must prevent this golden holy dragon from causing harm. The academy belongs to all of us, does it not?" Yinling did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. He merely sought to safeguard his own territory. Yet, unexpectedly, he appeared quite astute in Morong Yunxue's eyes. If one were to express it this way, could they truly consider themselves a paragon of virtue? It is utterly implausible. Yinling believes that the academy belongs to everyone. Since you have the privilege to study here, so too do others. Yet, why should one endeavor to monopolize everything, thus squandering the lives of others? The golden sacred dragon was originally a creature that fell from another realm into the mundane world. Our current objective should be to unite against external threats, rather than engage in the petty intrigues of deceitful games. Yinling thus showcased his stature as a significant figure, ensuring the protection of his own small domain, while remaining mindful of the safety of others, striving not to encroach upon anyone else's well-being. However, Morong Yunxue remained unconvinced. Believing he was here to pursue his education, not to engage in acts of charity, his parents had taught him that safeguarding his own life was sufficient. The welfare of others held little importance to him. Consequently, a divergence in their perspectives arose, which naturally led to his sarcastic remarks. Yinling's demeanor in this context was quite evident, as the two sat across from each other, articulating their views, each unwilling to yield to the other. Their exchange was vibrant and eloquent, with each striving to demonstrate the superiority of their rhetoric. Upon hearing Yinling's words, Morong Yunxue could scarcely contain his amusement. He had not anticipated that Yinling harbored the spirit of Confucius within him. Could it be that he is indeed a reincarnation of a great figure? Yet, that is not the case. Morong Yunxue, being self-serving, perceived others as excessively equitable. Such a disposition poses a threat to the world. Not only does he seek no benefits for society, but he also repeatedly attempts to engage in the deprivation and struggle for power within it. In this world, there truly exist tyrants who wreak havoc, and it is no wonder. Why do so many individuals now opt for self-preservation rather than submitting to further indignities? Presenting the nearly overwhelming truth before us does not necessarily enlighten others about the situation, does it? My goodness. I never imagined that within you resided such a sacred and pure demeanor. What kind of exalted being are you to possess such a saintly presence? Morong Yunxue cast a thumbs up towards Yinling, realizing that he is indeed a personage of exceptional stature. Those few words convey this fact in such a way that others overlook it. If one were to claim that this is indeed a person of exceptional caliber, capable of drawing parallels across various domains, Morong Yunxue felt that following him could potentially lead to rapid success, though it remained uncertain. Enough of your flattering words. I am not entangled in any absurdities. Yinling, now genuinely intimidated by Morong Yunxue, began to wonder if this individual truly possessed a sound mind. Day after day, he was not merely receiving compliments, but instead faced a barrage of nonsensical thoughts swirling in her mind. He considered himself merely an ordinary practitioner, unable to sort through the chaos surrounding him. The notion of delving into so-called peculiar facts was laughable to others. At this moment, Ling lacked the inclination to engage in banter with Murong Yushua. Thus he wished for her to keep her distance. The reality had become exceedingly clear. Yet if these circumstances could not be managed, the situation would remain unresolved. There is no necessity to pursue so-called alternatives. Consider that the task at hand remains unfinished. There stands an individual behind him, incessantly uttering nonsensical remarks, which indeed evokes a sense of amusement. Murong Yunshua's countenance darkens in response to the rebuke. Yet he dares not directly offend Ling. Thus, he can only swallow his indignation and, in a dazed manner, responds, "All right, very well. Let us address the root of the issue directly and cease any further waste." Murong Yunshue contemplates that if the fundamental problem remains unresolved, then all discussions are futile. What constitutes the fundamental issue? It is the imperative decision to either subdue or eliminate the golden sacred dragon, necessitating a series of resolute choices. Currently, such decisions lie solely in the hands of the elite, as this golden sacred dragon is deemed a sacred artifact, inaccessible to the common folk. Yet it now evidently unfolds before him. There is no need to squander each other's peculiar achievements, this so-called reality. It truly hinders others from grasping how these matters can circulate and be presented before them. It also raises the question of who can unravel these so-called peculiarities. The current state of the golden sacred dragon, whether it is alive or deceased, poses a grave dilemma, one that Murong Yunshue is incapable of deciding. Meanwhile, Ling appears to lack the authority to make this determination, despite his formidable abilities. However, with his superiors still alive, Ling does not possess the decisive power in this matter. At this juncture, Bibi Dong and Shrek, upon hearing the news, hurriedly rushed over. After all, they are the two most significant individuals present, while the others are merely novices. Thus, as both a teacher and the director of education, Shrek wore a look of concern and began discussing strategies with Bibi Dong, fully aware of the complexities involved. Is this truly the golden sacred dragon? Indeed, it appears majestic and powerful, yet its capabilities remain uncertain. Approaching the golden sacred dragon, Shrek crouched down to quietly observe its breath. He detected a faint warmth, indicating that when it fell from the sky, it had not succumbed entirely. Thus, this predicament lay before Shrek, who understood that since it was a matter of life and death, action must be taken. One must resolutely pursue a rescue. If it comes to the loss of life, a swift execution would suffice. The challenge lies in discerning which course of action is more feasible, as this ultimately defines the purpose of the endeavor. Bibi Dong stands firmly behind him, while Shrek appears to have no capacity for decisive action. Their only option is to engage in deliberation. Acknowledging Shrek's perspective, Bibi Dong nodded gravely and remarked, "He appears to be on the brink of death. Has he not just plummeted from the heavens, nearly meeting his demise?" Bibi Dong's brow furrows deeply, for he is the supreme pontiff of the entire Douluo continent, bearing the weight of the people's faith. Yet, the sacred relic has fallen from the sky, suggesting a profound schism in that which the people hold dear. Otherwise, how could such a revered object descend from its lofty perch? This can only indicate disturbances among the higher echelons and a repeated severance from the lower strata. In light of these stark realities, who could possibly intervene? Bibi Dong finds himself in a state of considerable distress, for it is uncommon for sacred artifacts to descend from the heavens, yet they are now falling as if it were a matter of course. Such a situation undoubtedly causes him considerable distress, for he is, after all, merely human. He is not the true sovereign. And individuals like Tang San are now beyond his reach. Bibi Dong has no opportunity to engage with the chaotic matters at hand. She can only choose to bow her head and dismiss them as insignificant. Observing Bibi Dong, Shrek appears to be rather unperturbed, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. As long as the Grand Pope remains silent, there is no necessity for him to instigate a vigorous crackdown. In truth, when comparing the levels of Shrek and Bibi Dong, the disparity is not trivial, as the Grand Pope is a figure revered by thousands. In contrast, Shrek is merely a teacher and the director of a school. Outside of this institution, he would hardly be considered a person of true significance. However, the current situation favors Shrek, who is a local authority. Even the mightiest dragon cannot suppress the native serpent. Regardless of Bibi Dong's formidable prowess, she cannot decisively handle matters within the academy. Shrek gazed at Bibi Dong, ready to express his perspective, stating, "Let us not concern ourselves with whether he will survive the fall, if it is something that poses no threat to us. I believe it is unnecessary to resort to extreme measures. Perhaps we could consider raising this golden sacred dragon as a pet." Shyleek displayed a devilishly charming smile. perceiving this golden sacred dragon as a genuine relic. If he were to keep it by his side, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for his cultivation and training. Shylik indeed harbored his own selfish motives, seeking to elevate his abilities to a higher echelon. It was as if he were willing to sacrifice his very life for a mere mortal to nurture a sacred artifact. Certainly, a price must be paid with life itself, although Shrek possesses strength that far surpasses that of mere mortals. Yet, he may not be able to fully manifest the true potential of this sacred item, allowing it to flourish effortlessly. The energy produced by this relic can enshroud a multitude of life forms, leaving them abandoned in its embrace. It is akin to ice melting into a pool of water. Such formidable power is beyond the comprehension of an ordinary individual. However, Shrek is no ordinary being. This fellow, in his bewilderment, seems intent on consolidating all chaotic circumstances under his control. When Bibi Dong heard this news, she was utterly astounded. She had never anticipated that he would utter such nonsensical words. As a mere mortal, why would he engage in such egregious actions? If he truly provoked the heavens, he would undoubtedly incur divine retribution. With a hint of anger in her tone, Bibi Dong confronted Shrek, asking, "Are you truly mad or merely pretending? This is the Golden Saint Dragon, a sacred artifact. How do you intend to nurture it? Furthermore, do you possess a cage large enough, and can the Academy accommodate such a creature?" Upon hearing Bibi Dong's remarks directed at Shrek, he belatedly noticed Yen Ling and Murong Yunxua standing nearby, their expressions filled with bewilderment. Indeed, Bibi Dong was not one to easily succumb to anger. Yet, the gravity of his words had nearly ignited the fury simmering within him. Fortunately, he managed to suppress his wrath, for otherwise, it could have led to a chaotic series of events. Yen Ling finally exhaled deeply with Bibi Dong's presence. He felt a sense of relief. With the Pope standing firm, the arrival or absence of Zhao Wujie seemed inconsequential. Conversely, Murong Yushui appeared entirely unfazed by the situation. Believing he had everything under control, dismissing the notion that others could reach a level he deemed unattainable. Faced with this reality, he chose to acquiesce in silence. As long as Yen Ling remained silent, it would be best for him to play the role of a subordinate. As Bibi Dong sought to take in the golden sacred dragon, his refusal was evident. Shrek, however, perceived Bibi Dong's interference as unwarranted. This academy was his domain, and he was the local authority. Bibi Dong, hailing from elsewhere, had the audacity to assert dominance here, oblivious to his own shortcomings, a truly comical situation. Observing the golden sacred dragon in a feeble state, Shrek felt no obligation to offer assistance. Thus, he articulated his thoughts candidly. "We cannot speak in such a manner. My intention is to first heal its wounds." Shrek reasoned that if the golden sacred dragon were not taken under his wing, it would be a waste, a disgraceful squander of life. This artifact was among the most formidable entities in existence. If one could not comprehend the significance of such beings, then survival in this world would be utterly lamentable. Shrek resolved that his priority was to save the life of the golden sacred dragon, subsequently claiming it as his own companion. Everything is firmly within his grasp. He has little desire to concern himself with anything beyond that. As long as it brings any benefit to his own interests, Shrek is willing to act, even at the peril of his own life. The once formidable Shrek 7 monsters had been under his command for nearly several decades. However, they have now diverged on their paths, achieving nothing of significance in their pursuits. Yet, he is destined to be different now, as certain circumstances lie in the hands of others. Shrek is determined to become a true sovereign, resolutely embarking on this path. He will eschew the so-called bizarre antics, focusing instead on amplifying the powers at his disposal. What does it matter if it contradicts morality? This is precisely why Yen Ling chooses not to align himself with Shrek's faction. This individual is exceedingly selfish. He forsakes everything else for the sake of some trivial matters he possesses, rendering the situation utterly ludicrous. At this moment, Bibi Dong is almost taken aback. She never anticipated that Shrek would become increasingly outrageous. Initially, she thought he was merely overstepping, but it has escalated to the point where he wishes to employ human remedies to rescue the golden holy dragon. One might wonder what the Pope truly represents in a world where some choose a vegetarian lifestyle. The Pope exists to uphold societal stability and a shared ideology, which often gives rise to a myriad of chaotic elements. Yet now, a figure reminiscent of Shrek emerges, daring to challenge human perceptions in a bid to salvage a so-called sacred relic. In its current state, this relic is akin to a creature that is barely clinging to life. It is comparable to a whale stranded upon the shore, serving no purpose and ultimately jeopardizing its existence. Such a being can only be returned to the ocean, left to fend for itself. However, unexpectedly, a human steps forth, intent on administering medicine to save it. No matter how potent the medication may be, it could hardly yield any beneficial effect on whales. This stark reality is precisely why Bibi Dong harbors little interest in Yinling. Chapter 91. To save or not to save. Bibi Dong vehemently rebuked Shrek, exclaiming, "I truly believe you have lost your senses. Humans have little desire to exhaust their medicinal resources. If the golden sacred dragon were to consume medicinal substances, it would undoubtedly be 100-fold more than that of an ordinary individual. Does he possess such an immense dosage? Furthermore, would the Academy be willing to allocate such funds?" Although Bibi Dong holds the title of a pope, she also occupies a certain position within the entirety of the Douluo Academy. Even though it may merely be a nominal role, it would not warrant risking one's life in such a manner. Consider this. Human medicine is akin to a lifeline. If it were to be entirely administered to the golden sacred dragon, what would become of it? That would indeed be an affront to others, prioritizing the rescue of an animal over that of a human being. If others were to witness this, it would undoubtedly be a source of amusement. Thus, Bibi Dong's perspective is to disregard the entirety of this situation, believing that humanity is the only truly valuable entity capable of elevating this world. The golden artifacts and divine dragons, in her eyes, are non-existent in this realm. Perhaps in the next moment of chaotic void, these creatures shall vanish from existence entirely. Indeed, within the timeline of Douluo, the rift in time and space has already given rise to a series of consequences. When this irrefutable bubble is laid bare before them, many find themselves bewildered, unable to comprehend the coherence of such occurrences, for they never belonged in this world and are destined to depart, like an ailing elder who, despite being sustained by the elixir of life, must ultimately face the inevitable departure. It is merely a temporary reprieve, a fleeting pause before the inevitable end. In the span of these few tens of thousands of days, no significant traces have been etched into history. It is merely that. Observing Bibi Dong's unyielding stance, Shrek, in his whimsical nature, finds little desire to elaborate further. Indeed, it is evident that he possesses a certain foundation in his character. He is not a man of stern demeanor, yet the chaos he has orchestrated leads others to perceive him as someone who holds everything in his grasp. Bibi Dong's rank is undeniably superior to Shrek's, not merely a matter of weight class. Even as a local authority, Shrek refrains from reckless abandon, choosing instead the path of concession. He decides to lower his head and dismiss the matter. It appears that this situation can only be approached with careful deliberation. With a deep sigh, Shrek resolves to withdraw. Indeed, should he choose not to retreat, the consequences may become dire. Surely, another fierce confrontation with Bibi Dong awaits, as both possess equally unyielding temperaments. It remains to be seen whose backing is more formidable. Shrek is supported by its cutting-edge technology, while Bibi Dong is bolstered by some of the most powerful titled Douluos. This scenario represents a division of two formidable forces. The inability to manage such chaotic circumstances is utterly laughable. At this moment, it is unclear who, in their folly, divulged all the information to Zhao Wujie, who was immersed in seclusion and cultivation. This individual was already perturbed by his failure to transcend a boundary. Now, he feels on the verge of tears. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Wujie's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What? A golden sacred dragon has fallen within the academy? That creature seems to bear no connection to us. Why has it appeared in our realm? Zhao Wujie is genuinely infuriated. He had anticipated achieving a higher level of cultivation during his retreat. Yet, these elevated realms remain unactualized, and to make matters worse, they are being manipulated by others as if it were a mere jest. Zhao Wujie is on the brink of breaking through to a new stage, entering an entirely new level of Douluo. However, the issues surrounding these intentions remain unresolved, and everything is still under his control. If one were to articulate the situation in this manner, it becomes evident that Zhao Wujie is not only burdened with headaches, but also finds himself in a predicament that is profoundly intriguing. Helpless and without recourse, he can only seek assistance from Flander. However, the latter does not regard him with the seriousness he deserves, opting instead for a stance of reluctant compromise. Witnessing the old principal's sentiments leaves Zhao Wujie, the second in command, utterly at a loss. He never anticipated that the unfolding realities before him would prove to be so challenging to navigate. The current circumstances are utterly bewildering, devoid of any coherent structure. Clarity of fact is elusive, and how few can truly grasp the situation at hand. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Wujie resorts to summoning Bibi Dong for the power of his intent. Lacking alternatives, He realizes that only by engaging with someone of Bibidong's caliber can he hope to find a resolution. As for Shrek, he is merely a director, while Zhao Wujia's position as vice principal places him in a different echelon entirely. The hierarchy is clear. A superior rank can indeed overshadow those beneath it, a principle that has long prevailed in the world. Consequently, Shrek cannot be placed on the same level as Zhao Wujia and Bibidong. Upon being summoned, Bibidong feels a profound sense of helplessness. The predicament is not of his making. He merely passed through this place and does not belong to their Douluo Academy. To his astonishment, Zhao Wujie has placed the blame squarely on him, which is exceedingly vexing. As a pope, Bibidong has numerous matters that require his attention, and it is disheartening that he finds himself entangled in this issue, unable to extricate himself. The educators beneath Bibidong have yet to uncover any semblance of genuine and useful information. On that side, everything was being meticulously controlled, and these so-called trivial matters truly caused him considerable distress. In response to Zhao Wujie's inquiry, Bibidong could only speak the truth. Who knows? Could it be that the other world has already descended into chaos? If that is the case, this conundrum would indeed be challenging to address using our methods to dominate fear. Bibidong felt that she had likely deduced the situation with a high degree of accuracy. Thus, the situation was firmly under his control, rendering any further discussion unnecessary. Since the chaotic and peculiar behaviors could not be altered, it was perhaps wiser to relinquish a myriad of concerns. Chapter 92. The fractured time and space. The disarray of the otherworld and the resulting fissures in the very fabric of time and space bore no relevance to him. He held no interest in such matters, leading to a significant divergence in perspectives. This was precisely why Bibidong preferred to tend to her own affairs rather than engage excessively with Zhao Wujia. Moreover, they were not aligned in their paths. Zhao Wujia served as the vice principal of a school, while Bibidong's elevated status demanded a higher caliber of management and conviction. Consequently, there was no necessity for their paths to converge. Under the weight of such profound ideological differences, their personalities had undergone considerable discord. The facts were abundantly clear. If these original intentions could not be altered, it would merely evoke a sense of absurdity. Observing Bibidong's lack of viable solutions, Zhao Wujia found himself at a loss. Teetering on the brink of despair, he remarked casually, "I believe it would be prudent for us to investigate further. After all, the old principal, Flandra, has vanished to who knows where. How can we possibly leave this heavy burden unaddressed?" Zhao Wujia was truly exasperated with Flandra, regretting that he had ever assumed this individual could bear such responsibility. The position of the principal should rightfully belong to oneself. Whenever Zhao Wujia reflects on that fellow Flanders, he feels an undeniable headache. The principal's role has not been assumed with the requisite responsibilities, and now it seems to be far removed from reality. This aspect should not be presented as a factual matter before others. It is simply not the case. Had Zhao Wujia initially occupied the position of principal, Flanders would undoubtedly have been rendered irrelevant. Yet, the outcome is glaringly apparent, leaving one unable to dismiss it from consciousness. The underlying reason is not particularly formidable. Matters do not unfold as people envision them. At times, when confronted with these fragmented realities, one ultimately realizes that the situation is under one's control. If one cannot even grasp these circumstances, then it is entirely futile. Moreover, Flanders epitomizes a typical foreigner, while Zhao Wujia represents a quintessential native. This disparity in their educational philosophies is precisely why their approaches diverge so significantly. Their paths converged only due to an uneven allocation of roles during their assignments. The foreigner has assumed the principalship, while Zhao Wujia, as a native, has been relegated to the position of vice principal, which he feels is profoundly unjust. Bibidong observed Zhao Wujia but refrained from voicing any concerns. She truly felt an overwhelming headache. "Well, since it is thus, I am also willing to witness the situation firsthand. Let us proceed. It is best to retreat and not treat these circumstances as significant. That alone is sufficient." The outcome is already exceedingly clear, and Zhao Wujia's task is to diligently safeguard his own territory. As for anything beyond that, he has no desire to become entangled in a myriad of chaotic affairs. Zhao Wujia can only afford to overlook the northeast. Otherwise, should that fellow truly unleash his fury, the consequences would be dire. He felt that he might not be able to subdue him, so in light of this reality, Zhao Wujia understood that he should allow Bibidong to handle certain situations on his own. With a sudden loud crash, Zhao Wujia followed closely behind Bibidong and charged into the crowd. Indeed, The golden sacred dragon was tumbling down in the playground. It seemed that bringing it down was the best course of action. The teacher has arrived. Clear the way. Let the teacher see what is happening. The students promptly parted to create a path for Zhao Wuji to discern the situation. Previously, Zhao Wuji had been a teacher before being promoted to vice principal. Therefore, most students still associated him with his former role. Consequently, upon seeing him, they regarded him as their teacher. Additionally, Zhao Wuji often secluded himself for meditation, sometimes for a year or two, leading most students to have little recollection of him. Those who recognized him merely thought of him as a teacher, unaware that he had now been reborn as the vice principal. As Zhao Wuji approached and beheld the colossal creature before him, he was indeed startled. He nearly exclaimed, "Is it truly the golden sacred dragon? Why would such a sacred entity fall within our academy?" Indeed, Zhao Wuji could hardly fathom the presence of such a divine being among their students. The golden sacred dragon, after all, was associated with the energy fluctuations of another world. Yet now it bore the memories of others. If one were to put it this way, it appears that this individual indeed possesses quite a formidable background. Zhao Wuji could not help but feel beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. For he understood that the reality before him had made it abundantly clear that this was not merely an eccentricity that could be easily assimilated. Since he could not grasp it firmly within his control, he felt a sense of unease. It would be prudent to relinquish the possessions one considers essential. One may face the severing of the head or the spilling of blood. As long as one maintains control over the circumstances, there remains a glimmer of opportunity, and everything can be reconciled and transformed. Bibi Dong stood silently to the side, while at that moment, Shrek inexplicably arrived on the scene. Suddenly, as though eager to curry favor, he rushed forward to Zhao Wuji's presence and began to speak incessantly. This matter undoubtedly bears a significant relation to Yinling. Shrek mused that Yinling appeared to have emerged from nowhere, and with Bibi Dong taking him as a disciple, he seemed like an otherworldly being manifesting in this realm. In light of the circumstances, it is indeed quite perplexing to comprehend the situation at hand. Consequently, the grievances that previously existed with Bibi Dong have been unjustly directed towards Yinling by Shrek. Furthermore, he perceives that since Yinling is currently absent, uttering a few disparaging remarks will have little consequence. Shrek exemplifies the quintessence of jealousy, believing that if one cannot possess something, it is best to obliterate it. However, should that obliteration occur, would Bibi Dong truly consent to such an outcome? Thus, Shrek emerges as a mere simpleton, a brute with brawn but little intellect. With only a handful of the Shrek 7 being genuinely competent, the eventual decision to part ways with him stemmed from his utter lack of foresight, which was exceedingly egregious. Upon hearing Shrek's derogatory comments about his disciple, Bibi Dong found himself unable to remain composed. As the master standing by, how dare he belittle his own apprentice in such a manner? Did you truly believe yourself to be devoid of temper? The mere thought of it ignited an undeniable fury within Bibi Dong. Chapter 93, Protecting the Young. Chapter 94, Why Dwell on It? Faced with Yinling's overwhelming assault, he chose to yield, fully aware that such a formidable individual was beyond his challenge. Bowing his head seemed preferable to any alternative. In the face of life and death, Shrek ultimately opted for survival, recognizing the invaluable nature of existence. If one were to lose their life, living in this world would become a considerable torment. Shrek's act of submission astonished everyone present. They never anticipated that a formidable teacher and director would bow before an ordinary elementary student. In light of the preceding discourse, it appears that this unremarkable young man before us is, in fact, quite formidable. Why would such an exceptional individual be pursued with hostility? Would it not be wiser to relinquish such endeavors? The unfolding events have indeed left all present in a state of astonishment. However, as reality unfolds along this path, there is no need to conjure chaos. The so-called eccentricities cannot alter the original intentions. Perhaps it would be more prudent to set aside such matters for a more eloquent expression. I am aware that my actions may seem peculiar to you, yet I must caution you against harboring any designs upon me. I am already fortunate to consider Bibi Dong as my mentor. Should you persist in troubling me, do not blame me for my lack of civility. Yinling is rendered speechless. He never anticipated that this group would dare to impose such egregious conduct upon him. He did not come into this world to be subjected to indignities. Why must he endure such severe blows? Thus, confronted with this predicament, Yinling can only choose to silently reject all of it. He must harness all his abilities to safeguard his boundaries, merging every ray of light within himself. Everything would indeed be much easier to articulate. For Yinling has distinctly sensed the lack of courtesy from those around him, as if they were intent on taking his life. In moments of urgency, Yinling found himself compelled to utter some harsh words for the sake of self-preservation. These ungracious remarks, though unpleasant, were intended to establish a considerable boundary and fend off external forces. Bibi Dong was taken aback, astonished by the intensity of Yinling's temperament. Observing his disciple on the verge of unleashing his full potential, he quickly intervened, saying, "Enough, Yinling. Do temper your anger. Our fates are intertwined. This golden saint dragon has no bearing on you, so do not let it entangle you too deeply." Bibi Dong understood Yinling's nature well enough to know he could express himself with expletives, yet he could not allow any baseless accusations to tarnish their shared humanity. After all, why should one endure such severe judgment simply for being human? This was indeed a matter of great complexity and significance where lives hung in the balance, and integrity reigned supreme. At this moment, Yinling was deeply concerned with his reputation. He believed that once a series of trusts and coincidences had been shattered, discussions were futile. This was precisely why Yinling was so incensed. He had embarked on a path that, if undermined, would be incomprehensible to others. If he could not traverse this fractured path, perhaps it would be wiser to relinquish everything altogether. Yinling had no desire to continue gazing at Bibi Dong, nor did he wish to engage in further trivial exchanges, for he recognized that his master held no real authority within the academy and could offer him no protection. All he could do was to navigate his circumstances with discretion. After a prolonged silence, Yinling managed to articulate a few concealed thoughts, stating, "I truly cannot fathom your reasoning. What connection could this temporal rift possibly have with me? Do you truly believe I am so easily bullied?" Indeed, the answer was evidently clear. The temporal rift had no link to him. He had not entered this world to suffer indignities. Why then should he endure such insults and mistreatment? In the vast expanse of Douluo continent, where myriad beings coexisted, why must he be subjected to such slander? What reasons compelled them to put him in such an embarrassing position? If one cannot even handle such trivial matters, it truly vexes many, for Yinling is not an easy adversary. He possesses a temper and a formidable ability to protect his own territory. Douluo continent is a widely recognized place where one can thrive. Aside from Tang San, who has already transcended the cosmos, the remaining individuals are hardly remarkable. These minor characters yield outcomes that others cannot attain, and it is best for them to remain unnoticed. Yinling believes that his existence in this world is not merely to endure. He feels that maintaining his own modest domain is already his utmost limit, rendering him indifferent to others' affairs. Shrek is taken aback, as he had not anticipated Yinling's temper to be so ferocious. A mere exchange of words has placed him in an awkward predicament, causing a considerable dent in his pride. Consequently, Shrek can only lower his head and concede, stating, "No. We harbor no suspicions towards you. It was merely a casual remark. I truly apologize for your hearing those words." Shrek genuinely feels a great headache, for he never imagined that a few careless remarks would incite Yinling's resentment. Many understand that speaking ill of others behind their backs is unlikely to be forgiven when overheard. Thus, one should refrain from disparaging others, as it is the most fundamental respect one can offer. Upon witnessing Shrek's concession, Yinling feels somewhat appeased, as he is, after all, a teacher. No matter the circumstances, he should not make Shrek feel utterly humiliated. Therefore, Yinling nods gravely at Shrek and, with a nonchalant tone, remarks, "Teacher, you and your companions should refrain from gossiping behind closed doors." In truth, Yinling desires a simple life, focusing on nurturing his own small patch of land. He has no interest in the chaotic gossip that surrounds him, for he lacks the time to indulge in such trivialities. Chapter 95. Lamentation. The most sorrowful reality in this world is the ignorance of one's own circumstances, while others have already been tarnished beyond repair. Thus, the adage holds true. A person's reputation is shaped entirely by the words of others. Now, a few words from Shrek have thrust Yinling into the eye of the storm. If it were someone else, they would undoubtedly choose to bow their heads in silent submission. Indeed, no one can rival Shrek. However, Yinling's audacity to confront him head-on stems from his formidable nature. Enough of this idle chatter. With the teacher present, you ought to show some respect. The students are watching, and to embarrass the teacher like this leaves little room for future guidance, does it not? Zhao Wuji's countenance darkened. After all, he is a vice principal. Yet, before the vice principal, Yinling shows him not an ounce of deference. He believes that, as vice principal, he should not indulge this so-called Yinling. Zhao Wuji can only lay bare the chaotic state of affairs at hand, feeling utterly outmatched in managing even this trivial situation. He cannot help but think that, as vice principal. He is truly overstepping his bounds, unable to handle the simplest of facts before him. It is truly laughable to others, leaving one perplexed about how these facts have come to circulate. Navigating existence in this world indeed presents a considerable challenge. Zhao Wuji never anticipated that Yin Ling would show him no semblance of respect. Both are individuals striving to survive in this realm, entangled in a web of emotions, grievances, and harmonious relationships. What was once a fluid exchange in this world now reveals itself to be far more complex than he had imagined. The fact that others could manipulate circumstances to their advantage seems almost laughable. Yin Ling finds the situation increasingly absurd. Vice Principal Zhao Wuji seeks to exert his authority over Yin Ling. Yet regrettably, these tactics yield little assistance and instead fall into the hands of others. Such serious actions are dismissed, prompting onlookers to steer clear in apprehension. Zhao Wuji is not one to be trifled with, and neither is Yin Ling. Both possess formidable tempers. It becomes a matter of who can elucidate the so-called truth more convincingly. Without engaging in unnecessary dialogue, Yin Ling stands firm, while Zhao Wuji simply turns his gaze away. Astonished by Lin Ming's considerable temperament, he had long heard of Yin Ling's reputation within the school, yet upon witnessing the reality, he realizes that this individual offers him no quarter. If this is the case, then it is evident that Yin Ling is no ordinary person. Previously, while Zhao Wuji was immersed in his training, he had heard whispers of a figure named Yin Ling within the academy. However, upon encountering him today, he finds himself taken aback by the striking appearance of this young man. Yet, he cannot shake the feeling that such handsomeness may harbor perilous undertones. A person who is both emotionally invested and exceptionally attractive cannot possibly exist without the shadow of deceit lurking nearby. The gravity of the situation laid bare for all to see is not something to be easily dismissed. With the outcome glaringly apparent, there is no need to weave together convoluted narratives. As Zhao Wuji gazes into Yin Ling's eyes, he perceives an abyss that seems to resonate with the intensity of a ripple spreading through his heart. Indeed, if Tang San is a person who leaves him utterly astounded, then Yin Ling is poised to leave an indelible impression as well. Before him stood Yin Ling, a prodigious talent that ignited a blazing fury within him. The presence of such an extraordinary individual among his students could only signify that the academy was indeed flourishing with promising successors. Whatever the titles of Flander or the principal may be, if Yin Ling were truly to attain such a stature, it would render them inconsequential. In the future, the position of principal will undoubtedly be entrusted to him, which is quite commendable. Contemplating this, Zhao Wuji could scarcely contain his laughter, as he was on the verge of ascending to the pinnacle of the vice principal role. If he could successfully bring Yin Ling into his fold, then the prospects for the entire academy would surely be secure, ensuring a promising succession. In the midst of such fervent aspirations, Zhao Wuji found himself genuinely smiling. Despite his profound admiration for Yin Ling, this extraordinary talent, he did not allow his expression to betray his thoughts. Instead, with a tone laced with disdain, he addressed Yin Ling. I never anticipated that you truly are a remarkable genius, effortlessly placing me in such an awkward position with just a few words. It is indeed quite uncomfortable. Zhao Wuji was genuinely discontent, as he had not foreseen that his role as vice principal would lead to such embarrassment at the hands of Yin Ling. If one were to consider this perspective, it seems that two individuals cannot truly possess absolute dominion, one being the vice principal and the other a student. Their prowess is indeed formidable, yet their demeanor suggests otherwise. In response to Zhao Wuji's reproach, Yin Ling refrains from uttering a word, instead directing his gaze toward the distant golden sacred dragon. He contemplates that such a sacred entity descending from the heavens must signify something profound. The entire sky appears fragmented, hinting at a significant decision, and under these circumstances, Yin Ling begins to grasp the situation. It seems that this incident may stem from the upper echelons of society, presenting a series of unspeakable matters that have led to this chaotic turmoil. Observing that Yin Ling is disinclined to engage, Zhao Wuji finds himself on the brink of exasperation. Glaring as he implores, Yin Ling, do not force me into a position of embarrassment, grant me a chance. As a vice principal, it is indeed disheartening to find himself reliant on a student for a semblance of respect. To subject oneself to such humiliation is truly infuriating. And thus Zhao Wuji issued his final ultimatum to Yin Ling. Should he continue to disregard the need for civility, expelling him from the academy would be a mere trifle. Yin Ling, utterly speechless, could only manage a wry smile, acknowledging that they should simply turn the page on this matter, allowing the clouds of discontent to disperse temporarily. It was clear to Yanling that Zhao Wujing had articulated the situation with utmost clarity. What more could he do? He certainly could not expose his own vulnerabilities. Chapter 96. Acting nonchalantly. Ultimately, he was merely a person, not some exalted deity. Why fabricate such nonsensical drama, which would only serve to embarrass onlookers? What manner of individual is Zhao Wujing? Yanling had discerned his essence quite distinctly. If one were to categorize him within the hierarchy of Douluo, he would be considered merely of moderate standing, akin to that of a vice principal in an academy. The principal, Flandra, had not made an appearance, leaving Zhao Wujing to assume a position of unwarranted authority. Having finally salvaged his dignity, Zhao Wujing let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "The golden sacred dragon has evidently been injured. Who could have possibly brought it down?" Under normal circumstances, conflicts between extraordinary beasts should not manifest in our mundane world. As a vice principal, Zhao Wujing spoke with a level of sophistication. He understood that a creature as formidable as the golden sacred dragon descending from the heavens must indicate some extraordinary circumstances. If Zhao Wujing's conjectures held any truth, there must have been a conflict among the extraordinary beasts in the upper echelons of existence. After all, it was inconceivable for beings not meant to inhabit this realm to appear in such an ordinary world. The implications were undeniable, and it remained to be seen how many individuals would dare to seize these truths and wield them as weapons. Ultimately, the upper echelons of the Douluo continent were not devoid of divine entities. If one were to plummet from the sky, the ramifications would be profound. As the entity fell, it undoubtedly created a considerable chasm in the entire Douluo continent. Yet, the golden sacred dragon seemed to have retained a portion of its potential upon its descent to the ground. This suppression of all these so-called phenomena left one perplexed. If such were the case, it became rather challenging to comprehend the true nature of the situation. Zhao Wujia was left to rely solely on his conjectures, attempting to grasp these so-called circumstances within his understanding. Otherwise, the reasons behind these occurrences remained elusive. Typically, beings like the golden sacred dragon exist solely within the realms of fantasy. Such latent power remains dormant unless absolutely necessary, and yet, its emergence now baffled all observers. Should others witness this phenomenon, they would undoubtedly find it utterly bewildering, as if caught in an inexplicable web of fate. The force of impact surely possessed the capacity to navigate the intricacies of this world effortlessly. However, amidst this chaos, the situation was no longer manageable, leading to a profound sense of confusion regarding the reasons for such an occurrence. Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's analysis, Yanling nodded thoughtfully. He believed that if the situation were indeed as described, it would render the underlying causes quite perplexing. Yanling cast a glance into the distance before lowering his head, now understanding the gravity of the matter. The outcome laid bare before him was not as straightforward as it seemed. Rather, it presented a conundrum that defied comprehension. Could it be that the chaotic universe associated with Tang San had experienced a rift? Yanling's brow furrowed with concern. Indeed, he was apprehensive. If turmoil had erupted in this world, did it not signify that the reality he once inhabited had begun to unravel? Reflect upon this. It is indeed rather amusing. Yanling was originally an ordinary individual in the realm of reality. Yet, upon his sudden arrival in this peculiar world, he nearly forgot his own simplicity and ordinariness. Now, burdened with such grave memories and thrust into the so-called realm of comic narratives, he is left feeling quite overwhelmed. At heart, Yanling is a benevolent soul, not a creature of malice. However, the bizarre occurrences and behaviors he now witnesses leave him utterly perplexed, questioning the very nature of it all and the reasons behind such phenomena. Should chaos truly arise in the real world, one can only speculate what absurdities might manifest in the anime realm he inhabits. Regardless, Yanling possesses a higher dimensional perspective. He is not ignorant of trivial matters. Thus, when faced with these circumstances, he has resolutely concluded that if the fault lies with him, withdrawing is a reasonable choice. At this juncture, Bibidong steps forward, fervently articulating his viewpoint to Yanling. Why concern oneself with matters that do not directly affect us? It suffices to tend to one's own plot of land. Indifference to others' affairs is perfectly acceptable. Bibidong's conviction is to elevate his own circumstances without regard for the lives of others, as he bears no obligation to oversee such complexities. He is merely a person, not a beast. Why should he be burdened with the management of countless absurdities when survival in this world is already a formidable challenge? Living each day in such difficulty, The notion of exerting control seems almost laughable. Yinling, being his disciple, prompts Bibidong to question why he must continually confront such trivial matters. The evident outcome of their encounters only serves to frustrate him further. He wishes to avoid the proliferation of such ridiculous absurdities, as they only serve to insult the dignity of others. In the face of such overwhelming support, onlookers may find themselves questioning the very essence of existence. Shrek, witnessing this spectacle, cannot contain his laughter to the point of tears. With incredulity, he exclaims, "What else can we do? Let it be. Perhaps we can salvage this golden saint dragon once more. If that is achievable, then anything else can be negotiated." Deep within, Shrek still harbors the ambition of securing this peculiar entity for his own. Everything is merely nonsensical chatter. It is not worth discussing. And thus there is no need to integrate the myriad of chaotic oddities. If the power at hand has not been utilized to its fullest extent, then all discussions are rendered moot. As for the surrounding circumstances, he has no desire to become entangled in the aforementioned chaos. Chapter 97. The Decision. Chapter 98. The Certainty. Given that the facts capable of inciting joy and song have manifested in such a conspicuous and unfavorable manner, it is best not to dwell on them. If one is inclined to offer others a semblance of dignity, then it is equally prudent to present a more comprehensible truth to those around. Even the circumstances that are disadvantageous to express cannot be grasped by others. The situation at hand is undeniably beyond the control of others, presenting a fade of order. Yet the reality is steeped in cruelty and indifference. To accept such stark truths is a bitter pill to swallow, necessitating a concession of sorts. Zhao Wuji holds a decisive authority here, while Yinling is reluctant to escalate tensions, ultimately opting for a gradual compromise. At this moment, Zhao Wuji's countenance brightens with a smile, reveling in the clarity of the outcome. With a teasing tone, he remarks, "Do not flatter me. I am merely an ordinary individual." In truth, Zhao Wuji's heart is alight with joy, as if he might burst into laughter at any moment. Though he suppresses this exuberance for fear of undermining his initial intentions. Observing Zhao Wuji's delight, Yinling can only manage a resigned smile, fully aware that this fellow is hardly a paragon of virtue. With a wave of his hand, Yinling calls out, "Quickly, remove this fellow, otherwise the stench will engulf the entire academy." The noxious odor emanating from the golden sacred dragon is already palpable to Yinling, who detects a strong scent of blood lingering in the air. Fortuitously, Yinling possesses considerable composure. Otherwise, he might have been driven to retch. The outcome is painfully clear. If the golden sacred dragon can be saved, it will be a matter of life. If not, all discussions are moot. The stakes are dire. As the saying goes, a new emperor means new ministers. Presently, Zhao Wuji is the one issuing commands, with Yinling as his subordinate. And since the latter has no room for idle chatter, the matter must proceed accordingly. Thus, he need not concern himself with the peculiarities of certain well-understood truths, as the outcomes are already glaringly apparent before him. It remains to be seen how many individuals possess the ability to manipulate the so-called circumstances at the hands of others. This golden sacred dragon must be taken away, otherwise, it may very well meet its demise here. The odor emanating from the corpse was undoubtedly pungent enough to be detected within several miles. Zhao Wuji swiftly beckoned a few students, whose arms were as robust as those of a calf, to assist him. It was evident that their strength was considerable. Zhao Wuji commanded them to carry the golden holy dragon to the nearby medical facility, specifically a larger one designated for its treatment. Zhao Wuji was neither a villain nor a paragon of virtue. He merely navigated the gray areas with finesse, embodying a peculiar dichotomy. Meanwhile, Murong Yunxue furrowed her brows as she glanced at Yinling, pondering whether he harbored untold stories within. With incredulity in her gaze, she implored, "Are you truly indifferent to the fate of the golden holy dragon? Do you not perceive its sanctity? Would it not be more advantageous if it could provide us with some assistance?" At this juncture, Murong Yunshue's perspective remained fixated on the pursuit of the golden holy dragon. If she could extract all its gear, perhaps in the next moment, her own prowess would significantly amplify, allowing her to secure her standing within the academy and enhance her family's reputation. Perhaps the elder would even acknowledge her commendable performance with encouragement and support. Yet, Murong Yunshue's selfish aspirations were excessive. She continually sought to seize possessions that rightfully belonged to others. The reality was quite clear. What was hers would remain hers, and what was not was entirely irrelevant. The situation had become apparent, and further discussion would only devolve into idle chatter. Yinling fundamentally disagreed with Murong Yunxue's stance, firmly stating, "What does that have to do with me? I am not particularly interested in acquiring equipment. I am merely an ordinary person." Indeed, Yinling was not an exceptional talent. He simply wished to tend to his own affairs. As for anything beyond that, he harbored no interest. However, the unfolding events before him had made it clear that when circumstances were dictated by others, he was left with little agency in determining how to respond. Faced with such a formidable dilemma, Yinling chose to remain steadfast, transparently refusing to yield. Observing Murong Yunxue's unwavering affection, Yinling could hardly suppress a chuckle. He never anticipated that this individual would persistently pursue him, engaging in a series of trivial conversations that seemed utterly absurd. The sight of Murong Yunxue had become increasingly irksome, to the point where he wished to refrain from uttering another word. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Yinling stated nonchalantly, "Enough. I find myself exceedingly vexed and require a moment of solitude. If indeed a fracture in the fabric of time and space has occurred, we are bound to face considerable repercussions. This is a perilous situation." Currently, Yinling's foremost desire was to remain vigilant in the face of potential danger, which he deemed imperative. The outcome was becoming increasingly apparent, particularly with the Golden Saint Dragon having descended from another realm, leaving him to speculate about the emergence of even more chaotic anomalies. Thus, Yinling sought solitude, wishing to escape the incessant chatter that felt increasingly superfluous. Certain circumstances required his attention. If time were to be squandered further, it would serve no purpose. It can only be said that these realities have slipped beyond their grasp, rendering them powerless to exert control. Given the circumstances, it is even less advisable to allow outsiders to comprehend the nature of these so-called situations. In every era, there are those who excel, and the fate of each generation is shaped by its own character flaws. It is no longer a matter for others to easily manage or resolve. Having reached this point, there is even less need for alteration. Chapter 99. The People in the Arena Chapter 100. The Enigma Chapter 101. The Inner Drama Chapter 102. The Healing. If one were to place themselves in another's heart, it would undoubtedly evoke laughter. In such circumstances, it truly feels as though one's secrets have been laid bare, akin to committing an embarrassing act in a public setting. Bibi Dong turned her head away and, with a remarkably composed tone, stated, "All right, the golden holy dragon before us is the priority to address. Let us not dwell on other matters for the time being." At that moment, Bibi Dong wished to focus solely on resolving the issue of the golden holy dragon. Dismissing all else from her mind, for other concerns could no longer be managed according to her previous thoughts. If this matter cannot manifest before her, then it becomes irrelevant. Therefore, all discussions are rendered moot, for the truth has already been delineated within the confines of his own heart. One should refrain from creating anything deemed eccentric, merely focusing on how others might perceive the situation. However, one cannot predict the subsequent actions of others, nor can one claim any moral high ground in determining their course of action. Thus, it is precisely this that Bibi Dong hopes Zhao Wujie will handle with equanimity. Although the golden sacred dragon is a revered artifact, it must be approached with utmost caution and balance. Should a single misstep occur, it could lead to an everlasting regret, plunging one into an abyss from which there is no return, an uncertain fate indeed. Zhao Wujie felt a profound sense of embarrassment. After all, as the decision-maker, he now faced a dilemma. Should he choose to heal the golden sacred dragon or to destroy it? He had yet to reach a conclusion, instead becoming engrossed in discussions about Bibi Dong and Yinling, which seemed to stray from the matter at hand. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Zhao Wujie finally adopted a more seasoned tone and began to articulate his bureaucratic thoughts. "I believe we should first attend to its injuries, ensuring it recovers, and then proceed with further examination and dissection. If it survives, we shall send it to another world once more. If it does not, then all discussions become moot." Deep within, Zhao Wujie harbored a plan. If this creature had the potential for survival, it would be worth pursuing. In summary, everything is quite straightforward. However, it is not so easily articulated. Such matters are no longer open for discussion, as the situation has become decidedly unremarkable. It is best to disregard what lies before us, for the outcome is already quite evident, and since decisions cannot be made, we must accept the resolution. In that case, it would be wise to relinquish a myriad of circumstances that ought to be present, as this would foster a greater sense of reassurance. Zhao Wujie chose to prioritize the healing of the golden sacred dragon, preserving its life above all else. As for other matters, They are of lesser significance for the time being, particularly in the context of proceeding with the next step of biological decomposition. If it manages to survive, then the golden sacred dragon is indeed fortunate, and it shall be allowed to recuperate properly. Subsequently, it will be returned to its rightful realm. It is important to note that the references to biochemistry and decomposition here do not imply the dismemberment of the entity. Rather, some situations are not easily resolved. It is understood that this pertains to Zhao Wuji's unique and independent magical abilities, akin to those described in ancient scriptures. Such extraordinary skills, akin to the art of resurrection, are utterly unattainable for the average person. Yet, those fortunate enough to possess them are assured of everlasting life, which elucidates the phenomenon. Zhao Wuji, a mere mortal with a finite lifespan, has remarkably ascended to such lofty ranks in a brief span of time. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's perspective, Bibi Dong nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Indeed, if this matter were to be resolved according to Zhao Wuji's approach, thus, it can only be accomplished through this most exquisite method of integration. As for the rest, they are merely alternative so-called side paths and any viewpoints derived from analogous reasoning. All of this is displayed here in a rather vivid manner, requiring only the adept execution of what lies at hand. Everything is indeed easy to discuss, while other matters should hardly be given any attention. To save a life is to construct a pagoda of immense merit. Yet to witness that life perish in vain is a different story altogether. It is certain that one cannot survive in this world due to the existence of certain individuals who ultimately understand that life is singular. However, to suggest that living beings should be subjected to disintegration is to treat human life with utter disregard. Most people lack such a cruel disposition and would never commit such heinous acts. Nevertheless, Bibi Dong believes that if Zhao Wujia were truly provoked, he could indeed resort to such extremes. Since he has chosen to pursue healing, let him make that decision. Very well, let us temporarily adopt your perspective for integration. I shall refrain from further engagement on this matter, as I find it profoundly uninteresting and hope that no further absurdities arise. After concluding her remarks, Bibi Dong chose to depart. Much like Shrek had moments before. Currently, this territory wholly falls under Zhao Wujia's jurisdiction, rendering her merely an outsider. While Shrek occupies the role akin to a headmaster or teacher, Bibi Dong remains a foreign entity. To leave this place would be the only means to reach her own domain and extend the customary hospitality of a host. Yet, at this moment, Zhao Wujia does not even extend the courtesy of offering Bibi Dong tea. Bibi Dong felt that she should not stand here for others to mock her. As she observed the departure of her choice, Zhao Wujia's face remained devoid of any emotion. This was because he was inherently a cold and unfeeling individual, and the events unfolding before him had already transpired. There is no necessity to let him comprehend the chaotic intricacies of the matter. He merely fulfills his obligations, and it is best not to entangle him in anything beyond that. This world has never lacked genuine talents, and if they could embark upon this so-called path of return, it would indeed be preferable. Bibi Dong does not belong in this realm, and Zhao Wujia need not retain him. It is not that he is miserly, refusing to invite Bibi Dong for tea. Rather, it stems from the fact that when Shrek was present, they held a superior subordinate relationship. Now, Bibi Dong's lingering presence merely suggests his desire to dominate the scene. Thus, although Zhao Wujia did not voice his displeasure openly, he was indeed quite unhappy. Meanwhile, Yanling and Murong Yunxue strolled back to the teaching building, arm in arm. After this incident, he had already achieved legendary status, as three eminent figures, Bibi Dong, Shrek, and Zhao Wujia, had all acknowledged him with nods and deference. Among the students, he had become a figure of considerable renown. Consequently, most classmates found it amusing to see him, even desiring to engage in conversation. However, the expression on Yanling's face conveyed that he was not one to be easily approached. As a result, even though his peers harbored intentions of friendship, they gradually kept their distance. After all, no one wishes to demean themselves by ingratiating to someone of a higher status. Upon reaching the teaching building, Yanling noticed a figure strikingly similar to Li Yunfei. This left him bewildered. Could it be that the Li family had stationed numerous spies throughout the building? As this thought crossed his mind, a cold sweat broke out. He had not anticipated that Li Yunfei would be so relentless. Having merely been beaten by him, he now found himself under the scrutiny of so many. It was evident that this doppelganger must be a relative. Yanling, puzzled, turned to Murong Yunxue and inquired, "Who is that person? Why does he seem so familiar to me?" At this moment, Murong Yunxue was lost in thought, idly toying with her mobile phone. The latest news notifications were inundated with negative reports about their academy. Particularly sensational was the incident of the golden sacred dragon plummeting from the heavens, which had sparked a considerable uproar around them. The keywords flooding the notifications revolved around this distant turmoil. Bystanders were halted in their tracks, their expressions frozen in disbelief, eyes wide open as if they would pop out. Morong Yinxue was no different. She stared at her phone, momentarily entranced. She had not anticipated such an overwhelming deluge of news concerning their academy. Following Yinling's words, she raised her gaze and was startled to find a strikingly familiar figure standing before her, resembling Li Yunfei to an uncanny degree. However, Morong Yinxue, seasoned in the ways of the world, understood that after being beaten, Li Yunfei would likely avoid public appearances and was probably hiding away in some temple. Thus, she quickly deduced that this individual was an unknown interloper. Nonchalantly, she remarked, "Oh, you mean that one? He is a distant relative of Li Yunfei. But his temperament differs from Li Yunfei's, so he poses no threat to us." Morong Yinxue's mind churned, trying to recall the name of this individual. Ah yes, it was Li Feilong. Although the name sounded formidable, he seemed rather unremarkable, belonging to a lower echelon of individuals. As he was not a direct descendant of the Li family but rather a remote relation, severed for over 5 generations. It was amusing that such a person would aspire to elevate his status in such a manner. Could it be that the Li family truly wielded such overwhelming influence within the academy? At this thought, Yinling shook his head in exasperation. Damn it! Another member of the Li family? This is just ridiculous. He observed that Li Feilong bore an odd countenance, as if a scar had been etched across his face. At first glance, one might mistake it for a tattoo, leaving Yinling perplexed as to how such a thing had come to be. With a furrowed brow, he inquired of Morong Yinxue, "What is the story behind that scar on his face?" "It's quite unsettling. According to Yinling's philosophy, the Li family should not possess such unremarkable appearances. It is inconceivable for them to adorn themselves with tattoos that mar their features. Such actions can only imply that this individual is likely not closely related to the Li lineage, perhaps merely a distant relative or an outsider. It is indeed amusing that such a person would attempt to integrate the personalities of the Li family members." Upon hearing Yinling's remarks, Morong Yinxue was taken aback. Unable to fathom that someone as dynamic as Yinling would resort to judging others based on appearances. If that were the case, could it be that this fellow truly emerged from some obscure temple hidden in the mountains? Reflecting on her memories, Morong Yinxue deemed it prudent to elucidate this reality. Let us not delve into that matter. It touches upon their vulnerabilities, and one must not expose another's shortcomings. If Morong Yinxue's recollection serves her well, Li Feilong had once engaged in a significant battle in a foreign realm, vying for power against various beasts, ultimately leading to a dismal fate. Had he succeeded, he would now be the closest to Tang San. Yet, he has since fallen from grace, reduced to a shattered remnant after plummeting from the heavens. The origins of this obscure messenger are shrouded in mystery, perplexing to those who encounter him. Observing Morong Yinxue, once a paragon of seriousness, now playing coy, Yinling could not help but find it amusing, pondering why this fellow would choose to withhold information if he wished to speak freely. If one were to think in such a manner, one might truly believe that an employer, in disbursing wages to his employees, is akin to a biological parent. Money is but a secret. One may choose to sell it or not, and if one declines, so be it. Let us refrain from unnecessary chatter that may invite trouble. Thus, at this moment, Yinling commenced to speak more brusquely. "Do enlighten me. What is the reason? How did you acquire that scar upon your visage? Is it truly so arduous to recount a simple tale? Why the superfluous words?" Yinling was genuinely exasperated. This fellow, Morong Yinxue, was withholding the very narratives that ought to be shared, instead engaging in this cryptic game. What nonsensical thoughts occupied his mind? Did he fancy himself some kind of paranormal expert or an online influencer? In the end, he toyed with the audience's anticipation merely to sell his narrative. Yinling's greatest annoyance lay with those who speak half-heartedly, unable to address their own affairs. The absurdity of their attempts to appear composed was laughable to onlookers. Morong Yinxue's face fell, as if he had encountered an exceptionally obstinate nail. Thus, he could only manage a wry smile, saying, "Well, his story is quite simple. He was once struck by the Titan gorilla, leaving a significant scar upon his face." Chapter 104. From ancient times to the present, recalling the ancient scenes. Tears nearly welled up in Morong Yinxue's eyes. If memory served him correctly, his father had nearly lost his life during that battle. Fortunately, a divine beast from another world had spared one life, allowing his father to survive. Yet now, Murong Yunchue's father was burdened by the ailments of his labors, suffering from grave injuries. This was precisely why the Murong family had struggled to rise against the formidable Li Yunfei. The most crucial aspect for the Murong family was to elevate their circumstances, yet they found themselves suppressed instead, a situation that seemed utterly absurd to others. Initially, Murong Yunxue had no intention of divulging this matter, as it represented a painful chapter and a source of shame for the Murong family. However, with Li Feilong's story now in the open, there was no longer a need for concealment. Thus, Murong Yunxue refrained from recounting his father's tale, instead choosing to present his own circumstances to convey the truth. Yin Ling's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before him. The outcome had manifested in ways he had not anticipated. If the story unfolded as such, it rendered the entire situation perplexing. Staring at Murong Yunxue with incredulity, Yin Ling had not expected Li Feilong to possess such an indomitable narrative. If that were the case, the fall of the golden saint dragon from the heavens seemed hardly extraordinary at all. The Titan ape effortlessly allows Li Feilong to approach its formidable physique. This only serves to illustrate that, at that moment, this individual had achieved a saintly demeanor. Yet now, one cannot help but ponder the profound sorrow that seems to envelop him without hesitation. Yin Ling has distinctly perceived that although Li Feilong is no longer the youth he once was, he also does not embody the essence of a villain devoid of morality. If one were to entertain such an assertion, could it be that this person is indeed a hero? Quite impressive indeed. Yin Ling finds himself trembling, compelled to unveil the thoughts that reside within his heart. He holds a deep admiration for those who embody heroic qualities. Presently, this figure, reminiscent of a hero, stands before him, akin to an emperor in his grandeur. Consider the Titan ape. It is a ferocious, divine beast. Even in a confrontation with the golden saint dragon, the two would surely be evenly matched. Yet now, neither can bear the weight of the consequences, rendering them unable to approach any semblance of existence. Yin Ling genuinely reveres such a hero from the depths of his being, without a doubt. If this individual possesses strength that surpasses his own capabilities, Yin Ling resolved to present these matters to the formal authorities, believing it to be a more prudent course of action. Meanwhile, Murong Yunxue's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Yin Ling would indeed seek to excuse his actions. If one were to disdain another, so be it. Yet, to conduct oneself in such a lamentable manner was utterly contemptible. Li Feilong a hero? Far from it. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Li Feilong is merely a contemporary of Li Feihu, despite their names being strikingly similar. There exists no blood relation between them, merely a shared generational status. Li Feihu is the second-generation head of the Li family, and upon the demise of the elder patriarch, the consequences will unfold. As the second son of the Li family, Li Feihu may divide the family inheritance among his three sons, Li Dafei, Li Xiaofei, and Li Yunfei. Though the names of Li Feihu and Li Feilong are strikingly similar, their fates diverge dramatically. Li Feihu epitomizes a successful individual, while Li Feilong languishes as a prisoner. Had he truly vanquished the Titan great ape back in the day, he might have ascended to a prestigious position, perhaps even besting Li Feihu and teaching him a lesson. Nonetheless, they are family, and there is little need for unnecessary discourse. Despite the existence of insurmountable conflicts, neither is inclined to engage in trivial disputes. Each possesses his own life philosophy. Li Feilong has his own circumstances and rationale, and neither can be considered ordinary. Moreover, Li Feilong is merely in his early 20s, while Li Feihu has already entered middle age. They exist in entirely different realms, one in the heavens, the other beneath, sharing only a common lineage, akin to distant relatives. Murong Yunxue, observing Yin Ling's comical expression, could barely contain her laughter. All right, enough of that. How could he possibly be a hero? His face is marred with scars, and the Titan great ape remains alive, perhaps even lurking within our academy. Reflecting on past events, Yin Ling felt a mix of intrigue and exasperation. His father had narrowly escaped death in that battle, yet now Yin Ling consistently brings up the old wounds. If this is the case, he is not the hero Yin Ling envisions, but rather a figure to be mocked. The Titan great ape still hides within the academy, while Li Feilong, having failed to slay it, has seen his status plummet. Once intended to be the head of education, he now finds himself reduced to a janitor, performing menial tasks in the corridors. Murong Yunxue holds little interest in Li Feilong's identity. Her curiosity lies in the appearance of the Titan great ape from another world manifesting in reality. This suggests a disturbance in the upper echelons of energy, particularly in light of the Golden Sacred Dragon's arrival today. The situation is rather perplexing, leaving Yinling in a state of confusion as he struggles to comprehend Murong Yunshue's true intentions. He perceives that she is methodically extracting words from him, and the reason for this is abundantly clear. Despite his silence, the intensity of her gaze feels as if she regards him as a foe. However, the reality is far from obvious, for each individual harbors their own narrative. At this moment, Murong Yunxue is unlikely to disclose the information regarding her father's previous failures to Yinling. With a perplexed expression, Yinling queries Murong Yunxue. The Titan Ape can manifest within the academy, and the Golden Sacred Dragon can also appear. The fluctuations from this otherworldly realm truly baffle me. It seems absurd. Chapter 105. Inner conflict. Currently, Yinling harbors doubts regarding the veracity of Murong Yunshue's assertions. It is widely understood that the peculiarities of the real world seldom align with such bizarre occurrences. Yet, since they have indeed manifested, unraveling the origins and outcomes of these events becomes increasingly intricate. What astonishes Yinling the most is the realization that the Titan Ape remains concealed within the academy. If this is the case, it is conceivable that he could lose his life at any moment. Faced with such a precarious situation, Yinling resolves to silently endure. Indeed, the only course of action at present is to patiently await developments in hopes of resolving these matters. Upon concluding her account, Murong Yunxue observes that Yinling's eyes are growing increasingly luminous. If one were to say this, it indeed evokes a sense of intrigue. Could it be that Yinling harbors his own intentions, seeking to unearth and eliminate this Titan gorilla? If that is the case, then Yinling truly possesses remarkable prowess. At this moment, Murong Yunxue gazes at Yinling, feeling rather perplexed. She simply cannot fathom why this individual engages in so many passive actions. The fact that the Titan lurks within the academy is known to most, as they are aware of the lurking dangers within. Consequently, they refrain from speaking carelessly, fearing that the injured Titan gorilla may recover its physical form and suddenly emerge, extinguishing them in their infancy, a sight that would undoubtedly be intolerable. Murong Yunxue believes that Yinling's abilities are merely in the nascent stages of possessing a twin martial soul. In terms of sheer strength and might, he likely pales in comparison. Thus, observing the fervor in Yinling's eyes, she cannot help but chuckle. Why concern ourselves with so much? We are merely ordinary students, diligently cultivating our own little parcels of land within this academy, which is ample enough. As for other matters, it is prudent to refrain from involvement, for above all, every individual possesses but one life. Murong Yunxue adopts an attitude of detachment, choosing not to entangle herself in affairs that do not concern her. To become overly involved would only lead others to perceive her as meddlesome. The Murong family has yet to reach a stature where they can establish their authority through interference. Thus, her demeanor towards Yinling is one of respectful distance. Should he truly wish to confront the Titan gorilla, let him undertake that endeavor alone. Murong Yunshue's ambition is solely to safeguard her own domain, nothing more. As she begins to retreat from the fray, Yinling cannot help but smile wryly. He had not anticipated that even brothers could falter in their resolve, nor that a father-son duo would be so evident in their actions. Yet now, this individual seems to be backpedaling. When they initially stood united against Li Yunfei in relentless pursuit, why did such dilemmas not arise? The outcome has become remarkably evident. Murong Yunxue possesses the ability to strike down adversaries. However, should he be tasked with confronting formidable beasts, it would merely lead to his own decline. This exemplifies a typical coward, unable to bear the weight of greatness. Yinling, too, has begun to feel a growing aversion towards Murong Yunxue, recognizing that it is best to distance oneself from such individuals whenever possible. Despite his sense of helplessness, Yinling refrains from directly offending Murong Yunxue, instead offering a resigned smile. Indeed, you are correct. Each life is singular, and the outcome is unmistakably clear, requiring no further elaboration. Since this fellow shows no desire to engage, let us instead amplify these matters on the formal battlefield. Why bother making a fuss? Individuals like this, who are overly fearful of death, may eventually become a burden. At this moment, Yinling comprehended that maintaining a respectful distance was prudent, and Murong Yunxue shared similar sentiments. He resolved to refrain from becoming too close to anyone, for each person traverses this world along their own singular path. You tread your road, I tread mine. Our paths shall not intertwine in both unity and separation. The situation is evidently clear. You are not my father, nor am I your mother. We are merely two souls waiting at a traffic light, perhaps bonded by a few years of camaraderie or friendship. Ultimately, when our paths diverge, there is no need for excessive entanglement, as such interactions only breed discomfort. Few in this world are truly loyal, save for one's biological parents and progeny. Many individuals hold far less significance. Yanling's burgeoning discomfort with Murong Yunxue marked the beginning of a rift between them. However, should Li Yunfei return, they might once again find themselves aligned. For only when benefits and interests converge can adversaries become allies once more. Before long, their conversation grew awkward, both parties exchanging glances. Rendered speechless as silence enveloped them, Murong Yunxue sensed that this uncomfortable atmosphere needed a gentle adjustment to avoid becoming too unpleasant. Should there be animosity between them? The situation would indeed become troublesome, prompting him to force a smile. With a strained attempt at casualness, he suggested, "The cafeteria offers stir-fried noodles and seaweed egg soup for lunch today. What do you think? The dish is rather delightful, perhaps even seafood, in the Douluo continent. Such delicacies as seaweed egg soup are exceedingly rare, being exclusive to the human realm. Although the Douluo world bears a resemblance to the human experience, certain flavors are reminiscent of anime, and thus do not exist here, which explains Yanling's disinterest in the culinary offerings of this world. Today, however, he observed that Murong Yunshue's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of seaweed egg soup, akin to a famished wolf. It is indeed laughable that in the human world, one could have never tasted such a dish. Noticing Murong Yunshue's heightened interest, Yanling deemed it unnecessary to dampen his enthusiasm and, in accordance with his sentiments, replied, "Indeed. It sounds quite delightful." Chapter 106. Uncommon at this moment, deep within Yanling's heart, a sense of annoyance brewed. He regarded the dish merely as a simple seaweed and egg soup. What was so delightful about it? It seemed that Murong Yunxue truly belonged to a different realm. Such trivial fare was exceedingly common in the human world, often unworthy even of a dog's attention. Yet, to his surprise, in this world of Douluo, it evoked a profound sense of intrigue. Very well, if you are so inclined to drink it, then by all means, indulge. It is merely a seaweed and egg soup. Nothing of great significance. Even if one were to encounter tomato and egg soup, zucchini and egg soup, or even loofah and egg soup, Yanling would remain utterly unfazed. His heart steady and untroubled. He possesses no genuine interest, for he has already tasted these dishes and found them rather unremarkable. Yet, should Yanling find himself in dire hunger, he might regard such fare as a rare delicacy of the mortal realm. The audacious thrive while the timid perish. The satiated remain oblivious to the plight of the famished. This dynamic is particularly pronounced in the presence of Yanling and Murong Yunxue. Murong Yunxue, having been sheltered from the world, holds a different perspective. In his realm, certain experiences are simply absent, much like the existence of insects. In some locales, they are abundant. In others, they are entirely non-existent. The rationale is straightforward. In certain places, insects are deemed inedible, while in others, they are considered a delicacy. When seasoned with cumin and chili powder, consuming them resembles savoring roasted grasshoppers, producing an irresistibly crunchy and fragrant delight. The silence between the two was bearable, yet once Murong Yunxue engaged Yanling in conversation, their starkly contrasting ideologies clashed vehemently. It became glaringly apparent that Yanling's sole desire was to survive in this world, while Murong Yunxue aspired to elevate the grandeur and prosperity of the Murong clan. Observing Yanling's lack of enthusiasm, Murong Yunxue felt an overwhelming surge of curiosity. He inquired, "Why does your expression convey such disinterest? Have you often indulged in these dishes elsewhere? By the way, where do you hail from? It seems you have never mentioned whether it be a state or a city." In truth, there was no need for speculation. Murong Yunxue had already pieced together much of the puzzle. Yanling had previously declared that he was not of this world, and if that were indeed the case, it raised further questions. Where, indeed, does he originate from? Thus, Murong Yunxue finds herself in a state of bewilderment. What year and month did Yanling fall from? What connection does the decline of the golden sacred dragon have with him? Is it possible that the fragmentation of time and space has unveiled two shattered realities? This inquiry from Murong Yunxue not only left Yanling perplexed but also caused a short circuit in his mind. It appears that Yanling currently lacks the memories he once possessed. Yet, he retains a vivid recollection of his previous world, which was undeniably tangible and filled with a myriad of bizarre entities. However, why does it seem that upon arriving in the Douluo world, these memories have been partially erased? They have not been entirely obliterated. Rather, a fragment remains, serving as the sole beacon of hope for Yin Ling's existence. In Yin Ling's memory, he recalls a world where he had a father, a mother, a grandfather, a grandmother, and numerous aunts and uncles. Such a multitude of relatives, all connected by blood ties, accounts for his clear recollection. This is why Yin Ling harbors a tinge of nostalgia for his former, tangible world, unlike others who find themselves suddenly reborn or transported, often as orphans bereft of their parents. Instead, he chose to transcend through a fit of rage, compelled by circumstances beyond his control. Today, Yin Ling perceives that Murong Yunxue may indeed no longer walk the same path as him. Given her current confrontational demeanor, one can only speculate what further discord may arise in the future. Consequently, Yin Ling resolves to withhold any semblance of kindness from Murong Yunxue. He curtly retorts, "Why concern yourself with so much? Which state, which city? The forms have already diverged. It is impossible to distinguish them." Yin Ling is genuinely disinclined to continue entangling himself with Murong Yunxue, fully aware that she is unlikely to believe his words. There is no need for me to exhibit any behavior towards him under various pretenses. Given the circumstances, what more is there to say? After all, I am content and fulfilled in my real life, surrounded by numerous relatives and a prosperous family. My arrival in this Douluo world may be a result of serendipity or a chaotic intertwining of time and space. However, one thing is certain, Yin Ling did not willingly traverse into this Douluo realm. It was an involuntary journey. This straightforward situation confounds others, leaving them puzzled. Murong Yunxue listened in astonishment, for Yin Ling's words seemed utterly devoid of meaning, akin to empty rhetoric. In an instant, her expression transformed as if she had ingested a foul concoction, her face a mottled shade of green and gray. She could hardly fathom that Yin Ling would address her in such a manner. They had once stood united as comrades on the same front. Yet this comrade has now devolved into an absurdity, creating an unexpectedly comical scenario. If we were to speak in such terms, the situation indeed appears rather vexing. What could possibly be the matter? Helplessly, Murong Yunxue decided to change the subject and reluctantly remarked, "All right then, I shall not inquire further, as I feel that any additional questions would be superfluous." As she spoke, she made her way towards the cafeteria, gesturing towards Yin Ling, whose meaning was quite clear. It was time to eat, given that it was mealtime and their stomachs were growling for sustenance. Yin Ling nodded heavily, acknowledging Murong Yunxue's kindness. However, he had initially been disinclined to go, yet at that moment, he sensed that not dining would be a mistake. In this world, 2 days have passed without a morsel of food or a drop of water. He felt a sense of helplessness akin to that of a participant in an Ironman competition, ultimately choosing to compromise and head to the cafeteria. However, even as he made his way there, Yin Ling did not hesitate to caution Murong Yunxue, advising him not to take himself too seriously. He remarked, "Since you are aware of the futility of idle chatter, it suffices to safeguard your own small patch of land. There is no need to involve yourself in excess, as it merely squanders time." Chapter 107, Stir-Fried Dragon Meat. In that moment, Murong Yunxue felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. He was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Yin Ling, usually so courteous in his speech, would suddenly adopt such a brusque tone. If one were to put it this way, the situation is indeed quite disconcerting. Since the cards are already on the table, there is little need for further elaboration. Everyone possesses their own temperament. Yin Ling's disposition and character fundamentally clash with Murong Yunxue's. One hails from a prominent family, while the other is a typical wild-born individual, albeit one possessing formidable capabilities. As the heir to an exceptionally rare twin martial soul, Murong Yunxue is compelled to yield. Otherwise, he risks becoming a bully like Li Yunfei. This world is perpetually a realm of the survival of the fittest, a truth that transcends time and space. The strong prey upon the weak exploit those even more vulnerable, and the most defenseless suffer at the hands of creatures incapable of retaliation. This exemplifies a profoundly disturbed group, and as time progresses, the world remains grotesque, with an increasing number of individuals afflicted by psychological disorders. However, Yin Ling is currently unconcerned with such complexities. He is merely an unremarkable individual. Were he capable of defying fate, perhaps he could accomplish monumental feats. Yet, this is no longer that era, nor is he of such elevated stature. He merely desires to safeguard his modest domain. Their mere existence is commendable enough, so why indulge in repugnant antics? The two companions made their way to the school cafeteria, but upon glancing down, Yin Ling was taken aback. Despite the seemingly mundane backdrop of the Douluo world, The dishes prepared were remarkably fresh. They say that dragon meat is heavenly while donkey meat is of the earth. Yet here was dragon meat manifesting in this world. How could it be that the golden sacred dragon plummeted from the heavens, barely clinging to life? If the golden sacred dragon were indeed deceased, it might soon find itself transformed into pork on the cutting board, sliced into portions for dumplings or stir-fried dishes. Yinling could not help but applaud, issuing exclamations of wonder. Is this truly the cafeteria of the academy? The scale was indeed impressive, and to his astonishment, there was even stir-fried dragon meat, which was rather novel. While the Douluo world may appear unimpressive, the occurrences within are refreshingly unexpected, prompting others to ponder the dismal outcomes that are incomprehensible the most. Murong Yunxiue found himself laughing. In this world, dragon meat is remarkably commonplace, akin to pork in the real world. Yet, it was amusing to discover that Yinling had never tasted dragon meat before, rendering the situation utterly laughable. He could no longer discern what Yinling spoke was truth or fabrication. The inability to articulate these realities, combined with a lack of sincerity in human interactions, raises the question, why engage in such trivial banter? It is indeed absurd. Murong Yunxiue gazed at Yinling with an expression of incredulity, questioning whether he truly belonged to this world. He harbored a lingering suspicion that Yinling might be jesting, presenting an array of peculiar facts. In the Douluo realm, there exist 3 tiers of existence, with dragon meat being the most commonplace, akin to pork in our reality. The populace has grown indifferent to dragon meat, while the so-called elite indulge in rarer microorganisms from the cosmic expanse, an echelon unattainable for someone like Yinling. Ascending further, one encounters the consumption of earth or refuse, for from the remains of a great whale, life springs forth. This phenomenon is vividly illustrated within this world, where the most primitive ingredients, such as soil, are seldom found in the upper echelons. The Douluo world is distinctly stratified into upper, middle, and lower tiers, where the upper echelon consumes soil, and the lower indulges in dragon meat. This arrangement stands in stark contrast to the human world, rendering the situation both absurd and amusing. Yinling felt a twinge of embarrassment, as Murong Yunshua's implication suggested a lack of ambition on his part. The notion of never having tasted dragon meat was a clear indication of his ignorance, akin to having never sampled pork in this world. It was as if he had never partaken of a meal at all. Consequently, Yinling's countenance reflected a degree of awkwardness. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to articulate his thoughts. Enough of this topic. My consumption of dragon meat bears no relevance to you. Who could have known that dragon meat was so ordinary? The absurdity of the situation amused Yinling, pondering why he should engage in such trivial discourse when he was not even of this world. The multitude of so-called dire circumstances is indeed amusing. Now that I have returned home and the situation is as it is, there is no need to conjure any precarious scenarios, given the current state of affairs. Discussing it further would only evoke the sentiment of past acquaintances fading into obscurity. What perplexes Yinling even more is the harsh reality of this world, where even the sacred creature, the dragon, can become a meal for the inhabitants of Douluo. This can only suggest that this world is vastly different from the one that once was. In Douluo, existence is stratified by levels, whereas in the real world, it is delineated by forces. These two classifications have clearly diverged, creating a distinct boundary across the entire map. Such occurrences are not to be blamed on anyone. Rather, they stem from events that are as fleeting as the stars in the night sky. Yinling now understands that this may not merely be a matter of traversing dimensions, but perhaps a rebirth. The Douluo continent is not simply a replica of the human world that once existed. In response to Yinling's observations about the cruelty of the world, Murong Yunxiue could only weakly clarify, "You misunderstand. The dragon meat comes solely from those that have died of illness or old age, and not from any vibrant, living dragon. Such actions are scarcely distinguishable from the slaughter of swine. Dragons are, after all, divine beings." Indeed, Yinling remains oblivious to the truths of this realm. Yet Murong Yunxiue possesses a profound understanding. After all, he is a native of this world, fully aware that the reality has become glaringly apparent. In truth, Murong Yunxiue is reluctant to elaborate further, for he harbors the suspicion that Yinling is merely feigning ignorance. Chapter 108. Different Worlds, Different Realms. Despite being a denizen of this world, he consistently pretends to be an outsider. This charade seems aimed at eliciting Murong Yunxiue's compassion. However, Yinling has no genuine need for such pretense. He is originally not of this world, having traversed time and space to arrive here. Yinling nodded thoughtfully. And in light of Murong Yunshue's explanations, he came to an understanding. Since the matter is thus, it becomes much easier to comprehend. He remarked, "It appears that the inhabitants of your world possess a commendable sense of conscience, as they do not take life lightly, choosing instead to consume only the carcasses of those who have died naturally or succumbed to illness. In that case, will consuming it truly provide nourishment? And will it not lead to any peculiar ailments?" Yinling has finally come to realize a profound truth being expressed in this world. This is what is referred to as fairness. In the interest of equity, dragon meat is not akin to the pork of our reality, which can be effortlessly divided and neatly presented for consumption. If we consider this, the matter becomes rather complex. Contemplate the implications of consuming dragon meat from sick or deceased dragons. Should it find its way into one's stomach, it would undoubtedly provoke a cascade of chaos and illness. Furthermore, if a plague were to ensue, it could lead to widespread devastation, leaving many dead or injured across the desolate landscape. In the face of such a dire situation, the inhabitants of the Douluo continent still choose to consume this dragon meat. How utterly disappointing and gluttonous they must be to engage in such egregious behavior. Perhaps at this very moment, consuming the dragon meat could lead to illness or even death. Or perhaps poisoning. Do the people here not harbor any fear? What Yinling yearns to understand most is how the meat of a diseased dragon could possibly find its way into a person's stomach. If one were to suggest that the potential for thriving exists within the confines of a human abdomen, it is unmistakably an endeavor beyond the capabilities of the human realm. It is common knowledge that the remains of animals that have succumbed to illness or any other circumstances are inedible. Yet, in the world of Douluo, individuals seem to relish such fare, consuming it with apparent delight. Faced with such inquiries, Murong Yunshue found herself at a loss for words. This realm is not the same as the tangible world, so what is there to fear? Let us not forget that in the Douluo world, each individual possesses absolute mastery over their own magical abilities. The elemental arts of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are all at their disposal, encompassing healing, defensive support, and offensive capabilities. Such formidable skills suggest that even within the Douluo realm, the possibility of illness is indeed present. He is undoubtedly capable of being healed. Much like Bibi Dong, who embodies the essence of a grand pope, his abilities are entirely focused on healing and defense. And his twin martial souls encompass not only offensive skills but also defensive ones. This duality allows him to strike and protect, akin to a tank that can both attack and defend, while also possessing the ability to conceal itself. This is precisely why the potency of twin martial souls leaves all present in utter astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. They yearn to possess such a dual martial soul, yet they ultimately remain mere soul rank practitioners. Currently, the cafeteria is teeming with people, and the line for food is overwhelmingly long. Murong Yunshue initially had no desire to engage in lengthy explanations with Yinling, but given the circumstances and the crowd, he felt compelled to share the rationale behind it. Murong Yunshue said, "Do not forget, we inhabit the world of Douluo continent, where not only are there various arcane arts, but also so-called righteous techniques. He possesses the ability to transform the decayed flesh of deceased animals into fine meat. Have you forgotten?" Upon hearing this, Yinling nodded, realizing that this fantastical world indeed possesses extraordinary wonders. The scenarios and phenomena that others have not achieved manifest vividly in his experience. No wonder. The cultivators truly enjoy the benefits of their craft, even consuming what would otherwise be lethal substances. It is indeed possible to expel toxins from the body, ultimately emerging unscathed. It appears that even in the realm of the divine, there exist certain advantages. As Yinling contemplated this, he found himself somewhat envious of the celestial world, which seemed extraordinarily splendid. Remarkably, even if one were to consume something as vile as toxic excrement, there would still be a means of detoxification. However, Yinling was not inclined towards such grotesque tastes. He merely recalled a matter that was difficult to articulate. He was not genuinely ailing, nor did he feel compelled to embark on further perilous ventures, especially as he believed the suffering would befall him. The thought of consuming a plethora of bizarre substances was more than he could bear. Yinling nodded thoughtfully and murmured, "Oh, I see. So, even we can be transformed into something edible, correct? Consuming it wouldn't cause one to suffer from diarrhea?" Indeed, if we were to follow Murong Yunshue's assertion, it seems that anything in this world can be harmonized. Even the most toxic substances, once consumed, will inevitably transform into harmless forms. However, if this continues over time, it undoubtedly induces a profound sense of discomfort. Therefore, At this moment, Yinling is compelled to inquire of Murong Yunxue whether, should would be ingested, it would metamorphose into dragon meat? Is it not said that there are many individuals in this world who possess magical abilities? Let us explore the possibility of transforming these inedible items into something consumable. Murong Yunxue couldn't help but smile. He was taken aback that such a base inquiry could emanate from Yinling's lips. If such a notion were to be entertained, it would indeed leave one pondering the true nature of the matter. With a tone laced with disdain, Murong Yunxue remarked, "Your imagination is truly boundless. Surely we possess the so-called antidote. Is this merely an act of feigned madness, or perhaps a sign of having traversed realms? How is it that someone not of this world can present such increasingly baffling notions?" The absurdity of Yinling's statements only deepened Murong Yunshue's amusement. He had only exchanged a few words with him, yet here was Yinling, audaciously overstepping his bounds, forgetting his own identity. He was, after all, a typical scion of a prestigious family, yet now it was Murong Yunxue of the same lineage standing before him. Speaking with courtesy, yet Yinling persisted in his nonsensical ramblings. This so-called oddity truly made Murong Yunxue regard Yinling as a quintessential performer of skillful theatrics. Suddenly, Yinling's countenance darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that Murong Yunxue would grant him no semblance of dignity whatsoever. Chapter 109. No rice. How dare so many people in the cafeteria address him in such a manner? The audacity. Fortunately, Yinling possessed his own principles and temperament, allowing him to dismiss the affront. Nonchalantly, he suggested, "All right then, let us hasten to procure our meals. Lingering any longer serves no purpose. Let us check if there are any remaining stir-fried rice noodles. Please serve me a bowl promptly." Upon glancing down, Murong Yunxue realized that this place seemed devoid of sustenance. Before him lay only empty plates, clearly indicating that the previous diners had left nothing behind. Consequently, Yinling's predicament had emerged. What to do when there was no food? Observing the long queue ahead, while many behind had already been left without a meal, Yinling could only smirk in resignation. He mused that the culinary offerings at the academy were indeed subpar, even lacking in sufficient quantity, and yet here he was, compelled to engage in such trivial discourse. Was there truly no food left in the cafeteria? Would we eat today or not? With everything exhausted, should I perhaps invite you to indulge in takeout? Murong Yunxue approached the food counter in the cafeteria, only to discover that everything had been completely swept away. It was uncertain which famished soul had reincarnated in such a manner, possessing such an insatiable appetite. Perhaps it was the foolish son of a wealthy landlord, now indulging in a haphazard feast. Regardless, the cafeteria staff had run out of food, and the aunt behind the counter waved her hands apologetically, though a smile remained on her face. Today, she was finally able to finish her morning shift. Murong Yunxue couldn't help but grimace, thinking to herself how unfortunate it was. She had hoped to savor a bowl of seaweed and egg soup. However, upon inspection, it seemed that not only was there no seaweed and egg soup, but even the seaweed itself was utterly unattainable. Thus, while Murong Yunxue could overlook many things, she could not disregard Yinling's feelings. She hurriedly inquired about his current situation, suggesting whether they should order takeout from outside. Indeed, in the world of Douluo, there existed no discernible difference from the human realm. Delivery personnel, ride-hailing services, security guards, and waitstaff were all present in this world as well. The only distinction was that they possessed certain magical abilities, much like the so-called delivery workers. Those are typical of the swift and agile, while the security personnel resemble an indomitable fortress, akin to the mighty Vajra, with the waitstaff engaged in tasks such as polishing dishes and sweeping the floor. Such a powerful skill is undeniably prominent within oneself. Otherwise, efficiency would be utterly unattainable. In the realm of Douluo, individuals engaged in ordinary occupations are unlikely to amass even modest wealth, let alone substantial riches. The world of Douluo bears little distinction from the mundane world. Some may gradually strive to become titled Douluos, while others may toil their entire lives only to remain in the realm of the extraordinarily ordinary. The outcome is exceedingly evident. One can only ponder who possesses the integrity to acknowledge their own limitations. Yinling shook his head, expressing indifference as he remarked, "Let us forego the notion of takeout. I have always believed that it is quite unhealthy. I once suffered from severe gastroenteritis due to takeout, so how could I possibly indulge in it again?" Whenever Yinling thinks of takeout, a wave of frustration washes over him. Back when he resided in the human realm, he seldom ventured beyond his doorstep, often confined to ordering takeout or consuming instant noodles within the four walls of his abode. Consequently, he has developed a profound aversion to takeout. He now harbors doubts about the inexplicably low prices of these meals, suspecting that the ingredients may be of dubious quality. Yin is unequivocally certain that if he were to order something appetizing, he would hesitate, fearing that vendors might insidiously introduce unsavory elements, such as phlegm or nasal discharge, into his food before presenting it to him. The mere thought of this triggers a wave of nausea within him. Moreover, his gastrointestinal health has never been robust. He often suffers from acid reflux. On one occasion, after consuming takeout, he was on the verge of vomiting blood. Fortunately, armed with anti-inflammatory medication, he managed to avert disaster and maintain his composure. Since that incident, Yin has resolutely decided to abstain from what he deems so-called takeout. Having recognized the potential hazards lurking within, he is acutely aware that vendors may harbor malicious intentions, possibly inserting small plastic shards into the food. In such a scenario, even the most resilient individual would find themselves requiring medical intervention. Despite his robust constitution, Yin is not inclined to take unnecessary risks. It is not that he seeks to condemn all takeout, but rather that he wishes to navigate this matter with caution and prudence, avoiding any unnecessary complications. Morong Yunxue is taken aback. She initially assumed that Yin would possess a hearty appetite. However, upon discovering his reluctance to consume takeout, she realizes that he may not be the type to indulge in cheap thrills. With this understanding, Morong Yunxue concludes that if Yin is so averse to such food, she should be equally mindful of her own choices. Determined to provide some comfort, she decides to procure a couple of packets of instant noodles from the convenience store downstairs and present them to Yin. With enthusiasm, Morong Yunxue exclaims, "All right then. Since you feel this way, I believe we should simplify matters. Let us head to the store, buy some instant noodles, and return to the dormitory to prepare them." At present, Morong Yunxue is subtly probing Yinling's intentions. It is evident that he finds Yinling to be particularly amusing, especially considering that he opts for instant noodles instead of a perfectly good takeaway. This choice carries a connotation of indulging in junk food. However, since Yinling is willing, Morong Yunxue feels there is little left for him to contest. If he desires it, then he shall partake as well. At this moment, Morong Yunxue perceives Yinling as the elder brother he speaks of, although he does not overtly display this sentiment. After all, he is a person who values his pride. A scion of a noble family cannot simply bow to someone of humble origins. Thus, despite Morong Yunshue's outward bravado, he harbors differing thoughts internally. He comprehends the reality of the situation and recognizes his own worth, aware that he is not the sort to frivolously engage in nonsensical disputes. Initially, Morong Yunxue held Yinling in disdain, for he could not fathom from which grave this individual had emerged, now daring to vie for a share of his attention. The fact that he could even acknowledge Yinling was already a concession, yet he never anticipated that Yinling would persistently push the boundaries. If one is unkind, they must not lament the repercussions of their actions. The dynamics have become blatantly apparent to all, leaving one to wonder how many will truly grasp the underlying complexities of the situation. Life's challenges and circumstances are indeed difficult to navigate and comprehend thoroughly. When faced with Morong Yunshue's invitation, Yinling merely nodded. He recognized the precariousness of the situation. To refuse Morong Yunshue's request would likely result in his own hunger. In truth, Yinling is not one to seek petty gains, yet he understands that in this context, he must rely on Morong Yunshue's limited power. Otherwise, should any misfortune arise, the consequences could be dire, as he cannot afford to offend such an esteemed family. If this disarray were to be laid bare for others to witness, it would be utterly ridiculous. Thus, since you have expressed such a sentiment, I am more than willing to indulge in this so-called instant noodles. Yinling responded with a nonchalant demeanor, feeling an urge to cease conversation. He understood that further words might arouse suspicion in Morong Yunxue. Despite his good intentions in offering instant noodles, he realized that he might inadvertently hurt Morong Yunshue's feelings, which would indeed be regrettable. However, upon hearing his words, Morong Yunxue nearly burst into laughter, his smile stretching wide as if it might reach the back of his head. The truth was, Morong Yunxue had never intended to treat Yinling to noodles. As a quintessential scion of a prestigious family, he held no sense of gratitude towards Yinling. His earlier remark had merely been a polite gesture, yet Yinling took it to heart. Morong Yunxue found the situation amusing, almost to the point of laughter dislodging his teeth. Coldly, he remarked, "Do you truly believe I was jesting with you? Is it amusing?" Indeed, it was quite humorous. How could he possibly feel indebted to Yinling? As a typical prodigal, he had suppressed his temper over the years, largely due to the influence of the family patriarch and the numerous relatives in his clan, while he himself was merely a branch of the family tree. The notion that such trivialities could elevate him in the eyes of others was laughable. Deep down, Morong Yunxue held a scale that reminded him that, despite his current plight, he would never tread the same path as Yin Ling, whom he regarded with disdain due to his humble origins. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Yin Ling possessed abilities that surpassed those of Morong Yunxue, earning his respect. Otherwise, why would Yin Ling stand firm against the likes of Li Yunfei? While Morong Yunxue merely retreated into his shell, making his position clear, Yin Ling chuckled, observing Morong Yunshue's half-joking demeanor, pondering how this scoundrel seemed perpetually embroiled in deception. Yet in that moment, he felt it unnecessary to escalate the tension with Morong Yunxue, offering a resigned smile instead. He casually remarked, "I have always thought you were jesting. And I too have been jesting. Our connection is merely a reality gleaned from humor." Morong Yunxue was momentarily taken aback, for he could distinctly sense the hint of irritation in Yin Ling's tone. Indeed, there had been a touch of mockery directed at Yin Ling today, stemming from a previous encounter in the cafeteria. Initially, he had genuinely intended to invite Yin Ling for takeout, but when Yin Ling declined, he found himself inquiring about instant noodles instead. Is that even possible? Such a notion is utterly unfounded. One refrains from indulging in takeout yet yearns for instant noodles. What a farce. Morong Yunxue chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation, fully aware that the outcome was glaringly evident. Unable to bear the weight of reality, perhaps it is wiser to let go. The winds howl and the waters of the Yishui are frigid. A valiant warrior departs, never to return. In this world, there exists no genuine sentiment, only the machinations of self-interest at play. In times past, mere sustenance brought immense joy and contentment. Yet now the complexities of material existence breed an array of peculiarities, leaving one in a state of limbo. Nevertheless, Morong Yunxue perceived this as inconsequential to himself. His association with Yanling was merely a matter of convenience, driven solely by mutual benefit. Thus, at this moment, Morong Yunxue merely offered a cold chuckle. Ha ha ha. Very well then, since the outcome is already determined, there is no need to complicate matters further, so let it be as it is. However, at this moment, Yinling's conversation with Morong Yunxue caught the attention of two individuals behind them. These two were none other than Poseidon and Hades. They had been closely observing Yinling and his companion for quite some time. Yet, at present, they were merely at a rudimentary level, not occupying a position of superiority. Fully aware of their own limitations, in the realm of Douluo, their abilities had been significantly suppressed, rendering them less formidable compared to humans. In this world, the title Douluo stood as the pinnacle of strength, while deities from Greek mythology, like themselves, had lost much of their prowess and were showing signs of decline, especially in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. In times past, even the war god Sun Wukong had not made an appearance, yet their presence was unmistakably felt here. With such immense divine power, what need had they to regard Poseidon or Hades? At that moment, Poseidon, holding a food tray, wore a troubled expression as he watched the retreating figures of Yinling and Morong Yunxue. Despite the absence of conflict, the exchange between them had already ignited a palpable tension. Should matters escalate further, the outcome could prove dire. Poseidon had resolved that since the cafeteria lacked food, they might as well order takeout or settle for instant noodles, anything to satiate their hunger. They felt a deep sense of injustice. Back in the Western world, they would catch fish with ease, feasting on roasts of pork and dragon meat, their bellies full of rich delicacies. Yet now, they found themselves deprived of sustenance, their heads spinning from the absurdity of their situation. For Poseidon, the inability to enjoy fine cuisine felt akin to enduring the most torturous of fates. Hades chuckled helplessly, surprised by Poseidon's whimsical musings. How could beings of their stature be reduced to eating instant noodles or ordering takeout? It was simply beneath them. With a wry smile, Hades remarked, "Never mind, I have a penchant for seafood. Let me see if there's anything available at the seafood market." Meanwhile, as Yinling and Morong Yunxue walked a short distance away, Yinling could no longer contain himself. He turned to Morong Yunxue and pressed, "What is your attitude, exactly? I can't help but feel a sense of hostility from you since Li Yunfei departed. Do you find me displeasing? Just moments ago in the cafeteria, Morong Yunshue's intentions were transparently evident. She sought to render him utterly embarrassed. As Yinling contemplated this matter, his frustration mounted. What could Morong Yunsue possibly mean? Did she truly believe him to be devoid of temper? He had spoken to her with genuine goodwill, yet the response he received was nothing short of obstruction and unreasonable demands. It is truly laughable how some individuals perceive themselves as easy targets. Morong Yunxue found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend the implications of Yanling's words. How could he be blamed for a lack of food in the cafeteria when it was evidently unavailable? This situation left him utterly confounded. He nonchalantly replied, "No. The reason I did not grant you face in front of the crowd earlier was simply because I wished to avoid making matters awkward." Morong Yunxue was a person who prioritized the greater good. He understood his own worth. Recognizing that Yanling's ego had already been sufficiently deflated, he felt it unnecessary to engage in any further peculiar antics. After all, if one could not navigate such trivial matters, what was the point of indulging in absurdity? Individuals like Morong were perpetually strategizing, contemplating how to wield their influence over those around them. Their motives were straightforward. They were acutely aware of the treachery of human nature. When dealing with lesser figures, it was imperative to adopt the demeanor of someone of stature. Otherwise, those small players, if they ever rose to prominence, would undoubtedly seek retribution. Yanling, with a resigned smile, remarked, "All right, I understand your intent. You believe I possess something you desire, do you not? In truth, there is nothing of the sort. You need not waste your cunning." At that moment, Yanling contemplated the persistent attentions and flattery from Morong Yunxue. Could it be that he harbored ulterior motives? If that were the case, then indeed, Morong had a rather clever scheme. However, Yanling felt no obligation to fall for such tactics. They simply did not share the same wavelength. What was the point of engaging in such frivolous banter? They were merely waiting at the same starting line, biding time at a traffic light. Ultimately, they would part ways, reaching an outcome that was irrevocably unattainable. What more was there to discuss? It is akin to those who attend the same university. In the end, you find yourself entering your father's company, I into my mother's, and he into his father's, collecting scraps. We were never on the same path. What idle chatter is this? Morong Yunxue was momentarily taken aback, indeed, genuinely surprised. He had not anticipated that his hidden cards would be so easily discerned by Yanling. Yes, it is true. The reason Morong Yunxue approached Yanling was to ascertain what he could possibly gain from him. He merely sought to evaluate whether Yanling possessed any utilitarian value. If so, Morong Yunxue would seize the opportunity to turn the tables, firmly grasping Yanling's entirety within his own control, only to subsequently suppress him. No, you are misunderstanding, he insisted. Our circumstances are unfamiliar to you, which is why it appears so perplexing. The entire academy knows of me, Morong Yunxue. Yet they may not be aware of the animosity between you and Li Yunfei. Thus, I am safeguarding you. Are you not aware of this? Despite the turmoil brewing within, Morong Yunxue maintained an impassive facade, for he understood that should he reveal his true intentions, Yanling's capabilities could easily lead to his demise. What kind of temperament does Yanling possess? Others may not know, but Morong Yunxue, having interacted with him for quite some time, was acutely aware. A single ill-phrased remark could result in a resounding slap to the face. Therefore, at this moment, it was prudent for Morong Yunxue to avoid provoking Yanling. Should he incite him, he would undoubtedly plunge into an abyss from which there was no return, suffering irreparable consequences. At that moment, observing Morong Yunxue's gaze, there was hardly a hint of deceit. Yanling, finally recalling some unfavorable circumstances, pondered for a considerable time before stating, "If that is the case, then it was indeed you who saved my life at the outset. Otherwise, I would have surely attracted the attention of that individual in the crowd and faced a severe beating, wouldn't I?" Yanling recalled his initial encounter with Li Yunfei, where he had narrowly escaped a thrashing due to Morong Yunxue's intervention. Perhaps it was not he who struck Li Yunfei just a few days ago, but rather Li Yunfei who had assailed him. If this were indeed the case, Yanling felt compelled to express gratitude towards Morong Yunxue. Without his intervention, it is likely that the so-called peculiar circumstances would remain inexplicable. As long as this understanding is reached, there remains a possibility for negotiation. Continuing the discussion would indeed be quite manageable. Chapter 113. Subtle Schemes. Great wisdom. Morong Yunxue exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief as he believed he had successfully concealed the matter. As long as no evidence emerged, everything would be quite easy to navigate. Provided that Yanling did not harbor significant grievances against him and there were no insurmountable misunderstandings between them, all would remain well. Everything seems to be quite promising. Thus it does not need to escalate into such an embarrassing situation. Yanling nodded, feeling that there was no need to regard Murong Yunxiue as a significant matter. This individual undoubtedly had his own motives, yet since he insisted on being obstinate, there was no necessity to make him appear ridiculous. Given the current circumstances, what purpose would it serve to engage in trivial conversations? Is it not rather absurd? Reflecting on this, Yinling continued, at present, it seems that the academy houses the so-called Titan ape. After we finish our meal, I believe we should investigate this matter. Otherwise, should a student fall victim to an attack by the Titan ape, it could cost them their life. At this moment, Yinling's interest was solely captured by the Titan ape within the academy. He was acutely aware that if the Golden Saint Dragon is considered a sacred relic, then the Titan ape is akin to a corrupted version of such a relic. Its intentions are malevolent, in stark contrast to the purity and sanctity of the Golden Saint Dragon. The Golden Saint Dragon was once one of the 4 divine protectors of the Church, while the Titan ape is merely a mutated wild monkey. The disparity between the two is as vast as heaven and earth. Murong Yunxiue felt a sense of embarrassment. Gazing at Yinling with incredulity, he remarked, I never imagined that at such a young age, you would already be so concerned for the nation and its people. Truly, you are an exemplar for individuals like us to emulate. In truth, Murong Yunxiue found himself rather nauseated by his own words. He did not wish to feign courtesy towards Yinling. However, he felt compelled to speak, lest Yinling suspect his ulterior motives. Perhaps he would be deemed scheming, which, in reality, he was. His mind was filled with nonsense. Yinling was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Murong Yunxiue's comments about him, finding it quite amusing. He thought to himself, did Murong Yunxiue's ancestors serve as traitors in the past? Otherwise, how could he so masterfully deliver such flattery? With a hint of cold amusement, Yinling replied, what exemplar are you speaking of? I am merely an ordinary person. If I am burdened with such a mission, I should embrace it and promote it, rather than shy away. Would you not agree? Yinling candidly expressed that his purpose in this world is to thoroughly integrate and elevate the knowledge and skills he possesses. It is not about disregarding a series of insignificant accolades. He is, after all, a human being. He harbors his own moral principles. Recognizing that the Titan ape poses a grave threat to the lives of the students within the academy, Yinling feels compelled, given his capabilities, to vanquish this malevolent creature, ensuring that no innocent lives are harmed in the process. On the other hand, Murong Yunxiue could hardly contain his laughter, perceiving Yinling's posturing as increasingly hypocritical. What nonsense was he spouting? Day after day, he seemed preoccupied with matters of so-called justice, completely oblivious to the reality of the situation. Did he truly consider himself a savior, unable to comprehend such basic circumstances? It was utterly ridiculous. However, Murong Yunxiue refrained from articulating his thoughts directly. Instead, he offered a rather sardonic acknowledgement, saying, indeed, your lofty ideals are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. We are profoundly grateful, truly. At this juncture, Murong Yunxiue paused for a moment before continuing. Nevertheless, while gratitude is due, I would advise you to heed this warning. The Titan ape is not something that can be easily understood or dealt with. Even Li Feilong, a being of divine prowess, was grievously injured by it and left incapacitated. Do you not perceive the magnitude of its power? The first statement merely recounted a fact, while the second served as a cautionary admonition. The intent was clear. Yinling should recognize his limits and refrain from engaging in reckless endeavors. Should calamity befall him, the consequences would be dire. After all, one's life is paramount. Without it, what value do words hold? Yinling cast a disdainful glance at Murong Yunxiue, thinking to himself how absurd this situation was. Moments ago, he had been elevated to great heights in Yinling's eyes, only to be brought crashing down now. How comical. With a piercing stare directed at Murong Yunxiue, Yinling insisted, why dwell on trivialities? Simply do as instructed. The Golden Divine Dragon is a sacred artifact, beyond our reach. However, the Titan ape is a malevolent entity that we can defeat. The spoils from its demise might very well enhance my strength. The Golden Saint Dragon, a sacred artifact, cannot be vanquished. However, the Titan Great Ape is a different matter entirely. This creature poses a threat to the very safety of the Douluo Academy. And since it currently lurks within its confines, whether cloaked in invisibility, concealed underground, or hovering invisibly in the skies, it can be eradicated within the confines of a cage. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-story pagoda. Eliminating a menace may even extend one's lifespan. In truth, Yinling has thoroughly prepared himself. having discovered that the Titan great ape is not exceptionally formidable. In the past, its emergence in this world was merely due to two choices. Once, it was a creature tethered to the legendary Sun Wukong, yet no second Sun Wukong ever materialized. Instead, the Titan great ape was suffocated within, left to languish like a trapped tortoise. Over time, this tortoise transformed into an oddity, akin to a stone, unable to alter its fate. It is a reality that cannot be articulated, laid bare for the eyes of others. In such a powerful predicament, the situation is irrevocably stagnant. Thus, after enduring countless years of suffering and torment, the Titan great ape finally emerged. Chapter 114. The Great Luo Golden Immortal. Chapter 115. Indigenous and non-indigenous. If that is the case, it becomes quite perplexing as to how one should resolve this matter. Are there no deities from our dragon kingdom? Yin Ling never anticipated that within the entirety of the Douluo continent, deities from other nations would emerge. If we were to consider it from this perspective, could it be that this represents an incursion of Western culture, coupled with a stance of isolation towards the entire continent? Upon reflecting on this, Yin Ling found it rather amusing, for there seems to be a divine design at play. That which ought not to exist in this world has nevertheless manifested, leaving everyone perplexed as to the reasons behind it. Yin Ling believed that since deities from other nations had manifested here, the divine beings of his own country should not be confined within a cage. Cultural invasion had already spread extensively across the continent. Yin Ling felt compelled to thwart this encroachment, not for any other reason, but to genuinely promote and elevate the essence of his own nation's heritage. This powerful notion surged through his mind repeatedly. He aspired to become the sovereign of this world. Concurrently, he wished to see his country's culture flourish globally, lest chaos and confusion ensue. The outcomes were indeed poorly handled. Upon reflection, it is rather amusing. Years from now, the cultures of various nations will have been thoroughly celebrated in one locale. While certain inconsequential elements yield no beneficial results whatsoever, wouldn't it be amusing for others to perceive this? It is utterly absurd that everyone struggles to grasp even a modicum of truth while simultaneously engaging in cultural encroachment. Thus, at this moment, Yin Ling is most preoccupied with the question of whether there exist deities from his homeland within this vast expanse. Figures such as the legendary Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Sha Sung, and the esteemed Tang Sung are of paramount importance, particularly the grand deity Tai Jinren. Should such beings reside in this realm, it might very well lead to extraordinary phenomena that could astonish humanity. Murong Yunxue is left utterly speechless by Yin Ling's inquiry. In fact, at this moment, he feels a profound headache. It seems as though an electric spark of enlightenment is igniting within his mind. Murong Yunxue embodies the quintessential individual whose intellect has been overtaken by Western ideological influences. Despite their self-identification as intellectuals, they disdain their native culture, deeming it inferior to the advanced nature of Western traditions. This explains Murong Yunshue's complete disinterest in Yin Ling's question, to the point where he nearly scoffs at the very notion. For he is acutely aware of his own approach to learning. During his years of study abroad, he developed a strong aversion to the concept of indigenous deities, dismissing various matters as utterly repugnant. In essence, Murong Yunxue epitomizes the archetype of one who idolizes foreign cultures while belittling his own. Although his true sentiments remain concealed, Yin Ling, should he discern the depths of Murong Yunshue's character, would certainly refrain from pursuing a friendship with him. In fact, he might soon find himself overwhelmed by a profound sense of distaste. The adage, "Those who do not share the same path will not conspire together," holds eternal truth. The bond between two individuals may stem from mutual interests or aligned philosophies, yet the formation of a true camaraderie is a rare occurrence. Currently, the dynamic between Murong Yunxue and Yin Ling is one of mutual exploitation. Each seeks to leverage the other's influence and abilities. Their interaction consists solely of a series of exchanges marked by conflict. However, once these avenues of utility vanish, the glaring reality of their predicament will emerge. Devoid of means to benefit one another, they are bound to face an unfavorable conclusion. Yet, Murong Yunxue is reluctant to unveil his innermost thoughts. Instead, he resorts to deception, addressing Yin Ling with a feigned nonchalance. "You are being overly concerned. Our nation's deities have yet to manifest in this world. After all, we currently inhabit a realm dominated by cultivators. Perhaps in the next moment, Tang Sen could very well be the revered kitchen god." Murong Yunshue's words are nothing but blatant lies. He takes advantage of Yin Ling's ignorance. However, the reality is quite the opposite. Although it is often claimed that there are no so-called native deities in this world, it cannot be said that these so-called Douluos, upon attaining their divine status, transform into true deities. Such a statement, initially met with disbelief, seemed to evoke a chuckle from Yanling, who found no desire to refute it. In fact, he perceived a certain level of wit in Murong Yunxue's words. The Douluo not only had the capacity to transform into Da, but could also ascend through several stages to attain the so-called status of a Douluo Jinxian. If such claims were to be uttered, could it be that the mightiest Tang San in the entire realm ultimately reduced to the role of a mere earth deity within the celestial hierarchy? Contemplating this notion, Yanling could not suppress his laughter, realizing that the world of Douluo could indeed intertwine with the realm of cultivation. If I were to articulate my thoughts in this manner, I believe I have grasped the essence of the matter. In truth, Yanling possesses a profound ignorance of this world. He has merely materialized from thin air. Initially, it seemed that the tumultuous conflicts among the Douluo were the sole catalyst for the multitude of shattered realities. However, upon closer inspection, it appears that the situation is far more complex than that. Nevertheless, at this moment, Yanling may disregard everything else. Yet he cannot overlook the safety of all those present, nor can he ignore the lurking Titan great ape concealed within the academy, that so-called living wretch. If that fellow were to eliminate him, it is conceivable that a powerful force might emerge in the next moment. Yet, upon hearing Murong Yunxue's words, Yanling pondered, could it be that this Titan great ape is indeed a predecessor of the Monkey King? Might it evolve into the authentic Sun Wukong after several millennia? The tale spun by Murong Yunxue was so compelling that Yanling found himself captivated. Within the realm of Douluo, no such formidable monkey-like entity had ever emerged. But what if, in the years to come, the day arrived when the Douluo would deify and worship? If this Titan great ape were truly the progenitor of Sun Wukong, then Yanling believed that stifling it now, while it remained confined, might lead to dire consequences, leaving him perplexed as to how such a situation could arise. Thus, he felt a considerable headache at this moment. Chapter 116. Alliance. The dilemma he faced was whether to become a timeless sinner or to nurture a potential master destined for greatness. Should Yanling choose to eradicate the Titan great ape or allow it to develop freely, risking its transformation into the so-called great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong? Centuries down the line, at this juncture, Yanling sensed an element of gamble in his predicament. He even contemplated that if fortune favored him. Thus, the Titan ape is destined to perish at his hands, and in the future, it shall undoubtedly be perceived as a service to the people. Yet, should he falter, the consequences would be irreparable and the demise exceedingly brutal. Centuries hence, whether in the celestial realms or elsewhere, one might hear of a figure named Yanling, who audaciously extinguished the local deity, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, before he could rise again. Such an act would indubitably leave a profound stain upon the annals of history. Yanling's silence perplexed Murong Yunxue, who found it difficult to fathom his thoughts at this moment. He sensed an oddity in Yanling's demeanor. Just moments ago, he spoke with such authority, yet now he veiled the truth and remained reticent. What could his intentions possibly be? In truth, Murong Yunxue was merely influenced too greatly by the dynamics outside his family. He believed the inner machinations among these masters were excessively intricate. In reality, Yanling's sole focus was merely on how to vanquish the Titan ape. It was that simple. However, Murong Yunxue couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps he had misspoken, provoking displeasure in the other. Yanling indeed exhibited traits befitting an emperor. To follow him was akin to walking alongside a tiger. Murong Yunxue found himself in a state of acute distress, envisioning Yanling as the future sovereign. He even began to doubt his own sanity, pondering that perhaps the next moment might bring about unforeseen madness. To break this impasse, Murong Yunxue squeezed out a few words, stating, "How shall we extract this Titan ape from the academy? If any misfortune were to arise, who would shoulder the consequences? I fear that if innocents were harmed, we may find it impossible to unearth the truth." Indeed, this is the truth. Murong Yunxue possesses a remarkable self-awareness. The Titan ape has yet to reveal itself within the academy, leaving one to ponder how to unearth it. Uncertainty looms, and thus Yanling prematurely rendered a definitive conclusion. He envisioned a flawless execution of plans, even suggesting the summoning of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Hades, the lord of the underworld, to assemble allies for a decisive strike against the Titan ape. However, the foremost prerequisite for these endeavors is to locate the Titan ape first. All else pales in significance, and there is no need to conjure baseless scenarios. Faced with Murong Yunxue's inquiry, Yanling found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, since Murong Yunxue had posed a question, Yanling felt compelled to articulate something of substance. He resolutely declared, "Rest assured, those who stand against evil for the sake of the people will undoubtedly find themselves in a commendable position, earning the public's understanding. The outcome is clear. Those who combat malevolence will bear the weight of all transgressions." Upon hearing this, Murong Yunxue felt as though his mind was on the verge of exploding. He had not anticipated that Yanling's few words would cast the radiance of morality solely upon himself. Was this not akin to the significance of the rallying cry during tumultuous times, "Expel the Tartars and restore China"? Murong Yunxue found himself increasingly bewildered by Yanling's intentions. How could a mere few sentences evoke such fervent emotions, stirring the heart to the point of exultation? The reason behind Yanling's impassioned rhetoric was not difficult to discern. He himself lacked a clear, overarching goal. With the Titan ape concealed within the academy, even formidable figures like Li Feilong had been unable to confront it. Thus, Yanling felt it prudent to tread carefully and deliver some stirring words to temper Murong Yunxue's temperament. Should the day come when Murong Yunxue could indeed rise to the occasion, it was possible that his initial strength might manifest as a mere fraction of what it could be, potentially amplifying tenfold due to Yanling's encouragement. As expected, Murong Yunxue erupted with excitement, akin to a monkey that had consumed a potent stimulant, bouncing about with fervor. With enthusiasm, he exclaimed, "Isn't your inner vision and discourse a tad too perplexing? What exactly is your aim? Why do you incessantly proclaim such uplifting sentiments?" Murong Yunxue could not fathom why Yanling would express such grave words. What could possibly be traversing his mind? Did he truly consider himself a person of exceptional talent and capability? If, indeed, Yanling were to ascend to a significant position in the future, it is indeed perplexing to fathom the true intentions behind such circumstances. Upon reflection, it ought to be comprehensible to many. Throughout history, the emergence of remarkable individuals has invariably been accompanied by formidable trials. Perhaps, in the next moment, the torment of the spirit may lead to profound enlightenment. Presently, Yanling has already taken the initial step into this radiant point. Murong Yunxue feels compelled to follow in his footsteps. Observing Murong Yunxue with the eyes of an infatuated admirer, Yanling can only shake his head in resignation, pondering whether his excellence is truly so remarkable. After all, he has merely uttered a few impassioned words. Why such fervor? Thus, in an effort to dissuade Murong Yunxue from her infatuation, Yanling states nonchalantly, "It is because my heart is inclined towards the light that I harbor no fear, understand?" Yanling's demeanor is a blatant facade, for he remains uncertain about the Titan ape's temperament. If the creature proves to be manageable, then all may transpire smoothly. However, if the Titan ape turns out to be formidable, the situation could become quite dire. Chapter 117. The cycle of life. As he encountered a series of chaotic and trivial matters, it left him feeling exceedingly vexed and disheartened. At this juncture, Yanling's state of mind was equally uncertain. He could only strive to calm himself, uttering some impassioned words and engaging in actions that would exude positivity. That was the extent of his efforts. Beyond that, he held no interest. Murong Yunxue, having not received the answers she yearned for, could only shake her head in resignation. In agreement with Yanling's sentiments, she remarked, "I believe I have grasped the essence of what you are conveying. I, too, can entirely rely on your radiant waves to unleash a cascade of rippling blooms." Presently, Yanling's response to Murong Yunxue remains exceedingly ambiguous. So much so that he himself struggles to discern the underlying reasons. The outcome is glaringly evident. These truths laid bare before us leave one perplexed as to their nature. If revealed to others, would it not evoke a sense of absurdity? For the realm of understanding is perpetually wielded with precision by others. Yet, even the peculiarities of such matters fail to impart a sense of coherence and mastery in their resolution. Murong Yunxue believed that it would be prudent to utter a few flattering words to stabilize Yanling's state of mind. After all, this individual possessed a relatively positive disposition. Should an utterly disastrous outcome arise, the reasons would remain elusive. Nonetheless, Murong Yunxue was far from idle. He promptly conveyed Yanling's intention to vanquish the Titan giant ape to Poseidon and Hades, urging them to prepare in advance, naturally with compelling justifications. They must agree, whether they wish to or not. As long as they unite against the Titan ape, this entire endeavor will be crushed within its confines. It is certain that both Poseidon and Hades will experience considerable distress from this turn of events, and at this moment, They are on the verge of tears upon hearing the news. They never anticipated that Ling, a figure akin to a demon lord, would harbor any beneficial thoughts towards their plight. What? You say Ling has invited us to slay the Titan ape hidden within the academy? How is this possible? Who informed you of this? Hades, upon hearing Poseidon's words, was indeed close to tears. The legend of the Titan ape has spread like wildfire throughout the academy, and it is conceivable that unforeseen circumstances may arise at any moment. Death itself is not terrifying. What is truly dreadful is the emergence of the Titan ape. The prospect of such a legendary being causing havoc within the academy is utterly repulsive. Poseidon, too, found himself at a loss for words. He had never anticipated this outcome, which no longer aligned with his previous notions. He had aimed to cultivate his small territory to perfection. After all, they were still in their juvenile forms. And should they grow, there would be no gratitude owed to the Douluo Academy. In the grand tapestry of Western mythology, a place had already been prepared for him. Thus Poseidon saw no need to entangle himself further with Ling. His intention was merely to gild his presence here before departing. Yet, unexpectedly, Murong Yunxue resorted to threats and intimidation, adamant about not standing on the same battlefield as Ling this time. In the future, should Ling entertain malevolent thoughts, he might very well embark on a relentless pursuit of the two. In truth, Poseidon yearned to inquire of Murong Yunxue why, amidst the multitude within the academy, so many chose to align themselves with his faction. Could it be that there exists a flaw in their judgment? Following Poseidon's remarks, Harris wore a grimace akin to one who had consumed an excessive quantity of bitter melon. Poseidon felt an acute headache, fully aware that Harris had never possessed a particularly amiable temperament. The only reason he managed to conceal his true prowess within the academy was that he had yet to ascend to his rightful position. Thus, he opted to suppress his strength, lest he unleash his fury and upheave the very foundations of the academy, regardless of the notions of Douluo or otherwise. As long as Tang San remained absent, none would stand in his way. The entire academy is under the dominion of these two so-called deities. Poseidon, maintaining his composure, began elucidating the circumstances to Hades. He remarked, "Who else could enlighten me? Naturally, it is his subordinate, Murong Yunxue, who has conveyed the situation to me. Once I have grasped the details, I shall assist you in analyzing them. Do we heed his counsel or not? Shall we forge a friendship with him or harbor animosity, ultimately incurring his wrath?" As Poseidon pondered, he recalled Murong Yunshue's menacing and intimidating words from earlier. A throbbing pain surged through his head, an inevitable discomfort. Given the hostility expressed by Murong Yunxue, not only had Murong brought up his family, but he had also uttered some rather unpleasant remarks, suggesting that victory would yield rewards, while defeat would lead to an unmarked grave. Contemplating this, Poseidon felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. It seemed each day brought forth a new ordeal. Initially, Poseidon sought to elevate his academic prowess and knowledge within the academy, aspiring to achieve a distinguished rank among the deities in the Western world. To clarify, it was akin to a game. Poseidon desired to attain a higher level within this realm, a simple ambition. Yet, he found himself unprepared, lacking the opportunity to level up, conquer foes, and advance in this pursuit. Over there, they have already prompted him to prepare for the defeat of the formidable boss. Thus, Poseidon is, from the depths of his heart, utterly unwilling. Upon reflection, such reluctance is entirely understandable. Poseidon has yet to mature, yet he is expected to confront that Titan-like demon, the Titan ape. Subsequently, the four of them would unite to vanquish it, should they indeed succeed in such an endeavor. If that were the case, it would be manageable. However, if it cannot be resolved, then it would undoubtedly lead to a fate of complete annihilation. In truth, at the outset, Poseidon harbored a rather commendable aspiration deep within his heart. Chapter 118. There are reasons behind every sorrow. If one were to vanquish the Titan great ape, the spoils it would yield would not merely facilitate an upgrade. Ascending to a higher tier would be entirely within reach. However, the current circumstances are markedly different. Ling's prowess is not particularly formidable. His dual martial spirits have yet to attain even an intermediate level, remaining at a mere rudimentary stage. The notion of defeating the Titan great ape is fundamentally implausible. Furthermore, his abilities, along with those of Harris and Murong Yunxue, do not exhibit significant strength. The situation that has unfolded is nothing short of chaotic and overwhelming. Observing Poseidon's troubled expression, Harris could not contain his mounting fury. He disregarded any semblance of decorum towards Poseidon and began to bellow, "Are you out of your mind? What do you even know about the Titan Ape's attributes? Do you not recall that even the esteemed elders of the Academy could not vanquish him? And now, amidst all this turmoil, you remain utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation? While Poseidon clings to a semblance of hope, Harris possesses a stark awareness of his own limitations. He recognizes that he is merely at a nascent stage, should he truly aspire to reach a higher echelon of power. Thus, there exists no opportunity for Poseidon to capitalize upon, nor will he ever find himself aligned with him. For he is the lord of the underworld. While Poseidon reigns over the seas, they inhabit entirely disparate realms. In due course, Hades shall return to his own domain, reclaiming his rightful position among the celestial deities, while Poseidon will ultimately retreat back into the ocean's depths. The mere fact that they find themselves in each other's company now is simply a fleeting moment of warmth shared in adversity. This, however, is glaringly evident. Yet Poseidon persists in believing that they stand as comrades on the same front. When Hades contemplates this predicament, he is left utterly bewildered. Is Poseidon truly a figure of profound loyalty and camaraderie? Yet, Hades feels he has never exhibited such traits himself. A pragmatic individual, Hades is acutely aware of his purpose in this place and recognizes the grim realities that lie ahead, which are already laid bare before him. The cyclical nature of these events remains a mystery to others, and the clarity of the situation is far from apparent, complicating any potential resolutions. Given their current alignment, it is evident that they will inevitably part ways in the future. Hades' stance is unequivocal. He has no intention of joining Poseidon in vanquishing the so-called Titan Ape. He believes it is best to distance himself from such matters. In essence, Hades seeks merely to gild his experience at the Douluo Academy. Once this superficial layer is applied, they shall depart without any desire to contribute to the advancement of this world. After all, the Douluo Academy does not belong to their homeland, and Hades harbors no ambition to further develop the knowledge he acquires here. He is also indifferent to any rewards gained from slaying the Titan Ape, even finding a sense of aversion towards the people and affairs of this land. Poseidon, rendered speechless by Hades' retorts, seems on the verge of bloodshed. Initially, when Murong Yunshue approached him for negotiations, Poseidon was equally devoid of answers. However, the rewards for slaying the Titan Ape were undeniably tempting, suggesting that they might not need to endure the gilding process at the Academy after all, paving the way for a transformative advancement. Yet, it now appears that such prospects are illusory. Murong Yunshue merely uttered a few words, and Poseidon took them at face value. This is precisely why Hades has consistently regarded Poseidon with derision, a sentiment that has become unmistakably clear. You need not elaborate further, for should you speak excessively, this situation is exceedingly perplexing and gives me quite a headache. As long as you have some awareness of the matter, I need to deliberate on it. I cannot recklessly eliminate this entity. As for the Titan Ape that has been caught, was it you or I who did so? Lin Yin would undoubtedly refrain from jeopardizing his own interests by opting to deploy this creature. Harris, with remarkable precision, has laid bare the essence of the issue. Meanwhile, Poseidon finds himself at a loss for words. Indeed, if we were to summon this Titan Ape, what would ensue? Who among us could possibly use this Titan Ape as bait, thereby becoming the proverbial shot bird? Following the group into battle is not inherently terrifying. What is truly fearsome is that the one leading the charge is almost certain to perish first. It is only through the sacrifice of this front-runner that those behind can surge forward. This is precisely why Harris is reluctant to stand in the same ranks as Lin Yin and his companions. He is unwilling to assume the role of the so-called leader, for it is inevitable that the first to charge will meet their demise. The issue you have raised is indeed grave, yet what recourse do I possess? It was Lin Yin and his cohort who sought me out for negotiation. I merely encouraged you to gradually comprehend the situation and devise an appropriate response. I never suggested you should recklessly charge ahead. That was your own misguided interpretation. On Poseidon's side, there is a sense of irony. He is acutely aware of why Lin Yin chose to have him engage Harris in explanation, rather than explicitly elucidating the essence of the problem in their presence. He understands that this matter is not easily resolved. In the face of intrigue and open confrontation, the latter is invariably more advantageous. For open strategies are devoid of resolution, while conspiracies exist beyond defined boundaries and yield little substantial effect. The nature of the current dilemma has now become apparent. It remains to be seen how Poseidon will persuade Harris. If the conversation unfolds favorably, there lies a chance for redemption. If not, we may well plunge into an abyss from which there is no return. Perhaps in the next moment, one might suffer a catastrophic downfall. Thus, we must observe whether Harris can marshal all his strength to assist. However, as it stands, Harris seems disinclined to do so. The crux of the matter is that today we four are united in our efforts. I have heard that Yin is no ordinary individual. If he truly wishes to strike against us, I believe he could indeed draw out that Titan ape. Do you not wish to test this theory? Poseidon continues to assert his stance, convinced that he is in the right, while the fault lies with Harris. It is baffling that he has yet to grasp the importance of unity in rallying against Yin. In an age where mutual trust is paramount, if one cannot comprehend such fundamental truths, what purpose is there in further discourse? Given Yinling's earnest explanation, Poseidon felt that having more friends would open more paths, and having fewer enemies would mean fewer barriers. In light of this situation, Yinling genuinely became Poseidon's first true friend from outside in the academy. After all, Poseidon and his companions, being foreigners from the West, were not particularly favored in this institution. It seemed as though they were on the verge of tears, simply due to the monotony of each passing day. They often felt a throbbing headache, bewildered by the reasons behind their discontent. When it came to terms like worshipping foreign cultures and xenophobia, Poseidon and his group were quite sensitive. They believed that coming to this so-called dragon country for their education, they had not only faced cold receptions in the Douluo world, but also encountered unkind words and actions from the locals. This left them perplexed about the circumstances. Consequently, a sense of resentment towards this world had begun to brew within them, as they longed for fair treatment at all times. However, the absence of such fairness was not their only grievance. The situations they witnessed were simply unbearable. Faced with this predicament, they felt frustrated yet powerless, having no choice but to lower their heads and accept the harsh reality. Today, however, Yinling, a prominent figure in the academy, extended an olive branch to Poseidon. Poseidon recognized that he must not act rashly. He needed to accept everything that did not belong to him with humility and grace. Even if he aimed to maintain a dignified composure, he could not allow Yinling to perceive any sense of superiority from their side. This was precisely why Poseidon continuously urged Harris to remain composed and to comply with Yinling's requests. Observing Poseidon's sincere demeanor, Harris nodded in agreement, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. In truth, Poseidon's status was not trivial. He could occupy the highest position and yet adeptly navigate the lower tiers. He was a versatile individual, excelling both in high-stakes scenarios and engaging in low-level training. This was the reason Harris held Poseidon in high regard, viewing him as a leader, a sentiment that was quite evident in their interactions. Harris weighed the pros and cons, meticulously organizing his thoughts. He found the matter to be manageable, yet it was difficult to articulate precisely why it posed a challenge. Thus, with a mindset of cautious optimism, he calmly addressed Poseidon, saying, "Very well. Since you have put it this way, I can only temporarily calm my restless spirit, for I remain uncertain as to whether the Titan ape's prowess has indeed escalated. Should an unforeseen event befall him, it is inevitable that all present shall be reduced to mere fragments." Harris is well aware of the tales surrounding the Titan ape. Upon his arrival at this academy, he meticulously uncovered its secrets. However, he did not anticipate that Yinling, a mere junior, would dare to provoke the venerable Titan ape and pursue him relentlessly. Regardless of the outcome of such a confrontation, Yinling's audacity is unparalleled among ordinary individuals. Nonetheless, Harris's explanations are indeed cogent. He comprehends that these matters are not easily resolved, and now the question remains as to who shall summon the Titan ape. It is akin to fishing. One requires bait, a rod, and a line to draw out the chaotic elements. Without substantive evidence, attempting to subdue the Titan ape is utterly futile. With this thought in mind, Harris has undertaken a significant analysis of the situation, realizing how best to proceed. Primarily, he wishes to avoid drawing attention to himself, aspiring instead to support his comrades in their battles from the shadows. This is his foremost desire. The most crucial reason for his discretion is that the Titan ape has concealed himself within the academy for many years. Should his strength indeed increase, even the combined efforts of the four present may not suffice to match the Titan ape's might. Thus, in this moment, Harris, bearing the identity of the king of the underworld, who governs the fates of many in the Western realm, holds a profound respect for life. He understands that if the situation truly becomes unmanageable, the consequences may be dire. It is truly perplexing to discern how to clarify the facts. If we consider that the Titan ape has concealed itself for nearly millennia, should it be compelled to reveal itself, It is not merely a matter of whether the four of them could vanquish this creature. Furthermore, if innocent souls within the academy were to be harmed in the process, the consequences would be dire. Thus, the four of them must bear the primary responsibility. Yanling and Murong Yunqiue may choose to withdraw from the school due to certain disciplinary actions. However, Poseidon and Hades find themselves unable to do so, as their presence in the academy is intended to enhance their academic standing, driven by the desire for prestige. Yet, arriving at this institution without achieving their aspirations is one matter. Jeopardizing their future is entirely another. If others were to witness such a downfall, it would surely elicit tears. Indeed, as the god of the sea, Poseidon, and the god of the underworld, Hades, each harbors their own burdens. Chapter 120. Merely an ordeal. A successful gilding here would grant them a semblance of honor upon their return to their respective realms. The stakes are exceedingly high. A failure would lead others to perceive them as utterly unaware of their own limitations. In the future, they might not only lose their titles as god of the underworld and god of the sea, but also face the potential disgrace of having those names stripped from them. At this moment, the typically cautious Hades could only downplay the situation, attempting to counsel Poseidon to maintain his composure. He implored him not to act impulsively, reminding him that the Titan Great Ape is a divine artifact within the Douluo world. Although it has been shattered, its spirit still resides within the academy. Should they attempt to summon this soul, success would be fortunate. Failure, however, would render them sinners in the Douluo realm. After Hades conveyed his thoughts, Poseidon seemed to dismiss the gravity of the situation. With a hint of reckless determination, he scoffed and remarked, "Why concern ourselves with so much? The Titan Great Ape. As long as it falls before us, everything presents us with a remarkable opportunity. Do you not yearn to witness the emergence of exquisite equipment from him, which would significantly enhance our prowess? This should indeed be a matter of great honor." Poseidon smiled radiantly, his face nearly splitting with joy. His intentions were unmistakably clear. Once this equipment is revealed, everything will fall into place, and perhaps in the next moment, a powerful soul ring will manifest, creating a tremendous ripple throughout the entire Douluo world. Moreover, it is possible that in an instant, he would not only ascend to the status of sea god Poseidon, but also be bestowed with the prestigious title of a powerful titled Douluo, a supreme honor. Poseidon believed that if he could attain such an exalted distinction, it is indeed a stroke of serendipity, causing him to reminisce and dream with a smile at every moment. Harris solemnly nodded, fully aware that Poseidon's spirit remained unyielding. It was evident that he had no intention of relinquishing anything. Well then, since these two deities from the Western realms have not engaged in any substantial amalgamation within this so-called Douluo world, producing mere superficial displays, Harris felt compelled to act. If Poseidon desired to pursue his ambitions, then he should seize the moment. Harris was willing to follow in his footsteps, embarking on a series of adept developments. Not for any ulterior motive, but rather to share both joy and hardship, to navigate through challenges together. At that moment, Harris silently sowed a seed in his heart, that their fates were intertwined, flourishing or faltering together. If fortune smiled upon them, they could swiftly ascend to great heights. However, should misfortune befall them, they would be crushed to oblivion in an instant. It was already a matter of concern that these deities from the Western world had achieved nothing of great significance, but to his surprise, they found themselves being led around by the nose. Yanling, who had initially been a mere insignificant figure, now exhibited a formidable power akin to a cannonball, impacting these two Western deities profoundly. From this, it becomes evident that in the future, Yanling's prestige and reputation will undoubtedly be formidable. Perhaps in the next moment, he shall ascend effortlessly, while characters like the so-called Murong Yunqiue will appear as mere subordinates. It is certain that in no time, they will follow in Yanling's footsteps, embarking on a series of triumphant endeavors. Since you are in agreement, I too am inclined to undertake a thorough disassembly of this equipment. Do not forget, when the time comes to vanquish the Titan Great Ape, share a portion of the spoils with me, so that I may gain a true understanding of the remarkable attributes of the equipment it possesses. Harris chuckled, this time genuinely from the depths of his heart. He must ultimately grasp that facing reality can be quite ruthless. Yet, this outcome is merely driven by two words, trend and profit. The reason for slaying the Titan Great Ape is simple. Only by vanquishing it can they achieve upgrades in their equipment and unleash an explosion of energy. Harris is acutely aware that if they can continue to develop in this direction within the world of Douluo, the possibilities are boundless. It remains comprehensible and manageable, however. The primary concern is the potential for the Titan Ape to significantly enhance its power. it is highly likely that none among those present shall attain a favorable outcome. For the evidence of this result is strikingly apparent. The formidable power exhibited by the Titan ape is not something that a mere handful of individuals can fully comprehend. Observing Harris's prompt acquiescence, Poseidon could only nod in resignation. He had not anticipated that this lad would indeed be a self-serving character, having previously rejected proposals with fervor, yet now opting for compromise. Quite impressive indeed. However, one aspect left Poseidon perplexed. He remarked, "I knew you were scheming, but weren't you just off to indulge in seafood? What is the meaning of this sudden appearance of these so-called peculiarities? Is this some sort of jest?" Poseidon found it difficult to grasp the situation. Moments ago, Harris had clearly stated his intent to dine, yet now it seemed as if he had vanished entirely. Could it be that his earlier declarations were merely an exhibition of bravado? Despite being the god of the sea, Harris's mention of craving seafood evidently hinted at a desire to provoke him. The words exchanged between them conveyed a clear intention. He aimed to deliver a formidable warning to Poseidon. However, Poseidon was no fool. He could undoubtedly discern the unspoken implications within their discourse. A smile crept across Poseidon's face, while Harris could only shake his head in resignation. Given the established facts, there was little left to discuss. Harris had no desire to indulge in seafood, for he had not been presented with any before him. He merely wished to lightly touch upon these undeniable truths before relinquishing them. Choosing to divert the conversation, Harris remarked, "Well, the outcome is plainly before us. How will you accept and manage it? It is not about what we can assert." Harris acquiesced entirely, for he had no choice but to agree. Poseidon had laid bare all the facts that rendered dissent futile. Chapter 121. Amicable Negotiation. Harris reluctantly opted for compromise. As he was one of the few within the academy who maintained a relatively amicable relationship with Poseidon, the others hardly regarded him, leaving him in a precarious position. Poseidon, too, understood the nature of the situation and how manageable it was. Soon, the matters discussed by Harris reached Yinling's ears. Upon hearing this information, Yinling was both astonished and delighted, unable to fathom how readily Harris had acquiesced. After all, Harris was the lord of the underworld, wielding authority over the ledger of life and death. Yet, in an instant, he had made these so-called facts remarkably evident. What could possibly motivate this? Could it be a reflection of their mutual respect? What did you say? They actually agreed? That is splendid. I find their situation quite intriguing. Upon hearing the joyous tidings brought by Murong Yinxue, Yinling was nearly overwhelmed with delight. He had not anticipated that this reality would present itself with such clarity. Initially, Yinling had not taken the notion of being acknowledged by Hades seriously. The reason was straightforward. The power of the Lord of the Underworld was extraordinarily formidable, rivaling that of the god of the sea. To Yinling's astonishment, this individual was indeed capable of heeding his words and revealing these so-called truths. At first, Yinling felt no significant sense of triumph in regard to Hades and Poseidon, as he was acutely aware of the immense backgrounds and strengths of these two figures. Although they had yet to demonstrate their full prowess, Yinling understood that Hades alone could potentially govern the life and death of every being in the world. Meanwhile, Poseidon, the god of the sea, would possess the ability to command tidal waves, both of which were truly formidable beings. In Yinling's eyes, they were akin to legendary celestial beings. However, one aspect perplexed him: the presence of these two individuals within the Douluo Academy. Could it be that they shared some unspoken history with his master, Bibidong? Indeed, it was a perplexing conundrum. Bibidong's name evoked an image of a Westerner, while Poseidon and Hades were quintessentially Western figures. In light of this, Yinling recognized that Poseidon and Hades' willingness to follow his lead might very well depend on Bibidong's influence. At this moment, Yinling wished to focus solely on solidifying these truths in his grasp. He felt that their verbal exchanges had already forged a certain understanding. Given the circumstances, Yinling was well aware of how to address and handle the situation at hand. He expressed his desire to engage in discussions at the round table. Murong Yinxue nodded in agreement, recognizing the thoughtfulness behind Yinling's proposal. He remarked, "Indeed, I believe it is preferable for us to convene and deliberate together, as this matter is rather complex to manage." Murong Yinxue chose to compromise, for what Yinling wished to undertake was paramount. As long as Yinling made the decisive call, Murong Yinxue resolved to facilitate matters more amicably, to avoid any unforeseen complications or misunderstandings that might arise later. Yinling nodded seriously and continued, "As long as you are aware of the situation, I too am acutely aware of my own limitations, Otherwise, it could lead to an undesirable conclusion. Having reached an agreement, Yinling was determined to see if they could navigate the discussions with ease. Provided the outcome was not overly dismal, all would be well. His greatest fear was a situation where verbal agreements were made in good faith, yet no written documentation followed, leading to a series of confounding and chaotic complications. Reflecting on this, Yinling felt a deep sense of disgust, as he had previously experienced countless betrayals in the real world under similar circumstances. To put it plainly, he was indeed a rather unfortunate individual. This was precisely why, despite having received verbal confirmations from Poseidon and Horus, Yinling ultimately preferred to engage in a more intricate negotiation at the same table. As long as they could share a common ground for dialogue, even the most challenging issues could be dismantled and addressed. Their greatest dilemma was the so-called Titan gorilla. If they could eliminate this troublesome entity at its inception, everything would become considerably easier. Murong Yunxue retrieved a cigar from his bag, expertly clipping the end before igniting it with a lighter, exhaling a thick plume of smoke. Witnessing this, Yinling furrowed his brow, pondering when this young man had taken up smoking. Previously, he had presented himself as an exemplary youth. So what had led to this unexpected flaw? What was the underlying reason? In truth, Murong Yunxue believed there was no longer any need for him to feign the role of a so-called good person. He was acutely aware of the peculiar circumstances surrounding him and the complexity of his situation. He understood that if matters were to become excessively awkward, it would indeed be unreasonable to expect comprehension or control over who holds the reins. Given that, at present, Yinling has already reached a certain accord with Poseidon Horus. Let us observe how Murong Yunxue will lavish her resources to consolidate this situation and advance to the next step. In truth, Yinling has discerned that Murong Yunxue is indeed his financial benefactor. Primarily, Yinling finds himself devoid of funds, suggesting that henceforth, whether engaging in leisurely tea, casual conversation, or dining and drinking, he must rely entirely on Murong Yunshue's generosity. Otherwise, should any troublesome matters arise, it would undoubtedly be quite vexing. Chapter 122, The CAF Yinling. Devoid of superfluous chatter, recognized that if Murong Yunxue is the purse, then it is only fitting that she be allowed to utilize her remaining resources. He straightforwardly proposed, "Let us arrange a time to meet at the CAF within the academy to see if we can locate them. I have heard they are Westerners, correct? I am curious to discover whether this group prefers tea or coffee." Yinling presented Murong Yunxue with two options, tea or coffee. Given that this is a negotiation, one must express their genuine intentions. The CAF at the school is quite splendid, and it is rumored to serve exceptional tea, including a legendary variety known as Da Hong Pao. That ancient tree boasts a history of nearly several millennia, with just a few leaves of tea fetching a price as high as 300,000. The leaves harvested above are exclusively reserved for the nation's esteemed dignitaries. However, such an extraordinary tea can indeed be found within the confines of our campus CAF. Moreover, this particular tea is reputed to bestow longevity upon those who partake in it. Given the remarkable quality of the tea, one can only imagine that the coffee must be even more exquisite, leading to a price of 500 yuan per cup. Yinling expressed this thought, intending for Murong Yunxue to discern the implications herself. He had already conveyed the answer and now awaited her response. There was no need to linger. One must forge ahead. Murong Yunxue paused momentarily, gazing at Yinling with disbelief. She pondered. Was this not the same individual who once prided himself on integrity and shunned petty gains? Why, then, did he appear foolish today? Could it be that he expected her to conjure some unspeakable circumstance? But Yinling's unwavering gaze spoke volumes. Whether he revealed the answer or not, clarity was essential. Otherwise, the embarrassment of the situation would remain incomprehensible. In her mind, Murong Yunxue contemplated. Surely Westerners preferred coffee over tea, as they likely found the latter unsuitable for their digestive systems. However, her assertion was utterly unfounded. She was acutely aware that Westerners did not favor tea. This aversion stemmed from their upbringing, where tea was not a customary beverage, while their fondness for coffee was due to its abundance in their homeland. Akin to how tea is revered in the ancient land of Longwa, tea is known to aid digestion, while coffee serves as the equivalent in the Western world, produced with precision. Indeed, if every nation were to isolate itself, the dynamics of such preferences would be intriguing to explore. Thus, the coffee of the West will not penetrate the Dragon Kingdom, nor will the tea of the Dragon Kingdom find its way to the West. This indicates a cultural divide where the two worlds remain unblended, which is hardly conducive to an open policy. The essence of the world should embody a harmonious coexistence, rather than a haphazard mishmash. The notion that one can solely produce and consume domestically to invigorate the national economy is a mere fallacy. In response to Murong Yunshue's explanation, Yinling merely nodded in silent agreement. He casually remarked, "So, you seem to possess quite an understanding of them, do you? Very well. You shall take the lead on this matter, and I will await the results of your efforts from here. That should suffice." As for financial matters, Yinling believed that Murong Yushue must possess his own unique abilities. After all, this fellow was a wealthy scion, and it was perplexing that he had not managed to clarify the situation at hand. Amidst a plethora of eccentricities, Yinling perceived that Murong Yunsue intended to exploit him, compelling him to demonstrate his inherent worth. Otherwise, should the circumstances culminate in utter embarrassment, how could one justify the affair? Murong Yunshue's countenance quickly darkened. However, he refrained from expressing his ire in Yinling's presence. He understood that should he dare to unleash his fury before Yinling, the very next moment could witness Yinling retaliating with 2 resounding slaps to his face. It was a simple matter, leveraging his influence. Indulging in Yinling's hospitality while simultaneously reaping undue advantages, all without contributing an ounce of value, would indeed be repugnant. Despite the unwillingness reflected in his expression, Murong Yunsue declared, "Rest assured, I will ensure they negotiate effectively on our behalf, maximizing our leverage to its fullest potential." Upon uttering these words, he proceeded toward the CAF within the school premises. At that moment, he experienced a pang of regret. To his astonishment, Yinling proved to be a quintessential miser, not only refusing to part with a single coin, but also orchestrating matters with such meticulousness that it could lead to an array of unwarranted peculiarities. He found himself perplexed, uncertain about how to navigate this convoluted situation. Meanwhile, the CAF was bustling during peak operating hours, teeming with patrons seeking tea and coffee, resembling a vibrant marketplace. Vendors of tea and coffee, emerging from humble beginnings, engaged in the commerce of their wares. The CAF owner, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of despair. He had not anticipated that his modest establishment would soon face competition. Yet, he could not expel the unruly crowd. Instead, he swallowed his frustrations quietly, for his superior was Yinling, a figure of considerable stature destined for greatness. Thus, for the sake of his family's interests, Murong Yunsue had no choice but to endure the indignities, knowing that present sacrifices might yield future rewards. This predicament also served as an insight for Yinling, revealing the challenges that lay ahead. Then let it be. Since it has already come to fruition, one must not allow this dismal reality to render them unduly uncomfortable. Upon learning that Yinling wished to treat them to coffee, Poseidon and Harris were utterly astonished by the news. To their surprise, they had previously regarded Yinling as merely an inexperienced youth. Chapter 123. Crowded with an assertive push, they were brought to this undeniable reality. Now, unexpectedly, he was graciously inviting them to indulge in coffee. The 2 Westerners were nearly salivating at the prospect. Indeed, it had been quite some time since they had savored their native coffee since arriving at the Douluo Academy. The mere thought of their homeland's delicacies brought them to the brink of tears. Coffee, a product of their own nation, was something they yearned to partake in. Yet as they rummaged through their pockets, they realized they possessed not even a single coin. Thus, they were compelled to suppress their heartfelt desires. Isn't it amusing? Upon reflection, it truly is quite laughable, even to the point of absurdity. 2 individuals, longing for their homeland, found themselves embarrassed by their empty pockets, contemplating the ridiculousness of relying on someone else for a coffee treat. Ironically, this very person was Yinling, who intended to leverage their abilities. It was astonishing to consider that Yinling, a man of apparent dignity, wished to treat them to coffee, as if he believed the flavor to be expertly balanced. Poseidon could hardly contain his excitement, reminiscing about his days in the ocean. It was as if one could swallow the entire expanse of the ocean to quench their thirst. However, times have changed. Now, even a glass of clean water has become an arduous task. Thus, when they heard of an invitation to savor the coffee abundant in the homeland, Poseidon felt as if he might empty the very gastric juices within him. He envisioned gulping down over 300 pounds of coffee, letting it swirl and digest within his belly. Harris nodded vigorously. It was not just Poseidon who felt impatient, but he himself was equally eager. The reality he faced was that it was genuine black coffee. Should it truly find its way into his stomach, he might soon relish the flavors of his homeland. Harris, a quintessential Westerner, had long been accustomed to the tradition of consuming coffee beans and sipping coffee since time immemorial. Yet, having arrived at the Douluo Academy in Dragon Country, he lamented the absence of such delights. The emergence of so many peculiarities around him was indeed disconcerting. His mouth watered at the thought, almost spilling over with anticipation. He exclaimed joyfully, "We should hasten our steps. Delaying any further would be unwise. Can you not see? This place is undoubtedly a grand banquet. Should chaos ensue, it would surely spell trouble for all present." Harris could scarcely contain his impatience. He felt as though he might just slip away and dash toward the school's coffee vendor, intent on securing every last drop of coffee. It was a rather pitiable sight, two beings destined for divine power in the West, reduced to such bizarre antics merely due to a lack of coffee. The spectacle was enough to evoke astonishment from onlookers. If only money could flourish within the Douluo Academy. Individuals like Harris cannot resist seizing every opportunity, as they possess a profound understanding of their own worth and the realities that govern others' perceptions. In the current landscape, Yinling has ascended to a position of prominence. Surveying the multitude from an elevated vantage point, faced with such pressing issues, Harris contemplates the merit of yielding. The rich aroma of coffee has tantalizingly awakened his palate, even though he has yet to savor its essence. Each fleeting moment seems to transport him back to the familiar scent of coffee from his homeland. This thought brings an involuntary smile to his face, as he eagerly anticipates the taste of the dark coffee reminiscent of the Western world. Poseidon, too, shares this sentiment. Unable to contain his desire for coffee, with a sense of urgency, Poseidon exclaims, "All right, since you've already consented. I too believe it is essential to meet with Yinling, especially since we are on the verge of collaboration. If any perplexing situations arise, it would undoubtedly be quite a source of frustration." Poseidon is currently experiencing a sense of trepidation, fearing that Yinling may indeed reconsider his stance. The situation at their venue was evidently untenable, and the reason was quite simple. Yinling had kindly invited them for coffee, yet they had declined. Instead, they found themselves wasting time with Harris, which was rather lamentable. Consequently, Poseidon hastily took Harris by the arm, as if propelled by an urgent steed, rushing towards the coffee shop. At that moment, it was bustling with patrons, completely filled to the brim. When Murong Yunxue arrived, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He surmised that Yinling would likely become irate at any moment. It was apparent that Yinling was a materialist, harboring an idealistic vision of perfection. He believed that if something was difficult to grasp, it was best to abandon all reasoning and dismiss any preconceived notions. Ultimately, it was preferable to relinquish control to others and sever those ties. To put it bluntly, Yinling was exceedingly dissatisfied with the current setting. The four of them should have chosen a quieter locale. Yet here they were amidst chaos, still attempting to devise strategies with this individual. It was inconceivable. Yinling furrowed his brow at Murong Yunxue, pondering how this individual could aspire to be his deputy when he could not even manage such a trivial matter. However, Yinling glanced at his watch and realized time was slipping away. If they had classes in the afternoon, their negotiation time was limited to a mere 2 hours. They needed to act swiftly to finalize their plans. Chapter 124. Assembling the troops. The Titan ape must be eliminated. Otherwise, it would wreak havoc throughout the academy. At this juncture, Yinling disregarded the notions of advancement or retreat, good or bad. With matters standing as they were, there was little left to discuss. He promptly found a recently vacated table, cleared it of the remnants, and took a seat, awaiting the arrival of Poseidon and Harris. Murong Yunxue, observing Yinling's growing ire, felt an acute sense of exasperation. He had not anticipated that his performance would be so disastrous, rendering him a laughingstock in a rather absurd spectacle. At this moment, Yinling and Murong Yunxue finally recognized the arrival of the sea god Poseidon and the underworld king Hades. Yinling found these two individuals to be exceedingly amusing. He noted with keen observation that Poseidon's hair was an astonishing blue, while Hades bore a complexion akin to vivid crimson. Their contrasting hues, reminiscent of the mythical clash between water and fire, were presented with remarkable clarity before him. Yinling nearly burst into laughter, pondering whether the deities of the Western pantheon were indeed so bizarre in their appearances. Was it a matter of excessive indulgence or sheer madness? If such peculiarities were displayed so overtly, what intentions and conflicts were they meant to convey? What eccentric behavior did the blue-haired Poseidon intend to exhibit? And what, after all, did he plan to accomplish, especially in the presence of Hades, whose visage resembled that of red paint? Yanling came to understand that these foreign deities were decidedly distinct from the gods of his homeland, Longwa. The expression on Hades' face seemed to narrate a tumult of emotions, as if he were grappling with a chaotic array of peculiarities. Meanwhile, Yanling did not exhibit any signs of shyness. Instead, he boldly addressed them. You two are indeed the sea god Poseidon and the underworld king Hades, correct? It is an honor to finally encounter such illustrious figures. Your names resonate like thunder. In truth, Yanling's words were merely a fade, for he was well aware that Poseidon and Hades were well known throughout the academy. His flattery stemmed from a desire to assert his grasp on the situation, to establish a formal acknowledgement of their status. Thus, he did not genuinely regard them as formidable. His actions were simply an attempt to showcase these so-called truths, granting them a modicum of respect. He wished to project an image of someone who valued loyalty and camaraderie, lest he, as a leader, appear contemptuous towards them. If one were to present this matter with utmost clarity and vividness, it would indeed become an overwhelming spectacle for all to behold. Thus, in the face of such formidable truths, Yanling comprehended that he had no choice but to conform to the prevailing circumstances. His decision to bow before Hera and Poseidon stemmed from an obligation to do so. Having embarked upon this unavoidable path, the outcome was undeniably credible. Should he fail to convey the essence of this situation comprehensively, it would render him the subject of ridicule. Poseidon, seated comfortably, began to scrutinize the several empty cups before him. At that moment, he realized that these vessels contained absolutely nothing, no trace of coffee whatsoever. Indeed, not even a remnant of coffee grounds was present. The lack of any discernible substance was glaringly apparent. The audacity to pursue such absurdities, should others catch wind of it, would be nothing short of laughable. This realization tightened Poseidon's brow in frustration. He felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. He had not anticipated that this individual would prove to be so remarkably amusing. Were you genuinely seeking our assistance against that Titan gorilla? We remain oblivious to his whereabouts. How could you act with such reckless abandon? This behavior is simply unwarranted. Poseidon wasted no time in laying bare all his grievances, indicating quite clearly that he was seeking to establish a rationale. The reason for this choice was simple. He aimed to discern whether Yanling possessed even a modicum of integrity. However, the current circumstances suggested otherwise. This individual not only lacked any semblance of honesty, but also seemed to complicate matters unnecessarily, rendering them difficult to manage. Such situations, though not easily articulated, were nonetheless interconnected, allowing one to grasp the reality that these so-called facts were indeed clarifying a situation that was fundamentally not so intricate. Poseidon's refusal to extend any courtesy towards Yanling stemmed from several apparent reasons. After traveling thousands of miles to this ancient eastern land, he found himself devoid of the respect he deserved. What lay before him was a dismal reality. Poseidon, a deity from the Western world, was taken aback by the farcical events unfolding before them. If they were to comprehend the truths that could indeed be articulated, it would be utterly absurd. At this juncture, Poseidon's ire was directed towards Yanling, wishing to convey that, despite his silence, it did not imply that no actions were being taken on their side. Do as you are told, he seemed to implore. Why are you so oblivious? Wasn't it mentioned that he would be treated to coffee? Yet here he was, with no coffee in sight, only utter nonsense being voiced. The frustration was palpable. Harris, glancing down at the dining table, soon realized that there were no coffee beans present, nor even a drop of tea. A look of dismay crossed his face. They were so preoccupied with thoughts of coffee and tea that they had forgotten their very roots. Faced with such adversity, Harris understood that Poseidon's dissatisfaction was entirely due to the absence of any decent provisions. Chapter 125. Inopportune moments given the lack of suitable offerings. There was no reason to expound upon the peculiarities of the situation. Advising others on such trivialities was, indeed, a decision steeped in absurdity. Yes, we ought to refrain from rashness, striving instead for a more calculated victory. Otherwise, should we encounter an extraordinary circumstance, it would be beyond our capacity to endure. The tension between Harris and Poseidon is exceedingly palpable, particularly on Harris's side. Witnessing the complete absence of refreshments has nearly driven him to the brink of exasperation. For his willingness to come here was born out of goodwill. The so-called negotiations at the table alongside Yanling are merely a result of Poseidon's persuasion for him to attend. The implication is unmistakable. After all, Yanling is a favored confidant of Bibi Dong. and should any absurdities arise, it would certainly be a matter of concern. The conclusion was indeed far from favorable. However, the outcome had become glaringly evident, laid bare before them in all its starkness. Should one fail to grasp the situation with utmost clarity, it would undoubtedly lead to an exceedingly ludicrous conclusion. At that moment, Harris clenched his teeth, nearly grinding them to dust. He felt an undeniable tempest brewing around him, a palpable tension that was impossible to ignore. The ramifications were equally apparent, as the circumstances had illuminated an unspeakable reality that was both peculiar and insightful. Harris had never wished to be here. It was Poseidon who insisted upon his presence. Yet, upon arrival, he found no semblance of the benefits he had anticipated, only suffering from both overt and covert setbacks. In this light, Poseidon emerged as a timeless transgressor, while Harris felt utterly coerced into attendance, leaving him with nothing but frustration. The ire in Harris's gaze toward Poseidon could have felled a titan. He perceived Poseidon as an utter fool, oblivious to the circumstances at hand. Despite his desire to distance himself, Poseidon insisted on intertwining their fates. They had warned him of the formidable Yinzhong, yet Poseidon had still chosen to engage, resulting in a plethora of unfortunate complications. This disarray left Harris incredulous, as it seemed Poseidon had excelled in the art of betrayal. He speculated whether Yinzhong and Poseidon had conspired together. For how else could they find themselves aligned on a singular path? Poseidon, a deity of the Western pantheon, and Yinzhong, a mere nascent twin martial soul, were not meant to traverse the same road. The only explanation was a clandestine alliance, fueling Harris's growing resentment. Meanwhile, Poseidon's visage betrayed his discomfort, as he too sensed the murderous intent emanating from Harris. In an instant, Harris lowered his gaze in profound embarrassment, recognizing that Poseidon had orchestrated this gathering. It was shocking that Yinzhong had failed to fulfill his promises. Yet he had the audacity to summon them all to this table without even offering a cup of coffee or a glass of water. What, indeed, was there to negotiate? At this moment, Morong Yunxue was on the verge of laughter, for he discerned two prominent characters emblazoned across the faces of Poseidon and Hades' embarrassment. The awkwardness had escalated to an unbearable degree, yet Morong Yunxue was not the protagonist of this affair. He could only cast a meaningful glance towards Yanling. The implication clear: you summoned these two fellows, yet failed to order even a cup of water. They had originally desired coffee, and now, devoid of funds, they found themselves in such an uncomfortable predicament. How, then, would you resolve this situation? Thus, Morong Yunxue, in this moment, was merely an observer, eager to witness Yanling's subsequent actions. In truth, Morong Yunxue had already surmised the situation. Yanling was utterly without money. It was certain that he would compel Morong Yunxue to intervene, orchestrating a series of maneuvers to extricate them from this predicament. The atmosphere in the venue grew palpably strange, teeming with a cacophony of voices. There were patrons purchasing coffee, vendors selling coffee, and others offering steamed buns and tea. The surrounding clamor was overwhelming, drowning out all other sounds. At this juncture, if only Yanling and his companion spoke a tad more softly. The surrounding noise was not excessively loud, which led to an unfortunate situation for the discussion at hand. The four individuals exchanged glances, their eyes wide with uncertainty, each unsure of how to articulate their thoughts. This gathering was intended for negotiation, yet after just a few exchanged words, Yanling found himself in an exceedingly awkward position, facing the ire of the others. At this moment, even if Yanling possessed a heart of stone, he could not escape the turmoil brewing within him, for he was not truly unyielding. Morong Yunxue struggled to suppress her laughter at Yanling's predicament, while Harris's gaze towards Poseidon was filled with murderous intent. The reason for Morong Yunshue's amusement stemmed from the fact that Yanling had failed to fulfill the promises made to the two men. Conversely, Harris's desire for vengeance was straightforward. He had been summoned by Poseidon only to encounter this absurd spectacle, which he deemed a ludicrous decision. Yanling quickly cleared his throat, expelling the phlegm that obstructed his voice. He understood his own limitations and resolved to present these two individuals with an unequivocal truth today. If he failed to deliver a satisfactory conclusion, he would not know how to extricate himself from the situation. This was a scenario of his own orchestrating, and the Titan ape was his intended target. Since he had called them together, it was imperative to dismantle their collective presence, providing them with a clear resolution, thereby absolving himself from any pangs of conscience. Thus, Yanling articulated the facts with clarity and precision. "Rest assured," he declared, "I brought you both here to ensure that you would not recklessly engage in matters Yin was acutely aware that Poseidon and Hades epitomized the archetypal bureaucratic deities. They would undoubtedly refrain from recklessly charging into danger. Rather, they would meticulously strategize, ensuring that their grasp on the situation was unassailable. Their intentions were rather straightforward: to achieve their objectives effortlessly. Should they succeed in vanquishing the Titan ape, they would subsequently acquire the coveted equipment, distributing the spoils to ensure their own significant gains while relegating Yin to mere trifles, minor benefits that were hardly substantial. The machinations of these two were evident to Yin, which is precisely why he had initially hesitated to ally with Murong Yunxue and these two figures in the pursuit of the Titan ape. However, the Titan ape, being a formidable force, posed a threat that could not be overlooked. Should they provoke it, both he and Murong Yunxue would be left severely outmatched. Thus, faced with such a predicament, Yin found himself compelled to align with Poseidon and Hades, confronting the Titan ape together. The pressing concern was determining which among them would serve as bait to lure the Titan ape out, for only by drawing it forth could they devise a pivotal strategy. This scenario resembled a cooperative game, necessitating teamwork to tackle a formidable adversary, irrespective of the potential rewards it might carry. The key lay in incapacitating the creature. Disabling its actions would enable them to dismantle it from within, cutting through the chaos to seize the equipment and subsequently level up their capabilities. This relentless cycle of upgrading and battling would ultimately lead them to a status akin to that of Tang San, a cosmic supreme. Of course, this intricate process was daunting, a feat unattainable by the average individual. Observing Yinling's elucidation, Murong Yunxue resolved to amplify the narrative with his own embellishments. Raising his voice, he extolled Yinling, offering effusive praise. Indeed, this is our esteemed leader, Yin, who will undoubtedly provide us with immense support in the future. Just watch, he will prove himself capable. In truth, Murong Yunxue was nearly overcome with laughter, for Yin had yet to even order a cup of tea. Yet he expected Poseidon and Hades to serve him diligently. If one were truly willing to sacrifice oneself, such severe circumstances would be utterly inconceivable. The rationale behind this notion lies merely in the fact that the outcomes are not as readily apparent. Upon contemplating this, Murong Yunxue could not help but chuckle, for the reality before him was painfully evident. The situation presented was far from favorable, evoking a sense of self-interest. Murong Yunxue was akin to a comedic foil in a performance, striving to elevate Yin to a loftier status. It was a simple matter. Only by placing Yin on a pedestal could he himself bask in the ensuing glory. Just as if Yin were to feast, Murong Yunxue could partake in the broth and perhaps even indulge in a morsel of meat on occasion. However, upon hearing Murong Yunxue's words, neither Hades nor Poseidon exhibited the slightest ripple of reaction. Their expressions remained unchanged, as if they were impervious to his remarks. This was unsurprising, for their ambitions were resolute. They merely sought to navigate their circumstances with precision, disinterested in any notions of a dramatic reversal concerning Yin. They understood that if they could masterfully manage their situation, they would inevitably manifest extraordinary outcomes. Given the circumstances, they deemed it essential to present coffee and tea as a gesture of sincerity. As deities of the West, their longing for the flavors of home had reached unprecedented heights. Yet, confronting the reality proved more challenging than anticipated, leaving them resigned to their fate. Yin observed Murong Yunxue speaking, yet Hades and Poseidon remained utterly unmoved. It seemed they were not swayed in the slightest, leaving Yin momentarily taken aback. He had not expected such absurdity from them. In this moment, Yin felt a twinge of frustration, pondering the peculiar mindset of these Western deities. Why conjure such nonsensical issues? Were they deranged or simply unwell? If one were indeed afflicted, there were ample medical advancements available to address such ailments. From psychological disorders to physical maladies, even cancer could be effectively treated through various means such as laser therapy, electrotherapy, or chemotherapy. As Yin gazed at him in silence, Poseidon felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He had initially presumed that Yin was a person well-versed in the art of hospitality. To his dismay, being denied even a sip of water nearly drove him to frustration. Consequently, Poseidon decided to be forthright and declared, "Very well, since you have stated it thus, let us continue with tea." He refrained from revealing his true sentiments, aware that suggesting coffee outright would lead Yin to perceive him as utterly lacking in dignity. To avoid making the situation overly awkward, Poseidon resolved to mention tea first before addressing anything else. As for the other matters, he had little interest. for the outcome was already evident. He had no intention of treating these peculiarities with undue seriousness. However, upon facing the situation, he realized that the expression of interest was far from what he had anticipated. Chapter 127. Let us drink coffee given the circumstances. Poseidon thought it prudent to articulate the notion of tea, lest others assume he was merely engaging in some absurdity. Yet at this moment, Paris appeared reluctant, clearly unable to tolerate Poseidon's words. Was he not simply talking nonsense? What did he mean by let us drink tea? This chaotic nonsense led Harris to a boiling point. It seemed as if he were on the verge of throttling Poseidon, utterly perplexed by his line of thinking. Just moments ago, Poseidon had insisted on coffee, yet now he was reduced to requesting tea without even water available? Harris felt tears welling up, unable to contain himself. As he marveled at Poseidon's apparent foolishness, wasn't he the god of the sea? When had he devolved into a land-dwelling fool? Under these circumstances, Harris lamented that he should not have even come today. Day in and day out, it was nothing but trivial matters. Poseidon's thoughts were simply ludicrous. Thus, with a voice trembling on the brink of tears, Harris exclaimed, "Tea? Did you not just say you would treat us to coffee?" In the entire Douluo world, coffee is a rarity. Hades harbored no intention of showing even a modicum of respect towards Yinling. While Poseidon may have feared him, Hades felt no trepidation. He possessed his own principles and understood the underlying reasons for the situation, which were quite evident. Upon arriving in this realm, Hades navigated through the turbulence of existence with remarkable finesse. Had it not been for Poseidon's attempts at persuasion, he would have had no inclination to engage with Yinling whatsoever. They were not kindred spirits, and their paths converged only due to the complexities of their circumstances. This confluence birthed a multitude of shattered anomalies. Otherwise, not even 100 doses of courage would compel Hades to entertain any favorable notions towards Poseidon, as they were fundamentally disparate entities. His association with Poseidon was merely a brotherhood of misfortune, and within the pantheon of Western deities, their relationship had become increasingly convoluted. To put it plainly, they were not of the same ilk. Their shared journey stemmed solely from a desire for mutual solace. However, it was unforeseen that Poseidon would repeatedly abandon him, leaving Hades seething with resentment. The events of the day, particularly concerning the coffee incident that culminated in a promise of tea but resulted in not a single drop of liquid, only exacerbated Hades' indifference towards Yinling. This unfortunate occurrence solidified his disdain and rendered Yinling an object of utter disregard in his eyes. In response to Hades' words, Poseidon could hardly contain his laughter, astonished by Hades' outpouring of unfiltered thoughts, which echoed sentiments he himself had left unspoken. If that is the case, it indeed appears quite unseemly. Yes, indeed. One must indulge in coffee. It is essential to partake in coffee. Poseidon could only endeavor to align his tone with that of Harris, striving to avoid inciting any displeasure in this fellow. All of this is quite easy to articulate, as he is well aware of Harris's temperament and disposition. Such things are not possessions of the ordinary individual. They are merely contingent upon his potential for genuine anger. Thus, the opponent could easily bring him down at any moment. And this was an inevitability. At this juncture, Yinling discerned the discomfort emanating from Poseidon, the god of the sea. Therefore, he promptly summoned a nearby waiter, urging him to bring the coffee forthwith. The rationale was quite straightforward. Should the coffee not be served soon, these gentlemen would undoubtedly revolt. The outcome was glaringly apparent. Such remarks were detrimental to the discourse, and should they be observed by others, it would surely descend into farce. The facts were manifestly evident. Yinling merely needed to elucidate these circumstances, treating them with the levity they deserved, thereby seamlessly articulating the matter. Yet, presented with the reality before him, it was clear that understanding was not so easily attained. It was rather amusing. The situation was laid bare, and not everyone could navigate it, given the circumstances at hand. Yinling believed he should comprehend the nuances of this matter, thus he hastily ordered several servings of exceptionally strong coffee. It is utterly unbearable to the point of being undrinkable. Yinling is now eager to see whether Poseidon, the god of the sea, can manage to consume it, and likewise, Hades, the god of the underworld, who initially insisted on drinking coffee. If, when the coffee is finally served, he dares to take even a single sip, it will be quite the spectacle. As for oneself, it is imperative to make him aware of what it truly means to possess multiple eyes like the king of horses. With genuine goodwill, one has taken the liberty to drink the coffee on your behalf. Yet, to my dismay, not only do you fail to grant yourself any dignity, but you also contrive to create such an embarrassing situation. If we were to speak in this manner, then indeed, this matter becomes rather difficult to manage. One must simply act. In an instant, Harris's eyes, previously brimming with fury, fell to the ground. He appeared as joyous as a blooming flower, and rightly so. He could hardly contain his delight, for the glimmers of light presented before him were merely a handful of options. It is indeed a vivid portrayal, rendering individuals incapable of articulating their sentiments, thus indicating that these truths cannot be fully encapsulated by his mere existence. Meanwhile, Poseidon, the god of the sea, finally exhaled a sigh of relief, coming to a profound realization. It appears that Ling is not as inconspicuous as one might think. Given this revelation, he feels a sense of satisfaction regarding Harris's unwavering determination. Amidst such overwhelming temptations of self-interest, Poseidon finds solace in the understanding that should Harris push him too far into embarrassment, the consequences could be dire. The dismal reality is truly perplexing, leaving one to ponder the origins of such boundaries. The four individuals clutched their coffee, savoring each sip, as fragrant words began to spill forth, driven by unbridled ambition. Chapter 128. Testing the Spirit. Bubbles erupted from their mouths, a phenomenon easily explained. They were finally compelled to articulate their innermost thoughts. Yet it was evident that these circumstances were beyond their capacity to convey. Once expressed, they found themselves utterly bewildered by the flow of truth. The taste of the coffee was undeniably bitter, yet the torment within their hearts revealed a discomfort that was far from pleasant. The act of expression was hardly a sincere narration. Let us conclude it here, as if to dismiss it altogether. Ling, after just a couple of sips, felt an urge to retch, primarily due to the coffee's overwhelming bitterness. He even questioned whether this wretched brew contained some foul substance. Meanwhile, Morong Yunxue had yet to take a single sip, for he hailed from the esteemed Morong family. Should he manage to articulate this matter formally, it would only signify that these circumstances were indeed challenging to express, as the essence lay before him, elusive and difficult to grasp. This suggests that the coffee may have been unpalatable from the very beginning. However, the deities Poseidon and Hades across the way seemed to revel in it, as if they had never tasted coffee before. They indulge in cup after cup, yet fortunately, this coffee possesses a remarkable brilliance. This implies that one can enjoy complimentary refills. Otherwise, the situation would become exceedingly awkward, as it is indeed challenging to conclude matters here. Ling cast a disdainful glance at Poseidon and Harris. Perceiving these two fellows as if they were starving ghosts reincarnated, with bellies that seemed to have never known sustenance, it would be one thing to forego meals. But to consume coffee as if it were mere water, indiscriminately pouring it into their stomachs, was a behavior bordering on madness. Such absurd antics could only result in a chaotic mess, utterly laughable. Thus, upon arriving at this realization, Ling understood that these two rascals were the type who might very well perish if they did not seize every opportunity for gain. Morong Yunxue nearly burst into laughter, astonished that these two were indeed as genuine as they appeared. After finishing one cup, they promptly refilled it, as if their stomachs were boundless oceans, capable of pouring liquid into their lungs only to expel it again. In the end, the repeated turmoil within their stomachs was nothing short of comical, rendering them thoroughly disagreeable. However, due to the assistance of Poseidon and Harris, Ling refrained from voicing his thoughts. Harris, too, had made a similar decision, as he could distinctly sense that Poseidon was not one to seamlessly blend into the handling of affairs presented before them. If the conversation were to continue, it would merely delve into the peculiarities of the situation, which hardly serves to enhance expression. Should these two individuals be provoked, the outcome would undoubtedly be a fragmented reality, regardless of whether the conclusion is favorable or not. The meeting proceeded remarkably smoothly, bolstered by the consumption of coffee, which left Morong Yunxue and Ling feeling quite content. Observing Poseidon and Harris, who were now thoroughly indulged and round-bellied from their drinks, one could sense a shift in the atmosphere. Even if the matters at hand did not reach fruition, there remained a strong possibility of achieving a semblance of success. After all, negotiations tend to unfold favorably when mutual benefits are adequately addressed. As anticipated, Poseidon and Harris acquiesced with remarkable enthusiasm, nearly eliciting laughter from those present. Although they bore no animosity towards the Titan giant ape, deep within them arose ripples of uncertainty and introspection, leading them to ponder whether they had truly encountered the illustrious Ling. The coffee consumed that day was exceptionally delightful. Within no time, it filled their bellies to the brim, prompting them to question whether the previous fare had merely been a collection of unmentionable scraps. Witnessing the agreement from the two formidable figures, Yanling felt as though there was little left to articulate. With the two most challenging adversaries now aligned on the same front, a sense of resolve permeated the air. In light of the circumstances, it becomes evident that further elaboration would merely render the situation a source of amusement for others. Thus, Yanling has made a resolute decision. The next step is to ascertain who among them possesses the capability to unearth the Titan ape. This formidable creature is exceedingly elusive, drifting through the entirety of the academy like a wisp of air, concealing itself within the shadows of some hidden corner. Each time Yanling contemplates this, he is nearly overcome with despair. He never intended to forge any connection with this group. However, he finds himself with no alternative, for should the Titan ape remain unvanquished, his own progress would inevitably be stifled. Consequently, under such pressing circumstances, Yanling must unveil these truths. He can only rely on the powers of Harris and Poseidon to facilitate a shift in strategy, nothing more. Poseidon, at last, finds himself in high spirits. Having established a strategic accord with Yanling, predicated on the condition that Yanling is able to enjoy a cup of coffee at any given moment, these circumstances are indeed quite manageable. The proverbial gun in hand beckons one to follow, as long as one can accompany Yanling, experiencing a continual sense of psychological and physiological fulfillment at every moment. It becomes a gratifying endeavor. The situation he finds himself in is indeed intriguing, and the outcome is imperative. Meanwhile, Li Yunfei has been absent from school these past few days, the primary reason being his previous encounters with Yanling, where he faced defeat and embarrassment. Thus, he has chosen to enter a period of seclusion and self-cultivation during this pivotal moment. This explains Li Yunfei's recent disappearance. He has endured a severe beating from his father, Li Feihu. Similarly, Li Dafei is in a precarious position, having caused trouble on campus and ultimately facing dire consequences. On the other hand, Li Dafei has become a disgrace within the family due to his failure to complete his trials. In comparison, Li Xiaofei's situation appears somewhat more favorable. After all, he continues to engage in academic exchanges at the academy, without attracting significant attention. During his previous intellectual duels with Yanling, Li Xiaofei did not exert himself excessively. He merely acted in accordance with the duties of an elder brother. The outcome was rather straightforward. He paid little heed to these circumstances, considering Li Yunfei merely a boorish and pompous figure. He believed that Li Yunfei was only fit to associate with someone like Li Dafei, a similarly unsavory character, and thus, he hardly regarded him with any seriousness. Li Yunfei has been well informed of recent developments, having learned that Yanling intends to ally with Poseidon, Moron Yunxue, and Harris, to relentlessly pursue the Titan ape within the academy. This news has infuriated Li Yunfei, for he prides himself on maintaining some semblance of dignity. However, recent events have rendered him incapable of holding his head high. Consequently, he has experienced considerable distress over the past few days. The Titan ape serves as the bane of the entire academy, with everyone eager to hunt it down. The rewards for subduing the Titan are substantial, and even the most nonsensical rumors surrounding it have gained substantial traction. The motivations are fiercely driven, as most female classmates are drawn to strength. Such creatures are instinctively attracted to those who exude power. This is precisely why Li Yunfei aspires to make a name for himself. After all, he has spent years at the academy and has developed a fondness for a particular female classmate. Thus, he has secretly sown the seeds of affection in his heart, yearning to shower her with admiration. However, he has yet to act on this desire, only to find his plans thwarted by Yanling, who, if successful in defeating the Titan ape, would eclipse his aspirations. In the future, he will undoubtedly be the one who can articulate the true facts. However, recent events have left Li Yunfei feeling profoundly troubled. It is quite simple. Not only has he lost face, resulting in a diminished status in the realm of romance within the campus, but more critically, he finds himself in a situation where, despite having no clarity on his own circumstances, unfavorable developments have indeed emerged elsewhere. Ultimately, the reality he faces is far from what it seems, leading him to lament his predicament incessantly. He feels as though his cries for help go unheard, and he has lost even the most basic rights to choose a partner within the academy. In the circles of affluent families, this is nothing short of disgraceful. Observing the offspring of other families, particularly the likes of Moron Yunxue, who has effortlessly aligned herself with the powerful Yanling, one can see her ascendancy. She is not only shielded from ridicule within the academy, but is also treated with a level of respect that Li Yunfei can only envy. Although Morong Yunxue may not be entirely unwavering in her resolve, the impression she conveys is far from embarrassing. In stark contrast, Li Yunfei seems to be on a collision course with Yin Ling, stubbornly insisting on a head-on confrontation, which ultimately leads him to a dismal fate. The bizarre circumstances that have unfolded before him have stripped him of even the slightest semblance of dignity, leaving him with no recourse. It is akin to picking up a discarded facial mask and applying it to his face, an utterly unflattering spectacle. The news of the Titan ape facing imminent defeat at the hands of Yin Ling and his associates has spread like wildfire throughout the academy, creating a sensational uproar. In this moment, Yin Ling truly shines, while Li Yunfei feels as though he is on the verge of expelling blood in frustration. His eyes widen in disbelief, and it seems as though flames of indignation are about to burst forth from his nostrils. Li Yunfei is not known for his generosity. His mind is perpetually occupied with schemes to gain an advantage. Yet, upon confronting the absurdity before him, he struggles to comprehend the shattered remnants of his expectations. When he attempts to piece together the situation, he realizes that Yin Ling's efforts require merely a slight gesture, eclipsing his own endeavors by an almost unfathomable magnitude. What? You mean to say that Yin Ling and Morong Yunxue have even allied themselves with the mighty Poseidon and the formidable Hades? When Li Yunfei's subordinate conveyed the news to him, it was already the afternoon of the following day. Meanwhile, Yin Ling had gathered 3 others, preparing to embark on a relentless pursuit of the Titan giant ape within the academy. It was straightforward, since the limelight had been thoroughly captured. It was imperative to elucidate the situation with utmost clarity. Otherwise, others might perceive him as boasting. Faced with such circumstances, Yin Ling decided to take a contrary approach, bringing the matter to the forefront in this tumultuous setting. He understood that once words are spoken, they are akin to water spilled. Akin to giving away a daughter in marriage. Reclaiming them is no simple feat, therefore. Yin Ling could disregard everything else. But he was resolute in his determination to extract the Titan giant ape. Most importantly, he paid no heed to what others might say. Even if they directed scornful remarks at him, he would steadfastly pursue his inner convictions. This was a quest for greatness. For the Titan giant ape had once rendered Li Feilong into a mere shadow of his former self. Li Feilong and Li Feihu were members of the same lineage. Though Li Feilong's family circumstances were rather modest, while Li Feihu was a notorious playboy. Li Feihu had 3 sons, known as the brothers of Li Yunfei. Yet, currently, Li Feilong was merely a janitor within the academy. Despite his formidable prowess, he was ill-equipped to shoulder the weight of the world. He resembled Duan Yu from demigods and semi-devils, possessing legendary martial skills like Lingbo Weibo, but when it came to unleashing his full potential, he fell dramatically short. Not only had the situation here deteriorated, but he had also yet to unleash a single technique before Li Feilong met a violent and incapacitating end. The Titan giant ape had inflicted indelible damage upon his body, leading to widespread decay. To articulate it more clearly, the Titan giant ape had left Li Feilong with severe after-effects. Otherwise, given his abilities, he could have aspired to an exalted position. Were he to reach such heights, neither Tang San nor the current Bibi Dong could rival him, as the evidence was unequivocally presented. The reason Li Feilong currently lived in obscurity within the academy was due to his lack of alternatives. Li Yunfei was well aware of Li Feilong's story. Yet he regarded him merely as his father's cousin, an outsider in the family, and thus felt little interest. However, witnessing Yin Ling's fervent pursuit of the so-called Titan giant ape stirred something within Li Yunfei. Even a heart of stone could not remain unmoved, for he too yearned for the rewards of victory. He was a human, flesh and blood, not some mere beast. This explains why he had remained precariously balanced over the years, unwilling to clarify the facts before him. He aspired to occupy a higher position, one where he would be respected. Yet, for many years, Li Yunfei had been perceived as the foolish son of a landlord. Without his father, Li Feihu, providing him with substantial support, he would be utterly inconsequential. Upon hearing Li Yunfei's intention to seek accountability, his secretary was utterly alarmed. Initially, when delivering the news from his subordinate, the secretary had hesitated to explain the situation. Li Yunfei was a quintessentially petty individual. He was more likely to absorb good news than bad. If he were to hear unfortunate tidings, it could easily sour his mood. This will inevitably lead to seizing anything around him, regardless of its nature or any misunderstandings, as he will undoubtedly lash out at those closest to him. To put it more bluntly, this Li Yunfei is a quintessential embodiment of the foolish offspring of a wealthy landlord. His demeanor is characterized solely by rage and fury, or the journey towards such ire, especially when faced with the slightest inconvenience. At any moment, he might ruthlessly eliminate everyone around him. This exemplifies the so-called privileges of imperial power. Individuals like Li Yunfei, if they were to ascend to a position of considerable authority, could pose a grave threat. In mere moments, one might find themselves unwilling to even offer their own head to others. Such individuals, once they become aware of the tumult surrounding everything, reveal their true nature. Such a presence ought not to exist in this world, for it evokes a profound sense of revulsion. At this moment, the secretary was filled with trepidation, as just moments ago, his subordinate had fled in a state of panic after delivering the ominous news. The subordinate was acutely aware of Li Yunfei's temperament. However, as the individual closest to Li Yunfei, the secretary felt compelled to relay this information once more, hoping to temper his ire. Hence, his speech began to adopt a deliberate cadence, as if he were on the verge of collapsing from stress. He uttered, "Indeed. I too have only just learned of this news. If those four were to join forces, they would not pose a formidable threat to us, would they?" The secretary, having been nurtured by the Li family, demonstrated exceptional capability, responsibility, and resilience. His capacity to withstand pressure was remarkably robust, for they understood that Li Yunfei was a quintessential scion of privilege. If one were to treat him with kindness, he might not express gratitude. However, should one slightly displease him, he undoubtedly possesses the ability to masterfully manipulate everything within his grasp. This is quite simple, for he presents two distinct choices in his reality. Firstly, Li Yunfei, bolstered by his affluent family background, exhibits an overwhelming sense of superiority. Consequently, he treats those beneath him as if they were mere slaves. However, should one provoke him, he will not only withhold gratitude, but will relentlessly pursue retribution. As a result, Li Yunfei has replaced his male and female secretaries nearly 1,000 times. Yet, his father, Li Feihu, continues to indulge this so-called third son, believing that within him lies a reflection of his own past brilliance. It is abundantly clear that Li Feihu is excessively lenient with his son, akin to a doting parent who fears that their precious child might shatter if not handled with utmost care. The new secretary, who has loyally served Li Yunfei for many years, remains devoted primarily because Li Yunfei seldom returns home during his studies at the Douluo Academy. Thus, in recent days, the secretary has found himself in a position of considerable influence, often engaging in discussions with the elder regarding strategies and plans. This explains why the secretary has managed to retain his position for so long, for under Li Yunfei's temperament, even a subordinate would find themselves dismissed if they lingered too long. Thus, he would inevitably grow weary, even repulsed, ultimately leading to the expulsion of this subordinate. This is because the immense sense of superiority he harbors is not something the average person can possess. Upon receiving this news, Li Yunfei felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. He was unprepared for the revelation that Yanling's capabilities were so formidable. Not only had he managed to rally the formidable sea god Poseidon and the lord of the underworld Hades, but he had also attracted Murong Yunchue, a scion of the esteemed Murong family, to his side. Could it be that he intends to encircle and besiege? If that were the case, Li Yunfei would indeed feel a sense of trepidation. He could not afford to be unafraid, with so many individuals relying on him for their sustenance. If he were to allow some bizarre and chaotic situation to unfold, he must be unable to bear this so-called ability. In truth, what is most terrifying about Li Yunfei is his perception that life is quite intriguing. Thus, he possesses a profound appreciation for his own existence and an earnest desire to continue living. Chapter 131. Now it is too late to be afraid. He lives a life of considerable comfort, yet unexpectedly, merely provoking Yanling has entangled him in turmoil. All the experts have launched fierce attacks against him. And even if Li Yunfei is somewhat naive, he comprehends the situation. His enmity with Yanling does not reach the level of a vendetta over familial loss or the betrayal of love. However, Yanling's actions are truly baffling to Li Yunfei, leaving him to ponder why so many troubles have arisen. In the end, he finds himself in such a dire predicament without any favorable resolution. What is the root of this chaos? Where did things go awry? Li Yunfei has pondered this repeatedly, yet he cannot navigate this convoluted path. To put it more bluntly, individuals like Li Yunfei, who rely on their affluent backgrounds, possess little in the way of genuine prowess. His trifling tricks are hardly noteworthy in the eyes of others. To be more explicit, he embodies the archetype of a traditional spendthrift. If entrusted with managing the entirety of a company's shares, he would not only fail miserably, but could potentially cause a market crash. The implication is clear. Among the second-generation wealthy, few possess the capability to truly excel. Most of them are the offspring of exceptionally competent first-generation entrepreneurs. Yet the second generation often proves to be utterly inept. The first generation has seldom contemplated handing over the reins, leading to the adage that wealth seldom lasts beyond 3 generations. This phenomenon is vividly illustrated here, which is precisely why the elder of the Li family has always favored Li Xiaofei. He perceives in Li Xiaofei the qualities of a businessman, even though Li Xiaofei can be rather reckless. Nonetheless, his principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them has always been his hallmark. In contrast, Li Yunfei and Li Dafei are different. If one does not bully him, he tends to provoke those who believe themselves to be easy targets. Yet he will never grasp the meaning of the phrase "the fearless young bull knows not the tiger." Individuals like Yanling should never be trifled with, if angered. He could bear a grudge that would be formidable indeed. Such a situation would undoubtedly plunge the other party into an abyss from which there is no return. When this stark reality presents itself, it strikes like a formidable shockwave. What unfolds before us is profoundly conducive to articulating the distinctions between right and wrong. Yanling, after all, is a solitary figure, enduring enough suffering in this world. Furthermore, lacking parental support, he is entirely self-made. Yet he finds himself in a battle of wits and courage against someone like Li Yunfei. Certainly, such circumstances are unlikely to lead to a favorable outcome. Had Yanling not possessed a twin martial soul from the outset, he would have confronted Li Yunfei head-on, with a life for a life wager. In that scenario, Li Yunfei would scarcely dare to engage in a direct confrontation with Yanling. It is quite simple, when comparing the two. One possesses wealth in the millions while the other has nothing to his name. This situation resembles a struggle between the impoverished and the affluent, where the wealthy invariably choose to bow their heads, for their fortunes remain intact. Meanwhile, the destitute find even the most basic sustenance a challenge. And in the face of such harsh realities, they are haunted by excruciating memories. Thus, the conflict between the rich and the poor is no longer overtly manifest. The fissures have long since formed. On Li Yunfei's end, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, as he had not anticipated this turn of events. Remarkably, he felt no fear until now, and it had arrived with alarming swiftness. He had never fathomed that Yanling's animosity towards him had deepened to such profound depths. At this moment, he even suspected that Yanling's pursuit of the so-called Titan ape was merely a ruse. The true intention behind it might be revenge against him. Consequently, Li Yunfei began to stammer. I never imagined that my mere bullying of Yanling would provoke him to rally so many formidable experts against me. Surely, he does not seek my life? Li Yunfei turned to his secretary, hoping for a satisfactory explanation. However, the secretary seemed equally vexed, as he too was bewildered by Li Yunfei's decision to provoke Yanling. After all, Yanling was a quintessential hot-headed youth from humble origins, while Li Yunfei epitomized the privileged offspring of wealth. They were inherently different individuals. Why would Li Yunfei entangle himself with an orphan who had no family to support him? Did he not realize that for Yanling, merely surviving each day was a daunting struggle? Given Li Yunfei's advantageous circumstances, what compelled him to instigate such conflict? While the secretary was perplexed, Li Yunfei was engulfed in fear, representing two individuals utterly unaware of the unfolding circumstances. Although it appeared that there was no discernible connection between them, a multitude of peculiarities emerged before the public eye, leaving many in utter bewilderment. Indeed, the outcome was glaringly apparent. The secretary, being a staff member, understood the nuances of human relationships and how reality ought to be manifested. However, Li Yunfei remained oblivious. His father, Li Feihu, had never bothered to guide his youngest son through the complexities of right and wrong, nor had he imparted the essential rules for navigating this world. Consequently, Li Yunfei grew up surrounded solely by sycophantic friends and brothers, having expelled those who spoke harshly about him from his circle. Thus, even within the confines of the academy, he maintained an air of arrogance. Most notably, Li Feihu was concerned that his youngest son might face bullying at school, leading him to position Li Yunfei in the protective company of his elder brothers, Li Dafei and Li Xiaofei. This arrangement allowed Li Yunfei to bask in the care of his two elder siblings, who would serve him during meals and hand him drinks, treating him like a cherished treasure. Ultimately, Li Yunfei emerged as someone utterly inept, relying solely on his arrogance within the academy, devoid of even the most basic understanding of humility in the face of reality. Such a persona instilled a sense of undeniable horror in those around him. In blunt terms, Li Yunfei epitomized the very essence of a bully in the academic realm. In contrast, Yanling was the target of his aggression, yet he possessed formidable strength, capable of withstanding the onslaught. Chapter 132. Why engage in provocation if you cannot afford the consequences? This chapter encapsulates the entire situation in a dazzling display. Yet if one were to truly create their own sphere of influence, what might that entail? He is undoubtedly incapable of engaging in any trivial matters, for he is acutely aware of his own worth, and even more so, his limitations. If one were to claim there are no peculiarities at hand, it would be tantamount to declaring oneself a failure. Yet, anyone could find themselves in such a predicament. However, Yinling cannot be deemed a failure, as he is, after all, the protagonist, blessed with the identity of the Chosen One. In stark contrast, Li Yunfei is merely a fleeting character, and yet this individual dares to flit about in Yinling's presence, oblivious to the fact that his antics are of no consequence to Yinling. A mere lift of Yinling's hand would suffice to suppress him. If he so desired, he could easily orchestrate Li Yunfei's demise from within the confines of his prison. Yet, Yinling refrains from such drastic measures, for he recognizes that his current strength is insufficient to eliminate Li Yunfei of the Li family. He faces numerous foes, and many more adversaries lie ahead. Thus, in a world where having an ally opens doors while losing one erects barriers, Yinling must confront these realities. He endures, concealing his true feelings deep within. However, he overlooks a crucial factor, the Titan Great Ape. Should it truly manage to carve out its own dominion, the equipment it could unleash would elevate him to heights beyond imagination. If he wills it, he can certainly achieve it. The secretary found himself momentarily speechless, as he discerned an unmistakable excitement etched on Li Yunfei's face, accompanied by beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. It appeared that Li Yunfei was exceedingly nervous, and the secretary couldn't help but find his antics rather laughable. Instead of embracing a stable life and pursuing his studies at the academy, he chose to provoke Yinling, a reckless youth. In a world where mere survival is a challenge, he conjured up such disarray, only to find himself trembling at the prospect of Yinling rallying an unorthodox band of individuals to hunt him down. Is he daring yet cowardly? As the secretary pondered this, he dismissed the situation as inconsequential, casting a scornful glance at Li Yunfei, convinced that this young man would never amount to anything significant. His life would likely be spent among these so-called minor figures, incapable of ascending to greatness. Nevertheless, despite his disdain for Li Yunfei, the secretary endeavored to maintain a semblance of professionalism. Thus, he spoke in a slow, measured tone, attempting to offer a conciliatory perspective. I believe this should not be the case. Logically, there must be other circumstances at play, don't you think? In truth, when the secretary uttered these words, he could hardly suppress a smile, for it was evident. After laying these established facts before him, two distinct paths emerged for him to traverse. Thus, Li Yunfei faces a crucial decision. Either he formally bows to Yinling, acknowledging the so-called peculiarities and dismissing them as inconsequential, allowing him to continue on his solitary path while Yinling pursues his own bright avenue, resulting in a complete severance of their connection. Alternatively, he may choose to directly confront Yinling, severing all ties with him. In this scenario, even the most formidable presence would inevitably lead to the emergence of two opposing factions. The question arises as to whether Yinling possesses sufficient connections within the academy. The secretary opines that Li Yunfei's network is indeed quite extensive, suggesting that a mere rogue like Yinling, relying solely on reckless endeavors, would likely lack the means to dismantle the formidable connections that the Li family has cultivated over the years. Observing the secretary's perspective, it becomes apparent that there is no perfectly rational explanation to be offered. Li Yunfei is on the verge of tears, unprepared for the calamity that has befallen him in this moment. Yinling, intent on leveraging the might of the Titan Great Ape, aims to sever all ties decisively. If such is the case, it truly becomes quite intolerable, this endless entanglement. Li Yunfei increasingly feels a sense of dread, even beginning to question the very essence of life itself. He is haunted by the most painful memories, pondering why he must exist in this world, why he must endure. Over the years, he has lived in a daze, supported by his elder brothers in school and by his parents and grandparents at home. However, once he steps into society, no one will indulge him. He is but a novice. His first encounter with Yinling resulted in a slap that left him battered and bruised. Upon returning home, rather than advising him to maintain a low profile, Li Feihu instead urges him to nurture his resolve for revenge. The saying like father, like son rings true here, showcasing the ineptitude of a father who has raised a foolish offspring. A foolish son born from a family of landowners, embroiled in a mess concocted by imbeciles. now sees if Yanling can topple the mighty Li family. Should this occur, it would undoubtedly stir ripples throughout the entire Douluo continent. If the Li family were to be vanquished, the Murong clan and Murong Yinxue would surely seize the opportunity to rise. The distribution of power across the continent is already scarce, and yet no one dares to instigate conflict lightly. Yet here emerges Yanling, a wild card without background or strength, yet possessing the audacity and courage to upend the status quo. This suggests that the Murong family is undoubtedly backing Yanling, willing to support such bold endeavors. Once the Li family's stronghold crumbles, the Murong clan will surely exert every effort to absorb all of Li's enterprises, thereby establishing a closed loop of power consolidation. They aim to enlarge their share of the pie and solidify their territory, effectively expelling the Li family, perhaps sensing a wave of trepidation. Li Yunfei recalls his elder brother Li Dafei and younger brother Li Xiaofei. Just days ago, his younger brother Li Xiaofei tried to defend him, but not only did he fail, he nearly lost his head at the hands of Yanling. Fortunately, Li Xiaofei is clever and shrewd. Chapter 133. Seeking My Elder Brother. Chapter 134. No Victories. Chapter 135. Continuing the struggle. Let us see how this will unfold next. As I too harbor my own thoughts on the matter, eager to witness how it shall conclude. Murong Yinxue's stance is remarkably resolute. It appears he is determined to persist to the bitter end. However, the situation on his side has yet to be elucidated to Yanling, who remains noncommittal. Among the 4 individuals in this faction, 2 wield absolute decision-making power. Yet, in the absence of Yanling's affirmation, even Murong Yinxue's steadfast resolve cannot transform these circumstances into something of significance. To articulate it plainly, these facts ought to be conveyed more clearly. Nevertheless, bridges must be crossed as they come. Murong Yinxue and Yanling find themselves aligned on the same vessel, sharing a common front, akin to grasshoppers. Yet, how can such frail creatures hope to survive in this world? Logically, they should not. Thus, at this juncture, Murong Yinxue seeks to incite Yanling's fighting spirit, hoping to harness his capabilities to see if they can effectively unleash their potential. In doing so, he stands to gain substantial advantages, while Yanling need not express anything further. Simply eliminating someone like Li Yunfei would bring him immense satisfaction. Observing Murong Yinxue's bluster and fury, Yanling is on the verge of laughter, as he never anticipated that this individual would act so thoughtlessly, exhibiting signs of madness or perhaps some form of neurological disarray, producing such peculiar outcomes that elude comprehension. He finds it perplexing to decipher the workings of this man's mind. If Li Yunfei insists on clashing with them, then there is no need for them to cower in fear. However, there is equally no necessity to engage in combat. It is quite simple, as what lies before them is no mere trivial matter, but a reality that is already manifested. It becomes abundantly clear that only one outcome can be derived from this situation. Let us observe whether Li Yunfei can select a map, or if perhaps we might have the opportunity to arrive at a certain situation ourselves. Following this, a series of divisions will ensue. For this is inherently a tangle of interests akin to the stock market. If either party could concede, the matter would indeed be far more agreeable. However, it ultimately hinges upon the temperament of both sides. Should they both possess considerable pride, it merely indicates that the outcome is not as readily apparent. Simultaneously, Yanling found himself in a state of bewilderment, as he perceived that there was no deep-seated animosity between himself and Li Yunfei, the Titan ape he wished to slay, and the gathering of personnel for that purpose bore no connection to him. It was akin to 2 individuals awaiting a traffic light, one turning left, another proceeding straight, and the last turning right. They were fundamentally strangers, so why entangle themselves in such matters? Thus, at this juncture, Yanling felt utterly perplexed. What exactly were Li Yunfei's intentions? In contemplation, Yanling could not fathom the notion that he and Li Yunfei were truly worlds apart. He was a scion of a wealthy family, while he himself hailed from humble beginnings, showing no interest in Li Yunfei whatsoever. Yet, unexpectedly, Li Yunfei had repeatedly pursued him with what could be described as a hunting endeavor. If this situation were to escalate, Yanling believed it would not end favorably. Ultimately, a profound misunderstanding lay between the 2 parties. Li Yunfei suspected that Yanling was amassing a force to pursue him, while Yanling merely sought to gather individuals to vanquish the Titan ape. Meanwhile, Li Yunfei was rallying his own allies to obstruct Yanling and to gather intelligence about him. This was evidently a scheme aimed at personal annihilation and psychological assault. In such circumstances, even the most stoic of hearts would harbor their own thoughts. Therefore, until this misunderstanding is resolved, Yanling was reluctant to elaborate further, as his thoughts were not focused on Li Yunfei, nor did he harbor any interest in him. It would be prudent to maintain distance from Li Yunfei, fearing the wrath of the Li family, whose influence was formidable, compared to the Murong clan. The two families were as contrasting as a roaring lion in the east. Yinling wished to avoid involvement and had no interest in them, hoping that these individuals would keep their distance. As he regarded Murong Yunxue, he contemplated utilizing his own agility, fully aware of her intentions. Thus, he did not align himself with Murong Yunshue's demeanor, but rather coldly articulated his thoughts. Are you suggesting that you intend to personally seek out Li Yunfei for negotiations? Spare me the trouble. That individual is currently in a state of agitation. Should you suggest further negotiations with him, it would only serve to offend his dignity. Indeed, it is not merely an insult, but rather a humiliation that he finds intolerable. Yinling would never stoop to engage in discussions with Murong Yunxue regarding Li Yunfei. It is quite simple. Yinling possesses his own principles and cannot find any interest in this individual. He is fully aware of this. The facts of the situation have been elucidated quite clearly, especially since the bonds of friendship were irreparably severed just a few days ago. Then why must it be presented in such an unappealing manner today? Thus, Yinling expressed all of his thoughts. Li Yunfei, even if he were to lower his head in deference, would find no forgiveness in himself. He yearned to sever all ties and wished for a greater distance between them. Yet, to his astonishment, the other party persisted relentlessly, encroaching upon his boundaries. Should this continue, even one who dismisses him entirely would inevitably voice the resentment that simmered within, revealing the true nature of the situation. Upon hearing Yinling's account, Murong Yunshue's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this individual would adopt the guise of a sage. If such were the case, the matter was indeed becoming increasingly intriguing. As he contemplated this, a bitter smile unfurled from the depths of his heart. He could not help it, for he distinctly sensed that Yinling had begun to draw a line between them, intending to establish a clear boundary. A chill ran through Murong Yunxue as he pondered whether Yinling had discerned his ulterior motives and suspected that he sought to exploit him. Chapter 136. A desire to use a knife against someone else. Such words render the matter rather ephemeral. Murong Yunxue felt as though he might cough up blood as he gazed at Yinling. He hoped that Yinling would once again clarify his stance. At that moment, Murong Yunxue spoke with utmost seriousness. What do you propose we do about this situation? His continuous interference was utterly repugnant. Surely, one could not allow Poseidon and Hades to extinguish Li Yunfei's life. Such an outcome would be profoundly distasteful. Murong Yunxue conveyed this sentiment clearly, his intentions unmistakable. That is to see whether Yinling can arrive at a relatively flawless decision, particularly if he chooses not to take any action against Yinling. Let us observe who can achieve these so-called bizarre outcomes. It has become exceedingly evident. If one still cannot produce these easily comprehensible scenarios, then what can be said? This can only suggest that Yinling is an individual struggling to safeguard himself, yet he aspires to thrive in the lives of others. Such an ambition is, quite frankly, disconcerting to onlookers. Murong Yunshue's words convey a clear message. She wishes to observe whether Yinling can truly reveal the realities he portrays in their entirety, should they be favorable. This entire situation presents a remarkable opportunity. If one were to speak poorly of it, it would be nothing but trivial prattle. Poseidon and Hades are truly deities, and these two formidable gods would indeed resort to their divine powers over a mere mortal? Not at all. If they were to wield their powers, it would only indicate their own confusion regarding the complexities of the situation. The emergence of such oddities is akin to disregarding the sanctity of mortal life entirely. Upon hearing Murong Yunshue's words, Yinling was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous Murong Yunxue could be so ruthless. In truth, few could rival him when he chose to be merciless. Realizing this, Yinling regarded Murong Yunxue as one would a mere jester. Finally understanding that her approach towards him was aimed at eliminating the threat posed by Li Yunfei. The conflicts among their prominent families had inadvertently ensnared him, leading Yinling to feel increasingly uneasy. What relevance do the interests of their upper echelons hold for him? It is akin to the struggles between an emperor and his ministers. While they engage in a battle of wits and courage, he remains merely a spectator, a trivial pawn. Yet they insist on pursuing him with relentless vigor? Such a situation indeed evokes a sense of utter disdain, rendering one reluctant to regard it seriously. Yet you persist in your unwarranted endeavors. At this moment, observing Murong Yunshue's clenched teeth and fierce countenance, Yinling is nearly overcome with amusement. He harbors no intention of acquiescing to Murong Yunshua's misguided notions. Instead, he coldly addresses her, stating, though Li Yunfei is loathsome, his transgressions do not warrant death. After all, his life holds considerable significance within the Li family. Should we provoke him, the repercussions could endanger us all present here, leading to dire consequences. Thus, in confronting this paramount issue, we must strive for a prudent victory. Should matters escalate into chaos, it would be an incomprehensible predicament. Indeed, Yanling believes that while Li Yunfei is undeniably deserving of punishment, it would be excessive to call upon the formidable deities Poseidon and Hades for his eradication. Such an act would render us the subject of mockery throughout the Douluo continent. The arrival of Western deities for scholarly exchange, only to have a student slain amid such discourse, would become a ludicrous tale across the entire realm. In light of such extraordinary capabilities, it is clear that they transcend the ordinary. Yanling's stance is resolute, to seek a victory rooted in caution, avoiding any unnecessary turbulence. He is determined not to engage in trivial disputes that could lead to unwarranted turmoil. It is indeed a combination that seems to belong to a farcical narrative. In the face of such disparate abilities and opportunities, Yanling comprehends how the reality should unfold. He cannot, in any way, conform to the notions held by Murong Yushue regarding these so-called matters. However, he is certainly capable of making the most of the limited resources at his disposal. For in the realm of comparison, one must excel, otherwise, one risks being discarded. Only by surpassing others can one attain true excellence. Yet the fear lies in the ignorance of some individuals towards self-improvement. The situation over there is utterly chaotic, leaving one perplexed as to how it came to be. It evokes a sense of fleeting, fragmented absurdity. Yanling articulated his perspective, asserting that everything could be resolved through the principles of negotiation. He emphasized the importance of eschewing violence, as it inevitably culminates in a gruesome aftermath. Should such brutality be displayed in its full measure, it would render the beholder unable to overlook the grotesque nature of the circumstances. This underscores why Yanling, despite possessing the capability to eradicate the problem entirely, opted for a more measured approach. He firmly believed that only through a strategy of steady perseverance could one truly comprehend and integrate what ought not to be regarded as significant. Otherwise, one risks becoming ensnared in the self-serving intricacies of others' absurdities. If others were to witness this, they would undoubtedly perceive it as the comical antics of an extraordinary individual amid chaos. Upon hearing those words, Murong Yunshue's eyes widened in disbelief as he cast a bewildered glance at Yanling. It dawned on him that this person had truly transformed into a stranger, appearing as someone utterly unfamiliar. Was he still the elder brother he once followed? Why had he become so timid, acting as if he were fearful of both wolves and tigers? What could be the reason behind this? What was he afraid of? Li Yunfei was merely the third grandson of the Li family, which boasted numerous sons and grandsons. Eliminating him was hardly a monumental task. Why linger over these trivial matters? Why the need for such entanglement? Could it be true? Why are you regarding me with such an expression? Is there something amiss with your mind? Chapter 137. The order to negotiate. I merely expressed my viewpoint. What does that look in your eyes signify? Do you truly believe this situation is my fault? I too am apprehensive, caught between the fear of wolves and tigers, feeling quite helpless. If I could stand on a moral high ground and condemn Li Yunfei, persuading him to refrain from his excessive actions, would I not do so? Please, spare me the difficulty. Yanling, perceiving Murong Shue's gaze as if he were a monster, felt on the verge of tears. He had not anticipated that Murong Yunshue would be a quintessential opportunist. If he had conformed to Murong's wishes in articulating the matter, he would have comprehended everything perfectly. However, should he fail to express it in accordance with Murong's desires, he would instead manifest an unfathomable anguish. In that very moment, the disdainful glance he received felt like a series of blows directed at him. Such actions were, indeed, rather amusing. No. The look in your eyes suggests that you are quite the peculiar individual. Yet, I did not expect your circumstances to be devoid of self-interest. Rather, they appeared somewhat reasonable. Thus, I find you to be an exceedingly amusing character. Do you understand? Murong Yunshue now speaks with an air of insincerity, his eyes wide open yet devoid of truth. He has seemingly lost all comprehension of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. As he gazes upon Yanling, it is akin to staring at an inscrutable plague god, one whose motives elude his understanding. He initially believed he could deftly navigate these complexities, yet he finds himself increasingly perplexed. Even before the truth has fully revealed itself, he feels as though he has been stifled in the cradle of uncertainty. Thus, It is no wonder that Yanling is equally baffled and unable to grasp the situation, which presents itself as a formidable challenge. Under these circumstances, Murong Yunxue can only articulate his perspective, hoping fervently that Yanling will not lay blame upon him, should any peculiarities arise. It is indeed challenging for him to accept the established reality. Initially, Murong Yunxue harbored overly idealistic notions. He believed that Yanling would never act like a coward. However, to his astonishment, Yanling not only assumed the role of a coward but also positioned himself on a moral high ground that felt even more perplexing. It was claimed that this was his fault, yet under such circumstances, it was evident that they were no longer aligned. Murong Yunxue finally relinquished any hopes regarding Yanling. He reasoned that since the situation had become so patently clear, it was best to not conflate these facts into a singular issue. As Murong Yunxue spoke nonsensically, Yanling found it increasingly difficult to understand him. He recognized that Murong Yunxue seemed to be lost in his thoughts, perhaps contemplating how to exploit him or the connections he possessed. Yet, Yanling felt resolute that he could not be used in such a manner. As adults traversing the same path, why fabricate such absurdities? Did Murong Yunxue truly believe he was easily manipulated? Thus, upon reaching this conclusion, Yanling made his stance abundantly clear. He pointed at Murong Yunxue and declared, "That matter is for you to handle. After all, you are part of a prominent family. You and Li Yunfei share a common language, so why not discuss it amongst yourselves? We shall temporarily set aside these so-called circumstances. If you find it feasible, then let us accept that for now." After uttering these words, Yanling observed Murong Yunshue's reaction, eager to gauge his attitude. If he responded positively, Yanling would entrust him with this arduous task. If not, then Yanling resolved to refrain from utilizing Murong Yunxue to entangle with Li Yunfei for the time being. Presently, Li Yunfei was still in a state of anger towards him. Should he provoke him further? One could only wonder who would possess the capability to navigate the ensuing tumult with finesse. The intricacies of familial rivalries and their vested interests eluded Yanling's comprehension. Yet he was distinctly aware of one tale. Thus, the Murong clan and the Li family share certain historical ties dating back to ancient times. However, as the Li family's influence gradually expanded, they cast aside the Murong clan, which is hardly surprising. One must ponder why Murong Yunxue perceives Li Yunfei's demeanor with such rigidity. Could it be that they harbor unresolved grievances from a bygone era? If this is indeed the case, the situation becomes rather intriguing, silently entwined in these unspoken circumstances that are evident to observers. It is almost comical, as the realities unfolding resemble a farcical narrative. Murong Yunshue's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Yanling would dare to speak so boldly. With just a few utterances, he placed himself upon the moral high ground, insisting that Murong Yunxue bear the weight of the consequences. Who does he think he is? Does he truly consider himself a reincarnation of some exalted figure, bestowing upon himself a title and dictating his own actions? How absurd! In contemplating this, Murong Yunxue felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He never imagined that Yanling would regard him as anything but a stranger, yet with mere words, he had rendered him so uncomfortably exposed. If some so-called bizarre statements were to emerge, who would bear the responsibility for the reasoning and the consequences? It is rather amusing to consider that amid such perilous realities laid bare, one would expect someone to organize these so-called circumstances. However, since Yanling has entrusted him with such a significant responsibility, Murong Yunxue can only swallow his pride and endure. He is acutely aware of his own capabilities and understands that should some precarious and not-so-simple truths arise, the situation would not be easily navigable. Thus, he resolved to elucidate this matter once more, for it was by no means too late. It is evident that this concept possesses the potential to advance further in the evolution of this era. This merely indicates that the era of fearing both wolves and tigers has become a relic of the past. What lies ahead must surely possess luminous points of justice, illuminating and thriving in a shared progression. Although Murong Yunxue felt reluctant and unwilling, his lips effortlessly articulated, "All right, since you have entrusted me with this formidable task." Chapter 138, A Visit. There is no need for me to become overly entangled in this matter. After all, a person of sharp intellect would not engage in the convoluted manner of Li Yunfei, if, in the end, some embarrassing situation were to arise. It would be utterly disconcerting to involve unnecessary distractions. Having expressed these thoughts, Murong Yunxue proceeded towards the Li residence, intending to pay a personal visit. With gifts in hand, he sought to engage in a meaningful dialogue with Li Yunfei, hoping to persuade him to spare Yanling from undue scrutiny and chaos. Yanling's intention was to assemble a considerable number of individuals for the purpose of confronting the Titan Ape, rather than targeting Li Yunfei himself. It was his sincere hope that Li Yunfei would take no offense and refrain from utilizing the connections and influence at his disposal. The last thing anyone wanted was for the situation to become so convoluted that one could no longer discern north from south. Such an outcome would render the entire affair an absurdity, the true nature of which would be laid bare for all to see. Those who understood the implications of these facts should recognize that such narratives ought not to be fabricated. What did you say? Morong Yushiwa has taken the initiative to come to my home, intending to negotiate some matters with me? Are you certain you are not misrepresenting the situation? Do I detect a hint of foolishness in your words? Upon receiving this news, Li Yunfei was on the verge of tears. He had never anticipated that Morong Yushiwa would actually arrive at his doorstep. Was it possible that, in the presence of his father's sister, he would face a severe reprimand? At that moment, he glanced at the secretary who had conveyed the news, harboring doubts about the veracity of the report. He was aware that the secretary had been diligent in his duties over the years, and typically, Li Yunfei would not return home from school. However, due to the recent tumultuous events at school, it had become necessary for the secretary to accompany him constantly. Thus, Li Yunfei found himself questioning whether the secretary had encountered some peculiar situation. If that were the case, the secretary would be deserving of severe reprimand. Yet, at that moment, the secretary felt unjustly accused, as he had merely delivered the information as it was, without embellishment. Young master, is there something amiss with your judgment? You accuse me of exaggeration, yet I wonder about your own clarity of thought. Why not step outside and see for yourself? Morong Yushiwa stands at the entrance, carrying items. And you still doubt my words? I have elucidated the facts for you. You must comprehend that these circumstances are indeed quite intricate. What can I possibly do? I am merely a fugitive. I could act as a whistleblower, yet I lack the capacity to bear such immense responsibility. Please, just let me be. Upon uttering these words, the secretary exhibited a palpable desire to gather his belongings and depart. It was evident, the brilliance emanating from him made it clear. This was not a situation that could be easily reconciled. The secretary felt that, despite his goodwill in running errands and serving tea, he had come before you, Li Yunfei, only to be met with disregard. To his dismay, he found himself perceived as deceitful, which is why he felt a profound sense of injustice. He even contemplated turning on his heel and leaving. After all, there are plenty of places where one can serve as a secretary. Moreover, he is a high-achieving graduate. Why must he endure such convolutions here? Very well, you handle him for now. I shall consult with my elder brother on how to proceed. I never anticipated that Morong Shui would dare to visit personally. Initially, I wished to avoid any interaction with him, as you are aware of the considerable animosity I harbor towards them. If it came to a one-on-one confrontation, I certainly lack the audacity to face them with a blade. Yet, I find myself at a loss. He is not the type to conceal his malice behind a smile, attempting to strike a fatal blow under the guise of a gift. I cannot afford to reveal this predicament, for I simply do not possess the courage. Observing the secretary's resolute demeanor, Li Yunfei realized there was no need to further press him. After all, he was merely doing his job for which he was compensated. Inciting his ire would lead to unnecessary complications. Perhaps in the next moment, I too shall find myself facing an unfavorable outcome. Thus, at this juncture, Li Yunfei resolved to consult his elder brother. Currently, his elder brother was recuperating in the eastern chamber and could not emerge. He hoped to ascertain whether his brother could impart a few unique techniques to help him navigate this challenging predicament. Li Yunfei speculated that Morong Yushiwa's visit was not without purpose. She surely had ulterior motives for her arrival. It was possible that, in the next moment, she might enact some utterly absurd and disruptive scheme. Very well, third young master, since you have made your intentions clear, I have little more to convey. I shall ensure he is treated well and entertained adequately, nothing more than that. We shall then see if you can perform admirably under pressure. Of course, should we be confronted with circumstances fraught with peril, I shall do my utmost to eliminate the threat. The secretary issued the final ultimatum to the adversary. He could buy time against Morong Yushiwa. However, should she intend to unleash particularly devastating attacks, the situation would require careful consideration. Thus, he decided that retreating with 30 stratagems was the wisest course of action. It was quite simple. The secretary believed that his life was akin to a laborer under his own command, entirely independent of others' whims. Faced with such circumstances, the secretary revealed his utmost purpose. to stabilize the situation concerning the dreamlike Yunxue. He would wait and see if Li Yunfei could devise a remarkable strategy to launch an effective counterattack. As he observed the secretary's departing figure, Li Yunfei felt a surge of emotion, nearly on the verge of tears. He had never anticipated that, despite his meticulous calculations, Morong Yunxue would dare to personally pay him a visit. If we were to articulate it thus, the situation indeed becomes rather complicated. The outcome has unfavorably manifested before us. So let us observe how many individuals can truly engage in actions of genuine worth. Chapter 139. Awaken from the brink of death. Therefore, making a swift decision, Li Yunfei dashed towards the room of his elder brother as if his feet were greased. At that moment, Li Dafei lay on his sickbed like a hefty pig, lamenting in a state of near demise. Meanwhile, Li Dafei's mother, who is also Li Yunfei's mother, gazed with a furrowed brow at her son, who was consumed by despair, neglecting food and drink, and incessantly sighing. It appeared that Li Feihu had indeed struck with excessive severity. It was akin to a whip dipped in cold water, mercilessly inflicting upon Li Dafei a myriad of bloody wounds, leaving his skin torn and raw. I implored, "Oh brother, why do you remain here lamenting? Morong Yunxue has sought you out. What shall we do about it? Surely, you cannot expect me to face her alone, can you? Please, offer me a suggestion." Li Yunfei, in his agony, resembled a hapless creature awaiting slaughter. He was at a loss, unsure why his words seemed so utterly out of place. Yet, he was acutely aware that if he were to speak sensibly today, in such circumstances, one can be certain that a favorable outcome is unlikely. With everything laid out before us, let us observe whether the elder brother can harness his intellect to cultivate the residual warmth of opportunity. At present, I find myself in a precarious state, akin to a clay idol struggling to cross a river. Even if you were to press me, it would be of no avail. Do you not perceive that there exists no glimmer of brilliance within me? At this very moment, Li Dafei lies upon his sickbed, his countenance marred by worry, fully aware that he is yet to reach a stage where his dreams can be effectively pursued, having not even encountered the most rudimentary of trials. How could he possibly promote and elevate himself in this world? Thus, he found himself utterly perplexed as he confronted Li Yunfei's request. A deep sense of frustration washed over him, for he was, after all, a human being, not a mere beast. Every moment, he pondered how to make a series of advancements during his trials. Yet, to his dismay, these situations eluded his grasp, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Yanling, despite being an extraordinarily formidable individual, had introduced a dual-soul martial arts technique upon his arrival. Unexpectedly, Li Yunfei, a person prone to stirring up trouble, emerged on the scene. Previously, some had chosen to disregard these matters, much like Li Dafei, who had never even heard of Yanling's name or existence. However, the recent gossip had illuminated the reality of the situation, revealing that it was far from easy to navigate or resolve. After voicing these thoughts, Li Dafei lay on his bed, lamenting in despair. Meanwhile, Li Dafei's mother, akin to Li Yunfei's mother, wore a troubled expression. Her eyes were hollow, reflecting the truth that he was not a person of genuine ambition. At that moment, she gazed at her third son, perceiving him as a perpetually immature child. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped her, as she sensed that this individual was an enigma, difficult to comprehend. It seemed he was an oddity that could not shine in the realm of social dynamics. Indeed, it was evident that Li's mother harbored doubts about her three sons. Though they were all her flesh and blood, aside from her second son, Li Xiaofei, the other two appeared to be nothing more than the foolish offspring of a landlord. She was at a loss as to how Li Feihu had been raised, as he had clearly not been educated well, resulting in a state of confusion. It remained uncertain how to tactfully address these issues, especially after so many years had passed without revealing any glimmers of brilliance. At that moment, as she observed her eldest son, his body bearing the marks of countless wounds, and glanced at Li Xiaofei, who seemed to be merely a half-hearted endeavor, she was met with the arrival of Li Yunfei, a figure who stood there like an utterly hapless creature. Such signs could easily shatter one's spirit. To keep such individuals close is not only to forfeit the chance of becoming a true figure of significance, but also to risk dragging down those around them, preventing them from achieving any semblance of greatness. In light of this convoluted predicament, Li's mother truly felt as though she must have committed some grave sin in a past life to have given birth to these three disappointments. Especially upon witnessing Li Yunfei kneeling before her today, she was nearly overwhelmed by a sense of frustration akin to hating iron for not becoming steel. Thus, in that moment, She hastened to counsel Li Yunfei, saying, "My dear third son, do not burden your elder brother any further. Just look at the state he is in. His body is marred with wounds, completely battered. Given such dire circumstances, why must you insist on pressing him?" As Li's mother spoke these words, tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Indeed, the bond between mother and son is profound. After all, her eldest son is still her son, and her youngest son is also her son. They're all her sons. She gazed at her eldest son, Li Dafei, whose body was bruised and bloodied from the beating inflicted by his own father. As a mother, it was impossible for her not to feel pain. And witnessing Li Dafei in such a wretched state stirred her emotions deeply. For the past few days, she had remained by his side, for it was only through her presence that he could find solace. This was why she resolved to establish a certain distance and boundaries with this individual. She decided to manage her feelings with grace, for if the situation were to devolve into a farcical spectacle, it would indeed seem quite absurd. In truth, Li's mother had endured a rather tragic life. Her union with Li Feihu was not one forged through familial ties. She was born into a humble household, steeped in poverty, and grew up without the love of either parent. Though not an orphan in the strictest sense, her parents regarded her as a mere girl, failing to bestow upon her the attention she deserved, which resulted in a childhood marked by malnutrition. Over the years, her life had been a monotonous existence, until she encountered the scoundrel Li Feihu. Initially, she believed their feelings were mutual, only to discover that he had forcibly claimed her as his own, leading her to become the mother of Li Shafei and Li Dafei. Li Feihu was merely a philanderer, and the reality of their relationship was a disheartening tale. He did not have only Li's mother as his wife. The other spouses he had produced only daughters, which elevated Li's mother's status within the household. The reason for her elevated position was the strength lent to her by her 3 sons. Particularly after the birth of Li Yunfei, her status surged from obscurity to one where she could hold her head high within the Li family, proudly proclaiming that she had borne 3 commendable sons. The elderly held her in high regard, viewing her as the family's chief benefactor, ensuring that the Li lineage would endure. Yet today, she observed her 3rd son, Li Yunfei, insisting that his half-disabled elder brother assist him in navigating the complexities of their circumstances. Thus, Li's mother earnestly urged Li Yunfei to refrain from causing further trouble. The Li family, being prosperous and well-established, did not lack for trifles, and she cautioned against actions that could lead to an unseemly outcome. If we were to proceed in this manner, the matter has become incomprehensible, leaving one to ponder how it might ultimately conclude. Thus, at this juncture, Li's mother has come to accept the most perfect reality, choosing not to arrange these circumstances in a manner that would render them understandable. This can only indicate that the conclusion has reached a particularly desolate state. Witnessing his mother and elder brother turning against him, Li Yunfei was on the verge of tears. He could hardly contain his emotions. He had never anticipated that a mere superficial injury would lead his elder brother to abandon him in such a manner. Now, with Murong Yunxue already at his doorstep, it was utterly disheartening to see his brother behaving like a coward. Even more disconcerting was the fact that his mother, Li Mu, was not on his side either. At this moment, Li Yunfei felt utterly bereft, his heart heavy with sorrow. He was merely a person with his own feelings, and he believed that his mother should support him, rather than hurling hurtful words in his direction. It was unfathomable how such a bizarre situation could arise. In this moment of despair, Li Yunfei gritted his teeth and directed a hoarse shout toward his mother and elder brother. "So, you too, my supposed protector and nurturer, do not stand by me. I am truly disappointed in you both. I had hoped that today, of all days, you would support me, but instead, you have exceeded all bounds of reason. Very well, from now on, I shall not seek your assistance in any endeavor." As he spoke, Li Yunfei dashed towards the area behind his elder brother, for he was aware that his brother possessed a particularly formidable treasure known as the binding immortal rope. With this artifact in hand, no matter how powerful the adversary, even a Grand Luo Jingxian, would be rendered powerless. Yet it will still be stifled within its confines. Thus, at this moment, the gentleman's abilities come into play. It is quite evident that as long as the binding ropes of the celestial beings are firmly grasped, everything becomes exceptionally clear. The intricacies of the situation have already been laid bare. Now, we shall see if Yanling can endure.